The HCS Global Invitational is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the HCS DreamHack Dallas Global Invitational. We had a crazy ride yesterday with the competition getting hotter than ever. And day two is also bringing the heat as we watch our first championship bracket matches of the day, of the weekend. I'm so excited to be here, of course, in Dallas, Texas, in the DreamHack Convention Center. And, of course, on the desk with my trusty analysts, the experts of Halo Infinite, we have Clutch and Bravo. Gents, good morning, first of all. Day two. Clutch, how you feeling?
Feeling good, especially after yesterday. I mean, what we got left with the Quadrant Series, obviously, talk of the town last night, how good they looked. Excited to see what they bring as far as consistency throughout the weekend, because if they can play like that, they can win this tournament.
Yeah, Brav, yesterday was nuts, wasn't it? So yeah. Day two, championship bracket, surely naturally this gets even crazier.
I think it has to, right? I think what we saw yesterday, I mean, we'll have a chance to talk about it in a moment, but it's a pretty historic result, if we're completely honest. And I don't even know if the entire Halo community and even the people in this room quite realized what happened yesterday evening in terms of precedent for a team like OpTic Gaming, for a region like Europe. It was a wild day, one of the biggest shakeups we've seen in honestly, almost 20 years of competitive Halo. It's a pretty big moment. We'll have time to break it down today, but to get back to your point, it was going to be a fantastic day number two, without a doubt.
It certainly is, and we will just jump straight into it, because here are the pools. Here's how things shook out, and as you can see, Pool C was really where this historic moment happened. Quadrant topping their pool, coming all the way over from Europe. We've been waiting for a roster to start really picking things up in North America, in the kind of, I guess, trajectory of the globe as well. A 3-0, and it was a 3-0 against OpTic Gaming. Clutch, talk to me about that series. It was absolutely insane.
I mean, I honestly thought at all times OpTic would always figure it out and get it done and then push it to a game 4 and then a game 5 and then figure out a way to win the series because of how resilient we know OpTic to be. But this wasn't OpTic Gaming necessarily playing bad. It was Quadrant rising up to the occasion and playing with some of the best in the world that we know OpTic Gaming plays at so consistently. So I am looking at OpTic Gaming with a little bit of a question as far as are you going to bring your A game here on Saturday? But mostly excited for Quadrant's opportunity to kind of break into the top 4 and potentially see how far a European roster can go, because in my opinion, this is the best setup they've ever had in the history of Halo.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think the big question right now, Brav, is how far can they go? I think a point was made on the desk yesterday post this incredible moment was, you can see the winners bracket, you have quite the journey to get to actually place, to get top 8, 6, 4, top 2. I mean, it is a hell of a journey. Yes, you've done pretty much the impossible, but how far do you think this Quadrant roster will travel?
Man, hard to say how far they will travel. I think it's easy to say, though, how far they can travel. And it's interesting, I was talking, of course, to Mark and Dan so much the past few weeks, and they're like, hey, this Quadrant roster right now is the real deal. And then when the scrim results started to come in from their boot camp in North America, that's when I think everyone started to realize, wait a second, this team actually could do it. And it goes without saying, taking down OpTic 3-0 yesterday, they now certainly can win this tournament, right? There's a lot more series on the line to get there, but they certainly could do it. The question is if they'll be able to.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to talk about schedule in a second as well, because we have so much action coming your way. I absolutely love day 2. You see where things are kind of settling in, especially as we head further into the championship bracket. But yeah, really, really exciting stuff on the board, and so much excitement for you guys at home and all the fans watching. Over on Stream A with us, you're going to be watching Complexity versus OpTic Gaming kicking off the day. But on all of our other streams, and please do go show them some love. And if your favorite teams are playing, please do open the tabs and make sure you watch those matches and tune in. We've got Quadrant versus Native Red. We've got Spacestation Gaming versus Native White, and FaZe over there versus The Hive as well, which is previously the Avengers for all of our online qualifier enjoyers. But an exceptional schedule, and of course going through all of the championship bracket matches as well. So much action coming your way, and we'll fill in the blanks there as well. But my goodness me, I literally cannot wait to get into day 2. We had a lot going on yesterday, folks, and I don't think today will be any different. In fact, I think it's going to get even better. But let's have a look at our championship bracket day number 2 and get that one set up.
What's up, Halo fans? We are about to get started with day number 2. The championship bracket is about to be wild. Y'all ready to go? Yeah, and I know you're ready to go at home as well. Yesterday, we saw some crazy matches, and even our brothers across the pond able to do some things special, but today is what matters, and we'll see if the intensity and the level is going to rise, and I think it will. But that's enough for me. I'm ready to get this first matchup started. Lottie, let's get it going.
Thank you so much, Blaze. He always knows how to make quite an epic entrance, doesn't he? The
yeah,
smoke
God,
behind him.
that was, I mean, Blaze always does, but that was something else.
Fantastic.
That was next
That's why
level.
he gets paid the big bucks.
It really was. It was absolutely next level. Love that from Blaze. But we do have, of course, a first match on that main stage, getting prepared, getting ready to go. And it's OpTic versus Complexity. This is the time for both of these teams to prove something. In fact, just teeing this one up, Clutch, there's a lot on the line emotionally for both of these teams. A lot has been going on in those qualifiers. And right now, it can get settled.
Yeah, a little bit of history between these two. These qualifiers have had these two wind up against each other in the elimination bracket actually a couple times. And actually Complexity has come out on top in Game 5 in both of those appearances. So OpTic Gaming with a little bit of chip on their shoulder coming into the series, knowing that Complexity has bested them a couple of times. Even though it's online, there's something to prove here as far as who's the better team on LAN.
Indeed, there is a lot to prove here. And when it comes to both of these juggernauts, because Complexity have been a juggernaut online. You know, we got our LAN juggernaut here with OpTic Gaming. Complexity, it's time for them to show up. But when you look at these two together, fighting fit, Bravo, what's your gut telling you?
My gut's telling me OpTic Gaming had a lot of time last night to think about what happened, right? Because a lot of teams might not respond to a 3-0 too well. I think OpTic Gaming is on the other side of that spectrum. I think when they get beat, I've talked to Lunchbox about it many times, for example, coming into Charlotte as well. When they find themselves on the receiving end of a surprising defeat, they do the work, they put the time in. I'm sure they were watching the VODs of every single game, at least once, if not multiple times. And I think that that is worrying for Complexity, because now you have a fired up, pissed off, ready to go, prepared OpTic Gaming.
I'm glad you said that, because I'm thinking this series goes one of two ways, Andy. I'm thinking OpTic comes in here pissed off about how their performance yesterday was showcased to the world, and they make a statement by making this series very quick for Complexity, or Complexity is a live dog in this fight, And then all of a sudden, there's a lot of questions that will surround OpTic Gaming for the rest of the weekend if this series does not go heavily in their favor.
Well, the motto is silence the haters, and this is the ultimate chance. Let's meet Complexity. A team formed to rival the very best that we have, and they have done just that online. But here we are, in person, on a main stage, face to face, and they can do that here and now. But do they have what it takes? That's the big question. This roster have been lights out so far, have been proving a lot of people wrong who have been having a lot to say online. But right now, OpTic Gaming, they're feeling a little something. This is where they could honestly hit them in their weak spots, Clutch. What do you think this team have to do fundamentally to go out there and take the series?
I think everybody's got to be playing at a very high level. I think yesterday we were able to see Collect and Cycle really step up in this lane department. Their individual skill can keep up with some members on OpTic Gaming, so don't expect them to get pushed aside like a lot of teams in this caliber would to the likes of OpTic. But I'm looking at Monster and Tusk, like if you guys can pick it up and just play consistently good, get your kills, hit your shots, and make good decisions, you're going to give Collect and Cycle more opportunity to really pop off and be put in positions to potentially win some of these games. It's got to be the core playing well for them to stay in these games, because OpTic so often get an advantage, take a game.
I got to ask you, Bravo, in terms of weaknesses here, you know, are there any moments, any kind of things that you have noticed about Complexity really throughout day one here at LAN that may be a bit of a challenge for them going up against OpTic Gaming?
I think the one thing they need to do is not be afraid to lean into the advantages, right? When you have two dead, you need to keep flying forward at the same speed, right? OpTic Gaming is going to be a team that tries to slow the game down when they need to. And on Complexity, you need to be flying in. For example, if we use examples like on Aquarius, you need to fly in through the gen into the flag and get the last kill, right? Force the spawns into the fridge. Make those big plays and just play as if you can play against the best in the world. And if they do that, I think that they will find success. However, it's not going to be easy up against a team like OpTic Gaming.
It certainly will not. And speaking of them, the Kings, they can still be crowned. The journey for the 4P still continues. It's OpTic Gaming. Challenged yesterday, the game 5 with G1, and then the 3-0 with Quadrant wasn't the start that they wanted, but a key word to describe this team is resilience. The bounce back is on, Clutch.
Yeah, I think even if you lose to Quadrant in the fashion that they did yesterday, we didn't see the best of OpTic, but they find themselves in a very comfortable position. Still in winner's bracket, you're playing probably the lowest of the 1 seeds that you would have played coming out of second in your pool. So OpTic Gaming, look at this opportunity to reset no harm, no foul their tournament moving forward. I'm looking for a strong showing from them, but in all honesty, I just want to see them a little bit more consistent, because yesterday it felt like there were moments where I was like, this is the OpTic Gaming you know and love. And then there were moments where I was like, they don't look like they're on the same page. They don't look like they're playing together as well as we've seen in the past.
You know, I think the big factor here is that we know that the teamwork can be there, and it's whether or not they're able to push that across the line this time around. I'm sure day 2 is a fresh start for them. Here's the series layout on your screens here. And Bravo, when we're looking across this, starting with Stronghold Streets, now that one's going to be a little bit of a pickle for OpTic Gaming, maybe in terms of what happened yesterday for them, LAN, their strongholds wasn't the best. If you're looking at this stat board here, Complexity actually have the better stats when it comes to this record, and it's 0 for 2 for OpTic Gaming. Concerns?
I think concerns if we were seeing the same OpTic Gaming that we saw yesterday, certainly. I think it's good news for OpTic Gaming. They can go straight into a strongholds, to be honest, because we know without a doubt that this team knows how to play this game type. They do it very well, and they're here to four-peat for a reason, right? Let's not forget that. However, I think they need to make sure they're just working on everything that they worked on and looked at yesterday and bringing that into the gameplay today. But this game one, make no mistake, will be a very good test and a very good indication of exactly where OpTic Gaming is here on day number 2.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I've got to say, I think it was just a bit of a slow start for OpTic yesterday. I know this team, we have seen it so many times. We've seen it 3 times in a row, folks. 3 times they have won LANs. It's been absolutely incredible. Your world champions. If a bounce back is about to happen, it's going to happen here and now. And I want to watch what this series has to offer. So let's head on over to our casters. All right, boys, good morning, Gaskin. Good morning, the Shurs. How are we on this fine day number 2?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Ready to get into this one. Winners quarter-final. It's going to be a massive one. And Complexity, are they going to be more just a noisy neighbours? This is a hometown rivalry, Dan.
It is. I mean, both Dallas teams, 2 teams that also want to prove a point for entirely different reasons today. OpTic, are they going to be the world champions that we've seen in previous tournaments, or are we going to see a deflated OpTic who are frustrated by their performance yesterday? As for Complexity, this is not maybe the team they were expecting to face here in the winners' quarters, but a chance to maybe make a name for themselves and silence the doubters and silence the haters.
Interestingly enough as well, both teams finished 2-1 in their pools, but only one of them got that first seed. And OpTic Gaming, unfortunately, after that loss against Quadrant, they found themselves as in a second place runner-up in their pool. So Complexity is going to be the challenge, and the question is, Dan, like the desk alluded to, is this to be the comeback story?
Well, it's Stronghold Streets to kick off today here at HCS Dallas. It is a game time that OpTic did lose yesterday to G1, but also Complexity lost it to Native, so we'll have to see who can bounce back here today.
Shields up, weapons hot. We're underway. On board with Monster. Is this the best time or possibly the worst time to play against the green wall?
And I think we'll learn a lot about that question in this first map here. If OpTic come out a little bit slow, if Complexity are able to take advantage of it, then perhaps it will be the best time to play against the green wall. But Rockets still haven't been picked up just yet. Formal was well aware of where Monster was.
Trippy and Formal down. Rockets still ripe for the picket. Lucid steps up over towards Pink. Has to back away though with the stock rifle. He is also down. Staggered spawns now for OpTic Gaming with Trippy and Formal up now. Cycle with rockets in hand, and what a tournament he had. What a day one he had yesterday, Dan.
Cycle was, for me, one of the standout players of the tournament. He was putting this team on his back at times. Alongside Collect as a duo, they were running around just dominating whoever they faced. And sure, Complexity went through some hardships. They had some struggles at times, but in the games where they popped off, often it was because of this man. Young man, I must say, Cycle. And we'll have to see whether he can do more of the same today. But OpTic Gaming maybe need to just pipe him down a little bit.
Online, Complexity have proven to be a challenge for OpTic Gaming. A bit of a bogey team. Can they prove to be the same thing here on LAN when it matters most? APG. Look at the rights and wrongs from the story yesterday. They have A and B in control. Red Room set up now, Bulldog in hand.
Yeah, I mean, you were speaking about the online competition. They played each other on Stronghold Streets. OpTic did actually beat Complexity last time they faced each other on this map and mode, but we'll have to see whether that's going to transition over to LAN. There was a lot of questions about this Complexity roster with their online performances, but they were still able to top their group yesterday, thanks to really Na'Vi taking down Native Red. They did Complexity a favor in the end, but all 4 members go down, so now it's OpTic's chance to take total control here.
APG not getting pressure over towards B. With the numbers advantage, he decides to go over to C instead. Looks as though they're going to do a decent job of defending A. Collect steps in once more. Rockets now in the hands of Lucid. First one will not connect. Has one more to play with here. Monster's going to run straight into it. Right down the gullet. He will be handled, and handled with ease.
Lucid with 8 kills already. I mean, I was wondering who was going to be that member of OpTic Gaming just to lead the charge, step up a little bit. And Lucid had a good day yesterday. I mean, it wasn't the incredible MVP standard that maybe we were expecting from Lucid, but it was still solid. It was still determined. And if he can now convert that into the performances we've seen throughout the previous events, the previous season, then maybe he can start to really be that potential that can bring OpTic back into the fray and put them as a challenger for this entire tournament. I mean, they are the world champions. They're going for a 4-peat, yet somehow they found themselves second in their group.
Trades out front C. Monster inside B, then he gets the capture. Now Complexity can start scoring, but OpTic Gaming's initial setup has rewarded them with 110 points here. So Complexity already playing chase. Collect. Takes down Formal. Sliding around. Head on a swivel, looking for his next target, his next victim. 2 members in the respawn screen for OpTic, so that's going to mean perhaps even more points on the board for Complexity. Collect can win this 1v1, but APG shuts him down.
Shuts him down, and I think that every single time Complexity have come off spawn, they haven't really been able to find any safety nets on the map. OpTic have always got eyes on certain areas, and they're calling out every single angle that Complexity seem to turn around. This is great opener from OpTic, and I think this is what we needed to see. I think this is what Green Wall fans needed to see as well. And OpTic Gaming, who looked like they were in control. But I will remind you, yesterday in Game 3 versus Quadrant, OpTic were in cruise control, 3 flags up on Aquarius, capture the flag, and then they lost 4 flags in the space of just a couple of minutes. So OpTic need to be aware of that. They cannot just slack off in those final moments. They need to make sure they put in these games to bed.
Cannot afford to be complacent. 3 dead here for Complexity. OpTic now already starting to find some rhythm and form in game 1. That's a terrifying thought for anybody watching, but particularly for Complexity in this series. A and B in control. APG thought about heading down bottom middle, but opts instead to help his teammate Informal over on B, who in the end didn't need it. They maintain scoring here, 173 and climbing.
I think one thing I learned from Complexity yesterday is, especially in the post-game interviews, they were saying how they're quite a similar team to Na'Vi in some ways. They like their structure, they like to set up on these maps and modes. When OpTic lost this to G1 yesterday, it was a little bit more erratic. G1 were kind of pushing them in places they weren't expecting it. They were all over the place, maybe surprising them here or there, whereas if you're going to play a structured game against OpTic Gaming, then they should be able to deal with it. It's a triple kill for Tusk. There's not going to be any more than that, but maybe that can start to spark some life into this game for Complexity, because at the moment they're kind of rolling over and showing their bellies to OpTic, and OpTic are happy to give it a scratch.
Well, they're hoping the leg won't be kicking too much. ANC in control, trying to claw back at that deficit here. 194 points is the target to get to tie this one up. Again, OpTic Gaming gets them all important slays, but as I say, that cycle picks up a double kill. They need more of that from him if they're to win this game.
BNC back in control though. If they can slowly but surely start to chip away at this lead from OpTic Gaming, they can plant that seed of doubt. OpTic will hold A for now. They just need to make sure they don't push alone. And there we go. Trippy gets his help. Now they can start to think about making this push over towards Arcade.
OpTic happy to play this one a little bit more methodical. Dismantle, Complexity, all in due time. Rockets in 2 seconds. Lucid setup, drop ball goes down, provides the cover he desires. Trippy scoops them up. Perfect play from OpTic Gaming to secure the Rockets, and they're now scoring once again.
Now this is where it's hard. Shroud screen down, Rockets in control. And you've really got to send someone as a decoy just to try and lure these Rockets out before you can make a push, because if you push all together, the splash damage just means you're going to be cannon fodder at that point. It's going to be an attack on A for Complexity. The Rockets do get wasted, and that is the perfect way to try and make a push. And now this is Complexity's chance to really try and put some points on the board.
This is the moment. Formal in the 1v1. Can he scamper away in tires? Looks for the re-challenge instead and wins it as well. B in control of OpTic. A for Complexity. And now they get C. They continue to score. What a huge 1v1 pivotal fight won by Formal.
And how many times have we seen that from Formal as well? It's why he's one of the best to ever do it. Several times yesterday when OpTic had their backs against the wall, he was able to just wrestle them out. Unfortunately, not enough against Quadrant. No one seemed to be able to do so. But I think today we're going to see a different OpTic Gaming. I think we're going to see an OpTic Gaming who can prove why they're still one of the best, if not the best team here. I said it after the Quadrant loss, that there is still no rhyme or reason why OpTic could not come back and still win this entire competition. They're still in the winner's bracket. I don't think they'll let their heads go down too much. They are constant professionals in this world. Finally, Complexity will start to score once more, but again, OpTic are always looking to flip. OpTic are always looking to gain that next stronghold.
APG is lurking around. Bulldog in the back pocket if he needs it, but he gets back whacked unaware. Collect is there, double kill. And now Complexity can start moving and grooving. 3 dead for OpTic Gaming here. They need to ensure they can score and get maximum points from this setup because they have not got many mistakes left in them.
It was 250 to 127 in favor of OpTic Gaming when they played this online. And it's looking like it could be somewhere similar, especially if OpTic were able to get these next rockets. Collecto taking down Trippy is big, because now they have the player advantage for this rocket setup, but APG replies.
3v3 on the map, APG gets cycled down to one shot. Lucid turns, spins, tries to connect with the rocket, but it goes down. Monster scoops one up, and he also fires off a flare, excuse me. So Rocket's not doing the job desired, but we're seeing OpTic Gaming on the back foot here for a moment.
Well, one thing that Quadrant did very well against OpTic yesterday on Strongholds was making sure they pushed for that total control. Very different on Recharge to Streets. Ultimately, you want to just hold 2 of them. Very rarely do you get the chance to hold all 3. But if you can ever get that extra bit of point scoring, it really helps. 2 are dead. Could be more. Killing spree now for Psycho. He's starting to heat up a little bit. And suddenly, Complexity say, hey, this game is not over. Remember what happened yesterday to OpTic? Perhaps we can get back into this game.
Cycled on a tear. Stalker rifle in hand. Aims towards Lucid. Swing and a miss this time. But they hold B and C here. They're eating away at that lead. Can they hold this? Cycle with eyes trained over towards Arcade. Waiting for the first victim. Here he comes. Lucid will step in, but immediately back down. Perfect from the world champions to try and break this setup. But the opening pick has gone against the green wall here. 2 dead. APG and Formal last standing for the team. Formal falls, APG over towards C, but has to give it up.
I mean, that's 2 or 3 pushes now that Complexity have managed to stop from OpTic Gaming. They will continue to score, they continue to catch. And even though OpTic knew exactly where Complexity were going to be positioning themselves, they still responded with battle rifles, with Stalker rifles, but now here comes the push from OpTic once more. 2 go down, and if OpTic can break here, they might just be in a position to take this game. Complexity, they did so well to get back into it, but now finally OpTic should score again.
APG in the right place, the right time, as he so often is. Controlling B, waiting for his teammates to spawn back up. We have rockets in 10. This could be the most important set of rockets that we've seen so far.
That was such a good spawn as well for Complexity. Maybe they're counting their blessings at the moment. They're able to continue scoring. Now they can contest OpTic Gaming as well. Big stick from APG. 2 down on either side. Make it 3 for Complexity. Lucid trying to desperately stay alive as well.
Collect on rockets, gets 1, connects, gets 2. Does collect a massive play from the superstar. They control B. And they're looking for A here as well. They continue to score. That lead that once sat over 100 is now down to just 20.
And you'd have to say, if this lead is dismantled, if Complexity were to come back and win this game, you'd have to question the mentals of OpTic Gaming for throwing away yet another lead, but they still have time to get back into it. Collect will push, will get aggressive. 2 go down. OpTic, all 4 are up. This has to be the push. They have to gain Arcade here, and they have to gain it in a strong way.
Complexity are trying to hold the line. 2 picks, though. OpTic will step in towards B. Trade for Formal. Will it be enough? As Lucid steps inside B. They're looking for a triple cap in the late game. But Complexity threatening to hold B here. Another trade. How massive might that be?
It's every time they go for Arcade, there's always a player at Complexity to make it difficult. But if Trippy and APG can work together here, finally OpTic can start scoring. 20 more points are required. Good melees as well from Trippy. That could be huge. That could be the game.
It's an absolute brawl. A slobber knocker in B. As they climb now, 10 points required. Can they hold? What if Complexity got in the chamber here to take game 1? Collect goes down. Double kill for Trippy. And they're about to end game 1 with a victory and a remote detonation. OpTic Gaming draw first blood.
Well, it wasn't made easy by Complexity, and they certainly tried their darndest in those final moments. But there was that significant lead gained in the early stages that really just put OpTic too far ahead. Had Complexity had come to life a little bit earlier, maybe, just maybe, that could have been a very different looking game 1. But OpTic, they hold on, and I think that's going to do worlds for their confidence just to make sure they can calm things down a little bit. They were able to beat them online on that map, and they continue to do it on LAN.
Wasn't without a wobble, though. There was enough there to see Complexity hung on in there, and not only that, threatened the late game to steal it away, like Quadrant did last night. Is there trouble in paradise for the world champions right now?
I think there's definitely something to be said that when they're having these significant leads at the moment, they are not looking as controlling as they had in previous tournaments. We've seen OpTic go 100, 200 points up and then just kind of dominate throughout the rest of the series. But they seem to be struggling a little bit at holding those leads, and maybe that is not necessarily down to OpTic getting worse, but everyone else getting better, everyone else doing their research and starting to kind of find these weaknesses of OpTic Gaming. Where are going to be the holes? Where can we get through? One of the interesting things about this series layout is we have 5 maps and modes that have already been played by both of these teams at this tournament. So if you did your prep last night, if you went back and you watched the VODs, you will be able to work out what's been going wrong, what's been going right for those teams.
Complexity can take great confidence in that game number 1. But at the end of the day, they're down in the series. As we head into the Slayer on live fire, Dan, what have you got for me?
Slayer Live Fire is another game that OpTic lost to G1 yesterday. It isn't the same live fire that OpTic were once known for back in the day, but I think we stopped talking about that for 6 months now at this point. On the flip side, Complexity, they were able to beat Native Red on this game type, so they're going to be a little bit more confident. But again, if OpTic have done their research, which they would have, being the professionals that they are and the history that they have, they would have looked at how Complexity were able to win that game and what they could do to take them down. So I think that OpTic will come into this one confident, just because if you have that ability to look into what the other team has done, that is going to give you so much of an advantage when you look at starting strategies, when you look at setups. Sure, Slayers can sometimes be a little bit different, and we know that teams don't particularly like to practice Slayers and scrims as well. So it's all about trying to find that extra little bit of information from LAN.
You speak of strategies, and something we did see from both teams on show there is they were able to control power weapons at times, but we didn't really see either team get massive value or swings in the game when they picked up the likes of the rockets. We need to see better here in game 2.
Both teams did very well at avoiding those rockets. Can you do the same against a sniper rifle here on live fire? Sometimes when you think you're able to sneak around a corner, suddenly wham bam, thank you ma'am, there's a bullet through your brain. If OpTic Gaming are to take this one, will Complexity then start to admit defeat, go down and say, all right, well, elimination bracket could be on the cards? However, if Complexity can come back into it, win this Slayer, they can maybe start to believe that they can do something that Quadrant also did yesterday.
OpTic starting to steady the ship then. But these seas remain treacherous. Can Complexity bounce back here? Or will OpTic Gaming double their series lead? On board with Lucid. Eyes trained over top middle as he backs 2, maybe 3 members down of Complexity. You know what he wants, the Wig Wobbler.
You don't really want to be giving Lucid the sniper rifle, especially with Overshield coming up in 10. He can now position himself over towards tower. He can watch over. He misses the first. Complexity, they need to be working together. I like the way they send one player around, but it just doesn't work out for them. OpTic were waiting, but they have been able to snag that OV whilst they were looking elsewhere.
Tusk picks up 1 with the Overshield. They have that information of exactly where he's positioned. They'll likely rotate around. APG puts down some cover fire. Lucis stuck between a rock and a hard place. Sniper rifle handed over pretty easily as well. APG slides out for the reach. Chal does so much damage, but value for the Overshield. They have a 3-kill lead.
Tusk just perfectly assesses how much Overshield he had there as well. He knew he could be bravely confident, just pushing in for that extra little bit of damage, hoping that someone was going to be there at bottom BR to help out. And it means he gets to hold on to this sniper rifle and now try and put it to work.
Formal got 2. Puts us into a 1-kill game. Another one for Formal in the Slayer. Tusk with sniper rifle. Can he find a face? Lucid back in his all too familiar territory. Sitting top drop. Wow. Formal will back down the sniper rifle player, but not before losing his shields in the process. Trippy gets a kill elsewhere. We're all tied up. And right now, the sniper rifle just not having the desired effect.
I mean, they were really on the hunt for that sniper, and even the 2 body shots were great, but no one to finish it off for Complexity. They had their eyes trained elsewhere. They were certainly focusing on the Overshield area, maybe to get set up for this next OV. 9-9 at the moment. And again, OpTic have the sniper rifle to look over it. Usually, you'd favor the team with the sniper to get the OV, but it wasn't the case earlier.
Formal looking absolutely lasered here in game 2. Will the Shroud screen come into effect here to help secure the Overshield? Grenades go down just to deny the area for now. Cycle steps out. Well, the sniper rifle shot won't connect. It's going to be a trade. Cycle steps up. Challenges Formal. Tries to pop the Overshield, but he gets taken down. And APG now has to try and have an influence. The repulsor play will knock the Overshield back, and he pops it into his chest.
I mean, he didn't mean to repulsor it, but it works, and now he can get aggressive. Now he can push in. 2 go down, and here comes Collect. Could have been a triple, but Lucid does so well with his grenades just to stop and stem that OV.
Massive double kill. 1-kill game. Tusk looking for fresh spawners. Trippy tiptoes across the bridge. Tusk in a 1v1. Down to no shields, and that grenade will land expertly at his feet. 3 kills and the difference. Complexity starting to just about put some breathing space between them.
I think that's what Complexity need here. They need maybe a 6 to 7 kill lead, start to slow the game down a little bit, get hold of that sniper and then force OpTic to start making plays, try and push out. Cycle does snag it away, just needs to escape, needs support, needs to be communicating with his team, but at the moment I think he's just focusing on staying alive.
Cycle trying to perform a hit and run. Won't connect to the body, nor the face.
You need to hit to run, that's the problem.
A swing and a miss. He scurries away the bottom middle. APG in a 1v2, and you don't often win them. Oh! Spins around, hits the body on the formal. Collect on hand to get the kill. They maintain a 5-kill advantage.
And those are the difference makers. When you can hit that headshot, it can really swing a game. The body shot is usually enough if you've got teammates just to finish off that kill. Overshield again up in 10. Collect doing his darndest to try and help out the team, but just every single time Complexity get this sniper rifle, OpTic seem to just sniff them out and whip it away from them.
Monster was happy to sit in the shroud screen for a moment. APG backs away. He's done enough damage. Teammates on hand here. Comes the heat wave though. Can he cook? APG slides out and APG gets the win when he had absolutely no right to.
No right to win it whatsoever, and that could be a frustrating one for Complexity. Not only giving away the kill, but of course the heat wave as well. To one of the most dangerous players to have it in APG when he does sneak his way through. And not only that, but they grab the overshield at OpTic, and they make this a game of 3.
Overshield, heat wave, all scooped up. How different the game can be. Monster connected with those shots. Lucid picks up another. And they're just about right back in this thing. Monster's isolated all alone over towards green. APG has gone down. Does Trippy know he's there? Has to clear his angles. Monster trying to hide.
Oh!
Monster gets the kill. And has he repaid the debt from the previous life?
Well, I think he has, and unfortunately for Trippy, he just didn't have that extra bullet in the heat wave, or bullets, should I say, and Monster does make up for it. A huge kill for him, 7 kills at the moment. Still ahead by 5 at Complexity, and they're doing really well just to peg OpTic back every single time they get aggressive. And it's a constant bottom-middle push from OpTic at the moment. They really want to force them out of green and take some control, but Collect on 17 kills is very much putting Complexity in the backpack right now.
Collect doing collect things. APG gets a kill. Formal gets another. Can they claw their way right back into the Slayer again? Overshield in 20 seconds. Back down bottom middle once more. 1v1 and Formal wins again.
I mean, Collect's confident and I respect it, but there's some players you don't really want to take 1v1s, but I guess he had to. Not only is Overshield coming up, we've got the sniper as well, so this is a big moment in the game. Which do you focus on? What's your priority? Formal just keeping eyes darted on top middle. Wants to help the rest of the team grab that before they then refocus onto Ovi. It could be both goodies for OpTic. The perfect way to get back into this game.
Collect's just giving away a couple of deaths, both to Formal. Perhaps this is the moment for Complexity to recognize they're behind in the power curve and need to slow things down just to drain as much overshield as they can. Have they got their heads in the swivel here? They have the information. Collect's going to go in for the trade and secure it. 5-kill game. APG all out of overshield, or just about.
I mean, huge really from Collect just to recognize where the Ovi was going to be and do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, he just chose the wrong target, but he's still got a kill. He's still got the trade. And we have to give credit for Complexity. They have consistently stayed ahead in this game. They have kept OpTic at arm's length. The trouble is, and what I'm a little bit worried about, is if this game slows down too much, that's when OpTic get good. But again, Complexity is still finding these kills out of nowhere. Collect does take the fight, but APG, big double.
The gangster's rolling. 4-kill game. Can Complexity hold on to it? They've done so successfully all game long. But as we head towards the latter stages, will the nerves start to kick in? Formal goes down, open and pick in their favor. Monster gets one with the snipe, Collect another. They grow the lead for now. Cycle's all alone though. That's a free kill. Food and drink for the OpTic boys. Tusk slides out, and APG almost gets another one for free. Can Lucid pick up the pieces? The answer is yes. Still a 4-kill game with Complexity only needing 4 to win.
I have to say it was a big pick by Monster as well with the sniper rifle to ensure that OpTic in their push, they were a player down as Collect starts boxing. These are the kills you need. You need the trades. It's all well and good doing so. OpTic need to make sure they don't allow that to happen. They can't get caught unaware. They can't get caught out one by one. Need to be working together now. Attach a string at the hip so you're all within a vicinity so you can make sure you finish these kills as Complexity try and soar across top middle.
Complexity trying to execute together, but they're giving away 2
dear.
kills. Make it 3. Hold on. We've seen this movie play out before.
Overshield's coming up as well. This is great for OpTic Gaming. Not only have they put this within 1, but now they have the extra shields to work with. And that's going to strike fear into the eyes of Complexity as now suddenly it's 47-47. Complexity were cruising. They were up by 5 or 6, but it's OpTic now back into this game.
OpTic are convinced there's a player over towards green, but they're chasing shadows. That's going to eat away at the overshield. Complexity, expert play from them. They've completely rotated and abandoned tower, and they've moved towards house.
And it's what they were both doing in the previous game, as you mentioned, avoiding the rockets. This time it's the overshield they want to get away from, but finally Formal spots them out, and he will be calling to the team, and they could be sitting ducks here at green.
Formal needs to be cautious. Has his teammates on hand. 2 kills, make it 3, and OpTic Gaming get the job done again.
Try as they might, did Complexity to escape the eyes of Formal, but finally found them. And as soon as you're tucked into that corner and you've been spotted out, it was just a few nades away from finishing that game. And OpTic are looking more like themselves. Still not at 100%, I have to say. And Complexity perhaps will be a little bit frustrated that they didn't put that game to bed despite the lead. OpTic were able to come back into it. It was those kills, that one engagement that happened at top middle where they were able to get 2 or 3 and then the overshield after. It was like clockwork for OpTic Gaming. They're back in form.
We can't even poke holes in the strategy from Complexity. They make that top middle play that they just didn't hit the shots. They didn't get the damage they needed. But the play call was good. The execution, however, was lacking.
And sometimes that happens, and that can be Halo. One play call that goes wrong can lose you a game because it can be a big momentum swing, especially with Sniper and Overshield on the map. And I love how they avoided the OV for so long. It was just a shame that they went for the green play and they got caught out and spotted when they did. Had they made that cross to green and not been seen by Formal, it could have been an entirely different end to the game. You've got to give credit when it's due, though. Complexity are making a game of it against OpTic Gaming here, and still another impressive performance from the entire roster. Collect, in particular, with a lot of slays. But the damage was being done elsewhere. Monster was hitting some shots to make sure Collect was getting those kills. It was a quiet game from Cycle, probably the quietest game we've seen from him so far this tournament. And I think he's going to have to maybe go a little bit bigger in game number 3 if Complexity are going to get back into this series.
And with the way the game was going, you could almost tell there was going to be some sort of twist in the tail. And with the way Formal was playing, you knew he was going to have a big hand in it if OpTic were going to win it. 17 kills, 11 deaths and 5 assists. He was absolutely cooked.
I mean, I think you and the desk painted it perfectly. Like, this is perhaps the worst time to face OpTic or the best time, and I think we're learning that maybe it was the worst. It was the first time we've ever seen OpTic Gaming lose in pool play throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite, and that means that they had a chip on their shoulder coming into today's competition. 2-0 at the moment, and I'm sure they'll be trying to make this a quick and swift 3-0 into the top 6 in winners bracket. Where, by the way, the bracket is going to be completely shaken up by OpTic losing that game yesterday by Quadrant. It is going to really make for some very interesting matchups early on, both the winners bracket and the elimination bracket.
Game 3 on the horizon. King of the Hill recharge. Dan, I know you've got something for me.
I mean, this is actually the only game type map and mode that OpTic won yesterday out of the 5. They lost 2 to G1, they lost 2 to Quadrant, but they did beat G1 on King of the Hill recharge in a very impressive way as well. And that doesn't bode well, I think, for Complexity, because Complexity lost this one 4-0 to Native Red. That's worrying times just looking at those stats from yesterday. However, as I mentioned, if you've done your prep, if you've done your research, maybe you can change things up. I know that you're not going to have the most drastic of changes from one night to the next, but perhaps you could have learned something from that loss, because for Complexity, it has to be now. If they're going to get back into this series, it's going to need to be a reverse sweep. It's going to need to be what Native Red did to them just yesterday.
For Complexity, they've been more than competitive in this series, but yet, no matter how close both games were, they find themselves down 0-2. And are the world champions just getting things rolling once more, starting to find their form. Because you win nothing on Friday. The only thing that matters is you get to Sunday, you make it, you survive, and they are still in the winners bracket.
Well, in online competition, Complexity, it was 2 victories for them over OpTic Gaming, both game 5s. They need to get to a game 5, but first, it's a long old road here from game number 3. 2 opening kills, though, for Complexity to start things off. It's a great starting strategy. 3 are dead on OpTic.
You've called for a big game from Cycle. That's a big start. Double kill for him, along with his duo in Collect. As they bag and tag 3 members of OpTic. Monster with camouflage scooped up Can he have an influence here? APG drops to the hill. Trippy is spotted out the camouflage. And I tell you something, he must have been squinting.
And at the moment, you can see that OpTic just off the back of it. Sometimes with starting strategies, it can really start to snowball out of control, but OpTic had a great response. And he instantly got Complexity out of that hill and made sure they started to focus on those areas, start to focus towards C. If you can get C in control, or the blue area at least, it means for that next hill you'll be set up and ready. And that's why you see this constant battle that happens in control.
That wonderful start for Complexity has not amounted to anything of significance on the scoreboard, and as a matter of fact, OpTic Gaming will have a slender lead in this first and opening hill. Lucid backing down Cycle for now. Collect looking to get touch tight with his teammate. They're going to be working in tandem. Looks to the play call, is going to be trying to hit tower. Monster slides in, 1v1 with Lucid, not many win them against him. That story's not changing here and now.
OpTic just look a lot more confident in their individual fights today, and I think it is a shame for Complexity. I think had Complexity faced OpTic Gaming maybe last night, it could have been an entirely different story, but with OpTic able to go back, take a breather, have a think about things, do their assessments, they've shown up as world champions once more. How they'll fare against the likes of FaZe, the likes of SSG, I mean, that remains to be seen, and we're going to have some incredible series today, and of course, going into Championship Sunday. I think you'd be crazy to try and pick a winner at this moment in time with how the results have gone so far in this tournament. And I think I saw it several times on social media. This is perhaps the closest we've seen the top 12 in international competition in a long, long time.
Formal with camo. Lucid gets a pick. Numbers advantage then to the green wall. Formal picks up the shock rifle, handed over by his teammate Trippy, recognizing that Formal's the one that can do the most damage under the cover of that invisibility cloak. Steps out of the hill just to not give away any free information. Tusk just about escaped with his life. Camouflage has dissipated. Formal did not have the sort of camouflage plays he was hoping for, but it matters not.
Oh, there we go. And sometimes you have a little bit too much time with the shock rifle, but when Formal's put under pressure, that's when he hits his shots as OpTic take the lead. It was very patient for them. It was a slow hill number one, but now they still have control over towards C plat. And they can start to score once more, forcing Complexity boys back over towards A tower. And they have to decide how they want to push this one. You don't want to have too many individual fights, and Lucid knows that, so he gets aggressive, pushes in, and says, you know what, I'm not scared of you, monster.
Lucid bobbing and weaving. Using the grapple. Like he's swinging around Gotham with the bat. APG, Formal, pick up kills in the feed. Lucid holds C, plants his feet, will continue to score. And all of Complexity spawning over towards Elevator, trying to make a push towards Pipes. But it's being locked down by APG. Lucid recognizing that he's going to have to cover his corners here, and perhaps they'll come tower side as he doesn't have a player positioned over that side. Scoring here almost completely free. As Complexity have yet to close the distance. Now they have. Here comes the engagement. Collect gets one. Trippy's down to no shields. Has to try and trade one out, but can't do so. Setup broken.
I mean, it was a long-winded push from Complexity, but at least it's worked out in the end. Of course, with this hill moving, and with the updates, it at least makes it easier to try and break a setup. It was very hard, but it was in long haul. But somehow, OpTic is still scoring because Complexity lost some members. APG's right there. And OpTic make it too. And OpTic are making it look pretty easy right now. And it hasn't been much resistance from this Complexity roster. Collect's doing his best, 12 kills at the moment. On the flip side, only 4 for Cycle and Task, and Monster at 2, but does have 5 assists.
Camo and Shock for Formal again. It's take 2. And it's action. As he hits the body, and Lucid gets the kill. APG and Trippy now positioned over towards Elevator. Formal looking to provide cover fire, holding down Whirlpool. Cycle steps into the crosshairs, but gets away with his life. A little few tingles heading through the bones, though. Didn't get out of it unscathed. Tusk, top tower headshot. Looking to Shock 2. Cycle recognizes he's in big danger, steps away for a moment.
And that's 3. And OpTic find themselves just 1 point away from taking this entire series in a very dominant fashion on paper, but of course we know the games were close, especially game number 2, that Slayer. But this has been nothing but close, and this is very similar to what we saw Complexity against Native Red on this game type yesterday. It was 4-0 to Native Red, and it just seems like Complexity can't quite work out how they want to move around the map, how they want to break those setups. Even when they did break the setup, it took far too long, and they weren't able to make the most of it. OpTic have their number every single time. Complexity will start scoring in this bottom hill, but is it a little bit too late? 2 minutes 18 on the clock. If OpTic wanted to, they could probably play time.
What is the optimal strategy here for OpTic? And can Complexity push this series one game further at least? They're in big trouble here, down by 3 on the ropes, and the world champions threatening to land that haymaker and send them to the elimination bracket. They topped their pool, but unfortunately for them, they've run into a very miffed OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, and I think that you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be frustrating for them that they win their pool and then they have to face the world champions. They have to face OpTic Gaming, but sometimes that is how the cookie crumbles. And what's the other option? You're then facing Quadrant, who would have been on fire as well. Sometimes you just have to play the bracket that's in front of you. And if it is the elimination bracket for Complexity, which, by the way, is still not just yet, I'm sure they'll still make a bit of a bang down there. OpTic, though, they have been able to wrestle back this hill, and maybe that's Complexity's chances of winning the game slowly dwindling away. OpTic do not want to play time. They want to win this 4-0, and I think that OpTic Gaming want to make a point here.
They want to put an exclamation point, a punctuation on this series. Maybe for anybody watching, show the big boys are still in town. And that wobble last night was nothing more than a wobble. They've reset, they've composed themselves, and Lucid absolutely obliterating anything that steps into his crosshairs. And another one, like DJ Khaled, they get their 4th hill, they get their 3rd victory, they clean sweep Complexity.
So very different on LAN to the performances that we saw online. OpTic couldn't take down Complexity previously, but now, when the competition is fierce, and when they want to make a statement and make a point, they manage to do so in a very emphatic fashion. They'll move on to the winners bracket semis, and they are guaranteed at least top 6. For Complexity, it's dropping down to the elimination bracket, where I really do think they can still make a stir. I'm adamant that Collect and Cycle as the 2 are some of the best players that I've seen at this tournament, but they just couldn't get going, and they couldn't respond to the structure, the power of OpTic Gaming in that series. And we'll have to see just how OpTic play out. It's what we needed to see, it's what the Greenmore needed to see, and I think it's what OpTic, the players, needed to do.
The boys are back in town, and it was the expectation that that was what we're going to see all tournament long. But I think as world champions, it's the first time they've faced the elimination bracket since Kansas City. They're allowed to have just that, a wobble here and there. And perhaps that's all it's going to be as they emphatically beat Complexity 3-0.
Well, let's hope they don't face the elimination bracket, but it's certainly the first time they've lost a pool play matchup.
Right. Yeah, you're dead right.
I think that is going to annoy them. I think when you are one of the best teams in the world and you lose to a team that everyone would expect you to beat, it's going to drive you in one of 2 ways. The desk said it. Either you're going to turn into a team like this who obliterates everything in your path, and we could see OpTic go on to win this tournament, or you let your heads go down and you start to think, okay, maybe we're not the team that we once were. OpTic know that it is just a blip. It is just something that is going to happen every now and then. It's Halo Infinite. You can lose to a team who is caught hot, red, and on fire, and that's what Quadrant were yesterday. OpTic are able to respond. Will we see Quadrant do the same a little bit later? It have to remains to be seen. But for Complexity, it's the elimination bracket for them.
And have you seen enough from Complexity? You said you expect them to maybe put up a bang down there as well. Do you think that nobody really wants to play Complexity, no matter who they are?
Oh, I think a lot of people will want to play Complexity, for sure, to try and prove a point, but I still think Complexity have the firepower to do damage in that elimination bracket, and it's certainly going to be an interesting day.
Well, one thing I do know is Blaze has got an interview with one of the boys in OpTic Gaming, so let's hear what they have to say.
So much, Dan and Shurzy. Give it up for OpTic Gaming as they 3-0 Complexity today. APG, you guys, after that loss you took yesterday there to Quadrant, I know you went back, watched the video, and said, you know what, you guys are going to come in today and give it your all, and that's exactly what you did to kick it off. How you feeling to kick off Saturday?
Well, honestly, we probably just feel like today is the actual tourney, so yesterday's kind of a warm-up, but still got to play your best, make it to winners, and that's all that really matters, so we're in the position that we want to be in. We're playing a lot better today, and we just got to get better as the tourney goes on.
Hey, you guys are the defending champions. When you're at your best, it doesn't matter who you're playing. Now, let's talk about this series a little bit, because with Complexity, the sickest moment of the series that I saw was that 7-kill run that you guys had after that Slayer. Talk to me what was going on in your mind when you saw that they had so much momentum with 47 and how y'all came back.
Honestly, we just slowed it down to our pacing, and I think that's where we took the advantage, because we just slowed it down, made more coordinated plays, better call-outs, doing what we actually needed to do and directing each other. And that's what really just kept us in the lead at the end. And seeing them at the end all back green, and we had perfect comms if you would have heard us like staying somewhere and pinch them there. So we're just playing great as a team right now.
That was so nice right there. Now, anything you want to say to the OpTic Gaming fans out there that supported you at the watch party, all out there?
Thank you to all of the Green Wall. We appreciate you more than you will ever know. Like, seriously, we appreciate you more than you ever know. Please check out twitch.tv/Scump for the watch party. Shout out to Scump over there. Big shout out to him and Hex on OpTic Gaming. Shout out to OpTic Gaming for just doing everything they can for us. We're just very appreciative of you all.
There you go. Give it up for APG and OpTic Gaming one more time as they progress on through the bracket. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and APG, and a huge congratulations on that massive bounce back from OpTic Gaming. No, it wasn't as close as I think a lot of people would have liked with the kind of crazy series, potentially Game 5, but OpTic, they got it done. And I told you guys, Greenwall, you didn't have to be too worried that OpTic were here to play. And I got to say as well, Bob, looking at the series overall, looking at, what APG's kind of mentality was like up there, what did you make of the Green Wall?
Yeah, I think it was interesting, too. One thing that you might have caught as well, beginning of the day, Formal said our tournament starts today. The first team we're playing is Complexity, right? I think you might have caught that and noticed, yeah, they realized, hey, pool play results, that is yesterday, and now we're into a double elimination bracket. APG had the same kind of sentiment in his post-game interview as well. I had a chance to listen to, actually, the full team comms of the final push from OpTic there, Tom, and I think Complexity just kind of had a second rotate they didn't need to do. You saw they got caught with their pants down going from house to green, and they're all with their back turned and Formal shooting them with an overshield. You just, shooting clay pigeons at that point, and that leads to your Game 2 win, and of course OpTic then wins it with a 3-0. But as you say, I think they look very good, and now they're on kind of the normal OpTic Gaming form.
They certainly are indeed. You can see right now the stats across the board here for that final series. I got to say these are probably swayed heavy by that third and final game, because I really did see that true teamwork OpTic Gaming kick in by that third map. I think that actually maps 1 and 2 were pretty damn close. Complexity were really out to play in full force, and I think they were matching a lot of the teamwork we were seeing from OpTic Gaming, as well as really great individual skill plays as well.
Yeah, actually just a shame that this series is a 3-0 in all honesty, because Complexity came to play in the first 2 games. Very winnable games. OpTic did have a massive lead there in Game 1, but Complexity showed some resiliency themselves, crawled all the way back to where it really came down to one push from OpTic where they were successfully able to get 4 down. Because of that, they were able to get the last 15 points that we have been waiting on for about 200 points from Complexity's side. And then in the Slayer, Complexity blow a 5-kill lead very, very late into the game. OpTic show you a little bit of veteranship there too. So I actually love the fact that OpTic played so strong in Game 3. That's a lot to go off of and look forward to, because they will be playing the likes of SSG in the next round, and SSG's looked like the best team here so far. I think that OpTic needed that dominant performance in Game 3 in order to give the fans and myself a lot of hope going into that SSG series to say, hey, the world champions are here to play.
They certainly are indeed. And I've got to say, I agree with everything that you just said there. I think OpTic really needed that confidence, that boost, that momentum, especially going up against a team that is all about momentum and pace, which is Spacestation Gaming. On the other side of things, though, Complexity obviously bumping down to that, lower bracket, the elimination bracket. Their tournament life on the line now. There is no more kind of, mistakes to be made. How do you think they're going to fare down there?
I think they have a great shot. Just like Dan said, I think they can make a pretty big run here in the losers bracket. I also think I agree with Dan. I think there's a lot of teams that are looking forward to playing them. The one thing for me is kind of like we talked about in the pregame. In the scenario where OpTic Gaming rotated from C to house to burn a little bit of overshield time, they did it really well, and they burned about a quarter to half of the overshield off, and then they were in house. And I think they had a chance then to fight back, but they kind of continued rotating, maybe overthought the scenario. And I think what they need to do in situations like that is, once again, be the one that wanted to be the aggressor, right? You can't let OpTic Gaming be the decision makers. You can't have overshield top middle shooting you down at green, and you need to be the one that are maybe catching them off guard. Do you leave one player in window? Do you leave one player kind of around scoreboard? There's a lot of options there, and we didn't see it. We saw just 3 men truly running away from them with their back turned to green, and I think that's a good encapsulation, maybe a metaphor for what Complexity needs to not do in future series.
Yeah, 100%. They definitely self-trapped there. It was I was almost screaming at the screen when that was happening. I was like, no, please.
It's true. It was screaming.
Don't do that, green.
Almost. It was screaming.
It was screaming. I was like, no. This is the worst thing you can do, but it's okay. I'm not a Halo player.
You need to be their coach in the ear. telling them
I
that.
don't think that would go so well for them. I really don't think it would go so well.
There's some coaches who have exclusively screamed before. It didn't go too well.
I'd be
Didn't
the
go
screaming coach. But, you know, speaking of who OpTic will be playing next, we have so much on offer. We're going to C-Stream right now, which is Native White and Spacestation.
Hello.
We are on the actual series point here for Spacestation Gaming, but can Native White bounce back and bite back? And I tell you what, it's a nail-biter in this King of the Hill on Recharge.
All right, where are we at? We're at 3-2. Native White had the lead currently. Spacestation playing catch-up here, but have the 2-0 series lead right now. Looking like the stats are heavily in favor of Spacestation right now, Bravo, as far as slays are concerned, but not always the King of the Hill. If you're able to lock that thing down, you're obviously able to rack up a significant amount of time and score a point before too many kills are required. But this is it. 3-2. C-Plat, it's the new hill. It's going to be done. SSG will get that win, and with that, it's a 4-3 game. It was actually tied 3-3.
It was 3-3 the whole time that you were saying it was 3-2. I'm thinking, what is this guy talking about?
Correct me. I can't see that far sometimes. I mean, even with the bigger TVs today. So, doing my best out here, but on the fly casting is.
That's all right. Do you know what? He's legally blind, aren't you, babe?
In the state of Tennessee, I am legally blind.
Well, too bad.
He is legally blind.
State of Texas.
I'm legally
Not
blonde.
legally blind here.
Pretty
legally
similar
blind.
state laws.
That's actually true. Far too similar state laws, if I'm honest.
Legally blonde, legally blind, legally Esport Caster of the Year.
This is where I wanted to hop in, though, because I saw that this was a 2-0 lead in the series for Hive Gaming. FaZe waking up late, showing up late, not warmed up, and Hive taking advantage of it. 2-0. Able to win Game 3 was FaZe, but now we're hopping on board in Aquarius CTF, Bravin. Does this surprise you this morning?
This does. I think we were all in the backstage watching this series as well on a second monitor and wondering what on earth is going on with our top teams in this tournament so far. And certainly a wake-up call, as you say, first series of the day for FaZe, for them to be down 2-0. They luckily dig deep there in that game number 3. Here in game number 4, they lead by 1 flag, but still quite a bit of work to do.
And as action gets underway, I beg to ask the question, if you're OpTic Gaming or if you're FaZe going through 3-0, but going to a game 5 yesterday, the mentality, the emotions going to bed last night, maybe, hey, we got the job done today. But as a cap goes in to tie this one up, Andy, is it OpTic Gaming almost in favor waking up today a little bit ticked off, a little bit like, hey, aware of the danger that some of these top 12 teams can bring? Because obviously Hive are here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of brings back to what we talked about before the OpTic series. I got a chance in Charlotte to sit down with Lunchbox for quite a while when we both got into town and asking him about it. Great sit down with Lunch. And we got to talk about OpTic Gaming coming into that tournament. You might remember they lost a pretty big online event coming into Charlotte. And I asked him, what does that do for a squad like OpTic? And he was saying it's probably the best thing that could have happened. And I think, Clutch, you make a great point about OpTic falling short on Friday with an enormous wake-up call, right? Let's not forget their first pool play loss in a very long time. That, I think, bodes well for them. And you have to wonder, maybe FaZe needs to now find, in a very quick manner, the grip that they need on this day number 2.
Yeah, 2 different penalties as well. OpTic still in the winner's bracket. If FaZe are to lose this, they will go into the elimination bracket, and that's when you have no room for mistakes for the rest of the weekend. 1-1 here, Aquarius CTF, game 4 right now, and from the looks of the stats, Precision giving FaZe everything he can. 12-2 and 5 to kick this one off to keep his game tied in this one. His flag's getting pulled, however, as Neuronical tries to lay down some shots on multiple players, but all of the Dynamo side of the map is controlled by FaZe.
I've got to say, I am really kind of disappointed in terms of what we're seeing here from FaZe. I think, honestly, I've got to give the respect out to Hive here because they have come out to play regardless of what time in the morning it is. It's absolutely incredible stuff coming across the board from them. But if you're FaZe, you can actually maybe be able to get away with a mistake like this yesterday, but coming into championship bracket, this will not do.
Yeah, to your point earlier a lot, to be honest, we were wondering just how spicy today will be based on day number 1. And honestly, I think day number 1 teed us up for a very spicy Saturday. That's what it's been indeed. FaZe definitely not expecting to be down 0-2 in this series earlier. They're going to be a little bit happier to have that game on the board. But as you can see, after just over 4 minutes of play in this game, this is not necessarily going to be an easy Aquarius CTF for them.
Plenty of time in a game 5, potentially in our future. The flag touch does come through for Huss, but unfortunately 3 go down for Hive, and with that, FaZe will be able to hop that return, keep this game at 1-1 for now. They look to be aggressive, and it's going to be on the back of Frosty, pushing in the utility.
And to be honest there, you have to think moments ago that flag didn't wrap around bottom middle because of a misgrab, and they had to drop and slay. The dropping and slaying did not work for them, and that flag never wrapped around bottom middle. That led to that return, so we stay 1-1.
Turns out running the flag very important, crucial, actually at the highest level. Moments like that are going to be remembered by the members of Hive, but can they figure out a way to continue the momentum they built for themselves? Frosty going to shut down some momentum himself, going to build some momentum himself. A killing spree, 3 down for Hive. Last player spotted running up the stairs as the flag gets pulled out. This surely should be a cap for FaZe.
Yeah, unless Precision gets a hell of an angle there with the fridge spawners, this flag should continue on. No kills are coming in for either side, though. Renegade's the first to fall.
And ever since we called out Precision stats, honestly, only just 1, maybe 2 kills added to those stats. So he's starting to slow down. FaZe starting to heat up right now. Flag still on the move. And Frosty still on the killing spree, adds a couple more. But somehow, some way, it looks like Hive have gotten a return off screen. And because Frosty was out of position there, those 2 kills, they're great, but they don't mean anything if you're not able to get a cap. And Precision answers it back with a triple, going for the yo. But can't. Royal 2 shuts him down to keep this game tied 1-1. But what a defensive stand by Hive there.
What an interesting series of events and an interesting play call from FaZe as well, because Precision's your last player live on the flag, and we saw right on our screen fridge spawners, and I don't think FaZe had the aggression they needed there, because Precision stays alive on the flag, and he presumably gets some type of angle that lets his fridge spawners push up. And once they pushed up, they get the first kill on Renegade. Renegade should never be the first to die there.
It's an interesting decision by Frosty to try and catch the 3rd and 4th spawners out and let the first 2 go by to compete against the flag. Those first 2 do way too much damage. They get the return themselves, and Frosty's kind of scratching his head. In a perfect world, Frosty's play works, and it keeps map control for FaZe. A little bit of greed, I would say, in that play, and with that greed, they find themselves on the brink of elimination from this winner's bracket. Still tied 1-1, but you got Precision, who's not only heating up, but he has a flag on the move.
Love the double back as well. Last thing they expected was a high gen double back for him to do additional damage into the courtyard. Now Perfect slides as well through the gen as he tries to bring this flag home.
Flag in the utility, a couple of kills going their way right now. It's a 3-3 split, but the flag gets through across the bridge, punched in, and Precision will give his team not only every bit of slays they need, but the lead here in Aquarius ETF in Game 4, up 2-1 against FaZe. This will be the biggest upset of any of these individuals' careers if they can pull this off.
Yeah, this is wild here. Potentially a series winning and upset grabbing cap here. However, they do find themselves 3 dead for just the moment, as that flag will be on the move as well for Frosty.
Yeah, here comes Renegade when you need him most for FaZe fans right now. 2 still down for Hive. The flag on the move right now, and Renegade able to give his team the round of slays that have allowed that flag to get back to their base. They punch this in, and FaZe do not fall behind for long. They tie this up 2-2.
And look at that, 3 dead for both sides. It was a Frosty Huss 1v1 for a moment, and Royal 2 spawns as well, so Royal 2 will help with that one, pushing out with Frosty, and a nice 2-man push there in bottom car as well. Will maintain that 2-man advantage. So FaZe right back in this here at 2-2 now with 4:23 left on the clock, and maybe a little bit of a extra pressure on them here without a doubt with that last flag. However, now a moment to breathe as they're netted up, 4:15 left.
A couple of kills in their favor as well. A couple of members in the Hive base. You have to think that this flag is going to get pulled here shortly. Unfortunately, Royal 2, one of those players does go down, and I believe actually both those players for FaZe fall short of being able to get that pull. So a great job by Hive to figure out a way to get those players that would potentially start that flag run down, taken out, and put on respawn. Right now, Frosty's still trying to hold map control for his team, get some damage, get some insight onto where a couple of players are. Car side of the map, he's able to get a kill, make it a double. Another killing spree for Frosty. He's starting to heat up.
3 dead as well. Does he get the pull? He gets the pull, and he stays alive. The question is also, where's the camo? The camo had been up, and with that killing spree, that should have been a FaZe camo grab as well.
Interested to see where that camo ends up, but right now that flag not on the move any longer as after Frosty gets taken down. Still down in the courtyard, however. Hive have not been able to hop the return. Renegade wants to try and make a play, but spots a player. Pink 1 takes him down immediately. That flag is going to be returned, though. So for FaZe, you got to get back into the Hive base if you want to take the lead here. 3 were currently down for Hive, as I say that, so they're coming off respawn. But that's a massive kill from Huss to deny some of the map control and to create some chaos in what would have been complete map control for FaZe.
So now it's pretty clear as well that camo must have been burned. It would have been a pretty interesting burn. It happened off screen, and it honestly should have been a clean FaZe grab based on the numbers that we have here. 2 dead, however, the run starts. Huss was your last player alive for just a second. However, he gets the flag to mid-map.
Behind enemy lines, it's a Ryan Noob-esque play. Huss gets the flag pull, creates some more chaos, but now, look at this. Huss spots his own flag being pulled, car 1. This is FaZe's opportunity to continue this flag run. Unfortunately, they lose 2 members, and Neuronical, he's in your utility closet. It doesn't look like like they know until Renegade spots him with the heat wave, and great shots from Neurotical will take down Renegade, and both flags will be reset.
Well, hero play there, like you said, from Neurotical. He flies high gen right away, once again behind enemy lines. That's been a theme without a doubt of this Hive gameplay, and we'll stay at 2-2, and now things get nervy. Let's not forget, it didn't feel like too long ago where there was 8 minutes left in the game, and FaZe had all the time in the world. It's a double kill for Neurotical here in the late game. 2 minutes left, and FaZe still only 1 flag away from losing the series.
2 kills go to Hive, 2 kills back in FaZe's favor. Good trades across the board from both teams, but it is going to be FaZe that come out on top towards the end as Camo spawns the last one of the game. Surely FaZe are able to get this power up. The big question is, can they put it to use?
Let's see if they can convert. Like you said, Swish was your last player alive momentarily as the Camo was popping. That should have been a clean grab off screen. We'll get a check on that in just a second. 140 left, and this would certainly be the time to do it.
What can Renegade give us? A couple of dynamo grenades in his back pocket. One goes to use, but he gets double teamed there, and that's great control from Hive. Last 2 players working very well together as they're able to at least keep the pressure off of their base for now. 1 minute and 20 on the clock. Camo in the hands of Royal 2, and as the flag gets thrown out into the courtyard, Royal 2 looks to do what Royal 2 does best, and that's slay.
Oh, 2 dead already. 2 dead already with Royal 2 here at the end of the Camo, but he's top mid. He's going to now go for this touch. This should be at 3 dead. Swish is your last player alive on the other side.
Great job by Royal 2 to double back, understand that his team got the kills they need to get the space they need. Last player alive from Hive is going to be in the base of FaZe. Royal 2 wisely drops that flag, wisely plays his life, and because of it, they're able to get the kill, stay alive. He's going to slay a little bit more, but I like this route by Royal 2, patiently playing this, knowing that if they get kills, there's no way this return comes through, and this will be FaZe taking the lead. 3-2 here in game 4, 38 seconds left.
What a time to do it, and talk about the patience, just like you said, Wes, to bring that flag across, to leave it on the straight stairs, and to not panic. They didn't need to worry. They had all the pieces of the puzzle, and they connected. It's a killing spree on the way down for Royal 2 as well. 20 seconds left to defend the flag stand, still up by 1.
Turtle in the back of the base, not where you want to be on the side of Frosty and the rest of FaZe. Right now, you got a lot of Hive members in your base. They get a couple of kills. 3 go down. It's up to Royal 2 right now. Bottom middle trying to deny this flag from moving.
Wow.
He gets taken down, and multiple players from Hive are going to have this flag excavated towards their base right now across the dynamo grenades. Snakebite coming off spawn, can't really make a play, and right now this is going across the bridge. Andy, I see this game tied up shortly.
This flag should go right in here. They still have the man advantage as well. Huss is there.
Oh
no, Renegade gets in for the emergency pull. Flag is out. Both flags off the stand.
The pie chart's out. Nobody from Hive able to get towards the touch. Are they in the closet? No! They can't get there, and because of it, the game will end like that, 3-2. FaZe will push this series to a game 5, and Hive now on the brink of a reverse sweep.
Goosebumps. Oh my God. Talk about a breakdown. They used to be called the Avengers, but how about Renegade, the superhero there, just flies out of nowhere to pull that flag off the stand. A huge late play. Don't know how they let that one go.
Thoughts on the hesitation there?
I don't know. You got to bring that flag right in. They still had numbers.
Shield
Snakebite was the
numbers,
only player alive on the straight stairs. You got to bring that flag in.
He's below you.
That is he's not getting up there.
No.
He's not getting up there. That flag has to go home. FaZe stays alive, and they force a game number 5. Wow.
Yeah. No head, you guys.
How you doing, Watt?
Fine. I'm absolutely fine. And with that, we're going to head to a quick break. And when we come back, we have some more main stage action for you guys. We do have Native White taking on G1. Very excited to see who goes forward and who's going to be left behind in the elimination bracket. We'll see you guys in a few.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. discovering purpose and belonging well earned, fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS DreamHack Dallas Global Invitational. Now, I did say at the beginning of the day that it was going to get very spicy in here. My goodness me. I'm honestly a psychic.
She says that.
I'm honestly a psychic, I really am, because obviously we just saw there at the end of our match, we went to Stream D, we saw FaZe and Hive, and they're now going to a Game 5, and it was extremely close. I mean, as in like pie charts on CTF Aquarius close.
Love the pie
incredibly
charts.
close.
Love it. Love it.
And now I've also been told that apparently Quadrant and Native Red are also in a Game 5.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's all happening today. It's all happening. Day 2 is fantastic, folks. Thank you so much for joining in with us. And we also have Shurs, the Shurs Meister on the desk. Clutch, of course, as per usual, my trusty analyst. And one exceptional day 2 it's already been. How's your heart rate going, mate?
It's not good. I think I was planning for a very cool and casual day 2, and teams and players have very different ideas.
Very cool casual.
Yeah.
I'd have told you that wasn't going to happen.
Well, I wish you did.
I know. I wish I had told you backstage as well. But folks, actually, if you guys also want to support your favorite teams in all of these crazy series that they're about to go through this weekend, you can do right now in the Halo Infinite main shop. And just to let you know that all of these skins that you'll see, these 3 ones here, are rotating today. They are 20% off. You can pick them up right now. First ever time that we've had discounted team skins. We'll have a new 3 tomorrow. So if you do want to pick up Quadrant, Sentinels, and FaZe skins, you have to do so today.
Do it
this
today.
Is your final warning.
Do it
Go on,
today.
Shurs, what do you think, mate?
I'm just going to say, don't use code Shurzy because you will be charged 10% extra.
That is very true. Yeah, don't use code Shurzy, okay? Use code 20% off. Make sure you get all of these skins. Absolutely gorgeous and discounted team skins as well. You guys also get bonus XP this weekend as well. So make sure that you're in game, finish that battle pass because Season 4 is obviously coming our way in a couple of weeks and you guys won't want to miss out on that bonus XP to get every exciting goodie in game that you can get your hands on. But amazing stuff. Keep the tabs open. Make sure the action's up as well to motivate you through your Halo Infinite Battle Pass journey. But folks, we do have another game on the main stage. I'm excited to see these guys play. Obviously, we do have G1 going up against Native White. Both teams have been cooking, right? They have been doing really well. Hasn't quite gone to plan for both of them, but has come to the wire multiple times. I mean, G1 taking OpTic to a Game 5. We've got Native White taking, I believe, FaZe to the wire as well. So, Shurzy, give me what's on your mind at the moment.
Well, this is a rematch from Charlotte when Native White beat them in a Game 5, and G1 ended up tumbling down. Every single time G1 seemed to put themselves in a position where they can get that top 4 seeding. That we're always waiting for the G1 that we're promised, but the expectations and the realizations haven't always matched up one-to-one. I think this is the moment for G1 to show us that they're here to play, and for Native White to cause that upset again.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, upset potential is on the cards for both of these teams. Would you say that they're both very, very equally matched when it comes to, this series?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good series.
Yeah.
And the problem, and the reason why I explicitly said, oh my God, was this is for top 8.
Yeah,
Both these two teams have high expectations coming into this weekend. And as pool play kind of laid out, and G1 comes out third in their pool, this is what it does to the bracket. These two are going to have to play each other for a top 8 placing, which in my opinion is insane. These guys should be playing for top 6 at the very least when they compete. But Native White having their hands full with what looked like a very strong G2, just having fallen short in 2 Game 5s, but also having the advantage, like you said, Shurs, because they beat them in Charlotte. So there's a lot going on here. And I can't believe that we're already getting this matchup in elimination round 1.
Getting it nice and early, and I think also Native White were playing pretty well. They went to Game 5 with FaZe, so they were on the cusp of an upset themselves. So I think they want to steady the ship here, beat G1 again, and get packing and get rolling.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. Both of these teams have the potential to go the distance. I do feel like this will go the distance in this series. But again, this is the thing. It's funny that they're both playing for top 8 right now. But honestly, I'm not that surprised. I think we're going to be saying, oh my God, so many times today and tomorrow because of how incredible the competition is. This is the highest level of competition we have seen for the longest time in Halo. There really is no clear favorite, no clear winner at this point in time. It's about who turns up on the day and who's playing better Halo as a team. I really, quite frankly, believe that. But looking at G1, these guys I think have had a bit of a rough roller coaster, right? It's been a little bit touch and go, especially in the qualifiers, not getting the results that they wanted. And finally, it seems like things are starting to kind of place together and piece together. And I'm really excited about what this squad has to offer. When it comes to G1 shows, what are you looking out for the most?
Well, I think this is the team that they initially wanted. They're the team, this is the team that made that initial change. We had a triple trade during the season. There was 2Ks and 4Ks going on. This is the team that caused that whole snowball, all the dominoes to fall. They said they're all friends. They want to all compete together. They want to have the best results possible. And I think they have all the ingredients that they need to start pushing some of the top teams.
We're actually quickly waiting for some stuff to get set up on stage. And I have been told we have a chance to jump back into that FaZe game and catch the end of this one as well. And oh my goodness, it is pretty damn close as well. FaZe leading the charge here, 39-32. But yeah, we've got a game on our hands, folks. And I've got to say, Hive do have the ability to climb back here. It's not too little too late.
Still all the play for here, but Huss has to get cooking. He's a +3 at the moment, and work to be done. As FaZe have had a little bit of a wobble that we've already seen.
There's a guy below him on the stairs.
OpTic Gaming have 2, and that player does get the kill. Huss does trade it out, but 2 members of FaZe do come flooding forward and get a trade of their own.
Well done by FaZe. Roll 2 hiding bottom stairs, really threw off the high push there. It looked like FaZe was trapped in the back of Tram, but because Roll 2 is able to get that back smack and then force Hive to focus on him, they're able to break out of that what would have been trapped in Tram situation. And now FaZe, with a little bit of map control, extend this lead back to 7 and have space to play around as well.
Precision does have the stock rifle, so any damage he needs to put down has got to be set on the Rockets, because they're going to play a massive part in how the rest of this game plays out. Drop shield goes down for Renegade, playing up against 2 players at the moment, and teammates all around them. Precision will get Frosty. Does that mean they've also scooped up the Rockets? It looks as though they have.
It's a 5-kill game. You need trades on the side of FaZe. If you can get out of this situation, trading, that would be massive. They're able to get a couple of kills, and Renegade able to play his life, still finds himself a red gun. You know what he can do with that. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, and now all of a sudden, Shurs, it's a 4-kill game.
4 kills, Snakebite, first player up off the spawn. Crouches, waits for his teammates to spawn up around him, and they're in the exact same position they were before, stuck at Tram. So much territory, so much possession of the map belongs to Hive at the moment.
I like how FaZe are playing this, though. They do have a couple players that have made their way out of Tram towards that downhill area. Frosty is going to anchor this Ivy position, but it's a matter of Hive being forced to feel the need to make a play. There's still plenty of time with 3 minutes left. You're waiting on the Bulldog shotgun to respawn before you push. If I'm Hive, which looks like it's going to be the case, but eventually that clock may become a factor with the slow play right now. 4 kills still in the lead for FaZe, so they're good to go, but they are going to have a difficult time once again getting out of Tram.
FaZe still over towards that downhill position. I like to call it grenade alley, because every time I go up there, I eat a grenade to the jaw.
Yep.
You see Huss, though, on Cafe, not taking orders for the moment. As a matter of fact, looking to close shop. Huss still patrolling pink, and you can see FaZe quite happy to keep this at a standstill.
You can see he collected the drop wall in the meantime. He's grabbing a shotgun as soon as it comes up, and now this is when the push is going to probably come through. Still plenty of time. You're still going to wait for the opening, but I like how Hive are playing this. They're collecting a ton of different sandbox items before figuring out the way they want to go about this successful push.
Drop wall will go down. Royal 2 and Snakebite forced to back away. Rockets have popped up, but Renegade gets the first pick with the stock rifle. And here comes the charge. Sentinel Beam will fry one. There's going to be a trade, though. 2 for 2. Make it 3. As Renegade flies with the stock rifle once more. Gets the shots to the spine of precision. And now they're in big trouble. Huska taken down. Huge double kill from Renegade.
One more to go to stop the upset from happening. The reverse sweep. A very realistic potential. And it's going to be FaZe that survive here in our winners bracket. Hive gave them everything they could take, but FaZe will win this series 3-2.
Fantastic stuff from the FaZe boys. Again, resilience. I'm going to say that word about 1 billion times this weekend, no doubt. But resilience does pay off, and it's not over till it's over. And it's something I think FaZe have honestly cemented in their careers, is the fact that they can do it, even when it feels like they're totally out for the count, things aren't going their way. Don't ever doubt them.
Can I just say I feel for Hive, because they were playing that so well. They're getting the drop wall, they're allocating their sandbox items across the board. That you get a heat, or you get a microwave,
like Oprah Winfrey.
You get the bulldog, you get the spike grenade,
you get a drop shield.
And then they're like, all right, so we're going to do a 2-split, throw the drop wall. Like, you could tell it was a very thought out, meticulous plan. And then all of a sudden you just get 3 by Renegade. The first player gets 3 by Renegade, and your plan gets thrown out the window.
And that is the power of Renegade, unfortunately. That's when, you know, you pick up these individuals for moments just like that one.
Sometimes,
take you over the line.
Sometimes skill beats strategy.
Yeah, I think you can see they split the allocation of the power weapons all across the team. You see the execution, it's time, and oh, sorry lads, I just got renegaded.
Yep.
Just got renegaded. Well, I'll tell you what, you're about to get Walshy and Sheriff Teed, because we're heading over to our casters for Native White versus G1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tony. This is the legendary Walshy, and we're also here at DreamHack Dallas. How are you feeling, Dave?
These first matches have been absolutely bonkers. I mean, watching the quadrant match, I was watching that over on the B station, that one where they were down. When I last checked, it was down 1-2 to Native Red. We just saw what happened with FaZe going down 0-2, accomplishing the reverse sweep. And as Clutch and Shurzy alluded to, we somehow have either Native White or G1 getting knocked out of this tournament in this next match, placing 9-12. So the competition has been off the charts.
And the crazy thing is, it's not the first time that these two teams have met before. You know, you're talking about two teams that maybe struggled a little bit during the last couple online events, but have bounced back. You're talking Native White took what they took. I think they took FaZe to game 5. We saw G1 take OpTic to game 5. When they matched up at Charlotte, they matched up in pool play. G1 got the win on them. Native White got the win over in lower brackets and knocked them out. So there's so much history, so much going on with this. This is a rivalry that we're seeing between Native White and G1.
And these are also two teams, I would say these two teams, along with like Native Red, we've always been on the precipice of breaking that top 3 and being like one of those next top contenders. But they also have some of their low moments. Like you talked about, Tony, there's been times where they haven't performed as well during some of these online cups. They've fallen short during some of the LANs. And one of them is going to fall real short today before the other one continues their run through this elimination bracket.
Well, you know, I kind of talked about what happened in the past, and I want to take you to something that's happened more recently. Because I said, again, Native White beat G1 at Charlotte, but they matched up during the 2K online event, obviously not LAN, but G1 got the 3-0. 3-0 sweep, Stronghold's oddball, and Slayer going in favor of G1. As a competitor, do you think that sits in the back of Native White's mind, or they're not even thinking about it? It's kind of like, you know, next step forward.
It's honestly, you start to come through and you start to say, first off, it's online. You're like, all right, well, it's online or whatever. Secondly, if you are a team that is learning from those moments, I would always go back and watch games that I lost. I would try to learn what I could from games I felt were viable to lose from, if connection wasn't too bad or anything like that. And so there's an opportunity here for this team to come back and say, all right, what did we do wrong last time? What are these small tendencies that some of these players are doing on the opposing side? So you take those learnings and you apply them the next time you play.
You know, I do a lot of losing. I haven't learned a thing. I don't know what you're talking. I do a lot of losing. I haven't learned a thing. I don't know what. No, but honestly, it's if you go into that film review, you find out exactly what the weaknesses were. What can you turn into a strength? What can you turn around? Lots of times these games, even if it's a 20 or 30 kill game, you'll still see there's moments, there's turning points. What could you have done better in those turning points and maybe made it closer or maybe still a win? So honestly, I think I think learning from those losses can be big. I want to hyper focus in on G1 and Native White and a player specifically. Who were you looking out for?
Oh, well, there's a lot of players I'm looking out specifically for on this match. I was just trying to peek over your shoulder and check out what happened. It looks like Native Red and Quadrant finished, and if I'm just reading body language, that looks like a Native Red win to me. And I do look at the score over there, and I do see it's a 3-2 victory for Native Red in that series. So that's a tough one for Quadrant. They came out strong during game number 1. I was watching that over on the LVT stream and casting with them over there, and basically the series started off in a way where Native Red, Talik went up 8-0 on Street Strongholds. They went up 70 points to 0 at the beginning, and then they ended up losing 250 to 93 or something like that. So Quadrant just activated and took that game, but clearly not the series. So we're going to also see Quadrant joining some of these teams in the elimination bracket. Lots of surprises, lots of upsets today, and we're going to see who is going to come out strong here. Empyrean captured the flag. We got ourselves G1 and Native White. Let's see who's going to be grabbing those snipes, who's going to be contesting those rockets, and who's going to be going for that first overshield.
Even with a substitute player, Native Red, coming with a big win. Native White, now the spotlight's on you. You got to come out. You got to match that same energy, and it's going to be here on the remake of the Pit. Empyrean, like I said, a couple sniper rifles, rockets. You talk about that overshield, but right off the rip, I can imagine both of these teams are really going to focus on the rocket side. Overshield's nice, and it's definitely a secondary reward, but you got to go long haul side. You got to get rockets. That translates into flags.
Wow, and look at this. This is both sides sending 3 people towards rockets because you got to consider Gilkey and Falcated as support towards getting those rockets, but the rockets are going to go in the hands of Barcode. Gets a double kill with one of those rockets. Tapping buttons, comes back to play some defense, and it looks like Boo Boo, the last member alive here for G1. Both flags being pulled on both sides. And this one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill.
You gotta be kidding me. A 3 down, and it looked like they were actually gonna go off right there, but McWin comes in quick with the sniper, with the overshield, a triple, and now all of this map control for Native White right off the rip. 1-0 start, and Native White aren't done. They're looking for another one.
And they still got all the weapons that they need. I like this moment where they take a quick pause. They have so much sniper ammo. They have 10 bullets. Last thing they want to do is try to push this across the map and potentially lose this weapon. It's okay to push up a little further with a sniper once it's lower on ammo, once you're at risk of giving up, 2 or 3 bullets. Right now, Mickwin has to play very careful with all this ammo because his team could be spawn trapped for a long period of time if he loses this weapon. That's why I've seen him play so cautious.
He is doing a great job of staying alive. 2 of his teammates do quickly go down, but luckily he has the drop wall, a sniper, and a Dream as he lines up yet another one off screen. Sav takes down Barcode. He fires right back. That's going to be his assist, not the kill, but now G1, once we're in an advantage, now find himself 3 down. Native White have an opportunity to push up once again.
And look at this setup here. G1 has someone over at BR1 ready to push down the hall as that second player was appearing over at the Needler. That was such a good setup because these players, they're conditioned to know, all right, I'm seeing somebody, that's going to be the closest threat. But they set up a perfect trap there in long haul, a spot that you're not usually getting surprised at.
The combination of target prioritization and the bait and switch working so well, but now a double push out of G1. They're just going to meet their defense with pure offense, and it looks like it's going to work. Back-to-back kills for Suppressed and Falcated. Barcode doing a great job of holding down the tower side, but that's not going to stop G1 from pulling that flag.
Yeah, and I don't know if Barcode actually meant to clamber there on top of the tower. That's the spot that he's just going to be poking in and out to try to get shots. Gets cleared out by the Rockets of Boo Boo Doo. This is almost certainly going to be a flag moving across the map in the hands of Sab for G1. So we are likely going to see ourselves a tie game shortly, but Gilkey and his Overshield might have something different to say about it.
Great job for Boo Boo Doo to line up that rocket and do as much damage as possible onto that Overshield player, despite being from mid to long range. Now gonna bounce right back in. He has Suppress coming on the flank side. They think it's a 2v1. Then the Suppress comes with the flank. He's gonna steal the second kill, and just like that, G1 have long haul control.
Yeah, G1 just take a quick pause, get a couple slays, and then start moving that flag across. But Mikwin also putting some more pressure on the bridge of that sniper. Somehow tapping buttons, gets all the way over towards BR2, taken down, but that was a lot of pressure there from Native White, not making that cap easy. It's all right to delay flags at those points, but you have to wonder at what cost. Native White are in no position to make any sort of counter push. I don't know what happened to their sniper. It could have went down on the bridge. So we're going to have to see if Native White are punished even further for this overextension of the flag. And yes, that's the second sniper in the hands of G1 member. I believe that was Mikwin on the bridge trying to make a desperate flag stop. That can be tough here. Now Sab and Falcated get to take their time, get a pick, and then push on across to the Native White base.
And that's what I'm noticing as well, the patience right now coming out of Gamers First. They want to make sure they get any kind of advantage, whether it be a kill, make it a 4v3, or even a damage onto two players. Crack those shields and push up. Now that you see the 2 kills going for Suppress, you're going to see them get aggressive. A good counter by Native White to at least take down 1. But is it enough? Tapping buttons gets caught.
And I love these pushes we're seeing from both teams through these green and long hauls. They're just kind of sitting there waiting for somebody to poke on through and then not afraid to fly through as the opportunity presents itself. A flag being moved all the way across here from Falcated and the G1 squad. What a nice night from Sab. And more often than not that we've been seeing throughout these tournaments, there's a lot of under-the-bridge runs. I would say the first tournament we were watching this year, it was all green and long haul.
And what's impressed me so much about these squads, it doesn't matter whether it's long haul, whether it's courtyard side, they don't block spawns. They put themselves in a position where they can watch for those spawners, watch for those overextenders, and it usually starts in the green box. Falcated was sitting in green box with that sniper, just daring anybody to come out of that shoddy side.
Barcode with the Rockets. He started the Rockets at the beginning of this game. Looks like he has them now at the 7-minute mark, reaching some disturbance there from Boo Boo over in court and decides just to back up and reposition for a second. Boo Boo trying to desperately stop this flag, and Barcode gonna have his teammates back as this flag made it all the way over to the Mangler Pit, or that's what it used to be called, Needler Pit.
You think you're safe with the drop off from the Rockets? What does Barcode do? Jumps off the top rope, gets over the drop shield, turns it into a double kill, and just like that, Barcode is still alive. In fact, he's gonna relay that flag almost towards the long haul side. If he could have turned that corner, he would have burned G1.
Could have, would have, should have. What I think he should have done, though, is run that over in towards that Needler awning. Just try to take that little extra tunnel. Fast as fast can be when you know you have the cover. But in those other routes, you see these players, their BR shots are going to hit a little too hard. You're not going to easily get it across there if there's anyone within sight.
Assault rifle out. Sab shooting that from long range. I didn't know the AR had that kind of range. I'm going to have to work on my skills. Meanwhile, the rest of G1 starting to get the kills necessary for them to approach Native White's base. They're getting the damage as well, but there's 2 members of Native White that are being a nuisance that refuse to go down. G1 had the numbers, but Native White are still holding the line.
And look at that, Sab wisely taking down that drop wall while there was nobody in front of it, just to make sure that as soon as those players came on out, they were not going to have the protection that they hoped for. A nice little insta-explode there from Suppressed all the way through long haul. Just knowing that there's a player there is going to punish anyone within range. That's all 4 down for Native White. G1, they're going to push in for a flag.
Their patience is going to pay off for G1 as they just wait till they get those first 2 kills. They wait till it turns to 3. And now with a full 4 down and Native White fresh coming off his spawn, G1 have been able to manipulate it and know exactly where the pressure is coming from. Sniper up in the tower side. A little bit of a warning shot by Boo Boo Doo Boo, but he just got, oh, great communication. Great flag goes in. Sabinator pops in yet another one. That's a 3-1 lead for G1.
Also just great play by Boo Boo with that snipe. Yes, he could have challenged 2 or 3 more times trying to get that snipe, trying to get that damage on a player. Instead, he realized Gilkey was in no position to stop that flag, so he didn't need to get that kill. Instead, need to wait for if he heard about any other threats, or he can just poke out unexpectedly later on. That's what you do with positional advantage. You use the time to your side. Gilkey wasn't going to look anywhere except for top tower for that time being, and Boo does not need a challenge.
You know, since G1 brought in Falcade, eventually Sab, and now Suppressed, Boo was taking kind of a backseat role, taking more of that objective role. But I'm looking at the stats: 15 and 5, 3 assists to go along with it. Boo going back to that kind of last year's late G1. He's going back to being a slayer.
Yeah, he's being activated. And I wonder if that's also even a counter strategy for some of these teams. They're saying, hey, when we hear where Boo at, just shut him down, because if the other team's trying to empower him too much, you need to punish that main slayer, per se.
Suppress ends up going down, but G1 still have presence here. There's 2 members of G1 that are on the first side. Sab tries to do everything he can to be a tough death, but eventually he does hit the black screen here. Falcon has the cleanups, but doesn't exactly have the rest of his team with them here. Damage onto the Shoddy side. Suppress coming in with that nade onto tapping buns, and that might open things up just a bit more for G1.
Yeah, Falcade just staying alive there for so long knows that that flag is not going to be able to move all the way towards Needler or across the map anytime soon, as long as it stays alive. The moment that they kill Falcade, they have a much safer route, but Falcade just buying that crucial time for his teammates. Kills being traded out back and forth, but we're not going to see a flagpole anytime soon. These teams are going to fight for control of the bases and control of these snipes. And it looks like Mikwin is getting a bit more aggro with his snipe. He has sniped over on the native white side of the map, or on the G1 side of the map. And now he's going for spawn kills in the courtyard.
With Native White down by 2 caps and 2.5 minutes on the clock, G1 are aware that Native Whites are the one that have to force the action. They're not the ones that have to make things happen. G1 have the opportunity to play hard defense, and eventually, if they get those kills, they get that forward down, convert that defense into offense, but they're still daring Native White. Push up, win your fights. If you don't, you'll have to make a long rotation once again.
And I wonder if Suppressed is solved in this position or found out, because Mikwin saw somebody over towards that back flag, assumed that they were going towards back tower, and was calling it out, but looks like the pressure's come on in. Barcode is taken out with the G1 sniper, and now what can Mikwin do? Mikwin's going to get that first pick. Last time he had all the sniper ammo in the world. This time he's going to grab this overshield, and I feel like he needs to get aggressive. You have 2 minutes to get 2 flags, so in a case like this, I can see both arguments of it if you want to stay back with that long-range weapon. But ultimately, I think getting on top of that tower, putting all that pressure on towards G1 is going to be the play here for Mikwin and Native White.
Well, the last time Mikwin had the overshield sniper, he opened up with a big triple kill. When we see the first go on the board, 2 more, and he can replicate that and ultimately maybe turn it into a flag run. Rockets coming up. Sab able to clear out tapping buns. That flag is still going to be run and right back over toward the tower side once again.
Yep, and what Sab's doing right now is just trying to look for these new spawners. Are they spawning over at Needler, or are they spawning at Courtyard? Does not spot them. Needler now knows by deduction that they spawn Courtyard and needs to worry about that top tower. Sab is not really as interested in grabbing and run this flag. Instead, it's more of a delayed tactic. So we're going to see what Sab does right here. There goes his last rocket. It's going to be in a 1-1 against Barcode. Not going to happen. That's going to be a second cap coming in here for Native White. Can they get a third within the next 45 seconds?
It was a great thought process for Sab right there, but eventually they do address him, they do clear him out, and they do finish off that cap. 42 seconds on the clock, and it looks like Native White once again have to make something happen. The defense comes in over toward the Shoddy side. That's a pivotal battle. Barcode wasn't quite able to win that one.
Pivotal battle indeed, and you notice this defensive strategy coming out continually from this G1 roster. Every single time they start to get confined in their base, they try to take over that Needler location. Mikwin laying down the damage on the flag. Boo one shot on top turret. And can Native White get this out? Yes, indeed. Sab is the last one remaining, and where's he at? In the pit. That's all 4 down for G1, and Native White are running the tying cap back to their base.
And no matter what the shot clock says, as long as that flag is out, we will see a sudden death. So 2 more seconds on the clock. It doesn't matter. The flag is still moving, and nobody's home. The 30, the 20, the 10. It looks like that's going in. Tapping buttons sends us into overtime.
Into overtime, indeed. Next cap is going to win here. Both these teams going to kick it off from the start, and let's see if they do any different countering strategies. Last time, we saw both teams send 2 towards green and 1 towards long. Barcode walking with rockets last time. This time, Barcode reaching some grenades. That's going to be a stick from Boo Boo onto tapping buttons, and that's 3 down for Native White Mikwin, the last remaining member.
And somehow not able to drain that whole overshield that McWin has. So once again, overshield and sniper. Seems like he spawned with this combination. Tries to anticipate the rocket to bounce it back with the repost. The timing just off right there. McWin ends up going down, and that sniper will change hands.
Jedi mind tricks on both sides right there. Great read from McWin, being in that situation so many times. You're just going to expect that rocket to come right out, but that cool, calm, and collected delay with that rocket was the difference maker. And Suppress now with Sniper over at the top of Native White's base. That's 2 members down, making 3. Can Suppress stay live long enough for his teammates to rejoin, blocking those Needler spawns that we've seen continually? Both these teams generally going to get somebody either top turret or towards Needler to stop those flag runs and pulls.
And I love that. He realized didn't have exactly the help he wanted, didn't exactly have the spawn manipulation that they wanted, so he takes that wide angle, blocks the shotty side. Now the rest of G1 are able to push up. The flag eventually gets run. It takes a few more seconds to manipulate the spawns, but G1 do it perfectly. Through the green, all it goes. Over towards the green box. There's only one more player. Tapping Buns does win out that trade, but Boo Boo Doobu and G1 win the game.
What a close game. 1 overtime cap separates G1 from Native White. As the kills went down there, G1, they outslayed by 3 kills over the course of that long 15 or so minutes.
G1, man, from that opening strat to that stick on tapping Buns with the rockets to even surviving that rocket with the overshield, and just everything about that overtime really stems from that starting strat. You know, you start off hot, you control those resources, you more importantly stay alive and move right in. It stinks that it's a 1-cap take on overtime, but hey, that's A-Love.
I mean, huge plays though by Native White, somehow able to cap 2 within those last couple minutes, getting control and running those nearly back-to-back caps to bring it in overtime. Most of the time, when I'm seeing a team bring it, clutch it up into overtime, I feel like they're the ones closing it out. So, huge composure there from G1 to take a breath, get a fresher start, and close out game number 1 in their favor.
If I had to choose an MVP of that game, I just gravitate towards Boo Boo Doobu. And I talk about it all the time, you know, like, not all kills are created equal, you know. I don't like to just harp on the stats, but not only was he 15-4 to start off that game, but then you saw he's blocking the right spawns. He's covering his teammate back. When that flag is being run, he's not going towards courtyard side. He sat over towards green box and made sure to apply pressure to the overextenders, and nobody was able to get over. Sometimes bad strats or bad positioning can cause you to throw away a flag cap or 2, and I think Boo Boo Doobu just played it perfectly with slowing down when he needed to, speeding up when he did. For me, Boo Boo Doobu did his thing for G1, and as I say that, McWin's ripping faces with the sniper on screen. That was beautiful.
Yeah, McWin for his side had most kills and least deaths. McWin was 25, 16 deaths, and 10 assists. Boo Boo, most kills and least deaths for his team with 21 kills, 15 deaths, but only 5 assists.
Game number 2 going to be Slay on Recharge. And there's not 2 snipers, but there's a shock. And let me tell you, in any one of these players' hands, the shock is the aim assist you have, you line it up. I can't use it for some reason, but I promise you, everybody in the lobby can. I would say you can even make even more dynamic plays with the shock rifle than you can with the S7. But meanwhile, there's only one. Both teams are going to be fighting for in order to get control, especially on the Slayer.
Yeah, and funny enough, like, maybe this is just me being nostalgic watching Gilkey from Season 1, but I was continually impressed anytime I saw that in his hands. And I would say when it comes to Sniper on the team, I'm like, yeah, I'll give that to McWin over for the Native White side. When it comes to Shock Rifle, like I said, my nostalgia kicks in. I'm like, give it to Gilkey. I've seen some Gilkey clips here pulling off some ridiculous plays.
You know, I'm always of the mindset with the shock rifle. I want to see someone get aggressive with it. I want to see them fly in. So I'm of the mindset, put in the hands of someone like Sav. Get in there. No scope. Turn to the double into triple. It's okay to sit back, glass, and control the pace of the game. Angles obviously are important, but you know me. I love the flashy plays. Get in there. Let's show some no scope. Slayer recharges game number 2. First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock. Native White looking to tie things up here.
Yes, and this game is going to slow down much more compared to some of the previous games we were seeing. Even right off the rip, we're not seeing tons of kills. Just as I say that, both players going for camo. Mikwood pushing in for control, and that's going to be 3 down from each side temporarily. I'm not sure who's walking with a camo, but I see Falcated fighting down there. Is it going to be a fight for it, or was it burned? Based on how they are moving around, I feel like that camo was burned earlier from all those people diving into the pit.
Tied up at the rear piece, Falcated pulls right out of that situation. He feels the pressure coming, and it's 3 members of Native White that are soaring over toward the seaside. So good instinct for Falcated to kind of moonwalk over toward the long haul side. He's going to avoid all of that.
Let's be real. Anytime you see someone sprinting around a corner in an open area like that versus walking around the corner with the BR, it's just too good to be true. You're like, all right, there's going to be, you know, based on their mannerisms, their body language, you know that they have some support. They're running around a little too confident.
He got too much pep in his step, you know. He got a little too much confidence. I understand it. You don't want to get baited out into a bad situation, especially here when the Slayer, as things can tend to snowball, even on a map like Recharge. Still a 1-kill game. Gyoki wanted to make sure the A side is clear. I'm seeing a couple members of G1 stay a little stagnant, stay within elbows length. They have somebody on the tower side, a couple on the C side. This is their setup. They're locked in right now. It's up to Native White to break it.
Yeah, Gyoki has a little damage there. Looks like Control is going to be the spot that Native White pushing for this first kill. And here comes the charge. They have players funneled down into the tunnel. How are they going to clear out the kills? That's going to be repulsed. That's going to be melee straight out. But that's going to be 2 kills, make it 3 going in favor of Native White as they clear out this bomb tunnel. Somehow Surprise still not dead. He's 1 shot. I called it out that he was cleared well before it happened. Devin Bunn's desperately trying to swing and get that finish. But Suppressed buying so much crucial time for his teammates to try to come in and help.
He really did. You notice how Native White, the second time in 2 minutes, that we see them traveling like a pack of wolves. 3-man pushes. The 2 other 2 left. They said, you got Suppressed, don't worry. Meanwhile, he's being such a hard kill, a hard target. But like you said, eventually he goes down. Eventually, Gyoki comes out with camouflage. And now G1 stuck over toward the A side. Native White hitting it from multiple sides. You got 2 more members, and that's a collapse. G1 get wiped.
G1 looking like they have no answers here to Native White once they have control and when they have that lead. Look at these flanks, just reading them every single time. Gilkey, knowing that Falcated was getting shot somewhere near Hydro/Control, goes in for the perfect flank to get the finish. Suppressed, getting forced out into the center of the map and just collapsed on. Look at what Native White does every single time. They get a couple slays. They constrict them in one area, not allowing G1 to get additional angles across the map, and then they collapse in for the kills when they have the damage.
And we talked about how much those collapses can tend to turn into snowballs. What was a 7-6 game so tight now has evolved and has busted wide open. 25-13. Native White are dominating G1 at every single turn. It started off with the 3-man pushes. Now with some of the individual gunfights, G1 needs to find some kind of answer. Otherwise, we're going to be tied up.
Yeah, basically after we're seeing those snowballs to collapse, we might as well call them avalanches here as Gilkey and crew just continually putting this non-stop, unstoppable pressure here on G1. They finally got a couple answered kills of their own, and they're in neutral ground now, but the damage has been done. You're down by 14 kills here on Recharge. This is going to be a really tough one to break out of. You need to get some spawn traps of your own. So great answering kills here for G1, but is it too little too late?
I missed that dot damage with the Disruptor. You know, you put that damage, you get the Super Combine, and then the damage over time will finish them off. A little bit of change is being made now. The Disruptor, not as strong as it once was. Maybe I should have that BR out instead. Boo Boo Doo Boo. Once again, getting away with the camouflage. Back in late Halo 5, Boo Boo Doo was considered one of the best camouflage players in the game. Trades out his life on 1. Would have liked to get a little bit more value out of that, especially when you're down by such a deficit.
Yeah, and it's tough, I would say, when you're moving around camo in sort of any quarter like that or close range area as you're going down a hallway or a tunnel. These players, their eyes are too good. They are just keeping an eye out for any little disturbance there, and so you're not going to slip by directly in front of someone. You need to take some more obscure routes. So unfortunately, Boo Boo realized he was spotted out and had to start shooting. He wasn't going to wait till he got lit up because he knew it was going to happen eventually.
35-20 game. Native White continued to dominate from, I'll say from the moment G1 got 10 kills, it really began to get tough for them as Native Whites continue to add on to their lead, and it's getting tough. You know, forget G1 winning this game. At this point, I'm worried they're going to get staked.
Well, I mean, it's almost lunchtime, and what a good meal to have here for Native White if they're able to bring this one back in this series. 11 kills separating them from closing this game. At this point, scoreline is more of a statement than a matter. They know they got this game in the bag, and they want to make sure they close it out and continue this momentum.
You're the only person I know that's talking about steak at lunchtime. I bet you have a side of lobster with it, too. Nice glass of wine. They're so bougie. Oh, my God. Well, they call you Wall Street or bougie. I can't tell.
Hey, I had to go through my old meals and old travel ways. I had to piece it by, but now we're looking good, Tony. Now we're looking good.
Woo! Oh my gosh. I know Native White are up right there, but I wouldn't take that if I was him. That was a beautiful slay, a beautiful opening by G1, and I will say they're climbing in a little bit. Now only down by 9 kills. You brought it within single digits. Is it too little, too late? Because Native White only need 9 more to actually win the game.
Yeah, no steak being served, but the game is a bit more respectable now. But I really still think it's still just a little too far. I mean, to get these 9 unanswered kills, the one thing we always highlight is, yes, these runs are possible for these top teams to go on, but a squad like Native White can start to play different as the game gets a little closer to the 50 kill mark. They can start to hide around corners more. They can start to trade out kills. But as I say that, look at all this pressure coming in behind Native White. They're all funneled over it towards batteries. And those players are going to be cleaned up if G1 has some BRs in the center of the map.
Gilkey snatching up that shock rifle, though, going to slow down G1 just a little bit. And as G1 starts to slow down, this is an opportunity for Native White to either match that energy or go back to surrounding them from multiple sides here. We saw it work once before. Gilkey trying to create that opening from the gold side with the shock, able to do damage onto 2 different players. Tapping one picks up on, and although Falcon and Sav seemingly win that engagement, here come the cavalry, here come the rest of Native White, and just like that, they only need 3 more.
Few too many people on the elevator there. I'll take the next lift, Gilkey says. Getting those kills cleaned up, and just 3 kills now. All these players pushing out pipes. G1, no, they have to make a huge push in order to close this game out. If they slow it down too much, they're just going to get picked out player by player. So I do not disagree with that charge. Some people might be saying, hey, they're only a couple kills away. Why charge out those situations? When you're down by a large amount, you need to make big plays. You need to get a kill or an advantage, and then charge out and continue that advantage. So that's what those players and teams are looking for in a situation like that. It's not just getting less kills. Time, these players are too coordinated, too good that if you just let them slow it down and pick off kill by kill, it's going to be too difficult. So, like I said, G1 just ready to get that next game going. We got ourselves a tie series, Tony.
Well, they picked their points. They picked their opportunities right. They struck when it matters most, and Native White able to tie things up, and now we're going into a swing game number 3. I love these swing game 3s. So normally, I would say the team that ends up winning that game 3 gets the advantage in the tied-up series. Normally ends up taking the series. They got to treat this next objective as if it's game 5.
Yeah, we are jumping on to oddball on the streets here for game number 3. Teams tied up. We are going to have to see who gets the strong start. Who's going to be better with this objective rotation? So the one thing that we will see that's really unique, I would say, in oddball and slightly in flag is where and how are you rotating that objective? You get to actually choose the route with that ball or flag. And on oddball streets, it is everything. You do a bad rotation and you give up a kill with that ball, you all of a sudden are a person down. The other team now is racking up time. They got kills on the board. But if you get a good rotation, Tony, that is everything. Your team's clearing the path for you. You're rotating away from the threats, and you're just continuing to set up without having to acquire all the kills on the map.
Now, would you consider that more like a high-risk, high-reward play? Because we've seen sometimes where rotations go bad and they ended up not getting the points, but I guess you got to kind of choose your opportunities, right? Or
good objective players, it is a low-risk, high-reward play. If you have all the information that you need, you are able to make a calculated judgment and rotate that ball across the map. So I would say with all the right information, good objective runners, it's not a very risky play. You know when to rotate that. You know when to drop that ball. You know when to try to play that ball, throw it towards the center of the map, and just slay. That's what separates those good objective players. Because, yes, maybe for someone who isn't aware of all the information and just is going into an area blindly without a coordinated plan with their teammates, it is a high risk. If you're going in and you're not sure you should be doing it, that is not a good sign of a good team that's coordinated with objective.
I hate to break it to you, Dave, but when I make you hold the ball, and I tell you that's because you're a good objective player, it's because I'm a slayer. I don't touch the ball, all right? I have to gas you up a little bit, but I'm a slayer. I'm going to go to get the kills. You hold the ball in high. No, but I honestly, I love that point because I feel like as an objective player, you can't just be a sitting duck. You need to know when to drop, when to shoot. You need to be able to listen to information that your teammates are giving other ones for slays and for positioning and be able to adapt, and be able to react to that. Oftentimes, people will grab that ball and just sit there and not do anything. Like, no, be proactive. Understand what's happening on the map and use that information to your advantage. And I guess it's enough talk.
Yeah,
it's time to walk.
Yes, time to walk on the streets. These are some walking streets coming up here next. Closed on down like we saw Malcolm X Avenue here in downtown Dallas earlier today. We're going to see how these teams are going to be rotating the ball. And by no means do you have to rotate it every single time. You can get setups over at PD. You can hold setups at Tram. It's not always forced rotation, but I guarantee you the team that does a better job rotating, the team that does better with objective is going to come out ahead in this game number 3. And look at all this pressure. Just no one pushing in towards the Rockets, but that looks like it's someone lagged out early, so that's why we are not seeing it. We're going to be resetting this one here in just a moment. You and I are both surprised because, yes, sometimes people get Rockets with a little less contention than usual, but there's always somebody with some eyes on, some grenades flying and blowing up there.
I play a lot of ranked matchmaking. Let me tell you, there's time. I love going the Bulldog route. What I hate is when all 4 random teammates, we all like to go Bulldogs. Like, ain't nobody went Rockets. I thought that's what happened right there. Like, I thought my assignment was to go Bulldog. What do you mean? We all went Bulldog.
I can explain. So when you get past gold rank in ranked matches on Halo, people will generally disperse and go to different spots for different weapons and different power-ups.
And that hurts. That hurts. But no, obviously a little bit of technical difficulties here. We're going to make sure that we get the lobby all set up. But it gives us an opportunity to talk more about the map, because when I think about Streets, it's a map as small as Livefire, as punishing, or if not more than Aquarius. But it has so much more to offer in terms of sandbox. Even though they reduced the ammo from the Bulldog, it's still a shotgun. Even though they reduced the ammo of the Stalker rifle, you put it in the right hands, and that's a 3-shot melt multiple different players before you even get touched. And I mean, I got to tell you how important the Rockets are. There's a reason why we were surprised nobody was fighting for it on one side. It's because it's the most important power weapon on the map. Streets is interesting as how small it is, like per square foot. There's so much power within that sandbox available.
And all these players are going to be taking all the advantage they can of all those options. They're going to be every single time off spawn when they get the chance, they'll swing on over, they'll grab Shroud, they will go grab Bulldog, they'll grab Rockets when they get the chance, they'll grab Stalker. So every single opportunity they're going to look for what little advantage can they grab before they join the rest of the fight.
I remember during one of the documentaries, McWin, who was just on screen not too long ago, talked about how people aren't using some of the abilities that you have within Halo Infinite enough. Like, we know how powerful AI scan is to find, those weapons that are on the ground and be able to pinpoint exactly where it is. But he mentioned one strategy where off the rip, he'll push Shotty's side, he'll use the AI scan and see if anybody picked up those spike grenades. If not, that means he can get Bulldog and get aggressive towards the seaside. If they did, that means he might throw a little bit of pre-nade and contend for it. So not only is that AI scan good for getting information on where the most important things on the map, but it's also good at scouting as well.
That is entirely true. Yeah, there's so many times where you can start to to do those scans, see where grenades or certain things are picked up. And you're right, we have not seen Halo Infinite being played to its fullest potential just yet. We will see teams start to do that in the future as another opposing team spawns, and we'll start to see, oh wow, they grabbed those grenades. They definitely spawned over there. Or we'll start to see the counter-strike to that, is the first person spawns, does not grab those grenades, knowing that someone might scan and give it away that their teams are going to spawn later. So just, there's going to be those mind games going on later, but like you said, not being fully utilized just yet. Kills being slayed back and forth. Barcode going down with that Bulldog over on the C stairs, and teams are slaying for control first. Not going to grab or try to forcefully rotate that ball as it's being contested here in Tram.
And that man had rockets, bulldogs, spike grenades. He'd be a little greedy right there. Was Barcode. Eventually it's Sad that finds the flank over toward the seaside, clears that out well. Maybe a 3-point lead for Native White, but Nodbot, it might as well be tied at 0 apiece.
Gilk Dud's the last one alive here over on the driveway, trying to find him and get this kill, and that's going to be difficult there for Native White. Gilkey's getting picked, but Gilkey's still somehow staying alive as long as he could there. But now 2 members down. Barcode, the last one remaining, somehow slipping behind enemy lines there over at the Commando, and that's going to be all cleared out. Almost certainly they're going to be spawning over at Cafe.
G1 getting on the offensive, clearing out the seaside. I talked about the 3-0 lead meaning nothing, because what matters in Oddball is not only breaking the setups, but holding on to them and turning that single digit into 10 seconds to 20 seconds. If you go 4 down, you have no presence on the map, and that is valuable time you are costing your team. Another perfect out of Falcated. Looking to go in for another one, gets the assist, and just buys enough time, somehow still alive. Falcated doing it all.
Just perfectly using that geometry a lot of times, you know, backing up towards that top balcony. People might think that's a unsafe location. That's an unsafe location if someone is over toward top A. Other times, it's a great escape or spot that he can back down into as he's staying alive.
I think I like the players that are, you know, so good at using the geometry, and obviously players like you come to mind. Snipe downs, and the way he was able to master that balcony was beautifully played by Falcated. Now we're seeing Sab do something similar here, using every bit of geometry on the map, even finding an escape route. Sab like a magician right out of the situation. And look, the rest of G1, they pick up the kills. Native White ends up going 3 down, and Sab is still alive.
So well done by Sab there. The rule of thumb that these top teams and pros use is if your team is in the lead or has a numbers advantage, stay alive, you are going to get help faster. However, if your team is at a numbers disadvantage, there's a lot of times that you're going to want to challenge that fight. You're going to want to isolate that one-on-one while you have about the best numbers that you can get.
Nice, he's having to catch an angle over toward the B side. Doesn't see anybody just yet. This is a big... That is a big flank. Big kill. Sab taking down Tapping Buns. The ball is somehow still in the hands of Native White. They had to deal with Sab. It looks like Native White were able to do so, and Sab stayed alive for a few more seconds. I think G1 would have been able to get in position right there.
Yeah, and G1, they are just continuing to hold this setup. In fact, also I like how they're just leaving that ball there for an extended period of time as they were just trying to get slays and see if they get a reset. But what I want to hear now is, now that G1 lost this setup, Native White now have the ball. Let's go to a listen with G1, as you heard me incorrectly call earlier, and see how they're going to break this set. Going to a listen with G1.
Fucker, one piece there. I'll kill one, I'll kill one. One shot driveway, Driveway dead, one's at B. One is at B, either. He's stairs, coming down these stairs, Donnie. He's stairs, Donnie. Balls one. Stairs, one shot. Just fucker. 2v2, this is fine. Still have a 20-point lead. Yeah, I got it. It's ATM, right? That's my driveway. One by spawn PD. I'm pushing forward. 2 stairs with fuckers. Bottom A, fucker. AP me purple, guys. I'm one shot. Top A half. Purple has fucker, Barcode.
They killed me. 2 back A, guys. They left their ball.
You're gonna get spotted. I killed Stalker. No one grabbing Stalker. He has a shroud. I'll go one.
Other guys bottom mid on you.
Right there. Top C stairs. One shot on ball. It's one shot on one shot. Typing. One stairs. 2 stairs with fucker.
One shot, guys. One shot.
One was ATM or something.
Back in.
One shot, Cafe. One shot.
Dude, fuck.
We're going one shot.
Tapping there also weak. Cafe, guys.
One shot ATM. Cafe. And plants. One shot Cafe with you. What's hitting plants?
No, heaven. On heaven.
Alright. They don't have weapons. Slugger's on respawn. They don't have Slugger.
Yeah,
I just want to right.
That's good.
Go Donnie. Go bottom mid.
And just like that, Native White take the lead here and still holding on to the A side setup. G1 once again forced a break, and Falcon doing a great job staying alive onto the tire side. Not able to get the kill, but the assist going to work just as well. Native White, though, they're still winning these engagements. Not only have they been holding on to the setup, but they rotated like you talked about before, and they're slaying while doing it.
Yeah, and they've also had some great traps there set up from Native White as these members are pushing on Tram. Having that person at bottom stairs just waiting and baiting for anyone pushing on out, I believe was that big turning point there for Native White to continue this setup. A couple things I noticed from G1 during that listening is it felt like they were calling out too much small individual information, just like, all right, they don't have this, this, or this, which is important information to have, but I'm not hearing who they're pushing with, where they're going to make their push out from, what areas are clear. Have they fully cleared out Tram and stairs? Do they know where the nearest threat is? It just felt like because of that, they've continually had the setup here from Native White, and they are now 9 seconds away from closing this one out. Suppressed, has the game in his hands. He needs to secure a kill or two to get his team the setup, and it's not out of question for G1 to get these kills and hold this up, especially when they have all these weapons.
And although Suppressed wasn't able to get the kills with the Rockets, the rest of his teammates do so. That means he just has the opportunity to hold on to this setup once again here. Rockets and Stalker is a dangerous combination, but somehow Suppressed isn't able to pick up one. Native White explode off the spawn, blow a hole in the setup, and Native White have opportunity to steal this ball and possibly end the game.
Tapping buttons, trying to stay alive, gets the kill. Barcode scrapped those last few seconds. Ultimate from G1 pushed on out towards B-side and had no angle, so that's going to be round one going in favor of Native White, despite being down by 49 points at the start. However, we're flipping sides here and going into round two. Can Native White either close this out in 2 rounds, or are G1 going to bring it to a crucial round 3 here on Oddball Streets?
Quick double push over towards the Rockets side right off the rip, but Barcode wasn't able to turn the corner with the Rockets. Luckily, Gilkey's right there for the scoop. And now it's making sure every corner's clean. There are 2 players that leaked through over toward the C side. Make it 3 now. Gilkey making sure he doesn't kamikaze on the first one, then turns around, burns the second one. That's a good trade-off for Gilkey with the Rockets. Native White having points.
Yeah, and Native White also having this A-tower setup again. This is where we saw them get set up twice and basically close out this game in round number 1. So can they continue this? Barcode just hiding over in Cafe, trying to fight over at Caution, just buying as much time for his teammates. I don't know what the rules are here in Dallas, but that Bulldog is unleashed here by Barcode as he clears up a double kill and keep control for Native White.
Barcode putting the shotty to the bodies of G1 as they go 3 down once again, and a 44-0 run. It's still counting. G1 are coming off a spawn. They have to make such a long rotation just to get back on the map. G1 got to be careful. You might just get 100-0'd.
It is looking that way. This setup, we have yet to see G1 really break successfully or consistently. They seem to be getting stuck in Tram, and now they'll push out. And look at that quick play ball. Mickwin tosses the ball on the center of the map. Gilkey spends his life to toss out there. No, his teammates are spawning in Tram. And they did the calculations in their head. They said, hey, rather than Gilkey doing whatever damage he can do here at A-Tower, Gilkey felt it was best to toss that ball in the center of the map and hopefully set up for his teammates at Tram to get out or get a slay. And the push is coming out here from Native White. They have one down in the form of Boo Boo. They have a 3v3 along with that ball carrier. They're going to push out to the center and see these Rockets, but Falcated behind them over at C Stairs, eventually taken out.
G1 were able to intercept that ball and were able to get it towards the PD side, but eventually Gilkey gets a hold of Rockets, does damage with it. The rest of Native White having a bit of a numbers advantage, 3v2, so it's their opportunity to get aggressive. It's their opportunity to clear out the A side before the rest of G1 get in position. They might have taken a little bit too long on that one.
Too long, and Barcode looks like he was going to rotate the towards Cafe, but too little, too late. That's going to be a traded out kill, and this ball should be going in the hands of G1, especially with Gilkey being the last one alive all the way across the map. Let's see what sort of pinch they get set up here, because Streets, it's a good spot over there on B side. However, you need that secondary angle. You need to have Tram or C Stairs in order to effectively push in on this. Otherwise, they're getting picked apart here in the courtyard, and Gilkey clutches up that kill, but too weak right now as Sab's trying to go on the hunt.
Great pivotal battle coming out of Gyoki right there to clear out one. It looks like he's going to trade out that ball. And the moment you're one shot, you might as well take the ball from your teammate, allow them to do damage while they have shields. And Gyoki curb slides the ball right over toward the purple side. You said you wanted to see some great rotations. How was that?
That was an all-right rotation. They had maybe a little too late pushed out, or maybe a great push from G1, but it wasn't like this uncontested spot that they did right away. I mean, Gyoki got it away from those G1 members. So there are, I would say, different levels of success with the rotation. Best level of success, you're rotating that ball all the way over to a new safe location. You are safe, and your teammates are getting slays along the way. Second best is you're still getting the ball far away from the opposing team. You're getting it close to your teammates where they can contest it and get slays. So I felt like it was kind of in that, you know, maybe a B plus or an A. Yeah, I'd give it like a B plus for that rotation.
Okay. You're a hard teacher, man.
Yeah.
I would take your class.
When I teach my esports curriculum in the future, you're not going to take my class. I will not be an easy grader.
Halo 101. Nobody gets an A plus in this class. 62-23 lead. Native White still have control, but G1 finding the kills that they were looking for. Ball does end up getting reset. Falcated goes right after McWin. Suppressed now able to get away with those rockets. He wants to control perimeter with it. Looks like his teammates are already there. Gyoki opens up with a double kill. Suppressed answers right back with one of his own.
Suppressed, getting those kills, looking for where other players come from. Knows that McWin's flanking over through the cafe. Heard that call out from teammates. I like that preemptive nade, just knowing that McWin's going to round that corner as quick as possible. So, great play there from Suppressed, but kind of in a tough spot. I feel like those kills from Suppressed were greatly taken advantage of. Or maybe they were just answering kills as I wasn't paying attention to how many were dead on each side.
I was about to say, I just saw Falcated peeking over towards the purple side, gets right over towards top C, and now is in a power position. That same position you talked about before, where he was able to put down so much damage and play his life. Stalker is coming up. I don't think he quite saw that, but it looks like as his teammates are going down, he has to somehow get some presence out there. He has to put some damage in, and with those nades starting to come out, Boo Boo Doo covering his back, it looks like Falcated may live for just a bit longer.
Yeah, Falcated just being so sneaky, so persistent, is laying down this damage. Here comes the push. They're trying to rotate this into Tram, but getting the ball into Tram only matters if you get the kills. So it looks like G1 successfully get those kills, so they bring that ball over, but that can be a fallacy some players try to make sometimes. They try to force the ball over and towards the direction where their team is at, and if you don't have the slaying power, you will get cleared out. Looks like Boo Boo opts to rotate this ball back over towards the A tower setup, realizing that Tram was going to be a little too contested, so great job bringing that from Tram all the way on over towards Cafe and A.
And you see the power of putting your opponents forward down. This was a 62-38 game. G1 put Native White, forward down, and now look at the score line. You're only down by 2 from that 10 seconds off of respawn. You have to go through to making that rotation on the map to winning your fights. It takes so long. And now Gyoki with the triple. Gyoki with the overkill. It might be June, but this man is ice cold.
Oh my God, almost getting the kill tag. Gyoki doing everything his team needs to help close out this game number 3, laying down so many shots. Now, Gyoki's not just only slaying, he also has the most objective time on the board. He has basically as much time as the rest of his teammates combined, as he also is just clearing it out when it comes to slays. So look at all this. Gyoki is just absolutely on fire this game with a killing spree to help his team clear this one out.
Man hasn't lost a piv all game. Every 1v1 gunfight, Gyoki is absolutely blaming everybody. 33 kills, 9 assists, only has died 19 times, and even 94 seconds of ball time. What can this man not do? I'm pretty sure he's selling hot dogs over on the stands. He's handing out popcorn. The man's doing it all.
Gyoki doing everything. Now I know it's either the logical, like hot hand fallacy or gambler's fallacy. No such thing when it comes here to Halo. When somebody is on fire, you relieve them of that objective pressure. Get that ball out of Gyoki's hands and let him go slay, because he's clearly winning all his fights. He's got these reads on the opposing team. Let him clear it out. And just at the end there, though, we saw tapping buttons, trying to rotate that, force that ball over towards driveway. but may have led his team into a trap. They all went down for a moment. Mickwin is staggered. This round is far from over. G1 have control of the ball, and to hold it in tram for 18 seconds is an easy feat if they get the slays.
Native White only needing 4 more seconds, but what they really need is a break right now, and it looks like they aren't getting it. Gilkey, the leading Slayer, ends up getting picked. Barcode and Tapping Buns joins them. McWin ends up going down, and that's it. G1 stealing one away.
That is scary and dangerous because when you have somebody going off like they were, you have someone getting overkill at the end of that round. You want to close out. You want to carry that momentum. All of a sudden, their work is reset. They are back to square number 1 as this next round is going to decide who wins game number 3. Gilkey, don't you dare touch that when I see you shooting that well. Looks like Gilkey is trying to go for some early slays, early rotations, tries to take on Falcated after suppressed, unsuccessful. It's now a 3v2 in favor of Native White.
How are you going to tell him not to touch the ball when he's slaying so well? He has the leading objective time as well. Like, Gilkey, you do what you do. I'm going to go ahead, Gilk Duds. Don't let us get in your way. 3 down, go G1. McWin was able to get a hold of the rock itself. They can clear out this one last player in the PD side. This pesky one that could be some valuable ball time. The moment he goes down, they waste no time whatsoever. Ball in hands, but the rest of G1, they're coming.
Couple grenades coming in towards PD, going to clear out McWin. This ball is back tower, not in position, able to be played, and whoever is getting those kills is going to be rewarded with that oddball. Boo Boo, look at that selfless player. Not only does he drop the ball for a second, he drops the bulldog to his teammate and continues racking up the time. I was talking about Gilkey's objective time before. Look at Boo Boo Doo-Boo, 129 points on the board.
Definitely the main objective player, which is funny because he was also kind of that leading Slayer on Empyrean Capture the Flag, so you got to be able to do it all. It's no longer, Slayer's objective player. You can have a specialty, but you have to step up when your team needs you. That includes IG-yelling in the comms and everything else. Ball sitting toward the mid-map. Barcode getting shredded by the Sentinel beam, and oh my, they talked about Boo Boo Doo with his ball time. Well, now he's showing you he can slay with the best of them as well.
Just great job making sure he's not holding the ball during that time and rotating on over towards Tram, trying to clear a path. Rocket's coming up soon, though. Boo Boo in a tough location. Decides to play some Shroud down here. See if he can conceal himself for a moment during this fight. Stalker versus Sentinel. Sentinel's going to come out ahead in that battle, and Boo Boo's going to scrap up some more time. Unsafe, though. Realizes there's some fight near Dumpster. Going to trade out another crucial kill with Barcode. So great job with that objective from Boo Boo. Knowing when to drop it, knowing when to slay. Not every single time do you need to hold that ball to the bitter end, or do you need to force rotation. Sometimes the correct answer is drop the ball, do as much damage as you can.
Boo Boo Doo Boo doing everything that G1 needs him to do. The rest of G1 stepping up in that round number 2, but can they do it once again? A perfect kill out of Sab. Barco comes in with the assault rifle. He has some help with McWin. Nobody in G1 in sight, but G1, they say, we don't need C-side. We're going to rotate this ball over on the A side of the map, and that might just work out for them.
And look at that. Sentinel Beam just being so effective here over these last couple minutes. Both these teams taking full advantage of the sandbox available to them, and kills being traded out. Once again, once the ball kind of gets far onto one of these sides, it's going to be one of those situations where you get the kills and you're rewarded with the ball time and setup. Looks like Boo Boo is comfortable enough to move towards back tower and try to hold a full set here, but now that they lost Cafe, Boo Boo has to either play this ball or rotate it. Boo Boo opts to rotate it. He's going to run this towards B, and his teammates are going to clear the path for him. They're running over towards B and driveway, and this is a perfect rotation as they read so many players over at Neons and Cafe. But the running is now done. You need to turn and fight. Boo Boo's going to try to do as much damage as he can in the arcade.
54-1 run coming out of Gamers First in this must-win round for both of these teams. Tied up in the series, tied up in rounds at the moment. This is a swing game. Falcated almost catching the backside of Tapping Buns. Finishes him off with the battle rifle, but is staring down the barrel of a Stalker and ends up getting picked off by Gilkey from across the map. So just like that, G1 losing out on their numbers. There's only one more player that can really do something on the map. And big kill for Sab. Eventually, he does go down.
About the best you could hope for someone like Sab in that situation, just ducking in and out, somehow able to trade a kill with the Rocket player. Rocket's still going in the hands of Native White, but like I said, each kind of situation you look at in Halo, you try to say, what's the best outcome here? What's the best case scenario and what's the worst case scenario? And I feel like that's kind of best case scenario for Sab there, given all the pressure he was under.
Barcode finding the double kill, trades out the rockets for the ray of death. So far, whether it's Barcode or Boo Boo Doo, whoever has the Sentinel beam, they have been slaying with it, and more importantly, holding down an angle seemingly by himself. Barcode making sure that nobody on G1 can cross unless he gets some damage down. Damage onto 2 different players, but Suppressed and Falcated open things up. Looks like the subway side has been infiltrated.
Falcated pushing in towards back tram. This one's one of those situations, whenever you push that ball towards back tram, it's a double-edged sword. You have a safe setup for the ball. The ball is in a secure location. However, as soon as you start to lose your setup, you aren't in a position to rotate that ball or play ball it. And back and forth this ball goes right now. This ball is just staying in back tram, and as control kind of waxes and wanes, the teams reach forward with it, but no one's getting a really long, strong setup. It's just been kind of a slay back and forth.
At one point, it was a 54-1 game in favor of G1. Since then, G1 have put a single point on the board, and Native White have put 46 straight points to almost tie up this game. And with this ball sitting towards the mid-map, this next round of slays are so important. This can control the pace of the rest of this round.
I love how Boo Boo is just set up there, ready to snatch up that spike grenade on the ground as soon as a person was going to run over there towards C stairs. I wouldn't be surprised if Boo Boo's the kind of guy like back in the day, one of those dollar bill snatchers on the ground at the mall. Like, he is just there ready to trick any players nearby that are trying to grab something that I think is going to help them.
Boo Boo Doo, but you can't hide from us. We know you're up to something. McGrin with the Rockets. He's in charge of holding down the B side. He does have some help with Tapping Buns sneaking over toward the arcade. How many times have we seen Tapping Buns hiding in a corner and get some crazy backsmash, some crazy damage, or a kill he shouldn't be? Nade goes in. Suppress goes down without taking any damage whatsoever. He's able to fight off another one. Tapping Buns might be the sneakiest player in Halo Infinite.
You know, based on how good Tapping Buttons is at arcades, it wouldn't surprise me if you spent a lot of time in there. This guy is nonstop holding down the location, just slaying and just knowing those angles well enough. He's just able to be such a persistent threat in so many different locations from arcade. Yes, it can be detrimental when you're trapped in there and players are lobbing grenades and they have numbers, but when you're able to poke a couple shots all the way across over towards tires or over towards ATM, when you can back away, maybe force a team to waste grenades over an arcade, it's just all those little advantages that your teammates are going to be able to take advantage of.
Just a 10-kill game, 3 seconds here, and Native White are just playing keep away with that ball, and you know what? It's going to work. Oh my gosh. Just grabbing that ball from the mid-map, bringing it over toward the bottom subway side, making sure that G1 have to chase after that ball, even though G1 had the numbers. That should have been their ball, but Native White, not only are they masters at Halo, but they're masters at Monkey in the Middle.
Doesn't matter if you win by 1 point or 100. They played the clock perfectly as they scrapped up those last seconds, played the ball, and kept them away. So great, great play there by Native White.
2-1 series lead. Native White just 1 game away from doing exactly what they did back at Charlotte, and that's going and getting their revenge on G1. I talked about before, G1 was able to beat Native White over towards Pool playing Charlotte. Native White had to bounce back. Even in the last time they matched up online, G1 3-0'd them. Now it's Native White that are in the driver's seat. They're the ones that control this car, and G1, they gotta find some kind of answer here.
Answer indeed. I mean, the slaying power is there. Both these teams are so close. I mean, that last game on Oddball, there were 149 kills there for Native White and 143 kills for G1. So we're gonna have to find out, you know, I don't think that slaying difference is the difference maker when we talk about the course of those 3 games. However, the difference, oh, sorry, maybe I was looking at time. I was looking at time there. It was definitely not that many kills, was it? We'll find out later from our stats here.
Either way, it was Native White getting those important slays. When they had to hold on to that setup, those are the times they put G1 3 down. When they had to break the setup and clear out that subway side, those were the kills that mattered. So I feel like maybe there could have been a giant kill discrepancy, but honestly, even if there wasn't, it was the kills that mattered, and that's how Native White were able to take that game.
No, I was corrected. It was actually, that was the amount of kills. It was 149 to 143. Yep. When the kills are looking like it's an oddball score, you know that these teams are gunning for each other. When they both have close to 150 kills apiece, there's just so many slaying on the map. And like I said, when you talk about a 6-kill difference in the grand scheme of things of 140 kills-ish per team, that's not the difference maker. 6-kill difference isn't the difference maker. It's how and when were you playing that oddball? How and when are you rotating it? And we kept talking about so many different times where someone like Gilkey played ball to there. We talked about that brilliant rotation from Boo Boo all the way from back tower over towards B Street, all the way towards Tram. And that amounted towards those small little differences where these teams were getting some gains on each other.
I'm so glad that we had Gilkey and Falcade on the screen right there, because they were the ones who were dropping the 40 bombs in that game, but also matching that same energy with the assist. The one deciding factor that I did notice, we talked about that entering into round 2, you saw the ball time Gilkey had as well. He was not only leading in the slays, not only leading those assists, or at least second best in assists at that point, he also had the most ball time for his team, and that's definitely one of the difference makers. But either way, Falcade had matched that energy in the kills department, and whenever you're going into an objective, you know, it's hard to cap objectives if you don't have any slays. So game number 4 on the way, Strongholds, live fire.
One other stat that I saw in that last round of Oddball was power weapon kill difference. We saw 4 power weapon kills in the favor of Native White, 0 power weapon kills in the favor of G1. So that to me says this team is controlling those rockets a little bit more, at least during that round number 3 of Oddball.
Well, lucky for them, there's no rockets on live fire, but unlucky for them, there's still a sniper. And in the hands of almost anybody on Native White, that sniper does damage. It can maybe even be more impactful over the long run than a rocket. Rockets, 1-2 kills, and that's it. That sniper, if you're on fire, we saw McWin going off with it. We saw Gilkey going off with it. We're talking about 3 or 4 kills just in a clip if you're on fire.
Absolutely, so we're going to have to see how these teams play it here. We are on live fire Strongholds. 3 Strongholds to control. You need 2 to start racking up some points. However, expect these teams to be contesting in the top center at the beginning for this sniper rifle, in the bomb center for that heat wave, and sometimes grabbing that shroud to get control of that overshield.
If I'm on the side of G1, the one thing I'm thinking about is pace in this game. Too many times were they playing defensively or reactionary and allowing Native White to control the pace or control the game. I want to see G1 play their game. I want to see G1 force Native White to react to them, take control, and you talked about power weapons. It starts with those power weapons as, looks like...
Yep, we're going to quick reset this game.
That's a team teabag. You don't do that.
Also a team 4-shot. Yeah, the person wants to stand still, but...
You're on AWOL.
You know, it's tough to hit those shots. It is tough to hit those shots without that assisted aim on a controller.
Tough for you.
It is tough for me, I'll admit it.
I can do a controller, mouse, and keyboard. Just give me a fight stick. I'll do it. It don't matter. I hit mine.
I remember before, like early in Halo 1, I would try practicing sometimes, like have someone load up on the same team and practice pistol against each other. And it's just so tough without even just having like that little bit of stick or something like that, just the little bit of assistance. I mean, it's ridiculous here on controller. It's a hard rollout here.
But I feel like after you're done with that warm-up, though, it's almost like you took the ankle weights off. Like, it's like, now, if you can shoot somebody without aim assist, when you go against the enemy, like, you're good. I bet that was probably a really good warm-up.
You know, and I've also been seeing this nonstop slander on my timeline and all these talks about these mixed leagues with mouse and keyboard versus controller, and I gotta fire back at some points. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, mouse and keyboard's just too easy to shoot on.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? Like, at some point, like all these people are complaining and coming at us as controller players, we're just using our thumbs. They get to use both their full hands. They have 127 keys at their disposal on the keyboard. They can have macros on their mice. Also with additional buttons, they just have it all. Controller is a special and unique skill that you need to respect and appreciate.
Yeah, let me tell you, he's starting to ward. I don't know if you're ready for it. You got your whole arm. You say some crazy stuff. I've had the luxury of playing both mouse and keyboard and controller, and I'll be honest with you. Hand me a controller every time. Mouse and keyboard is more fun. Controller, whew, I'll be slaying. I don't know. Native White at G1 coming up on the screen here soon. Mind you guys, still a 2-1 in favor of Native White. We want to see G1 take this game 4, send it into a game 5. When we saw so many game 5s yesterday, it was so excited to watch. I feel like for at least one game, I'm a G1 fan. I want to see a game 5 for at least one game.
And, I mean, it's easy for us to be biased as casters. It's like, all right, whoever's down the series, let's get that series continued. Let's keep it going. You and I have been blessed so far with 2 best-of-5s. We've seen go to game 5. Let's make it 3. Let's make it 3 in a row, Tony.
Barcode immediately chasing G1 off of the C side. That's so quick that they enter the first triple cap. And meanwhile, G1's now forced to play over to the A side. They have no presence on Overshield. Barcode may be able to steal this away too. It's coming up right. There we go.
There it is, but also just a little bit of a late rotation there, or force onto Overshield. You saw Boo Boo just trying to deal with any sort of factor over at Green or at B Stronghold. And because of that, someone over on Overshield itself was able to shoot him in the back. That's a sign of not being properly set where you need to across the map. And this control is continuing to set up control. Native White just continue to stagger these spawns for G1. They're kind of okay with just getting the slay here and there. But look at this play from Tapping. This is a high risk, high reward right now. Spawn your teammates. As soon as your teammate spawns there, I feel like you got to give up on this play. But all of a sudden, waits too long, does not get the play he's hoping out of this. And Tapping Buttons and Native White are going to lose some control here for a second. Expect G1 to convert one of these strongholds shortly.
Yeah, it feels like I'd have to let go of that strategy early or hold on to it just for just a little bit longer. I feel like Native White are good at baiting them out, but right there, maybe just a bit mistimed. G1 cleared them out, and now an AC hold coming out of G1 because of it.
You're right, and I feel like there was just some conflicting factors there. As soon as you have a teammate spawn with you, as soon as they start fighting someone, I usually give up on that play because I feel like you just got to work with numbers. And then also unfortunate that G1 just started rolling through with so many people. So the second they gave up on that play, it was given up. But it was, ended up getting read perfectly. So that was just a tough situation. I feel like that one's a high risk, high reward as we're talking about sort of plays.
And since that play, G1 were able to convert that into a trip cap, eventually into a double cap. Right as Overshield's coming up, they weren't able to grab that, so a saving grace now coming for Native White. Tapping Buns already 6-2, and with Overshield, he's about to go off.
Yeah, he is not going back into that corner. He is going to be out loud and proud as he is charging to take over this B Stronghold, and this is going to be a trip cap coming in here for Native White.
65-44 lead. Native White once again having complete control on the map and even able to get that first slay. G1 always want to start their pushes with that first kill, with that first damage. Native White not going to allow them to do so. Tapping Buns eventually gets taken out. Maybe that's the opening G1 we're looking for.
And I'm wondering with Tapping Buns with that plasma pistol, if he's just trying to stay true to his name, wants to give you more taps with that, or just does not want to give away his location by pre-charging that plasma pistol. There could be a lot of great options as to why you'd like to rather tap that plasma pistol than instead of doing a full charge lock-on.
So you're saying he should have been tapping buttons? Is that where we're going here?
I mean, he's tapping that plasma pistol, and he was just doing so good with it. But it's like I said, you aren't going for the all or nothing hit when it comes to that plasma charge. You aren't giving away your location for people that are listening carefully on their sound and nearby proximity. And then also, like I said, it's not the all or nothing. With the plasma pistol charge, you're either getting 100% of the shields off or 0% of their shields off. With that tapping, even if you miss a couple taps, you're still going to melt those shields enough to do some strong damage.
G1 momentarily able to get a hold of that double cap. Native White answer right back. We're getting those kills, which converts into them taking both Bravo and Charlie at the same time. G1 having to kind of restart from here, and they still feel the pressure of Native White also pushing the A side. So G1, great offense onto B, great defense onto A, and now things are starting to turn into their favor, but that's the third overshield in a row G1 haven't been able to get a hold of.
Third OS, and it's getting melted. There are so many people fighting here against Barcode. Barcode able to eventually take down Sab, but that is a numbers game. You're not going to win. I like the play from Barcode there, though, getting up top with that overshield, putting the pressure where needed, but he did not have the support against 3 players there. So doing as much damage as he could, but that's a melted OS.
G1 shut me up real quick, because I promise you, I'll trade a trip cap and melting the overshield as opposed to grabbing it. So, hey, the overshield is a catalyst for you to capture bases. What matters most is capturing it and holding it, but Native White strike back, and they steal back the lead here. Bravo Charlie set up here for Native White. Boo Boo Doo trying to infiltrate the B side. I'm not sure that Native White are aware of it. Sab ends up going down. Boo Boo Doo still being a nuisance. Finally, they deal with him. The rest of the push is coming out. G1 go 3 down, make it 4. That's a wipe and a hold coming from Native White.
Great hold from Native White. Now, the only thing I have to worry about here with Gilk is Gilk does not want his teammates to spawn with them. They want to keep maybe just one person here, max, over at green, and then get someone supporting from Catwalk. Gilk is not revealing himself too much from sandbags because he cannot take that extra damage until he has the support. So right there, we also see tapping buttons kind of pushing on up. They realize the push is coming on over towards C, and they decide to just do a counter cap. I like this play from Gilkey.
Gilkey almost single-handedly taking the A side. It's going to work for him. Doesn't have the help he needs, actually. In fact, he's going to be left alone here. The final player alive immediately goes down toward the low side.
As it's
immediately
spawning.
takes a flanking route and grabs that heat wave. And I love that fact that he's playing this patient. He knows that they were 3 down. Wait for your teammates to come off a spawn. There's only so much you can do on your own.
Huge shout out to Coach Trey Tries right there, getting his teammate that heat wave the second that it spawned up. These coaches are keeping track of those power-ups, those power weapons, tapping buttons, getting a double kill. Look at Native White. We talked about how at the end of round number 3 on that oddball game, they had 4 power weapon kills compared to G1's 0 power weapon kills. Right there, we saw Heat Wave being grabbed right away. We saw Overshield being grabbed right away by tapping buttons. Just seems like Native White have been in the superior positioning and possibly being outcoached there on the Native White side.
Once again, we see Native White throwing a bit of a curveball, sending tapping buttons over towards the bottom mid side, and then they realize A side is clear. That means that G1's going for a straight rotation onto the Charlie side. He gives that information towards his teammates. They are able to get back in the fight, but just because you know the pressure's coming doesn't mean you can do anything about it. G1 get the kills. It leads to a double cap setup for them. Only down by 50 points. It's doable.
Very doable. This one is not a massive threat yet for G1 here. They're in a spot where they can get some slays, and that's a huge opening kill against tapping buttons. They also take down Barcode, so they have a 3v2. They also know where one player's over on C, so it's going to be interesting to see what Suppress does. They decide to go back towards C, clear out the kills, and continue their double cap setup. I was interested to see if we were going to see G1 decide to push on over towards A, trade caps, or if they're going to try to go for a trip cap, but instead they're just going to slowly drain this clock, and they now have a near tie game here as they're about 20 points separating G1 and Native White.
Big back smack coming out of Suppress right there, but was it enough to stop the rest of Native White from pushing? Apparently not. Barcode has the heater. Comes in quick and now is doing damage from across the map over towards the Bravo side, making sure and securing that tapping buttons, gets that kill, and all this happening right as Overshield's coming up. We're about to see now the 5th Overshield in a row from Barco. Getting maybe a little too fancy with it. Your team had the Shroud.
The team had the Shroud. He's trying to get all set for it, but now Gilkey in a 3v1. He decides to wisely back down and create some space, able to at least take out one player there, but trying to isolate how many sight lines were on Gilkey at that time. So Native White, once again, getting the overshield, but to no effect really that last one. Both the Barcode overshield we saw around C plat, also that last overshield we saw was relatively ineffective.
G1 scoring once again. Once again, G1 were able to take the lead. It's 207 to 187. Kyoki gets cleared out. Native White don't have any bodies on the map, so all of this time that's so valuable for Native White to try to make some kind of comeback here, they're not on the map to do so. They have to reset. This next push might be their last one.
I like this play from Boo-Boo. Boo-Boo just kind of baiting that snipe, understanding that someone is flanking over at A. Just in such a strong position here at Sandbags, does not want to charge in towards the snipe. He's done all the damage, and Boo-Boo gonna reposition back on towards A and help this crucial fight. Somehow tapping button, staying alive, fighting down 2 different members there of G1. But G1 has the reinforcements. They have the sniper now. Suppress, gonna see if they can keep control of A. Not successful there as this sniper rifle is just changing hands back and forth.
Native White were able to steal away Alpha and Bravo. G1 fighting for dear life for B. It's not gonna happen. McWin hits him with the mess around and find out. B side cleared. But just like that, looks like G1 forced to go over towards A. Native White rotate right over toward the Charlie side. Native White put themselves in good position to take this lead once again in the end game.
Yeah, and Boo-Boo securing over towards C. Not gonna happen. That's gonna be killed straight back and forth. I mean, G1 are in a good position. There's another OS being picked up by Gilkey and Native White. Is that the 3rd or 4th OS that we have seen in a row there when we swapped on over to their POVs? 6th, pretty much. I mean, they have nonstop gotten these OSs. Gilkey being a factor over towards top center, dodging those grenades. He does not care, take some damage. This is totally fine. And gonna put the pressure on B. This is gonna be difficult for G1 to deal with. They're gonna have to clear out Gilkey. They do get the kill, but at what cost? Falcated, the last one alive, fighting a one-on-one against a full shield Barcode. Not gonna work. Boo-Boo gonna try to push on over, but it could be too little too late as all these players are getting picked off. The real scare right here for G1 right now is not getting staggered. They have enough time to slow it down as long as they don't allow a trip cap. They need to just get one of these captures back and then make a good push together, but time is ticking.
And mind you, G1 desperately need this. Meanwhile, McWin slamming against the wall with the repulse. G1 have to win this game in order to send this into a game 5, but Barcode's winning battles over toward the C side. We do see an A-B setup coming in quickly, but Barcode and Native White are already pushing Bravo. Barcode and Tapping Buns are already working them. The rest of G1 are now retreating over towards A. They might have to punt Bravo. Does that mean they're going for Charlie?
They are putting the pressure on, and there goes C. At this point, Barcode needs to leave B. The worst thing that can happen for his team is getting spawned there, and they somehow get the last-second stop there onto Falcated. This is dire situations here for G1. Tournament life at stake. They have one last push, 7 seconds. Are they going to go for B through the garage, or do they try and make a long push? It has to be B, and the push comes on through. G1 sends 3 members. They send the full team towards B. The final battle potentially is being settled here. That's all 4 for G1 going down, and that's going to be G1 falling down 3-1 to Native White here.
Gilkey waving goodbye to the opposition. That's it, G1. Their chances of winning ending here on Saturday. They are knocked out. Native White do what's necessary to steal that lead. Mind you, coming from behind over toward the end game, they had to slay out and they had to hold on to that double cap, eventually turning to a momentary trip, and they ended it with a Native White earned that win. They're now top 8.
And they are not stopping anytime soon. You know, they are hoping that their Saturday is just getting started. They got a long road ahead of them, though. Native White, however, that last game, they outslayed 78-61. Partially, in fact, to Tapping Buttons, 24 kills there. So heavily outslaying, barely winning that game. So objective efficiency, not really there for Native White, but end of the day, a win is a win. And you know G1, they're going to be going back to the drawing board, trying to figure out what went wrong during a couple of those games.
Yeah, you can see on their faces right now, you know, obviously upset, but I'm thinking back, there was, you know, these few moments, you know, just we're talking about maybe 1 or 2 slays that could have converted into a 2 or 3 down in their favor. Just staying alive for just a little bit longer, securing the kill on that final player that was being a nuisance. If you peel back the layers, there might have been maybe 4 or 5 situations that if they just go a tiny bit differently, G1 ended up winning that. We end up getting the game 5 that we wanted to see. I don't want to take anything away from Native White because obviously they played phenomenal. That comeback was immaculate. But just think if G1 don't go down at that 221 point mark. Just think if they hold the line.
Some of those resets, like you're talking about, even like one of the last resets at C, even though it was going to go back in the favor of Native White, just the fact that they got that reset right away rather than have to recapture it, that takes off some pressure, not having to worry about those last 5 or 10 seconds. G1 wouldn't have been forced to send all 4 members towards B to guarantee they secured it. Instead, they could have taken a little longer of a push, sent a couple of people towards sandbags, taken their time, but when clock's ticking, at some point you need to say, who's getting the hill and when?
Well, if there's one thing that I learned from this matchup, get a hold of those overshields, man. 6 in a row. I want to know what Blaze is going to find out from the actual winner, so why don't we send over to Blaze to talk to Native White.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Give it up one time for Native Gaming White as they come out on top and still stay in the tournament. Barcode, you have had a wild ride so far. You had so many close games yesterday, some devastating losses, but you're still in the tournament. How does it feel to get this first win and start to progress on here?
Well, you know, yesterday, like, I was extremely happy with how we were playing, even though, like, that FaZe series was kind of unfortunate. I was still incredibly, like, proud of the boys. Like, we were keeping it tight with the number 2 seed. And then, obviously, we all went to bed. We all regained. We had a tough series against SSG. But once again, like, we went out back. We just chilled out for a bit right before we played this series. We spoke about a few things, about what we needed to do going into this next series. And, you know, it showed.
It definitely showed, okay? Now, coming to this one, you guys lose that map number 1, okay? And so now you're in a dire situation as losers round 1. You get the win out, but does how you win kind of like matter in the situation, or is just getting it done? And how did you get it done against these guys?
I definitely think, like, the end result is all that, like, matters, you know? People don't really care, like, at the end of the day if you, oh, man, this match was close, you know? But, like, no one cares. You lost it. You lost the series. You know? So, I definitely think we actually could have played a lot better in a lot of those games. There was a few mishaps, but once again, Native Gaming, white ice, baby.
They get it done, okay? Well, ice in their veins. Any shout-outs you want to give to the fans out there before I let you go?
Just shout out to everyone that's supporting us with our run. You know, we still got a lot of Halo to be playing this weekend, so yeah.
A lot of Halo to be played. Go out there, get ready. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, white ice for sure. I mean, I've got to say, that last part of Live Fire Strongholds was icy. And I've got to say, I've got to give it to Gilkey. I think Gilkey, with that exceptional OV play at the end there, turned things completely around for Native White. Gilkey being able to take the OV, go all the way through A, take that A stronghold, go all the way through back green, then take B, literally dodging grenades, taking down players in his wake. I mean, absolutely insane stuff from Gilkey. I don't expect anything less, but it was like pivotal moments like that, individual players stepping up when it mattered most, that brought them across the line and ended it there.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what this Native White team really is. It's like a collective group of individuals we know are nasty, and that was the Gilk show this series, I think. Even in the oddball on streets, Gilk was popping off, got the overkill, had like a 40 bomb with the most time. Like, Gilkey's stepping up right now. Micklin was stepping up in moments yesterday. Like, Tapping hit an unbelievable triple against FaZe to get them into a Game 5 situation. That's how this team makes their living, is these individuals that are so highly skilled. They step up, they make individual plays that they're very capable of. And if, God forbid, if all 4 of these guys start gunning at the same time, because they're going to be a tough out for anyone in this elimination bracket.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you hit it the nail on the head there. There's not really one player you can point to here that's the superstar. All 4 of them players picked up the pieces when they needed to. Gilk made some pivotal plays in games 3 and 4, and we didn't even talk about tapping buttons.
I know.
24 kills, 15 deaths in that final game, and he had the boys chasing the shadows. I think what G1 need to do if they want to beat Native White in future is get Barcode's visa revoked. It's the only way it seems to get the job done.
That is very true. I think you guys have put it so perfectly there. I am very, very impressed with Native White, what they've managed to achieve here. Obviously, the stats are showing in their favor, rightfully so. Tapping buttons, looking so good. Mikwin popping off when he needed to, like you said. Barcode leading the charge there as well, Sherzy. And Gilkey, he really does step up as almost like a leader for this team, because some of the plays he makes, they are really, really veteran.
My only concern with Native White going forward is that they're getting so many slays, they're getting so many kills, out shooting everybody, but the issue is that when it comes to the objective, they're not being very efficient, and that's something they're going to have to change to play against some of the top teams.
Couldn't agree more. There was actually a moment there on that Live Fire Strongholds where we had a lot of G1, I think 3 of them actually in C over at Tower, and I saw Barcode with the overshield, which is, you know, fair enough, you got an extra shield on you, but head on over alone.
I think he says fair dinkum, that's the way he would
Fair
say.
dinkum, there we go. Head over alone, getting absolutely just, you know, luckily he gets a no-scope off, which is fantastic, but unfortunately doesn't manage to get the cap, doesn't manage to get the conversion, and it's a very, very difficult situation. If he had a bit of support, a bit of help, a little bit of teamwork coming forward, that could have actually been a pretty easy kind of win there, I think, from then on. But they had to work even harder, and I think as they push through the bracket, especially the elimination bracket, you're going to face teams who will shut that down immediately. They won't let you get 6 overshields in a row.
Yeah.
So it's moments like that I want to see a little bit more teamwork coming across the board for Native White. So absolutely incredible stuff. But I tell you what, folks, we do have an exceptional main stage match coming your way next. We have FaZe versus Native Red. Somebody is going through that winner's bracket, and somebody is going to be dropping down to the elim bracket. And as you can see here, this is the journey for all of our teams so far. Spacestation Gaming and OpTic Gaming lining up in the semis. Oh, baby.
It's also interesting to see OpTic beating Complexity and Quadrant losing the Native Red. That means that basically everything that happened yesterday didn't really matter. The seeds are pretty much honours even, back to the way they would have been had OpTic finished top of their group. I think Quadrant had a very difficult series against Native Red going to a game 5, and heartbreaking to see them drop down.
And now, honestly, it should be SSG that's kind of getting screwed over here, right? Because OpTic lose earlier. SSG was thinking, hey, FaZe and OpTic are going to have to knock each other out while we're comfortably cruising to the winners finals, more than likely. Unfortunately, as soon as OpTic lose, you would think SSG fans would be a little happy, like, hey, maybe they're vulnerable this event. Well, we're going to find out firsthand if they're vulnerable here in the winners bracket semis.
We certainly will indeed. And of course, if they are vulnerable, they'll find themselves in the elimination bracket. And here you have Native White going up against Shopify Rebellion next, because both of them managed to take on their elimination 13 successfully. We've got Quadrant and Sentinels lined up currently, which I actually believe you were watching off camera as well, Clutch. How's that one going?
It was Quadrant 2-1. They just won the oddball in game 3. It was close rounds, though. Quadrant and Sentinels going very head-to-head right now. And, I mean, for a team that 3-0'd OpTic Gaming yesterday, for them to be on a potential bracket-busting match as far as getting top 12 or getting an opportunity to continue to compete, that is terrifying.
Well,
it is very terrifying.
I think what we've seen at Charlotte was the very same thing. You've seen Quadrant go to game 5 against OpTic, go to game 5 against Sentinels, but actually they lost both game 5s. So at least if they can clutch up here and ice up, get the win, then it doesn't really matter how you get the job done as long as you do.
Very, very true. I'll tell you what, two teams, that are ice skating right now are going to be Na'Vi and Hive, and we saw them in the elimination bracket. Let's actually check in and see how that series is going. Fellas, do you fancy a little bit of a desk cast?
Take it away. Wouldn't have a little eye wig at this. Score currently sitting at 5-7, game 5. Na'Vi pushing for a top 8, and actually all the talk about Quadrant in Europe, it's actually the boys in black and yellow who are trying to get their side of the things done here as well.
And I'd honestly give the edge here to Hive Gaming. Their individual skill is pretty strong. They look good against FaZe this morning. They got reverse swept, of course, but not without giving FaZe every bit of what FaZe could handle. So it's no surprise they're giving Na'Vi a good show of a run here for a top 8 match. 2-2 is the score, crossing the 10 mark now. Hive will have the lead for now, but it's not with map control as they go 3 down.
I think we looked at this coming into the tournament. Hive, we really didn't see as a top 12 team, and if they lose this game, that's where they will be eliminated at. We had higher expectations for this squad, and I think struggling against the European team that's not even the best in their region isn't a great look.
Yeah, I think if you're both these two teams, though, and you see each other for top 8, you're like, this is a very winnable series. I think both these two teams would be competitive just about every single time. If they played 10 times, I think these series would go pretty far, all 10 of those times. So looking forward to seeing how this is going to be kind of determined here. It's going to be individual plays. And speaking of individual plays, Snaky with the camo, unable to make one, and because of it, Na'Vi are going to lose 2, but more importantly, that power-up.
Individual plays, individual mistakes, it would seem as well. Camouflage was in control of Navi.
Good
that has
teamwork.
gone absolutely no value to be seen from it. And all of a sudden we're seeing Hive just put a little bit of breathing space between the two teams. That's going to help Navi though with a double kill, but the answer right back. 3 dead here for Hive and a chance, an opportunity for Navi to claim map control.
Let's see what Navi can do with it this time around, because last time they basically burned a camo, lost the numbers advantage that they have, but with Dynamos in the hands of Swish, it's going to be a very difficult time trying to compete against this, especially if you're stuck over towards the pink side of the map. Here comes the push from Hive.
Jimbo's in big trouble, manages to get one, has help on the fridge side, but here comes the collapse. You can see 2 members of Hive pinching. They're working in a pack. They're not Hornets, not Bees. These boys are hunting like wolves, and they get a couple of kills go their way, which means 24-20. They have a 4-kill lead, and Camouflage will be up soon enough.
You want to see Navi try to get some map control for what feels like the first time since we've been turning in. Maybe Snakey's double can get them some of that, but right now, Hive is going to have 3 down, actually. So you want to use this time to take some of the space on Aquarius, trap these respawners, but unfortunately, Navi not having made too much space in that time.
Swish gets handled. Camouflage in 7 seconds. Be interesting to see which team goes for it. Will it be baited? Navi seem to be in the right positions over on this car side. A couple of sizzle sticks picked up.
Camo picked up as well.
Camo has been scooped up. We'll have to see who has managed to whisk that one away, because that's going to be huge. It dictate whatever way this game goes. Certainly which way the lead might shift. Remains a 2-kill game and a little bit of a standoff here, Wes.
You don't like to see this passive play by Snakey, and I mean, just like that, he gets pushed. Eventually, the heat wave gets into his face, makes the difference. I think Camo was picked up by Na'Vi, but based off all the melee trades I saw in the kill feed there, I'm going to assume that it was burned. But in those moments, sure, as in the game 5, you're seeing Snakey play so passive, holding down the utility closet. Maybe that's the strategy Na'Vi have success doing, but in my opinion, it almost was an afraid to make a play kind of a statement, and afraid to take some space to give away a life potentially. But with that risk comes so much reward when you're able to successfully apply some pressure.
It's afraid to take a risk, but afraid to make a mistake. I think that's what the issue is. You have to have a little bit of confidence, a little bit of courage when it comes to these sorts of game 5s. We've also seen Na'Vi pick up back-to-back camouflages, it would seem, and not really get much value from them. So that's going to have to change in the future. But as I say, that Hive got a 5-kill advantage.
Yeah, still in this game, it is up to 6, and on a map like Aquarius, typically those power swings not really an available opportunity for a team behind, right? Those winning conditions are typically decided with the battle rifle. There is a camouflage and a heat wave, a couple of thrusts, but those don't traditionally spin momentum too far one way or the other. So a 6-kill lead on a predominantly BR-styled map is going to be a very difficult thing to overcome.
You're going to need a camouflage and you're going to need a heat wave here to rope your way back into this one, but unfortunately they just keep throwing bodies around the place. Bodies keep hitting the floor, and it's not in favor of Na'Vi. Hive continued to grow in that lead, and all of a sudden we're starting to see Na'Vi just wilt under the pressure.
8 to go on the side of Hive, and what a monumental win this would be. A top 8 for these guys after, even Lottie talked about it yesterday, their respected teams that they have come from so far in their journey this year, let them go. This is a mismatched bunch. Guess what, Complexity, we already know their journey. They got top 12. Guess what, G1, where Swish came from, top 12. This is an opportunity to outplace some of the predecessors that let you go. Can you get the job done now?
All eyes on this series then. And as that monologue went down, Na'Vi starting to close the gap once more. Killing spree for Snipe Drone. You can never count this man out. One thing he loves doing is killing things, and he continues to do so here and now. 1-kill game.
Somehow, some way, on the back of a 3rd camouflage. This one seems to have been put to use, but no, Jim overextends, throws the grenade, and because of it, costs him his life. It reveals him for just a moment now. These final moments are going to decide who's moving on.
And you can see Jim, as soon as he stepped into that fridge side, he's seen 3 players guns down at him. He tried to get himself away and out of dodge, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be the case. 1-kill game. Snipe Drone, can he get this kill? It'd be huge if he can. He cannot do so. The slide from Precision will be enough to just to throw off the crosshairs for now. Can Precision escape? No, he can't. They keep trading, and this game's neck and neck.
Na'Vi keep clutching up here. They've tied this game up all of a sudden, and Na'Vi looking like their final form when they need it most. A lot of pressure, Pink 1, but Neuronical, or Swish, I'm sorry, gets that kill and stays alive, but the kill is traded out.
Both teams require 3. More trades. Both teams require 2.
Jesus.
The next couple of kills will decide who progresses and who gets eliminated at the top 12 stage. Na'Vi have been here all too often since their creation, since they were formed. They want to push further. They want to be the European team that everybody talks about. But it's Hive who are one away now, and they're descending on the base. Snaky's trying to turtle up. Snaky's trying to run, but here comes the pain.
Jimbo got isolated in the closet. Now the push with numbers. Does lose one on the way. Swish can't finish the kill. The trade Melee's come through.
It's a tie.
It's a 50 to 50 tie.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. The Melee's going to do it from both sides. Players no shield running with their heads between their legs. But wow. We're going to have a complete replay here because these guys got to go at it again.
Have we seen that before?
I love how we were like leaning over the desk, looking at what the result was. Like, who did it?
We're going to see who got victory. It was a tie.
Jeez.
Told you it'd be spicy today, didn't I, folks? Told you.
I've decided both teams progress. What the hell with all this stuff?
Absolutely insane. That was wild. Absolutely wild to me. I do think that you made such a massive, massive point there, especially about Snaky, but actually overarching the entire team for Na'Vi. You have to be confident, take the risks. I know that sometimes they might not pay off, but actually it will never pay off if you don't take any risks. If you do play passive like that at a moment like this where ice is needed, the clutch factor is needed, excuse the pun, but you know, it has to be the difference maker, and I think that happens quite often for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think what will happen is they lose this game, if they lose the series, they look back at moments and be filled with deep regret that why didn't I make this play? Why didn't I push forward when I could have? And you really want to be keeping those sorts of issues and those sorts of plays to a minimum. And Snaky in that locker side, he really could have gotten a little bit more proactive, but he stuck instead. He stayed where he was, kept a little bit stagnant, and thankfully for him, he gets another crack at it.
He does indeed. I'll tell you what, we'll keep you updated with what happens with that one later on. A full replay will be had. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do indeed have our next main stage match. FaZe versus Native Red. We'll see you right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Global Invitational live from DreamHack Dallas. My name's Lottie, I'm joined by Clutch and Jersey. And before the break we saw something pretty nuts happening. I mean, Na'Vi, Hive, they're having to replay a game 5 again, Aquarius Slayer. Absolutely nuts stuff happening, so I only know that nuttier things are going on, especially on this main stage very shortly. FaZe versus Native Red, we're heading through that winners bracket on the championship bracket side of things. And Clutch, this is going to be a bit of a brawl, I think. If anything of this morning is to go by in terms of FaZe and their very, very slow start, the reverse sweep that they had to accomplish on the cards against Native Red, who already game 5 won with Quadrant, managed to get up onto this main stage. Now they're going up against the number 2 seed here at the Global Invitational. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, I would heavily favor FaZe here, especially Native Gaming still with the sub. I think it's very impressive what they've been able to do this weekend so far with Bohm. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for Bohm as a player. Him being able to just be substituted into this roster and get them to this point is nothing short of a phenomenal experience for the kid and for this group. This is going to show you that Native Red, should be competing in the winners bracket semifinals more often. What they did at Worlds was impressive. They haven't had Druck in an event since, so we haven't seen them at full force. To see them back here with the top 6 at the very least so far throughout their performance this weekend, I mean, it's nothing shy of like a miracle, in my opinion, that they're able to get this far. Unfortunately, I think this FaZe team is just going to be a little bit too much.
Now, we know what Renegade can do. He is absolutely insane and will make sure that you are punished in any kind of moment of weakness. But Talik, on the other side of things, holding the stats up himself as well. What can he do for Native Red, Shaz?
I think Talik actually has a very similar role to Renegade, where he is expected to do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to KD. He's the entry fragger, he's the first one in the door, and he expects the rest of his team to follow him up behind them. I think what I'd like to see is Bohm. My concern coming into this for Native Red was that maybe Bohm wouldn't have the same sort of play style as Druck, and that is where they would suffer. But I think Bohm actually complements this team very well, because from the outside looking in, he looks as though he likes to anchor a little bit, and he has 3 absolute head cases that like to run forward, just run and gun. So I think he's been a really good addition last minute. I think they've done very well to be able to secure his services. But like Wes says, we've seen Native Red already drop some series that they maybe weren't expected to. They lost to Na'Vi last night, and we now see them up against FaZe. So I think this is a really, really tough test for them, but with the way their tournament has gone so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see this go to a game 5.
I got to say, looking at the series layout as well, I think the only wiggle room I see for Native Red in terms of this favouring them is got to be that Strongholds recharge right bang in the middle of a potential reverse sweep happening if things don't go their way for the first 2. Because I got to say, FaZe are looking pretty good on Oddball. They've been working on that one. Li-Fi, again, nothing really favourable there for FaZe, but that Strongholds right in the middle might be where Native Red can start capitalising on some of the weaknesses that FaZe do show on those objective types there. I've been told the game is ready, so I'm going to just zip it and ship it all the way over to our 2 casters. We've got Bravo on set.
Thank you very much, Lottie. First time up here for us today, Andy. We've been sat in the back watching all this craziness go down. Game 5, sorry, buddy. It's all right, we'll do it again. One more time. All right, okay. Game 5's been going down. We've seen 50-50s, and now we get to see a little bit of winners bracket semi-final action. We've got FaZe, we've got Native Red. 2 teams have just come off the back of Game 5s themselves.
Yeah, especially a lot of pressure on those Game 5s as well. Those were not as easy as those 2 teams would have liked, certainly, and you can say that definitely about the FaZe series. Things got dicey. A last-second Renegade flagpole is really what kept them alive in that series to make sure that Aquarius CTF ended. They got to the Game 5, but now there's a much bigger job here as these 2 teams are going up against each other for top 3.
Yeah, a crazy story for both these teams coming into this series, and we'll kind of touch on that as the series progresses. But as Lottie said, it looks like we're ready to get straight into the action here. We're going to start off on a little bit of live fire, Andy, and I think for FaZe, this is going to be probably the biggest test we could have expected for them.
Yeah, it really will be. And let's not forget also 2nd seed versus 4th seed here. Native Red looking to break that top 4 ceiling. They have been locked into the top 4 for months and months, placing 4th in every single tournament. Unsurprisingly, coming in with the 4th seed here as well. And now an opportunity right in this series alone to break that curse, to place top 3 and secure that position. However, FaZe, of course, going to have something to say about that.
I think it's really important as we see this opening break go down that we just touch upon what we saw. Renegade, good morning to you. I saw a double kill from him, cleaning up the 2 players bottom middle, but the ceiling keeps getting put on this Native Red roster. It's, okay, can you get top 6? Yes, we can. Can you break through to the top 4? Yes, we can. Now can you break into the top 3? And then after that, as we've seen in this tournament, and as we've seen previously, you can get in that top 3, you can go on and win a tournament.
Absolutely. A little bit of ball time here coming in for Native Red early on. And they'll be now on board Renegade, not able to finish on that Soul Snipe kill. However, those kills will be traded out. But you have to wonder, is this a time? Can Native Red strike while FaZe looks a bit shaky going into a Game 5 last series? And win one, you certainly wouldn't expect them to need to go to a Game 5. Maybe, just maybe, this is their opportunity here. Just about 8 points on the board early on for Native Red.
Yeah, what a Game 1 win would do for Native Red, right? And for FaZe, goodness me, Snakebite, he's hitting some shots and certainly starting this game in the way that he would want. But like you say, for Native Red to take away game number 1 here, to put that pressure that is already on FaZe back on an even higher level would be absolutely massive for their chances in this series.
Yeah, all netted up here right at the break. 8 kills apiece, actually, these two teams. That's not something you see very often here in the first round of a game of ball, but that's exactly what you're seeing on your screen here as teams have really just tried to get a little bit of a foothold, but neither team able to do so just yet.
Yeah, a little bit of a scrappy start here, to be expected with two teams who are so closely matched. And both have played quite a lot of Halo so far this weekend, and probably a little bit more than FaZe would have wanted with some of the series that they've had in front of them. But now we're going to see FaZe finally start to move that oddball back for a few seconds. They kind of halved the deficit, even though there's barely a second on the board for both teams. But all eyes are on the overshield at the moment. That's why you're seeing all of these pushes going down on the OS side of the map.
Ooh, 2 dead, though. What looked like it was going to be a little bit of an advantage there is eventually evened out. Now 2 dead. However, off of the chaos around Scoreboard and Keydor, it will be a nice shroud screen. Textbook grab here for Snakebite. He will now have a full overshield to play with.
Manny just slowing this down for a second, though. Snakebite going to use the OS to jump in there and grab that oddball away. And with the way that FaZe are set up around the map, you would expect them to be able to put a run together here. But one plasma grenade just completely changed the complexion of that push.
Yeah, it stays at 2-2 there. Very interesting, as you say. It looked like they were going to have pillars and dummy control, but it wasn't that easy there. Talik actually sneaks through and picks up a very nice kill, and look how low scoring this round is. It is 8-7 here at the moment.
Native Red do have a little bit of work to do here as FaZe have stolen the ball away for just a few moments, but it's barely a few seconds between the teams, and considering how much time has elapsed in this first round so far, Andy, it's quite a surprise to see not even what would you call a half a setup that's been kind of put together on the map by either team. Finally, Royal 2 has a chance to move the ball away, but it's only because he's the last player alive, and Native Red are coming off a respawn.
Exactly there. He's going to force some house spawns, which is going to be... Oh, Talik comes through the rat tunnel. All he needs is one bullet. Makes it connect and slows down that setup without a doubt. And still at 21-8 with just 2:19 on the clock. A very, very low scoring, uncharacteristic first round between these two, but maybe speaks to the amount of discipline on both sides of the stage.
Gonna have to see if maybe there's gonna be a little bit of frustration coming on either side at the moment. With the lack of ball time, with the lack of calculated setup that's been able to be put on either side of the stage at the moment with their setups. Frosty and Snakebite will pick up 2, though, combined with another kill coming in from FaZe Clan. That's going to leave Native Red with 3 in the death screen, and a chance here for FaZe Clan to finally get a semblance of map control along with the oddball in their hands.
Yeah, let's see if they can pick up another bit of damage here. Bohm has a very nice angle. It's a good evasive shroud screen from Frosty. That will get him out. And just like that, we have a little bit more, not too many, but a little bit more points on the board to double the score of Native Red here, 36-19.
Frosty needs to hit some shots here just to even the numbers up for a second. Manny going to take the body shot. Renegade will clean it up, which now allows FaZe Clan to get back on the map. And that's slightly uncharacteristic to see Frosty miss that shot.
Yeah, to miss that, and also under the high pressure as well. As we take a look here, 2 dead for FaZe at the moment, as well as Bone coming in with the overshield. Will now make 3 dead. Snakebite will be your last player alive at back green. Ball has been played, and this should be... Oh boy, somehow Snakebite stays alive. I started to look away from the screen because I thought that battle was a guaranteed win. However, you can't leave Snakebite alive back green. He will win those battles and keep the advantage in FaZe's favor. However, Royal 2 off the back of that is your last player alive. Back-to-back 3 deads in favor of Native Red.
Now, this is how FaZe want this game to be set up. They have a pretty decent lead at this point, around 20, 30 points. Something that they can play around. They can start to use that odd ball as a distraction, slay around it, knowing that Native Red have to pick up ball time. And when you fall into that trap at the moment, this is where FaZe do their best work. They put all of Native Red into the death screen, and now they can take their time, pick pick that ball up and know that they're just going to take second after second and extend this lead.
That's right. That was 4 dead here. Now all 8 players alive on the map. Let's take a look at this hold. It's already 62-19. Very comfortable for FaZe. But these next few kills will determine if it continues. It's a 2-tap in the rat tunnel for Royal 2 to continue the advantage. 3 dead again. This is looking like a very different second half of the round. FaZe Clan looking good.
As soon as they got that little 20-point cushion, it's been all FaZe, and Native Red have just been picked apart. Push after push, trying to force their way towards that oddball to elongate this game for a few more moments, but it's looking like at this point in the game, Andy, round 1 could be a FaZe 1.
It certainly could. 3 dead. Royal 2, last player alive here in the cuts. He will eventually be taken down, so Native Red does answer back. However, how much gas do they have in the tank? Take a look at the clock. 59 seconds remaining. They're going to need to string together some fantastic plays if they want to get the points on the board.
Well, here goes Renegade. Body shot onto Bone, followed by a headshot from the battle rifle. Torlik trying to answer back with the overshield and the heat wave as well. Renegade still alive, gets an extra beat down in. And to be honest, in that situation, Torlik, although he got the kill, maybe took a little bit too much damage in doing so.
Definitely took a little bit of damage. He would have loved to have another heatwave shot. 3 dead there. It's a staggered 4 dead off of the double kill from Frosty. That is dangerous here now. Only 25 points to go for FaZe. All players coming off the respawn. Let's take a look at this next Native Red push.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one to make as well, because Renegade's already picked up 1 kill.
Oh!
Frosty, sat on the tower with a sniper. 1 more shot here, and this will be the round. Certainly going heavily in the favor of FaZe, but Bomex makes him pay, takes that sniper rifle out of his hands for just a few moments, and now Royal 2 going to be forced to play ball.
Royal 2 perfectly timed there. He gets a 97, drops pillars, thinks he might have the time. He doesn't. He's forced to play ball. However, as you say, only 3 seconds to go before FaZe takes the first round.
Just need to take a deep breath here, FaZe. Make sure they don't do anything silly, don't do anything stupid, and throw this round away and really give momentum back to Native Red. Snakebite's been in this position 1,000 times before, knows that he's got the time to play his life, and with that, it looks like FaZe, having picked that ball up, I was about to say, might close this out, but Torlik has stolen that ball away.
Let's see what Torlik can do with a rotate here. Boom, doesn't do as much damage as he would have liked here. They forced it out, but look at the trades for Snakebite in there. Now it's a 2v2 on the map.
Soulsnipe trying to take down Renegade as well. Manny gets that kill, flying out the window before he goes back to regain control of that oddball. And like I mentioned, don't make silly mistakes here, FaZe. You've got time to put 2-3 pushes together to get that oddball out of the hands of Native Red. You've got to value your life and make sure you're getting the most out of them.
Oh boy, needs this kill. Frosty wise to get that one. He needed that kill. It's going to be a double kill. Soulsnipe is your last player alive. This will be the round.
Finally, FaZe do get the break. And the couple of points they need to close out the first round here. FaZe Clan up 1 in oddball.
Wow, what a round there as well. Let's not forget, Native Red was down by quite a margin, about 75-19. They do bring the round back quite a bit to keep things interesting. However, it was that big hold from about 20 points all the way to 75 that really won FaZe that round.
So into round 2 then. FaZe looking to get that little lead. Put the pressure back onto Native Red. Repeat the dosage that we saw in that first round. Frosty going to get the sniper rifle, and unfortunately not going to be able to get away with it, so that's an opportunity for Native Red to turn over a power weapon at least. But Bomex is going to have to play this one slow. Native Red finding themselves with 2 players in the death screen, but when that overshield is popping, one thing you certainly want in your hands is the long stick.
Ooh, goes for the blind shot, does Bohm. Tries to hit twice, and not easy to do through the shroud screen. That will be a clean overshield grab here for Royal 2. He's also got the heat wave, and he's got kills in mind.
Tries to put the pressure. I like the prioritization of kills there from Royal 2. Recognize the boom. Had that sniper rifle, but now having prioritized everything, he's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2.
And a little bit of whoa! Soulsnipe knows about the spawner. It could have been even more than the over without a doubt, and they knew what he had on the board. Finally, Royal 2's taken out, but he even adds a little bit of love taps on top of it for some extra flavor. A very nice overkill here in our second round.
Beautiful stuff, and while all that craziness was happening, the rest of FaZe were going, go off, Matt, you go do your thing, we're going to hold this oddball, and it's a 41-point lead here in this second round. Beautiful stuff from Royal 2, and it all came down to that decision-making. Who do I shoot first right at the start of that run?
Exactly, and we now have a second here at 41-5 to talk about the decision-making. He's top mid, he has the option to push sandbags. Instead, you know the comms were perfect. He drops down to bottom middle, wraps pillars to get the triple, gets the finish there on ace sandbags as well, and you know the team comms were key in making sure that overkill took place. Native Red, though, now on the board with a tower hold, all 8 players alive on the map, down here by about 25.
Yeah, Native Red haven't quite crumbled as yet. That was the first time we've seen them get a fresh 4 dead from FaZe Clan. First pick's going to be the oddball carry, though. Snakebite manages to kind of slide and slip his way through the setup. Overshield coming up as well, and this is bad timing on these deaths coming in from Native Red. All 4 of them fall. Overshield going to be picked up by FaZe. The oddball, you imagine, will be grabbed alongside it.
Like a SWAT team, tactical. They fly in before the ball can even be played off the back of the tower. I think Snakebite actually went nest bridge straight to C Plat to hit some really fast nades, and they drop immediately. It's all 4 dead, and as you say, on the timing of the Overshield as well. Look at Snakebite, he won't go down. You can't take him out. Still leading here, 41-22.
I mean, look at this man's face at the moment in the player cam. Full focus. He almost looks like he's angry, Snakebite. And this is something you don't usually kind of relate when you're talking about PJ. He's usually a calm customer, but I think with the games and the pressure that FaZe have been under, he's decided it's his time to step up. A killing spree for him now, 51-22. Native Red again with 2 players in the death screen.
I couldn't agree more. Based on the upsets we've seen on the main stage already in day 1 and day 2, there's a little bit of nerviness here you feel in these top teams where they're realizing anyone can take us out at any point. They are here for blood, and we need to make sure we are focused on these matches. Let's not forget here, team that wins this is guaranteed top 3 as FaZe continues on in this round, 67-22.
Renegade picks up another kill for him. That's 22 for Jonathan Willett. Going to be another one added here by Snakebite as well. Turns a green gun into a sniper rifle and almost turns a double into a triple. And I tell you what, those eyebrows on Snakebite, even though they've been furrowed, he looks a bit angry, they lifted for a second there.
They certainly did. I think a lot of eyebrows in the room were raised up there. Almost hits a beautiful triple, but it doesn't matter because he is dealing damage on every single corner of the map without a doubt. Now they're only 20 points away from closing out the game.
Oh, gosh. Goodness me, Torlik. That one's going to hurt. Soul Snipe finally slows Snakebite down, but not after he's sat at 21-12. And he's got the most objective time on the team as well. PJ doing it all here for FaZe.
They really are, and we should look now at also as they're at the 83 mark. Soul Snipe picks up a very nice kill there on Royal 2 on the key door. Right now, outslaying Native Red 85-64 at this point in the game. Only 17 to go.
Important thing, though, for FaZe, we've seen this before. They outslay a lot of teams, but it's being turned into objective work. Yeah. It isn't a close game. 83-26 is where we find ourselves. Torlik does get that overshield, and last time we saw it, didn't really make the most of it. This time he picks up a kill without taking too much damage himself. So a way back into this game, a way back into this round here. If Torlik can turn Snakebite into the death screen for a few moments as well, then the opening is here for Native Red. He does exactly that. Teammate's going to pick that ball up. Royal 2 going to be last alive.
Ooh, very nice job to double back on the sandbags as well. Take a look at how Torlik made sure to get that kill before Snakebite could fly in for the trade, because Snakebite's been doing that all game, if we're honest. A very nice job. However, it will require, once again, a heroic comeback due to a very, very strong early open from FaZe. Now, here comes the dummies push, but it's cut off by Bohm. A very nice flank.
Yeah, Bohmex doing what he can, and Bohm really, I mean, stepping up in a big way for Native Red. 4 dead, unfortunately, for Native Red in that moment, but to come in at the last second as a substitute, performing the way that he has, you can't say enough about what he's managed to produce at this tournament.
Absolutely. As you say, that was 3 dead, so this should be a hold here at the 91 mark. It's 3 dead again. This should be the round here, unless there's some heroics from Manny.
Yeah, it's just all about holding that odd ball for a few seconds, and the man who's been outstanding in this game will have the trophy in his hands with that odd ball to cross that 100-point threshold. FaZe Clan will go 1-up in the series. It's a 2-0 victory here on Oddball.
Even though it was a bit of a slow start there from FaZe in that first round, I think it was really just a calm level of play in terms of how they approached that, right? It didn't bother them that that game was 8-4 for about 2 minutes of play. They wanted to settle into the game, settle into the series, and once they found the opening, the opportunity, they took that advantage and really did not look back at any point between our opening 2 rounds.
Something I want to talk about here with FaZe as well. Yesterday we saw a couple of players hot, a couple of players cold, and it felt like someone was having to step up for FaZe to kind of drag themselves through a series. Every single player on the team during that game kind of had a moment, had something where they were a player who stepped up to do something special. The little run from Snakebite, the snipes that came in from him, the overkill from Royal 2. We saw killing sprees from Frosty, from Renegade. Everybody is starting to ascend to that level you need to be at to get to a grand final here. Haven't seen how crazy the games have been so far, but not only that, to elevate themselves to potentially win a tournament as well.
Couldn't agree more. Also in the end, final slay total as we take a look at some highlights from that game, 94-72 in favor of FaZe. So not only were they outslaying, but also getting efficient objective work, as you had mentioned earlier as well. Here's Snakebite's run on the pillars there, using that overshield to his advantage and then staying alive throughout that entire battle as well.
Yeah, man, this is where he picked up the sniper rifle. Ooh, and that's where Manny felt it, and certainly found out himself with that nice little shot to the body to take him down. And one thing that I'm impressed with FaZe as well is how well they were efficient in getting 2 dead, and then it turns into 4 within the next 5 to 6 seconds. If you're doing that consistently on any game type, Andy, you're going to have success.
And what was interesting as well was I think Native Red was pretty disciplined that they would wait for each other off spawn. However, it would still be FaZe that gets the first pick off of the next spawn as well. That's what was leading to back-to-back 3 deads time and time again, and that's how you run up the score. That's how you run up the slay category as well, up against a team like Native Red. We'll take a look at some stats.
Here's some stats then you can see. This is from some of the game types that we've seen so far, the Slayer stats, excuse me, from Slayer game type so far, and no surprise to see on the Native Red side that Tarlik is the man again to look for. He needs to put up those numbers. He's going to be the guy who's finishing off a lot of those kills. He's going to be controlling some of the power weapons for them in those Slayer game types, but you're looking at the other side and you can pretty much pick who you want, to be honest. FaZe are dominant when it comes to that KD ratio.
Absolutely. I mean, just talk about the slaying power that's on this team, what they can do, whether it's an objective game type or a Slayer. They're going to be putting up numbers, like we said, outslaying their opponents by 22 kills in 2 rounds of oddball in that last game. If that's any indication, we could see a pretty slay-heavy ready FaZe in this game 2 as well.
Have to see how game 2 does develop then, but it gives us a second just to talk about Native Red and what they've actually managed to achieve. I think it's pretty wild that they find themselves in this winner semi-final with a substitute. I mean, some of the series that we've seen them in, I mean, they took down Quadrant, who yesterday were absolutely flying. They 3-0'd the world champions, come top of their pool, and again, Native Red just always at every single tournament kind of written off a little bit.
Yeah.
They're here for a reason, and if you look at their trajectory, which we love to do, go back through history, even with a sub here, it is consistently upwards.
It is, and we saw last year they just ascended into the ranks. We said last year they were so good, no one in the scene could ignore them. They've continued that this year with consistent top 4 placings, and now an opportunity to break that ceiling here in this series. We'll see if they can hang on. They fell in that first game, but now an opportunity to tie things up here on Slayer Aquarius.
Slayer Aquarius is where we are going to go. First to 50 kills will find themselves taking this game away and adding it to their tally in the series. The worrying thing here, though, for Native Red is this is one of FaZe Clan's best game types. They are so damn good at this, and it's very rare that you see this one slip through their fingers.
Yeah, that game number 1 was an indication, without a doubt, to Native Red that FaZe actually doesn't look too shaky. They might have gone to game 5 in that last series, but they're looking very good here as we are into game number 2, Slayer on Aquarius.
Here we go then, Dallas. It's time for us to see if it's going to be a 2-0 lead here for FaZe in this series. 1 game away from closing it out, or if Native Red fancy another little bit of an elongated series today. Already seen them win 1 game 5. Won't be a surprise to see them pull something out here to maybe send us a little bit further.
First 2 kills go to Native Red. Manny knows someone might be hanging around the fridge, and his name's Renegade. They'll pick up the 3rd as well, and that will... Oh, no! Snakebite! Back whack on the camo. The Achilles heel, my God, comes in, and he's going to snake that out. That should have been a run there from Native Red, and now things instead are tied here at 3-3 off the double from Snakebite. He gets an assist as well. It could have been a triple, not to matter, though. FaZe comes back off of the Snakebite camo back whack to now take the lead in what should have been a camo grab 4 dead for FaZe.
I mean, we call this man the general because of how he leads the teams, how he kind of has IGL'd this team through the years. But at the moment, he's playing like a man on a horse who's leading the team into battle. He is flying forward. He is decimating people in those individual battles, and the rest of the team are playing around him. For Native Red, though, even though we just saw a hot little start coming in from Snakebite, continuing from what we saw in game 1, they have managed to eke out a little bit of a lead here, and it's down to this man on your screen, Manny. He's got the heat wave and the thrust to play with as well.
Yeah, 4-1 as well, and they maintain the 2-kill lead. Not easy to do after your camo player gets back whacked and you actually lose the lead. However, they maintain composure, and they also maintain the lead on the scoreboard here at 9-6.
Certainly do, and Bomax is going to pick up 2, so that's going to keep that 3, make it 4-kill lead now in the hands of Native Red. Manny just patrolling around the map, and top middle control is going to be important this next 20 seconds or so because that camo is going to be popping.
Let's see what he's able to do, stay alive here. He knows someone might be on the Dynamos. It's Frosty, and that thrust should definitely indicate as Frosty was there and ready. And it sounds like at the 14-7 mark, we have an opportunity to get into a listen-in here with Native Red.
Nice. Nice, man. Camo is up. Camo's still up. Nice. Camel's car 1 or car 2? He left. Might go car 3. Stay in a group. There we go.
Wait, nice, 2 dead. 2 more there. They were.
House. Jump up in P2.
Check. Come on. I mean, bottom in. Yeah, I'm looking, George. P2.
Nice.
Nice, George. Blue car jump up. Watch out.
Good fucking shit.
Last guy, John.
3.
He's spawner P. Here. Yo, I'm looking. Yeah, Hunter, I'm not with you, okay? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm looking at lunch. P2, John. On the stickies.
Hey, 2 shots on the street.
On the stairs as well. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Whatever you do, guys. Dead.
Nice. Top right. You have dynamos.
Top right, guys. Nice.
Here, bro.
Yo, I'm my fire.
You're good, man. I'm here.
Yo, fire weak.
Car 2, hold on. Car 2 and car 3.
Alone, bro. He's jumped climber.
Alone.
He's there.
Once a yellow fire, he's gonna go for yellow.
Nice, boom.
Trying to watch you. Stop me. Yellow. Car 2 boys. End street. I can't tell, man. Can't tell. Can't tell. Watch out. 2 blue util. Going blue.
Peter.
They're both going blue.
Yo, double guys.
Oh, double.
What is double guys? What is the double behind you, bro?
All right, then we'll jump out of the comms and into the game, and the lead is still intact here for Native Red. It's only 5, but at this point in the game, as we approach the final 20 or so kills, where things start to usually get a little bit more dicey, it's a pretty significant one for them.
Yeah, that lead narrowed just a bit there. You heard in the comms, Bohm definitely wished he got those kills up in the blue util, wanted the help, was unable to convert on the high util. However, nice shots here from Talik, to be honest, making it look easy, only taking 50% damage there. He did have 2 teammates down. However, picking up the scraps on Frosty as well will extend their lead to 7.
He's the reason the Native Red are looking how they are right now. He's sat at 9-2 as they approach the 30 kill mark. So Tolik, I've kind of highlighted him as a player to watch in these Slayers at the start of this game. Well, he's performing as he needs to send this series a little bit deeper.
What more can you ask for? This guy's more than 4x positive in this game here, as they now lead still by 6. He's finally taken down to bring the game back within 5. 2 dead here for Native Red. They need to be careful off the spawn.
Need to be careful, full stop here. We've seen FaZe have the ability to make these comebacks. They will leave it late, but in that last 10 kills, if they're within 2 or 3, they can turn games completely on their head. Tolik picks up another kill, though, keeping that lead established once more, and that's so important at this point.
Look at the heads-up play from Soulsnipe there on the mushroom stairs, right? Pre-Dynamos, the front base, knowing that Renegade was going to fly towards the shroom stairs, and they pick up that kill very easily to maintain control. Great heads-up play from Soulsnipe.
Still 5 kills, make it 6, as Tolik picks up another, sat at 11-3. At the moment, Snakebite finally coming in with that sidekick. Shred through a few shields. Gonna pick up a double kill. Might have an opportunity to turn 3, but doesn't get the trade. And if that is a triple kill that comes in from Snakebite, the game starts to feel a little bit more in control for FaZe.
And that's what Native Red fans and players have to be so proud of. They're continuing to apply the pressure. And what looks like it's about to be a triple for a FaZe Clan player gets shut down. They don't even allow the trade either here at the 37-30 mark.
Royal 2 going to be re-challenging down at P1. Manny should be able to clean this one up. Royal 2 goes for the trade, but won't get it again. And they're the little moments that add up. If Manny goes down with a trade there, then all of a sudden, he's not involved in this next battle. He's not putting these shots onto Renegade and Snakebite and giving Snowsnipe not just a chance to kill, survive as well, and Soulsnipe turns 2, Manny turns another, and Native Red now within 9 of tying the series up.
Well, how about watching that from that POV to see that telegraph? Soulsnipe goes low gen on the flank, he picks up both kills, Manny distracting there from the core while also picking up a kill, and now it's a 10-kill lead on the home stretch for Native Red.
Manny flying in to try and clean this one up, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a problem in the game, unfortunately. Sorry, everybody who's watching either here in Dallas or at home, but we'll get updated, of course, on what the score is going to be when we get this restart going. Snakebite doesn't look too happy with it, and trust me, I'm shaking my head as well.
Yeah, I see a lot of heads, of course, thrown back, ours included. That result there, as it was 42-32 or so, give or take a kill on the home stretch. We did get word from a referee that there was an issue on the stage. Don't have specifics on exactly what that was. We'll get you all the information we can. However, unbelievable run there from the side of Native Red in that game. They will start with what looked to be, at the time of the game ending, was a 44-34 game. However, we'll have to get word from the admins and the referees as they look at the exact second in replay when a game issue might have occurred. They will get the exact score to us momentarily. Regardless, though, it will be a 10 or so lead, presumably, for Native Red to start this, which is a pretty healthy one on Aquarius. Definitely not a guarantee, but a pretty good lead to start with.
Yeah, pretty good one indeed. And I think even if they start trading off the opening break, you'd imagine from the restart they should be able to close this game out. And now I want to go back to what we were saying right at the start of that game. Slayer Aquarius, pretty damn good game type for FaZe. So to take that away from them, if you take a good game away from a team who are feeling confident, have just kind of dominated that game number one, all of a sudden it shows, hey, we're in this series. Right. We're able to match up against them. And for FaZe, who will probably sit there going, hey, this is our game type. We should be up 2-0 now. One more game to go, guys. They have to stop overlooking what they've got in front of them right now, because Native Red are going to push them all away.
Certainly, and this is going to be an opportunity for a mental reset, of course. And if you're on the side of Native Red, you need to play the exact same game that you were playing just moments ago, where they're flying in, like we said, even in scenarios where it's really dicey in the back of a base. You got Renegade out with the sidekick. It looks like he's about to snag a triple, but instead Manny flies in for the melee with no trade. Things like that were the difference maker, that they were continually trading, for example, 3 for 2, 3 for 2. That's what eventually got them to that 10-kill lead.
Yeah, it's so funny to talk about like the simple things in Halo that add up. You always see that you know, that the effect of one thing leading on to another, the dominoes start to fall. And you know, something as simple as when you're in a position where you've got first shot on someone, but it's a close range battle, you decide to back off and try and hit the 4 shot instead of a comfortable trade where you guarantee the kill, but obviously takes you out of the game for a few moments yourself. Difference there, Manny backs away, gets the shots in, doesn't let Royal 2 trade, and then down from the P1 area, he's able to do so much damage on 2 more players that maybe FaZe and Royal 2 were expecting to be dead, throwing that internal timer off, and all of a sudden the damage gets converted. As I say, the dominoes start to drop.
Another great example as well, when we got to see Soul Snipe on the flank in the util, as he's flying up low gen and he sees 2 players in the high gen, he's able to pick up both of those. Anytime there's a player in your own gen that you didn't know about who got behind you, right, there's a gap in comms, there's a gap in the part of the map you're watching. So pretty impressed from Native Red, not just the way that they're being aggressive, flying at FaZe, really testing them, but the way that they're moving around the map and continually getting behind them. You also think back to Bomex's move on Keydor, right? It didn't result in a round win, but consistently picking up surprising positions that catches FaZe off guard. And that Slayer was a fantastic example of continually doing that. And off your point, the way you do that is you get the 2 dead. And once you have the 2 dead, now you have control of the map. Now you have advantages and opportunities to get into those positions. They strung that together really well. We'll see if they can continue it in a moment.
Well, while we wait for this game to get back underway, I believe we're going to jump on to a little bit of action coming over from the B stage, where we have Native White and Shopify Rebellion, I think, going up against each other. Yes, indeed, that's what we have. And Shopify Rebellion, in this first game, have a 2-0 lead on King.
Well, let's not forget here, Native White coming off a 4th place, top 4 finish at Charlotte, which was a huge deal for this squad. I actually caught Barcode backstage just now off of their Game 5 victory, and I asked him who he's playing. He said Shopify Rebellion, gave me a wink, which to me indicated he felt pretty good about this series, and we'll see if they're able to do it, though, just in the game number 1 at Shopify, actually, with the first 2 hills on the board.
Pretty sure the Barcode would just give you a wink and a smile. We're playing 8 teams at once. That's all good. We got it. Don't worry. Barcode full of confidence, as we know. And I'll tell you what, Shopify Rebellion here on the Saturday as well have slowly kind of gone about their business as well. You know, they've had some really good results. And even though they haven't been mentioned and pool play wasn't great for them, they have started to perform when it matters. We heard it from, you know, OpTic. You saw it from Formal on Twitter saying the tournament really starts today. Pool play's great. You could win on pool play. But if we're here on Saturday and Sunday playing well, we're going to probably wave at you on the way past.
That's right. As long as you advance out of pools, it is an often forgotten footnote. Everyone always cares about the Saturday, the Sunday. Those are where the results are made. That's where the dollars are earned here, as we see just about a tie game here on this 3rd hill. And that will, of course, be a pivotal one here. You go down 3-0 on this hill rotation, it'll be pretty difficult to bring the game back.
Yeah, of course, this bottom middle hill, much easier to secure now with the recent patch and the little nooks and the crannies that you can hold in on the laundry, and where Tapping Button finds himself now just inside of the L. So it's not just a case of burning time for teams, it's a case of if you can lock this one down, you can elongate the game. And just looking across the kill feed at the moment, Tapping Button's is last alive. Shopify Rebellion are pretty close to not only stopping this hill, but maybe turning it into a point themselves. Karmea is last alive inside of the hill, and he's trying to convert it. Will do so. 3-0. Shopify Rebellion have the lead.
Big win there for Karmea as well, and a 1v1 against Mikwin in the end there. Wasn't sure if it was a full shield battle. Regardless, though, Karmea makes sure to win it, and that is how he converts on that last hill. And with 3:17 left and that hill rotate, this is looking very good for Shopify.
It certainly is, and questions going to be asked of Native White if they fall in this game number 1. Has the steam started to run out? Well, I can tell you for sure that it won't. We've mentioned how the stamina of this team is one of the best that we have. They love playing these long days and always have to force their way through the brackets, whether it be a lower bracket run, whether it be an upper bracket run, game 5s. The more Halo they play, it seems like the more they get better and better and enjoy it. But for now, Karmea sliding into PD, locks things down here. Native White find themselves 4 dead. Mikwin off the respawn. He's going to have to deal with Karmea alongside his teammate Barcode, who's just standing in that hill peppering them with that Stalker rifle.
I mean, what a pesky angle, right? You're coming out of Tram. Oh, jeez, look at these shots as well coming out of Karmea. But you're spawning in Tram. You're thinking, okay, we have a long way to go across the map as the rockets will be traded out. Probably 1 rocket left in the back. And you're just getting peppered from A red gun from the back of the hill, not an easy way to come off spawn. 2 dead here for Native White yet again.
Gilkey doing a good job just to milk his life, and by doing so has allowed the rest of Native White just to move up this pink streak, taking the attention off of that line of sight, being left for just a few seconds where they can reapply the pressure and probably most importantly force Shopify Rebellion out of that hill as well. Alongside that now you can see Ryan was kind of trying to do the same alongside Mental now. Picks up one on his way forward as well. Mental gets another, and Ryan finds himself on last alive. He picks up yet another kill, and that's how pesky a PD player can be, especially if his name is Ryan.
Take a look here. Continued pressure here for Ryan. Just going to hold down. He's going to continue to tick. And Shopify Rebellion, as you said, that's a team that knows how to show up on a Saturday, right? You think about Ryan Noob teams and the way that they're built and the way that they're able to mentally bounce back. Only a bit to go here before closing out the game.
Well, this is looking like it might be a Shopify Rebellion win here. Only a few moments left. We're going to jump back over as Shopify Rebellion do close it out that game 4-0 to our main stage where we have Native Red and FaZe waiting to go up against each other once more. Now, a little update for you from the admins and all the people who are much better with maths than me, which is 100% of the people in this room. And it's going to be FaZe who are going to need 50 kills, and it's going to be their opponents, Native Red, who are going to need 45. So we're going to start from a full restart, but it will be a 5-kill advantage over to the side of Native Red.
Interesting. That tells us the most likely then that the issue in game must have happened earlier than we saw actually pulling away from the gameplay, right? Because when we actually were in the gameplay, keep in mind that lead was higher than that mark. So that must indicate that the station referees and admins backstage must have gone through the replay to determine exactly when a game issue might have occurred, and it was earlier than we might have expected, which might have led to even more kills on the board. We won't speculate exactly how that played out. The most important thing, as you say, it will be a 5-kill lead here for Native Red.
Now we've got to see how Native Red are going to respond to that. Yes, they come into this with an advantage, but that can be wiped off completely with an opening break, right? If FaZe get a 3 dead, a 4 dead, they get a camo, and all of a sudden they're on a roll. Native Red, who probably, when that game was stopped on our stage, we're thinking, hey, we're only a few moments away from winning this one. They wouldn't have known the issue had happened a little bit earlier. It's going to be interesting to see how they can adapt and deal with that kind of pressure if it does come to the fore. But for FaZe, this is almost like a little roll of the dice for them.
It certainly is. And if you're on the side of Native Red, we talked about it earlier, but I think Native Red really needs to remember, play that exact same game that you were, be confident in your gameplay. And that's what separates the teams that are able to challenge the best in the world from those that aren't, right? You might be able to hold a lead against a team like FaZe for quite some time, but you have to play the full 12 minutes, play the full 50 kills with that aggression, with that pressure. It's going to be the only way to take down a team like FaZe.
And we have been saying it for a few tournaments now. When we're getting to this round, you know, the winners, semi-finals, winners finals, grand finals, so many of these games are decided in the last 30 seconds, the last 2 kills. Yeah. So you have to be locked in for the entirety of a game, entirety of a series, because one moment where you take your foot off the gas, you lose concentration, you think the game is already won, you find yourself looking at the scorecards going, how are we 0-1 down here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think another thing we're going to have to look at even closer now with the added pressure on this game will be the camo grabs and the timing of the kills right before them. It's easy to say between these two teams with how close they were that it could be one single camo that determines this game. Every single one of them will matter, and I expect to see the top level of discipline. As we said, against teams like this going against each other, it's often a game of inches here in the current meta of Halo Infinite, and all it takes is one power-up to go the wrong way. Even though Snakebite gets that back whack on that camo, still Native Red, they mentally bounce back and they continue on. Things like that will be the difference maker.
Well, it looks like the players are ready. You can see the slight lean forward, which means it's time to try. It's the universal sign of the game of language that we're seeing in front of us right now. And as we get this game back underway, a little reminder, it's going to be a full restart, but Native Red will only need 45 kills. On the other side of the stage, FaZe will need the full 50.
That's right. Now, let's not forget FaZe, right? We talked about how this roster was assembled to take down OpTic Gaming and the champions, but now they find themselves with maybe in a bigger test than they expected here in the semifinals up against Native Red. It was a very strong game 1 from FaZe, but Game 2 so far has been Native Red all the way. They'll start this game with a 5-kill advantage and look to tie up the series 1-1.
No surprise, we're starting off from the point of view of Torlik, who's going to be watching a lot of FaZe players not moving. So a little bit of a false restart. Let's grab a drink, everybody. Settle down. We'll be back underway in a few moments' time. This isn't... Maybe FaZe is just trying something different off the rip here.
I was going to say, Bohm's going. Bohm's like, screw it.
I'll take it.
He's flying. He's throwing nades. He's trying to get in there. Excited to go. Looks like we'll get that one started in just a second. Yet again, as we said, it's important to remember, I think because this weekend has been so crazy, Mark, FaZe, right, is here to win a championship, but they've looked across the bracket. They've looked across the stages and seen teams fall. For example, just in case you missed it, OpTic Gaming falling 3-0 to Quadrant, right? FaZe themselves going to Game 5s here earlier. I think everyone's realizing we can no longer set our sights on this enormous prize pool, all of these HCS points. We're going to have very tough competition all the way through the bracket.
Do you know who's the only team who really, again, I don't know how this happens, by the way, we've seen what craziness with FaZe involved, Game 5s, we've seen OpTic yesterday fall in a 3-0 fashion to Quadrant, and we've seen Game 5 everywhere. Spacestation.
Yes.
Hey, surprise, surprise, Spacestation. Along the way, yesterday did not drop a game in pools. Hadn't dropped a game up until the stage they find themselves in the tournament at the moment. And like we said, first seed coming into this tournament, this is just how Spacestation love it. They love the carnage through the bracket. They love seeing their adversary stressing in series, being taken right to the edge, because they know when it comes to a series against them, they're going to be fresh. They're going to be ready to go, and they're going to be more than comfortable being in that position as a team who hasn't had that pressure on them yet to just put the opponents down and win a series.
Exactly. What do we always say about Spacestation Gaming? Excuse me. They love to quietly go about their business. They love if they're being a bit doubted coming into an event. That's exactly where they like to be, but they are an awakened giant. They have your first seed, and they're watching the carnage through the bracket and excited to play whatever debris results from the bracket and ready to go up against it.
Well, we're going to jump in a quick break here. Andy's going to just make sure that you get some oil and spanners out. Go and sort out the gremlins underneath the technical stuff.
You had me worried there. I wasn't sure what I was getting the oil out for, but I'll be sure to jump on the main stage.
We're going to break, everyone. It's going to be a bad throw. Welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack Dallas, and welcome back to the main stage. Great job, by the way, Andy. You are going wild on those technical gremlins. I've never seen you move so fast.
Yeah, what can I say? Give me a little bit of oil, we can make some magic happen.
Yeah, I had to bring the oil up again. As your fault. We leave that either side of the break.
That was your fault. That was a wild, risky move.
Anyway, let's talk about what we got on our main stage right now. We got FaZe Clan, who are up 1-0 in the series. And as we head into our game number 2, which is going to be Aquarius Slayer, if you are waiting, of course, or you were with us before the break, we do have the situation where we had the restart. So Native Red will need 45 kills, and FaZe Clan will need 50. Now, Native Red with that advantage here. Yeah. I'm looking at OpTic again coming into this game because we saw how well and how hot he started before we unfortunately had the restart going on. And I really do feel we've been talking about this guy for a while. Like, he's probably the least talked about player that should be talked about more, because you're looking at his stats consistently, you're looking what he's doing in tournaments, and he's up there with the best every single time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. What I love about OpTic as well is he's kind of been on the radar of this guy is a superstar in the making. That's what you called him earlier last year. This guy is going to be a big deal. It feels like now with the opportunity to secure top 3, maybe, just maybe, this is his time to shine.
Yeah, what a start this is from Native Red, by the way. 3-1, FaZe Clan all pretty much stuck in the respawn screen, but off of that respawn, Royal 2 makes a really smart play, pushing out for the pink side, and that's going to secure a camo here for Renegade. Can he get away? He's literally 0 health. Decides to pop it just in case he has to burn it, but Renegade surviving again in a situation where Native Red might be thinking, we could have got that kill. Camo out of his hands, and we've got an advantage on the map.
Here he goes. Here's the push. You can tell he wants to get into the fridge. He sees a little bit of an opportunity for damage, but rights away, starts to get melted. Soul Sniper with it almost pulling off a very good double back will actually get taken down in the end, so now 6-5.
Renegade trusting in his teammates to give him that cover fire, though, to survive, to make that play. And that's going to be synonymous with success if FaZe go deep into this tournament and find themselves maybe in a championship deciding game. The way that they interact with each other around the map has been something we've really been focusing on. And Renegade showing there that it seems the comms are good enough for him to make those plays.
Like you said, we saw him yesterday just going full bouncy house on top mid with that camo. He's able to make the plays, able to get the space that he wanted. It's another 3 dead in favor of FaZe, bringing the game 10-6 right now. In aggregate score, 10-11 as they trail by 1.
We were talking about Snakebite and Torlik. Game 1 was Snakebites. Game 2, the restart was all about Torlik. Well, this game at the start is all about Royal 2. 5-1 he finds himself at the moment. Renegade 3-1 himself, and on a really good run off the back of this camo, now pushing aggressively into the base, and FaZe are doubling up at the moment. They are doing a great job at the start of this restart. 14-7, they have completely wiped away that advantage that Native Rev had.
They really have. They've turned the tables completely, because you'll remember it was 14-7 on the other way. That gives us a good opportunity to get into a listen here with FaZe as they currently lead.
Run back. Come back. I think we go P here. I think we top P weak. Nice! Yo, come back hard, trust! Heard. I'm coming back. Yo, yellow engine. Yo, somebody walk down. I will. There's two yellow engine. Remember, we're looking for a camo guy.
He's trying to from blue camo.
Car 3, 1. One shot car 3. There's 2 car 3. I'm gonna die here, bro. We kill pits on me?
Good.
Nice
win, Brad.
Yo, alright, keep working together here.
On this. Nice,
good
kill.
Yeah, I'm going R1.
John, come here. Okay,
Yeah, Peter, you're solo, okay?
R1.
Yo, listen to me. He's sitting. Car 3, shot. Oh, I'm pinching this, guys.
They're both weak.
Yeah, I'm pinching. I am going car 1. On trucks. Yeah, I'm pushing blue engine, guys. You got me, and then car as well. You're yellow. And he has thrust. Thrust on shots. Work together on this. He has thrust.
On shots. I'm here.
Yo, blind is. Careful, guys.
Yo, two blinders.
I'm living. I spawn up P.
Kill me. Nice, man. One more. Yeah, Bombex.
Where am I? I'm dead. Top car as well. Behind you as well.
Yeah, top car, P, take care.
Top car and top blue.
As we jump back out of the comms and into the gameplay, 4 kills the advantage here for FaZe. Native Red have slowed this momentum down and started to crawl back into this game.
And Native Red also very thankful for that 5-kill lead off the aggregate score from that first game before the reset here, so they will technically lead by 1 here. And you know, FaZe is definitely aware of that, knowing that they need to make sure that they are winning by no more than just a single round of slays as we get into the late game. Very good shots from Snakebite.
Yeah, Snakebite is shooting straight at the moment, I tell you. Every single time we're seeing him in an engagement where he's under pressure, he has to be perfect. He has been so far in this game. FaZe back into a lead now, a 6-kill difference between the two teams. Remember, Native Rev have a 5-kill advantage coming into this game number 2. FaZe still in the lead.
Snakebite gonna grab that. Oh, and also off of the slide, back-to-back slides. He's gonna do it with style to pop the camo as well. Now this is the significant lead that FaZe needed. And you have to think, Mark, almost Torlik somehow gets away, but in the end is taken down. You almost have to think, ironically, FaZe with the added pressure of an additional 5-kill deficit almost forces them to play even better Halo, which might bring out the best in FaZe. Certainly it is right now.
I think it's a great point. You know, value the deaths really make Native Red work hard, because you don't really have any other choice. You can't throw away a couple of lives trying to make too many risky plays. So for FaZe, like you say, this is almost an exercise in perfection for them right now. And Snakebite, he is perfection personified at this point. 9-4 in this game, leading the team for assists as well. He really is leading from the front.
Yeah, it really feels like that additional deficit really gives them the right mindset, the right tone to play fantastic, perfect, disciplined Halo. That's now what we're seeing. Total score is 38-30, and they're starting to run away with this.
Yeah, Royal 2 has the heat wave as well. And Snakebite has 5 thrusts, so he's stolen away thrust from Native Red as well. So all the power in the hands of FaZe. Unfortunately for them, a couple of players find themselves in the death screen. So this is a chance maybe for Native Red to start thinking about a comeback. We know on Aquarius Team Slayer that you can find those snowball runs. If you can get 2, 3 in the death screen, you can cycle those spawns. And now Native Red have got to keep that in mind. It's a 9-kill difference, but only in this game. Remember that Native Red have 5 kills in the bank, so technically it's 36-39, 3 kills between the two teams.
This is still so close. That was 3 dead for FaZe, so Native Red slows the game down at the exact point that they needed to here on the home stretch. Still 6 minutes left, of course, so a lot to play for, but all eyes are going to be top middle here on this camo.
Big pick coming in from Towlake. Bomex follows it up as well, and the timing of the kills so vital here for Native Red. Another one comes in from Soul Snipe, and I say it's vital not just because of the game and the fact they've now got into a lead, Andy. The camo is coming up as well. They have control of the map, and Bomex is trying to push pink.
And once again, another example, Soul Snipe there with the fadeaway jumper to make sure that the trade does not come in. How the kills came in, but they didn't exactly have the map position that they needed to. Bohm gets the trade there. 2 dead, 3 dead. Frosty's your last player alive. Camo still up top middle.
Frosty's got to try and make a hero play here to stop the camo being picked up. He's not going to be able to. At least stays alive for a second, but there is that camo. Like a ghost in the night. It's Soul Snipe who has it in his hands, and Native Red now have turned this game on its head.
Oh boy, what about the timing here, and what about the coordination? Exactly when they needed to do it. Now they only need 4 kills. Keep in mind, Native Red only need to hit the 45 mark here. This is dangerous territory for FaZe, and you can tell by their positioning and how much they've slowed this down that they know it.
Trade comes in. 3 kills to go here for Native Red. Soul Snipe with the heat wave, with the camo. The camo has dissipated, though. That will not be a factor in these final moments of this game.
Wow, just 38-30 moments ago in total score. Now, only a few kills to go here. Native Red needing just 3.
Soul Snipe looking for an opportunity to push. He snuck behind enemy lines, but he's been sniffed out here. Tornik gets 1. Frosty comes in as well. And even though Native Red only need 2, they're 4 in the death screen, and FaZe might steal this away.
Both teams only need 2 kills here, essentially 48-48 on paper there. The second heat wave shot does not come in, and it costs them. All 8 players up on the map.
Big push from Native Red into the fridge. 3 players escape on the pink side. Frosty's going to spot 1 out. Now they're going to re-wrap into the base. Tornik gets 1 though onto Renegade. He wins his 1v1. It's 1 kill to go here for Native Red.
Wow, somehow they get out of fridge and they get a kill as well. Let's see if they apply the pressure here. Camo coming up top mid as well on 13.
No deaths to play with here for FaZe. They have to get 2. Soul Snipe gets into the fridge, tries a couple of crafty grenades, but here come the rest of Native Red. Tornik's going to be challenging. Bomex gets the final 1, and we are tied up 1-1 in this series. And Torlik is letting them know.
Oh boy, I think the camera should have stayed on Torlik. I want to know what he's saying across the stage as he exchanges some words down to the FaZe side. And if this series wasn't spicy enough for you, I think Torlik yelling down the line towards Frosty and company will get things even spicier. How about that late game composure from Native Red? Let's not forget, they were down in that game 38-25, so 38-30 on paper, and they're bringing that game back to win.
Yeah, I think it's crazy, and I'm not going to lip read in. It's a risky thing for me to try to try now, but pretty sure that he said we just beat you twice.
Yeah.
Pretty much, and if he didn't say that, he might as well have, because that's what it felt like for Native Red in that game. They had to go through the gauntlet to tie this series up at 1-1. And once again, we find ourselves looking at these 4 gentlemen on your screen and thinking about how they're going to deal with this pressure.
Just to give you an idea of the full scope of that comeback, it was indeed 39-30 in terms of total score in that game. It took about 1 minute, 27 seconds total to bring that game back. Quite a fast comeback, and the way that they did it, my goodness, another confidence boost, you have to say, for Native Red.
Confidence boost for Native Red, but a game thrown away for FaZe.
Yeah.
I mean, they were way in the lead in that game. They had such a comfortable cushion to play with, and then just started getting picked apart, almost like getting a little bit lazy in the way that they were pushing across the map, allowed Native Red to put 1 kill on the board, 2 kills on the board, and then start linking them all up. And against a team like Native Red, how many times are we going to say it? How many times are we going to have to say it? Yeah. You have to play until the very last moment of these games, otherwise they slip through your fingers.
And also, how about off-screen Torlik winning that key 1v1? mean, just the way that Native Red, they stack 3 in Fridge. Let's not forget, we were on the POV, I believe, of Frosty, who had 4 nades, and all it takes is 1 or 2 of them to destroy the entire Fridge. They rotate back out off screen. Tolic wins a 1v1 that changed the entire final moments of that game.
Yeah, crazy to say as well. You know, Tolic didn't have as strong a game as he did before the restart. He ended up going 12 and 16 in that game, but that kill, that final kill he gets, is the game-winning kill. Pretty much for Native Red. Gives them an opportunity to escape the base, gives them somewhere to try and get back on the map, and from that they do manage to close out and get that final kill. But I want to highlight Bomex as well. I mean, the guy goes 12 and 12 as a sub against one of the best teams ever assembled in Halo. 9 assists as well, leading the way for his team. He is doing everything for his good friends to push them even further in this tournament.
You cannot ask for anything more than a sub. I remember Ogre 2 said it once a long time ago. If your sub is going even, that is exactly what you can ask for. And how about also leading not just his team in assists, but leading the game in assists as well. Of course, that is a huge part when they win that game only by 1 or 2 kills in terms of the final score. To be assisting 9 of them, a pretty big deal from Bomex without a doubt. And the series will now be tied 1-1. Also, I got to talk about, while we have a second before this next game starts, so impressed with the aggression coming in from Native Red in a high-pressure scenario when that camo was up. Frosty was the last player alive top pink. Tolic goes all the way past top mid to the front jump, right? Applying pressure from all the angles. They're not worried about the spawners. They had the timing down, and it's the confidence, the timing, and the aggression. That perfect storm of those 3 from Native Red is what they'll need if they want to close out the series.
You can go even further with that as well. That, you know, Tolic, the decision to take that angle as well. Think about where FaZe are posted up, right? They're coming off respawn. Frosty's last player alive on pink. He's the only person who can immediately challenge with camo. FaZe know this. They have to get inside of the base. They have to get the window to see if they can pick the camo player up. Tolic sliding down onto that car jump up. He has no line of sight from that window. Completely cuts it off, but isolates Frosty and anyone who tries to push up pink. So brilliant decision-making from Tolic. Risky decision-making as well, because he could have got picked on that cross from the window. Right. But once he's in that position, he is there to support his teammates, and it's very difficult to make those kind of calls and believe in those kind of calls in such a close game.
Yeah, and especially on the fly, right? I also love how Soul Snipe was actually top car, and he engages for just a moment, then he backs down. That's when Tolic flies in to the front jump. We've had a lot of time to talk about that, breaking it down. A fantastic set of late-game plays from Native Red will tie our series 1-1 as we now head to a Game 3, a go-ahead Game 3. Strongholds on Recharge.
Can't think of a better game type as well, and a better map, because this is something that FaZe Clan haven't had the best of success on historically. However, they certainly have improved on this game type. They have shown they can take it to the best in the world, and Native Red, Strongholds, they love to fly, they love to get aggressive, and they love to try and triple cap.
Yeah, we've seen these guys, regardless of what team they're playing under in Halo Infinite, they love to play this game as fast as possible, and that's what they've become known for here. We'll see if they could do it against one of the world's best here in game number 3.
Interesting to see where that camo goes off the rip. Royal 2 is going to get that in the hands of FaZe. So power up control. We've seen how camo is so vital, not only to jumping in Strongholds, being a little bit of a ghost and trying to sneak them away, also for picking up kills like we're seeing here from Royal 2, but more for kind of breaking setups. If you're in a 2-cap, if you're not able to get across the map, you can use that camo to find the pick to allow the space for your teammates to get involved.
Really good bait work there from Royal 2 and Renegade there. Renegade just drops off of the bat ledge for a second. Royal 2 starts to be able to bait it, and Renegade goes right back up to bat ledge, and just like that, it is 4 dead like clockwork for FaZe Clan.
FaZe have all the goodies as well. Renegade, he had the shock rifle. Royal 2 had the camo, and now, hey, Royal 2's got the shock rifle himself. Uncharacteristically doesn't quite connect with that shot on the cross, but it's almost a warning shot, right? Native Red now know that Royal 2 is posted up somewhere with a shock rifle, and you never want Royal 2 posted up anywhere with a shock rifle.
Not at all. Let's take a look where these next kills go. Bomex is the first to fall, which will mean more continued control coming in. The kills are traded for just a moment. It's a big trade from Royal 2 to not just stay alive, but to stay alive on glass. With the power position, might have spoken too soon. 2 dead for FaZe.
Yeah, unfortunately for Royal 2, the missile swarm comes in and clears him out of gold and glass, and he'll be taken down. But a great start here from FaZe Clan, and most of it's been based off of that 2-cap. Now you're going to see maybe a little bit of conversion. Bomex is going to step into the stronghold. Renegade's trying to beat him there to try and cut it off, but Bone buying some good time. Doesn't quite get the trade. but Native Red find themselves 2 down. Snakebite's inside of that B-Hill, looking to turn it back over to FaZe and turn the scoring over in kind.
Love that play from Renegade. He goes coast to coast, just flies all the way out, nading into B batteries, and then he does enough damage for the team to come in to get the secure. That's exactly what you need out of a player like Renegade, out of a player like Frosty. Do that entry damage in the right part of the map as well to continue scoring.
Royal 2 now just sat bottom tower, trying to cut Torlik off on the cross. That's some good damage, which means Torlik will be out of the game for a few moments here, but good discipline being shown here by FaZe. Not trying to push a triple cap without having the kills in their advantage, and sometimes that's what it's about, right? You don't want to get a little bit overzealous, get a bit over anti, try and win the game too quickly. You have to wait for those moments, and kills are vital for that Snakebite last alive.
Good trade there from Royal 2. As you say, Snakebite was your last player alive. He's actually just going to retreat there to C. Will be a BC hold here, so Native Red will be scoring for the first time in a minute here as the A flip starts as well. But I agree, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from FaZe. They're not being too greedy, they're not being over aggressive, and they're currently outslaying 18-13.
Very interesting scenario here on the map as well. FaZe had the weapons, they had the camo. They were able to put a 74 to kind of 10 or so point run on the board in comparison to Native Red. Now, that's completely swapped. We've seen now the shock rifle was in the hands of Native Red and Soul Snipe. They had the camo as well. When this comes to the end of this run, this scoring run we currently see Native Red on with this AB hold, will the game be close, or will FaZe be able to make a break? As Soul Snipe is going to be breaking some faces.
And look at the play call here from FaZe. They really take their time. They try to go for a coordinated push, and it doesn't pay off. 4 dead for FaZe, and you're looking at that from the POV of Whirlpool, and FaZe took their time to try to get a perfect coordinated timing push. It does not pay off, and it's about to also cost them the lead.
Now, what is happening in the next few moments of this game? The shock rifle was down, but as you mentioned quite rightly, FaZe were all in the death screen. So there's an opportunity maybe for Native Red to pick that weapon back up, and they do get the first kill in this team v team scenario. Game is about to be tied up, and Native Red are about to go into a lead. FaZe Clan find themselves 2 dead, as do their adversaries.
Wow, what a trade there from Torlik on top A as well. What a run here. It's a triple cap from Native Red. You have to wonder how FaZe let it happen. Perfect timing from Native Red to get the kills, to get the camo, to get the shock, and to turn it into a massive run on the board. This has now been an 82-point run.
Brilliance coming in from Native Red, and we said they love to triple cap. They love to be aggressive. Well, they tried to do exactly that, but against a team like FaZe, if you get a bit too over-aggressive, if the comms aren't right on what stronghold you're trying to rotate to next to get your kills in a triple cap, it allows FaZe to set up and pick you off 1 by 1. That's what they've done, and FaZe now find themselves controlling A and C, and Royal 2 has that camo.
This is what Royal 2 needed. This is what FaZe needed. They needed to get that next camo. They start to flip B as well. They needed to slow this down because what a run it had been from Native Red, and trades be coming here in batteries as well. 2 dead for both sides, and now it's going to be a trip cap here for FaZe.
Trip cap here for FaZe. All spawns coming in on the elevator as well. Renegade manages to get a trade, importantly, and that allows Royal 2 to put his cape on and fly through the skies for a few moments. Gets the reset on A, and FaZe go into a lead. They continue with the triple cap, but most importantly here, they let C away. A was the focus for them, and they got the kills they needed.
Wow, this has been so back and forth between these two teams. We mentioned earlier here as 3 dead for Native Red, and A starts to flip as well, but that presumably will get reset in just a moment. But we saw earlier FaZe actually outslaying 17-9. That was then tied at the 22 mark, and now FaZe is backslaying again 33-27. Just back and forth between these two as FaZe now takes a 136-105 lead.
And it links up beautifully with who's got the camo, right? First camo goes to FaZe, second camo goes to Native Red. FaZe get the third, and that's where that scoring run has come from. So in 25 seconds, we're about to see that power-up come back onto the map. It's an opportunity for Native Red to show that they can do it again to FaZe, make this game close, but at the moment, Frosty's just looking for bodies.
Just trying to take down Manny here. Doesn't have the help just yet. Manny somehow gets away, and even a little bit of help from A is going to help him.
Manny alive.
Finally, he will be traded out by Frosty, but help comes into the elevator as well, and game's still within 44 points.
FaZe looking to push a triple cap here. They have control of B momentarily. They're flipping C as well. They've let A go, and the elevator spawns will be coming in. Important for Renegade to do something here on B, but the resources were split from FaZe. They get taken apart, and now Royal 2, who has got the camo, has the chance to calm things down with a double kill himself.
Oh boy, there might be more where that came from. Here it is with the loop-de-loop and the back whack as well for the triple. They will continue scoring here.
Brilliant play from Royal 2. The camo makes the difference again in this game. It's been the story so far. And now Royal 2 might be able to go to work here. Everybody trapped from Native Red. He gets another double. Manny's one shot as well. It could be 2 back-to-back triples for Royal 2. A teammate steals it away, but FaZe keep scoring.
Yeah, Snakebite's going to grab that one. But to be honest, this team is all business. They're not too worried about the triples. They're worried about the wins on the board, especially when they're tied 1-1 here. Off of the back of all that damage, the beautiful triple, and the resulting kills at Elevator, they will now lead 180 to 118.
It's showing in the slays as well, right? Heavily outslaying their opponents at the moment. Royal 2 finds another one. Royal 2 finds another 2. Soul Snipe finally decides if he's going to go down, he's going to try and take Royal 2 with him with that stick. But the score is starting to add up now. FaZe Clan are starting to establish their dominance on this map. But we're getting into the late game again here. The question for FaZe is, can you hold on in the late game?
That is the question here. Right now, Frosty just staying alive at Elevator, making sure it's cleared out. The combo can't come out. They will continue scoring at AC. However, they find themselves 2 dead. Right now, outslaying by 9 kills, but they need to find the kills in this home stretch to make sure that they don't allow Native Red to get back in.
This is the important bit, right? This is the bit that's been vital to success for all teams in these tight series. Making sure that you're locked in for this end game, because a couple of kills are starting to fall here on the side of Native Red. They're going to give away A, but Bohm is going to be able to jump into C here to flip over and keep the scoring in their favor. Eyes on bottom middle, though. That's what we need to be watching. The camo is up in 3 seconds' time. If FaZe get it, that could be the game. If Native Red get it, that could be their way to elongate this and maybe turn it around.
Bohm almost takes down Renegade. You have to wonder if he shot a second later, if he would have caught him out at tower here. 2 dead for Native Red, only 1 dead for FaZe.
Pretty sure that Frosty might have got away with that camo as well. Frosty's still alive. Royal 2 has the shock rifle again. And FaZe in the late game get the kills they need to establish map dominance and an A-B hold.
The kills they need, the camo they need, and the shock they need. We'll have to see what Frosty's up to with that camo. I think off screen he's also just running around and starting to get a trap here at tower and Hydro. These next kills will determine if Native Red has any chance of stopping the hold.
Royal 2, he knows that Soul Snipe's trying to sneak up on him. Great cover fire coming in from Renegade, though. Both players watching each other's crosses. So important in the recipes to success here that you do that for their teammates. 4 dead for Native Red. Couple more kills here for FaZe, and that will be their game.
Wow, perfect play there. Native Red not able to stop the hold. Unsurprisingly, it's too good power-up control and too much power-up control as well. 3 points to go.
19 and 8 for Royal 2 in this game. When they needed him, he stepped up as FaZe Clan step up in the series at 2-1.
Wow, in the end, outslaying 61 to 44 as well does FaZe. And like we said, it completely was dictated by every single pop of the camo. You can watch the entire kill death chart of that game, and it ebbs and it flows. It swings back and forth depending on where that camo went. As we said, being outslayed 17 to 9 and then being tied at 22 kills. But in the end, 61 to 44 is your slay total for FaZe. They also close out the game comfortably. And I tell you what, it felt like they just got hotter and hotter. And the late game, Royal 2 also hitting shots with the shock, and it just got prettier and prettier for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, sometimes the best lesson you can learn is losing a game in a way that you didn't want it, right? Because it means when you get into that next game, if you have the opportunity to, and it doesn't cost you a series, you all of a sudden focus up. It's like, okay, boys, we're in this situation again. Let's not let this one slip through our fingers. Royal 2 really did take over in that endgame. Played his life so well, but like you say, the story is the camos, and that's how close the teams are at this point in Halo Infinite. One power-up dictates what happens in the next 60, 90 seconds on the map.
I loved it. You're going to see a few plays here. We'll see if any of them were specifically pivotal, but I loved what I saw from Renegade throughout that game. There's 2 plays that really stick out from him. One was the way he made sure to get across the map to do things like getting B resets when he was the last player alive. Other times when he was covering, as we saw, covering Royal 2 from the A cross so that Soul Snipe couldn't even get into gold, right? Amazing covering and amazing teamwork. And what I saw from Renegade there was making every play that he needed to. He went 17 and 14. He had the most deaths on the team, but that tells me he's getting into dangerous situations, getting into tricky territory, and getting the kills, not only that he needed, but on the right parts of the map at the right time as well.
And what was our focus on FaZe? How are they going to be successful in this tournament? It's all going to come down to communication. Who is doing what, and if they are on the same page, they execute. We just saw on that game, that's exactly what they were doing. Royal 2 moving in, finishing off damage created by other teammates, hitting good snipe shots as well to give his team openings, which then they can play off the back of. FaZe looking more like the team who plays at the ceiling we know they can, instead of the one who sometimes is flattered to deceive in the middle of a series.
Yeah, I mean, look at Royal 2, 19 and 7 with 8 assists as well in that game. Man is absolutely popping off, and who else would you depend on but the man on your screen to make sure that he hits the shots and gives the team the 2-1 series lead. And like we said, in case you missed it yesterday, the most important thing we're focused on around FaZe Clan is the interaction between their big slayers. Frosty, Renegade, and of course Royal 2 and Snakebite doing it all the time as well. How do they find that perfect mix of the aggressors that are flying in, that are making high risk, maybe low percentage plays that could pay off and blow the map wide open, and the players that sit back? That game's a perfect example. Renegade has the high death number, Frosty there with the high assist number. That's exactly the kind of magic recipe that they need to find.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. Now FaZe need to stay focused and in this series, because they've already shown, even with a dominant performance, that Native Red can jump back into a series at a moment's notice. And if they manage to take this Native Red, if we go to a Game 5, we've seen how good they are at Slayers. They can make things happen in a series and steal it away from you by just winning those 2 Slayers. So this next game is so vital for FaZe. You have to close it out here. You have to close it out now. Otherwise, Native Red have another opportunity, another chance to win a Game 5, and once again, surprise so many people here in Dallas.
And then wouldn't it be on brand here for HCS Global Invitational at DreamHack Dallas for FaZe to find even more trouble in the rest of this series? That's exactly what Native Red wants to do here, to keep things interesting and, to be honest, keep things even spicier after we saw that trash talk coming across the stage as well. Here we are now into our next game.
Streets King of the Hill is what the game type and map is going to be. First to 4 is going to win this one, or whoever has the lead when that time expires. Rockets are going to be the priority off the rip for both teams, of course. And Royal 2 walks down mid, picks him up almost unchallenged. And that's because look at where his teammates are. They're already up in tram.
Renegade up C stairs, Snakebite comes all the way down driveway. That provides the sidelines and the angles that they need for Royal 2 to just waltz into bottom middle. As you say, no shields, but he knew he had the cover. No problem either. They will have the initial points on the board.
Torlick behind the bar. Royal 2 steps up and steals the drink away from him. Tries to thread the needle with that rocket into the L as well, but doesn't quite connect in the way he would have wanted to. But half of that first hill already converted here, Andy. And look at the slays. Manny has yet to pick one up himself.
Wow, but Renegade, just nice little slide off of Laundry into the L. Picks up that kill. Does it with style as well. And like you said, just a few more points to go here to close out this first hill.
Yeah, this first hill has been FaZe dominant. And now you're going to see Renegade try and support his teammate in Snakebite as he's having a little bit of work to do inside of the arcade. And having picked up a few kills, Native Red now maybe in a position to finally challenge this hill, but Renegade is going to be in a position with the Sentinel Beam to just shred, to burn, to melt players who walk in.
Don't forget what this thing does on land here. Renegade knew it was a 2v2, and by just holding music here, he could be such a nuisance and buy himself more time. Somehow he stays alive as well. The Shroud screen made things a bit dicey.
I mean, I want to talk about Snakebite and Renegade's interaction there. The first time we saw Renegade up on that arcade street, it was to help Snakebite. He stayed alive so long that Renegade had Snakebite come back and help him off the respawn. That is why staying alive in this game is so important. Off the back of it, FaZe 1-0 up, almost perfect on that first hill.
Yeah, and who's the one player you don't want to leave alive for that long in music, right? Especially with a weapon like the Sentinel Beam. It's Renegade. He picks up kills he had no business getting. He stays alive, as you said, for so long. And now off of that continued damage, it is a domino effect. 3 dead for Native Red as the rockets are popping.
Should be a free pickup for them as well. You can see Royal 2 is going to slide away with them. That's his second set of rockets, and that's yet another kill for Royal 2. And FaZe set up for success once again inside a tram. They have the hill locked down, they have the power weapon, and Royal 2 is so damn good with them.
Not the easiest needle to thread. Anybody who has pushed up on the Neons and Bulldog with a rocket launcher knows that it can get pretty nasty. It's a double kill killing spree for Renegade there in the driveway. It can get pretty nasty with those rockets as you're flying into Cafe, but not a worry for Royal 2. Look at the scoreboard here. Another 50% or more progress coming in on our second hill as well for FaZe.
My goodness.
Of course he hits the shot.
Renegade is starting to take over in this game, and Snakebite says, hey, I want a little piece of the action as well. 60% of this hill already taken over. Make it 75% of the hill as FaZe are dominating right now. Bomex only has the 1 kill. He's barely been on the map.
Look at this now. I'm going to just stay alive in the back of the base. It's all he needs to do. Still 2 dead. And this has been a story of continued slay control. Now the hill will go. And now a nice little melee to finish that one for Snakebite. And now outslaying their opponents. Get ready for it. 29-13. More than double their score in the kills category.
One of the conversations we were having coming into this event, Andy, was we felt like FaZe have the highest skill ceiling in all of the teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series. It's just if they can produce it consistently. This is what we mean. This is what we're talking about. this is a dominant performance from FaZe, and you're looking at Native Red, and there's just nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do. I was going to say the same thing. This team is a well-oiled machine. They are firing on all cylinders and ready to go. You can't hide in the laundry. Manny, though, steals out a nice melee battle and makes me eat my words. 2 dead for both sides.
Well, finally, Native Red pick up some kills. That'll be 3, make it 4 dead, as Frosty did get taken down, and off the respawn managed to pick up 1 himself. Now sat inside of this bottom middle hill. A little reminder to everyone as well, that bottom middle hill has been adjusted and does allow for this hill to be picked up a little bit easier by the teams who are sat inside of it. Rockets pop in as well, and it looks like for the first time in this game, Soulsnipe's going to have them, but Frosty still has a barrel rifle and takes them straight out of his hands.
Wow, easier said than done, isn't it? Frosty somehow stays alive, and now he just paves the way for a teammate to snag the Rockets as well. That's going to be Renegade who gets them, brings them to tires, and now has a perfect opportunity to just hold this bottom middle hill still, and it is once again slaying control. Now it's 35-19. Renegade hits that not easy rocket once again to clean up the kill in midair, and this is once again still just an absolute dominating performance.
Oh my goodness.
And it just continues. It feels like we can't even finish a sentence without another kill coming in for FaZe.
I mean, look at this. Renegade buys time again. Keeps himself alive, picks up another kill, assists another one for Snakebite, and Renegade and Snakebite are working so well in tandem up on this arcade street. It's 3 dead again for Native Red. Look at the bottom of your screen. FaZe are about to make this 3-0, and there's still 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, this game is over much faster than I think we were even ready for. Certainly than Native Red was ready for. As you say, 3-0 already with a lot of time still on the board.
2 dead again for Native Red, however 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Royal 2 finds himself as the last alive. FaZe Clan do manage to convert that 3rd hill, but Native Red now for once, finally, have a full setup on the map where they might be able to put some pressure back onto Native Red. We've seen this game type do some funny things, Andy. We've had calls of games that we thought were over that weren't over, so they've got to keep that in mind if you're a Native Red fan, that funny things can happen here on Streets King of the Hill.
Certainly, with players like Native Red, man, he actually using the AR there, bringing out the sauce. Eventually, those kills will be traded out. Frosty going to come back around the back of A with the Sentinel Beam. But as we talk about those kills now traded out, 3 dead for both sides. Soulsnipe and Renegade in a momentary 1v1. But to get back to the point here, Native Red, a team that could bring this back, but man, oh man, are they going to ever have to put together quite an effort?
Yeah, they certainly are indeed, but finally they've got a little bit of presence on the map. The problem for them is that Renegade is being the very definition of a cheeky little rascal inside of PD. Still alive, they can't deal with him. Finally, they do flush him out, but Royal 2 in the meantime goes, this game's really fun because I get to play with rockets every life.
He's like, man, this is really easy as Renegade stays alive yet again for about a 45-second period in one corner of the map, and here comes Royal 2, just rolls around with the boom booms. It's a double kill.
Yeah, Royal 2 having all the fun in the world at the moment. It's 3-0. At the moment for FaZe Clan. Native Red did have some control, but the rocket pickup and the prioritization of weapons allows now potentially a break to come in for FaZe. Torlix still being a nuisance. Renegade back into PD this time. He's got a search warrant and comes out with Torlix's life, and Renegade now just stepping around the hill, maybe thinking about playing the clock at this point, FaZe.
And Royal 2's like, man, this game's fun. Love this game.
Yeah,
love
you
Royal.
guys are playing comp scenes, I'm playing Fiesta.
This is a great game here, and now just so much time on the board yet again here as we see Native Red trying to get a little bit of pressure, see if they can do, but now the clock has started to tick much, much faster as FaZe has opted to play a little bit more Slayer here, 1:23 left on the clock.
Yeah, they don't have to force it. They can play their own game at the moment. They control the pace of this map, and Soulsnipe is going to have to pick up a few more kills if he wanted to try and give themselves essentially enough time to even get back into this game. Of course, when you step in that hill, that clock will stop, and Native Red will have that in the back of their minds.
That's right. Now taking a look at the ticks here. Soulsnipe just trying to hold this down, knows the pressure might be coming, and it looks like it's opting to make the play, but instead the point will go here. So now things are a lot more interesting. 1:17 left on the clock.
And we know that you can transition to this Pink Street Hill very, very comfortably as well. And Soulsnipe is a perfect indication and illustration of that for everybody watching. Moves from inside of that hill around the statue, immediately inside of this next hill. 2 of his teammates dead, but he's got a shotty. Puts a couple of shells into the body, and Renegade now going to be challenging as well.
Look how he played that just so carefully. Players are pushing in here on Cafe. It's good damage from him. He does get the trade as well as the killing spree. That was 2 dead for FaZe. Did everything he could there on the solo effort from the hill.
There was a moment there that we have to talk about from FaZe, though. They wrapped all the way around the map into PD so that they could get those spawns, and that is why you are seeing Snakebite now controlling this side of the map alongside his teammate Frosty. Rockets coming up as well. Royal 2 will probably get them, but actually he won't because he's dead.
Snakebite, actually, I think, through the shroud screen so that the rockets could be tossed. In the end, though, we'll have to track exactly where they might have gone. A little 360 there for Snakebite. The shroud screen, of course, continuing to cause chaos.
By the way, Snakebite's 20 and 9. I don't know how I didn't notice that. He's 20 and 9. Everybody, with 38 seconds left in this game, FaZe do break through. They will continue to try and punish Native Red, not allow them in that hill, and let the game clock decide that this is going to be a FaZe series win.
Yeah, that extra hill cushion is certainly going to help. He picks up another one, 21 and 9. This man is on a tear here. 25 seconds left.
Leading from the front is the General, and he is taking Native Red apart in this game. It's another one for Snakebite. 22 kills for PJ, 9 deaths alongside it, and at the moment, just out of mark, do what you want on the map!
Oh man, it's starting to look like a montage here. I'm not sure we're still into the gameplay here. You throw some 2000s early rock here, and this thing's gonna sound real good. 18 seconds left on the clock.
24, make it 25. Bomex is gonna be challenging Native Red, trying to desperately push towards this hill, but FaZe, they put the wall up. They stand strong. Snakebite flies in, he makes it 25, and with 6 seconds left in this game, Renegade is just gonna hold on.
He's gonna fly in here, pick up another one. The benches are free. They should be able to get this one as well. That'll do it.
FaZe Clan dominant in game number 4 in the series. They will win 3-1 and move on to the winners bracket final. Now we're going to wait to find out who they're going to be going up against. We've got a few more series to go, but that was a great indication of just how dangerous FaZe can be.
That's right, it wasn't the easiest road, and at times, Native Red putting up quite a fight, making that series not just interesting, but a hell of a lot of fun to watch there. Native Red with a lot to be proud of. However, FaZe looking strong and looking like they are ready for the rest of the bracket.
None of the players on FaZe Clan have won an event in over a year. 12 months have passed until they lifted a trophy. They're one step closer now, Andy. They're one step closer now, Dallas, to maybe, just maybe, making this the event they do so.
And like we said, they've seen teams around them in the bracket fall to much lower seeded teams. And that's a test that they had here, coming in with the 2nd seed up against the 4th seeded Native Red. And like we said, it was a battle, one that went the distance here in terms of time, and also going all the way to that 4th game, though, in the end. They looked strong. I think most importantly, they got more convincing as the series went on.
Yeah, and for Native Red, the story, of course, not complete yet. They can continue this run in that elimination bracket. They will still be a part of this tournament and maybe looking for a little bit of revenge later on. They are going to be a dangerous squad for anyone to go up against this tournament.
Absolutely. I think Native Red, once again, as we talked about yesterday, need to keep their heads held high. There's a lot of bracket yet to play. They're not able to steal that 3rd spot in the end and secure top 3. They will now need to fight on the elimination bracket, but there's a lot more Halo from them, and can't wait to see what they might be able to do.
FaZe, of course, now get to focus their attention forward. They get to watch the rest of the games happen in front of them and decide it. Watch, as it's decided who is going to be matching them in that winners bracket final. But I mean, this game was, I mentioned how it was almost perfection at times from FaZe. Play calls, individual plays, weapon control. It's exactly what you want to see from a team assembled to win championships.
You know what they did? They did it in such a fashion that was so slow and steady. There were no panicked plays. They gained an advantage. I mean, look at this play from Renegade, by the way. Oh boy, that one's got to get finished as Renegade stays alive, not just in the arcade, but also spent a lot of time in the police department for very good reason. A very safe place to be when you got Renegade locking it down. But in the end, they outslay their opponents 74-45.
And it was Snakebite, the man, who led the way. He was almost making a montage at the end of that game. And good news, we get to hear from him now. He's on the main stage with Blaze.
Much on set and Brav. Give it up for FaZe Clan, everybody, as they make it on to the winner bracket finals. Now, Snakebite, let's talk about this series here. You guys come away, we saw a restart there in map number 2, maybe some talk being flown back between the stages, but you guys go into map number 3 with a different intensity, okay? Tell me about what was going on through your head there.
Yeah, game 2, they're a great, they're a great team. So game 2 is one of their best game types. Obviously, it's unfortunate with the game being glitched and stuff, but we knew if we can keep it close. We're like, all right, we're still playing really well, even with the loss. So map 3, just play our game, really lock it down, make sure we're getting the objectives.
Nice. Now, that game was, close there in a sense, but as you guys are getting ready to go to this winter bracket finals to try to get to this grand finals and get another trophy here, we heard the caster say it's been over a year since you guys came away with a W, and that's not like it. I know you don't want that to happen here, but what would you rate your performance here against them before you go into the finals? If you had to give yourself a letter grade, what would it be?
Probably Probably like a B. I think we could be a lot better. From Charlotte, we're just working on being more of a team, being more coordinated. I think we're getting there. I don't think we're 100% of the way there, but just hopefully keep progressing throughout the weekend to where we could reach that level.
All right, nice, man. It's a lot more work to get done. No celebrations just yet. Anything you want to say to people that's been here in the chat, supporting you and all the tweets out there?
Yeah, just thank you very much for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for cheering us on, and cheering everyone on. Much love. Thank you.
All right, FaZe up. That's going to do it with me and Snakebite on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, I've got to say, formidable force from FaZe right at the end there, looking so good, so clean. And I've got to ask you, Clutch, about the individuals that are on this roster, because there has been a lot of moments where we've seen teams have that individual superstardom shine in moments, and it does clutch up. But it seems to be that on FaZe, when their superstars start going, it's so hard to stop because it feeds into that teamwork, and that teamwork is almost like a train that is just going right through the tracks. You will not stop it at a station, and it just seems to spiral out of control. And you saw that there on that King of the Hill streets. Talk to me about this FaZe roster right now, and when they reach potentially that A game, what that might do for them.
Yeah, I think that's what kind of Onset touched on as far as referring to this team's ceiling and what it actually is during that cast. Because when you think about FaZe, and if everyone on FaZe is playing at their A game, as Snakebite's going to refer to, this team is going to be just about untouchable, if not impossible to beat. But, I mean, that's because of the individual skill that of all four of the likes of these players. You're seeing glimpses of that perfect gameplay from these individuals throughout these series. Renegade specifically showed a lot of moments in that last one where I'm starting to see the best of Renegade, or what I idly think of Renegade's best gameplay, which is MVP material. If the rest of the crew can find some consistency playing their A game, as Snakebite referred to, like they're not there yet, then they have a realistic chance of taking home the championship this weekend for sure.
Bolshi, Snakebite with a 1.62 leading the KD on his team, which is, it doesn't happen very often just in terms of the role that he has on the squad. The fact that we're seeing A games coming across from different teammates at different times, I mean, that's a pretty scary roster and scary stats to have a look at as well if you're in opposition.
Yeah, it goes to show that all these players can do every single role. Snakebite has taken on more of that objective load as of late, but even so, he had the least amount of deaths. He had a strong showing in kills, and even when all those flashy plays are going on, he's just getting the consistent good work done.
He certainly is indeed, and so is FaZe, but I'll tell you what, it's going to get tougher out there for this FaZe roster, and you know what, I still have no idea how this weekend is going to turn out, because the competition, the level is turning up as we go through the bracket, and it's pretty insane. So winners bracket will continue for FaZe Clan, but we'll see Native Red down in the elimination bracket. We'll see what they can do there, and we've seen a couple of Cinderella runs from Native Red and the members on that team a few times before, so I'm sure that they have what it takes. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do indeed have a very exciting match. We have OpTic versus Spacestation Gaming, and this one is going to be insane. So make sure you're tuning in, stick with us through the break, and we'll see you on the other side.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to DreamHack Dallas here for the HCS Global Invitational. I am on the desk with Clutch and Onset. Onset, mate, great series that you just casted there.
Yeah, it was fun. FaZe looked really, really good. I think that's one thing that we could take away from that series. We were talking about how we feel, and that they have one of the highest skill ceilings, that they have such potential to maybe lift championships and be the best team we've seen, but they've got to prove it consistently, and in that series, they just started to find that form.
It has to be consistent, and we're starting to see that kind of forming as we go along. A few shaky starts here and there, especially yesterday and going into today, but hopefully they found their feet now. But tell you what, where we found ours is looking at that main stage and an epic matchup that will be coming our way in moments. OpTic versus Spacestation Gaming, absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to see this because, just to remind everyone, this is our World Championship match. This is the match that happened at the World Champs.
Oh, yeah.
And Spacestation Gaming, they put up one hell of a fight. OpTic Gaming obviously taking it over the line and managing to get that 3P as well. So huge, huge stuff on the line here for both of these teams. And I got to say, they both want this one so, so bad. However, I want to talk about the boys in green first. And I've got to say, OpTic Gaming looking pretty strong as of day number 2. A bit of a rough start yesterday in pool play, things not going their way, and we know that they definitely bleed green. However, coming into day 2, it's back to business as usual. We saw a 3-0 on the board, and boy oh boy are they looking good. I think it's just about time we meet them. So let's take a look at our OpTic Gaming team.
Nope.
Well, they do bleed green, but they do patch it up pretty well as well. And this roster is just a force to be reckoned with, Clutch, when it comes to these 4 guys. What do they bring to the table, especially against the top talent that we have here in the HCS?
I mean, I feel like they always bring their A game, is what they usually bring to series like this, and they're pretty consistent about it. So I'm looking forward to seeing the best so far from OpTic this weekend. They have their hands full with an SSG roster that I would say is probably my favorite from everything that I've seen so far to win this tournament. But OpTic can shut that storyline down in just a game or so. So their series against Complexity spoke a lot to me this morning. They played good, not great, but they ended it with a very dominant performance in Game 3. And even with that 3-0, I think ending on that punchline gives you a lot of hope as a Green Wall fan going into this series. You know is going to be a tough battle.
You certainly will indeed. And I tell you what, though, Space Station Gaming, they're ready to go. This lineup they've been practicing for what feels like months now in between lands, to ready to take down OpTic Gaming, ready to hopefully hoist that trophy up. Let's meet them. Looking great. And no, it's not just because of the Space Station Gaming merch, which is absolutely fly always. It's actually obviously their in-game stuff. They are absolutely incredible and have been through all of the qualifiers and come into this Global Invitational as the #1 seed. They're built on pace and momentum, and that's something that they'll need to build on early on with OpTic Gaming, especially firing on all cylinders. Clutch, Onset, I'm looking at you talking about Clutch. Onset, talk to me about the Space Station Gaming roster and what makes them so dangerous on the stage.
I mean, Wes just said that the greatest compliment he's ever received, so fair enough. I mean,
if that's how you guys want to go.
Smile on your face, I've never seen one wider. But let's talk about Space Station. Far more interesting in the conversation me and Wes have. Let's talk about this roster because, I mean, they've been playing some phenomenal Halo over the recent weeks, and most impressively for me, I think they've been playing some incredible online Halo, which is something that hasn't been synonymous with them throughout history. They've always been a team who's kind of struggled to rekindle the same kind of drive in the online environment as to the LAN event. And I just feel like this team has got better and better over time. And it's very easy to say that about a lot of teams, but I really feel like they're starting to look more like a well-oiled machine. And we were talking about Bound yesterday when we were casting the series with Space Station. We were saying, like, nobody questions how good this guy is, right? Individually, one of the best, does some of the craziest stuff you could ever ask a player to see. But it's now how he's interacting around the map and with his teammates and the shape that Space Station have on around the map. And he's so quick at recognizing where he has to fill in that space and provide the most from his life that he can to assist teammates in what they're trying to achieve. So I think Bound has continued to learn, continue to develop as a player, which is terrifying because he's already ridiculous.
Yeah, I've got to say, confidence-wise, he's come on leaps and bounds, excuse the pun, but he really, really is making a huge, huge difference to the team. But I'm so excited about Penguin. I'm so excited to see Penguin because what he delivered in that FaZe tournament, can he repeat that level of performance at this event? Can he do it on that main stage? I do feel like Penguin also can be a difference maker. I think you could say the exact same thing about all 4 of these players on our screens. So this really will be a bloodbath. I actually want to focus on now some stats that we did have in that World Championship, and we're going to have a look at the series layout from back in Seattle. This was the grand final. As you can see, OpTic Gaming 4-0, Cloud9.
This is the second
I was going to say.
Yeah, it is the second.
I'm pretty sure
of the
Space
best
Station
of
fans are going to be
7.
too happy.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is the second of the best of 7. So Space Station, actually previously Cloud9, obviously here in the Worlds, did actually manage to reset the bracket. This was the second go around, and OpTic Gaming, they managed to come out firing on all cylinders, which just shows you the resilience this squad have. They know what they need to do to turn things around, and here are some of the stats from this. Anything that you're picking up on, Clutch, here that you can maybe grasp onto for this series?
I'll be honest, this is a long time ago, and this is a different meta. This is a different, a lot of different map mode combinations, a lot of different equipment's been changed since then, some tunings even, so throw these stats out the window, in my opinion. I think this SSG team is much different than that old Cloud9 team, even though the names look the same.
I agree, actually, and I think actually in terms of some of the changes as well, I actually think that potentially we have an SSG roster who might actually benefit from some of the recent changes.
Oh, I think they absolutely do.
Right.
I think they absolutely do. I think one of the biggest changes for them is a lot of the sandbox becoming nerfed, a lot more emphasis on your battle rifle skills and your snipe skills a little bit more crisp. The precision accuracy added to the snipe makes those guys a lot more lethal when they have it in their hands, and all those guys are crazy with it. You saw what Penguin could do in the FaZe tournament, and he's arguably the worst sniper on the team. So I'm looking forward to seeing the best version of SSG, and I do think as meta continues to shift and as updates continue to come out, it will shift the balance of power playing to some strengths. I think this is a very strong opportunity for SSG.
Talking about the shift of balance, let's have a look at the balance of our series layout and the maps and modes here. We're starting off with Oddball on Livefire. Now, we actually have seen OpTic Gaming favoring Livefire a lot back in the day. Things have changed like we talked about. So Livefire is still significant for OpTic Gaming, but I don't know if this is actually really going to come down to the series layout. Would you agree here on set, or are you looking at certain things to be going in favor of whoever on this main stage? I personally think it's a teamwork battle.
Yeah, I think that at this point in the game, you know, everyone's pretty well versed in a lot of the game types that we have. Everyone's had the time to put it in for this tournament to make sure there's no weaknesses. However, I always look at Space Station and look at time-based game types as the one that they're so damn good at. Like, you're looking at oddballs, you're looking at strongholds. I always feel like they just rotate around the map as a pack so well, never leave any openings in that setup, and are so quick to collapse when they do find kills and opportunities. So I think the fact that we've got 2 time-based game types in the first 3 maps is really, really important for Space Station to make the most of, because I feel like the King of the Hill maybe lends itself a little bit more to OpTic.
The biggest thing when these two teams clash for me is the difference in styles that they play. OpTic is arguably one of our slowest teams within like the upper tier of Halo right now, and they are dominant when they do so because they're able to dissect your strategies how they see fit, and they take their time doing it, but once they get that first pick, they're aggressive. SSG, on the other hand, love to fly, love to take risks, chances, and expose teams with that pace of play. So how those two styles typically clash in each map mode combination may change depending on if it's a stronghold or an oddball. But SSG, have done such a good job, I feel like, since becoming a team till now. They've had so much time that they've started to sharpen that fast pace around a lot of the objectives. So I'm super excited to see if OpTic can really allow, like, if they can slow the game down against SSG, it'll be very difficult because I feel like SSG will take advantage of that slow play. But if SSG are too quick and don't have the right timings, they can get exposed for overextensions, and that's what OpTic do best, is they get their first picks and then they play their aggressiveness.
I feel like we're about to see some of the best Halo Infinite that you can have on offer, and that is purely because you're going to need individuals to pop off when it matters most. You're going to have big swing moments. This is going to come down to inches, to tiny little margins. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I hope you guys are going to enjoy it as much as I will. We're heading on over to our casters right now. We have Gaskin and Shurzy on the mics. Boys, all I can say is enjoy.
Thanks so much. Can't wait to sink our teeth into this one, Dan. Winners semi-finals, first seed Spacestation Gaming up against OpTic, who had their seed stolen away in that FaZe qualifier.
Yeah, but now they're able to just make up for that by getting here, by beating whoever was in their way, and now they have the chance to really show us what they're made of against an SSG roster who have yet to lose not just a series, but they haven't dropped a map, and I think that is a terrifying thing for anyone who is going to go up against this team.
Well, they talked about play styles on the desk. I think we've got structure up against organized chaos here. Who do you see coming out on top here?
I think that Clutch made a very good point. Sometimes it's tough for me to admit that, but he's right. It's going to be game time dependent. It's going to be down to some of these maps and modes, whether who's going to go for that chaos, who's going to go for that structure. Is OpTic going to be given the time to kind of set up in a ball game type, for example? Are SSG going to be able to use that chaos, use that aggression where they like to fly around corners? Streets, King of the Hill was one of the maps and modes in this series layout, and I remember they were so good when they were back as Cloud9 at breaking setups and just being able to stop these teams from having said structure, and I think OpTic may struggle because of that.
Well, game one, Onset talked about how they're a really good time-based team. Oddball Live Fire is going to be on the horizon here, Dan. Talk to me about what you see in the tail of the tape.
Well, I do remember this mapping mode being played during the last time these guys matched up against each other online. OpTic took down SSG. It was 200 to 133, so I think they won 2-0. Could have been 2-1. But I do think that this is a mapping mode that is very comfortable for OpTic Gaming. Live Fire always has been. Again, when they get that sniper rifle in Lucid's hands, it's a difficult task for any team that is going to be going up against them. So SSG, for me, just need to make sure that that structure is never really allowed to happen. Don't let them get the ball to tower. Don't let them get the ball into house where they can start set up around it. Instead, keep on top of them, keep flying at them. Off spawn, make sure you know exactly where you're going to be pushing.
Let's talk about the road to get here. OpTic, you know, obviously they had that heartbreaking defeat to Quadrant, but ever since then have only been on the up, and they've been tested every single step of the way. Space Station have had, on the face of it, almost a cruise to get here. And will that then maybe favour OpTic because they've had such a challenge to get here?
Yeah, that's no disrespect, of course, to the teams that Space Station have faced. They are all incredible in their own right, but you could argue that they haven't truly faced a team that's tested them yet. And I mean, that's warranted by the map record they have, that's 12-0 at the moment. There is a case of starting out slow and maybe not being used to playing another top 3 team right now, and OpTic could take advantage of that, that's for sure. But I think that there's something to be said at how impressive SSG have been. Even though that, yes, okay, the teams might not have tested them, they've still been able to dominate, whereas other of the top teams have maybe dropped a map here or there, or dropped some rounds here or there. SSG have not allowed that to happen, and I think there is a lot of focus on this roster, where they know they need to make a massive impact here at this event.
A lot of focus on this roster, and a lot of focus on the man on our screen there a moment ago, Stellar. Talk to me about why is he so good for this team?
Stellar is just a player that can do a little bit of everything, and I think that's what impresses me, that no matter where he is on the map, he's always making an impact. But while we're waiting for these players to get ready on the main stage, we have a Game 5 on our hands, and it looks like it's just about ready to be wrapped up. Shopify Rebellion 47-34. Native White have got a lot to do here.
Well, in a tournament full of upsets, this could be yet another one to put on the list. Native White finished 4th at Charlotte, and Rebellion were a top 12 team?
Yeah, and I think you said it, you know, is Ryan going to be able to do it yet again, put together a team that can just suddenly challenge for the likes of top 8, for top 6, and it seems like he's worked his magic once more, unless Native White are to have the comeback of all comebacks, but with Barcode going down, suddenly it's only 2 kills required now for Rebellion.
Mental, waiting for the overshield to pop up. Trying to secure it, he's being pushed off, and a combination of Gilkey there as well, but they managed to get a trade. 49-40, Rebellion only need 1.
I've seen crazy comebacks on Pit. Back in the day, Empyrean now. What have Native White got left? It looks like it's going to be done and dusted with the Needler as Shopify Rebellion will progress. Native White will be going home. And that is an upset. maybe not in some people's eyes, but certainly with how Native White performed previously at Charlotte, I was maybe expecting them to go a little further in the competition.
Well, tapping buttons is not going to be tapping buttons no more, because he's eliminated from the tournament. Heartbreaking for them, particularly after they had just had an upset in the previous series against G1, so they tumble out, but that's even more impressive for Rebellion.
And again, though, it shows the depth that we have from our top 12 teams. It's so close. 13th through 16th, I think there was a little bit of a gap at this tournament, and that was evident during the pool play results. There was a few 3-0s here or there, but everywhere else, there's been so many Game 5s that have happened, and it does just come down to one little mistake at times, one play, one overshield that can make that difference between top 12 and top 8 to top 6. And then, of course, as we get into the business end, we start to think about top 4 and onward.
Well, Lottie talked about this series being a war, but I feel like every single game we've watched this tournament, every single one of them has been a battle of war. There's been no easy games. Outside of those opening few pool games, everything has been a 3-1, a 3-2 with some nail-biters.
And I think that happens sometimes in any video game, any esport. You'll get a leading charge of 2 or 3 teams who will find and work out the meta. They'll get really good. They'll be scrimming against each other, and everyone then starts studying them and learning from them, and then they start to catch up. And it's until those leading players then find a new way to kind of break and define that meta that you start to see a gap appearing. But it seems like this event is a lot closer than it had been before. And I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here between SSG and OpTic Gaming. Traditionally, these guys kind of avoid each other in brackets, usually because of the seeds, and we only often see them in kind of grand finals. Of course, we saw them in that World Championship final. We had that incredible bracket reset as well. But now they're playing each other a little bit earlier in the winners bracket semis, a chance to get into the winners finals where they will face up against FaZe Clan, who are, of course, already waiting in the wings and seeing who they're going to be going up against tomorrow.
You mentioned studying, learning, who better and who has been doing that better most recently than Spacestation? I mean, OpTic have been this team that everybody's been chasing for months and months and months here. They're heading for a 4-peat. Well, at least they're trying to get a 4-peat. But SSG, we talked about it already, have been going about their business nice and quietly here.
They have just kind of slowly going about their business. Maybe it's something that we were always talking about what they did back in the day. They wouldn't really scrim anyone. They wouldn't give anything away. They were playing matchmaking as a team back in the day rather than scrims. They have, of course, started scrimming nowadays as they recognize the importance of it. But they are a team who just knuckles down, keeps their head down. They don't really boast online. They're not really screaming, shouting about scrim results or even online results. They let the gameplay do the talking, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to do that here today at Dallas. If they can even remotely replicate what happened in the FaZe Invitational, I think they'll be delighted with how they performed back then.
And the man that's been at the heart of it all for SSG for quite some time now is Eco. He's their IGL. He's been the player that comes up with the strategies, the executions, and as of late, they've been working more often than not.
And I think Eco has had a chip on his shoulder ever since those World Championships, where he tweeted out, look, that one's on me. He felt like it was his own fault. Sometimes if you are the IGL, if you are leading, if you are making the calls, you are always going to feel a little bit responsible about taking any loss. What a way to kind of get back on the horse if they were able to find a victory here, get one over OpTic Gaming in the early stages of this tournament, and get into that winners bracket final and at least guarantee themselves top 3.
On the other side of things, OpTic Gaming, they've had the little wobble, but ever since then, looking up. I think this is the moment where they are truly tested and we can get the measure of them. Are they right for this tournament? Is the 4-peat truly on the horizon?
I mean, it was more than a wobble, really, wasn't it? It was a trip. They fell over, but thankfully they landed on their hands and they didn't break anything, because it was something that I think no one would have expected, to have their first ever pool play loss. A 3-0 as well against an incredible European team that is Quadrant, who are still alive in this tournament. But now Quadrant find themselves in the elimination bracket. And OpTic are saying, okay, well, it didn't really matter that we lost in the end. We still find ourselves in the winners bracket semis. We are still guaranteed top 6. Are they still a team who can get the 4-peat? Absolutely. We know what OpTic can do. We've seen them do it time and time again. And I think a victory here would just give them that belief once more of, okay, yeah, it was just a blip in the radar, but we're going to be fine.
And is it one of those situations where we can look back at this and, you know, in the end of the tournament, maybe next month, and think that Quadrant game, that Quadrant series might have done them the world of good, just to humble them just a touch?
Sometimes a kick up the backside is a great thing. You have to just sometimes learn a lesson and realize that maybe you can't just breeze your way through pool play, and you're going to have to just keep your head down and make sure you do focus. And perhaps that is what happened with OpTic Gaming yesterday. I'm sure they would have gone back, they would have studied, they would have made sure they are going to be prepared here for today's action, as teams are having plenty of time to prepare for this Game 1. Thank you everyone for bearing with us while we get it ready and set up. As a reminder, Game 1 is going to be Oddball Livefire into Slayer Aquarius, Strongholds Recharge, King of the Hill Streets, and Slayer Empyrean is going to be our best of 5 here today. So Oddball Livefire kicking it off. I think their onset was the one who mentioned it. A time-based game is going to be a battle of 2 different strategies for these teams. You've got OpTic, who will want the structure, they'll want to set up, whereas SSG will be the disruptors. They'll be the ones to try and break those setups and maybe rotate with that ball.
Well, it's a privilege for Dan and I to take you through this winners finals. This is our 3rd game commentating and lending our voices over OpTic Gaming. So either thank you, you're welcome, or I'm sorry, depending on which camp you reside listening to our voices. Nonetheless, we are going to decide which team here books their ticket to the grand finals. Will it be the green wall, or will it be the boys in black and gold on Spacestation? They've been the guardians of the grand finals for far too long. They want to get their hands back on a championship. And for OpTic Gaming, heading for that 4-peat, we're about to find out what way this one shakes out. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway here.
Yeah, and already you can see OpTic have lost several members. It's a far better start, but looks like we're going to be restarting it as well. And I'm going to have to correct you as well. It's going to be the winners' finals, whoever wins this one, not the grand finals. You're getting ahead of yourself. You're just always excited for the grand finals, and I understand it. Everyone wants to, but we're going to restart this one. And once all players are ready and everything is done, we can get right into it. It's just, we like to keep the tension here in the HCS. We want to make everyone nervy.
I like to keep attention.
No, you like to just lie about things.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's my 2nd time then.
You're just trying to get the Green Wall excited about maybe being in a grand final again, which they should be, and they certainly could be. But there is still quite a long road to go for a lot of these guys. Tomorrow will be the winners finals, elimination finals, and the grand final. Championship Sunday is always the most exciting day here at HCS, and it's great to be here at DreamHack as well. Thank you everyone who has kind of sat down in the stands. I saw a lot of OpTic fans that have made sure they position themselves right in the middle as well.
Very strategic.
I saw an OpTic headband at one point. I'll have to make sure I get hold of one of those. I only have OpTic underwear, but we won't be showing those on stream. So game 1, Oddball Livefire. I will say that when it comes to the setups from what we've seen from OpTic Gaming, not just through this tournament, but through online competition as well, they do tend to prefer going for that tower setup, because once you've got Lucid covering it with a sniper rifle, it becomes a very scary factor.
Taking a look at the stats from the HCS Global Invitational, as you can see, 12-0 is the record for SSG, 9-5 for OpTic. So, like you say, there has been some troubles along the way.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at that record for OpTic Gaming, you're left scratching your head a little bit, because it's not something that we're used to at any HCS competition. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before from them. But again, it could be a massive learning curve. It could be turning OpTic into the next biggest thing, and it's the next stepping stone they had to take to become a 4th-time champion, which really would be putting them in the history books and joining some of the most elite Halo teams ever.
Well, perhaps this time we get to get some gameplay, and I don't know if I can do a shields up weapons hot again, Dan.
Yeah, maybe you can.
I'll give it a bash. I'll let it whirl. I'll whirl it out. But again, to set our sights, what's up for grabs? Loser gets sent down to the elimination bracket, and a ticket to winners finals up for grabs. But we're being told that we're not going to jump in
because you said shields up weapons hot, everyone got a bit excited. They thought they were in the game. They were already pressing their right trigger, and then we had to just bring them out again and get ready for it once more. I think that when FaZe are watching on with this game as well, they're looking at these two teams saying, who is going to genuinely give us the most competition? Because FaZe watching will be saying, well, if Quadrant can take down OpTic, then why can't we? Is it SSG who now are going to be our biggest threat for actually winning a championship? Because it's all well us talking about OpTic Gaming and saying, yeah, they can go for the 4P. FaZe haven't had their hands on a trophy in quite some time.
Yeah, and I think we have to always give OpTic the respect that they deserve, give them their flowers, and recognise that they have been the 3P, so they will be the favourites in these series until they lose one. So until they lose to a FaZe or an SSG, we have to give them the respect that they deserve and the credit that they will be the favourites in this series.
And of course, down in the elimination bracket, still plenty of action as teams are competing for top 6. Coming up next, we've got Quadrant versus Hive SMG. That is for top 6, which would be the joint best international placement for a European team if Quadrant were to win. I think everyone got quite excited yesterday when Quadrant took down OpTic Gaming. Quite rightly, the whole region was like, oh my god, Quadrant have done something that no European team have ever done before. And then they go and lose to Native Red.
I think I've seen the ooh-la-la.
I saw plenty of ooh-la-las. Now, for Quadrant to get back on that horse and to relight that European fire, I think they will have to beat Hive and match that placement of Infused back in 2017 at Denver, but still a lot to do because Hive have looked really good so far today.
Yeah, I think we've seen Quadrant get knocked down off Native Red and UNI side because we're like, all that hard work they put together yesterday, it doesn't really matter anymore because they find themselves in the elimination finals. But the teams that they were going to match up against Hive is one that they can fancy their chances against. That this is at least going to be a 50-50 for them.
And then on the other side of the elimination bracket, you've got the likes of Native Red that will be dropping down. You've got Shopify that are there now as well, competing for top 4. I mean, Native Red, the fact that they are still within that question of top 4, top 3, even with the substitute, you have to give credit to Boam. He has been incredible so far this tournament, even in the games where he just goes even. Like, he's just doing what is asked as a substitute. And again, all the adversity that they face as a team, Native Red always seem to be in that discussion.
Yeah, I think it's massive props to them, particularly after the performances in Charlotte where they had a sub and they might have been thinking, oh, here we go again. But here we go again, we actually get some gameplay now. So shields up, weapons hot, I won't say it as loud, but people, we have some gameplay here.
Here we go then, and let's hope it's all a smooth ride from here onward. Spacestation versus OpTic Gaming. Winners go into the winners final and will face FaZe, as the losers will head down into that elimination bracket. Early stages, it's trade for trade at the moment. Neither team able to get their hands on the ball just yet.
All tied up, honors even. No hands on ball. A little bit cagey, trying to control power weapons. OpTic Formal with the double kill, Heatwave, sniper rifle combination in his pocket as well. Looked as though he wanted to pick up the ball. He's getting a bit greedy.
Just wanted everything in his pocket, did Formal, but it's currently a little bit of a goose chase as Eco also having a battle. Did get his hands on that overshield. So Space Station got the overshield, OpTic get the sniper rifle. Thankfully, they have depleted said overshield, so Eco now has to rethink, wait for the team to come up. They've got the ball over towards tower, and they will have the first chance to set up here.
Eco tries to get the sticky grenade. Swing and a miss this time. Stellar has them on strings, bringing the ball back up through cuts and perhaps trying to isolate a couple of players, but Formal's in no mood to have a conversation. It's Heatwave and a back whack and another double kill. That's back-to-back double kills for Formal.
Oh, and he just ran out of ammo there, otherwise that could have been Eco Smith getting a headshot for a triple. But Eco's done very well just to push up pressure in the right areas, as now Space Station looking to try and reclaim this ball. But all the meanwhile, APG kind of stole it from right under their nose and now has retreated over towards house. And we've got to really keep a keen eye on the players that have been the objective players to focus on for both of these squads. Trippy and Penguin have been the standouts throughout this tournament. At the moment, Trippy 0 and 3, but does have assists. And Penguin has been one of the most amazing objective players we've seen for the last few years in the HCS, so I'm not surprised by that statistic.
Back on board with Formal. Ball has been scooped up again. SSG doing a really good job of just scrapping ball time, getting seconds here and seconds there, but they have sacrificed and forfeited the overshield once more, but 2 kills go in the favor of SSG. They have ball over towards green, so the option to play if Penguin should desire. Eco heading over towards big door is going to eat a massive grenade from Formal. That's not in the dietary plan. That's an allergic reaction as he gets taken down. APG elsewhere gets one, but the ball has been played.
A good amount of time, though, from SSG to be able to kind of rescue that ball and then go for the poor man setup over towards green. OpTic very quickly recognizing that they have to get there to bottom middle, though, to pick up some easy time. I think that both teams need to be getting that scrappy time as they go through this game, because setups are not going to be easy against either of these squads. They're both very good at puncturing any sort of setup you try and go for.
Trippy was faced with 2 members of SSG and threw a melee, but didn't connect. Nothing but air this time, but the Heatwave's going to be cooking again. And who else but Formal once more? Both members of OpTic huddled up in a corner, crouching down, trying to avoid grenades, doing so successfully. Now back up to full health. They're moving, they're grooving. Bound picks up the sniper rifle, tries to run away. But Formal, he's in hot pursuit. And he will go down. They will get ball, they will have Heatwave and sniper rifle.
I think SSG are going to be having nightmares tonight about Formal just chasing them with a Heatwave. It seems like every corner they turn, he's there waiting just to drill them in the back. And because of that, he's been rewarded with a bit of ball time. Has the Heatwave out, runs out of ammo, but that's the painful thing about the Heatwave, is when it does get depleted, the switch maybe takes a little bit too long, and it means that OpTic will have to just give up this ball for now. So Space Station, again, will just be holding up a setup on the fly. It's not going to be anything too structured, but Penguin, being Penguin as he is an objective-minded player who always knows where to be putting that ball.
It's not often you see that in the National Geographic Channel, as a Penguin picking up a ball and trying to get himself towards the water. It's usually an egg, but he's scoring points for his team. 45 to be exact, 27 on the side of OpTic Gaming. Overshield about to pop up. It's a point of contention here now for Trippy. He picks it up, he scoops
Oh,
it.
no.
Shroud screen comes through with the grenades and the battle rifle doing enough, but it's a slobber knocker. Just bodies hitting the floor, left, right, and center. Formal swinging for the wind, will not connect, gets taken care of.
And that's the thing about a shroud screen, is when it goes down, no one has a clue once you're inside it. It's just misty eyes and hoping you can swing and hit something, but in the end, it's SSG who get their hands on that overshield. APG gets caught from behind as well, and OpTic find themselves again 3 dead at the moment. Spacestation leading in the slays. Just need to find their way to turn this into a good amount of ball time, but they're also leading by about 13, make it 14.
OpTic spawning over green. 2 members executing over towards Nest. Lucid's bottom middle here now. Formal on C. Platt should be able to get a trade, and he does. He waved down over towards Dummies. Bounds trying to put down some damage with the help of Ego. They pick up 2. 3 dead for OpTic Gaming, and an opportunity here for even more ball time. Unless Formal can do something with the heat wave as he pumps shots left, right, and center of the pit, but Bound takes care of business.
How Formal constantly has that heat wave is beyond me. Seems like Spacestation not really focusing on it at the moment. Instead, they're prioritizing just getting this ball, getting some time. OpTic now leading in those slays. There's double kill coming for APG as they can start to score. All 4 dead for SSG. So this is going to be OpTic's best chance to get a true setup. They did have 1 on spawn, so it's going to have to be about quickly traversing the map to make sure you can assist the rest of the team as APG then makes the switch. He's going to be the one watching Big Door.
APG having a very impressive game thus far. Most ball time, 11 kills, 5 assists, and 8 deaths. Needs the rest of the team to work around him, work in tandem. 2 go down, Eco and Bound. APG will join. Grenades will hit the ground at the feet of Stellar, expertly placed by the superstar Lucid. Now he's got his eyes on Big Door and he's looking out towards green. Eco into the crosshairs, a couple of shots will take him down to what looks about 3 bursts of a battle rifle. And Penguin will back him down, so it's very cagey. It's tit for tat at the moment. It's OpTic Gaming who hold a slender lead.
Well, that was the best setup we've seen so far, but because the overshield has popped, it's giving SSG a chance to try and break this setup because OpTic had to reassess what they wanted to focus on. Was it ball time? Was it the overshield? And they switched to that OV. It was Stella who was able to pick it up in the end, and the ball was also just scrambled away. As someone gets sent through top middle, it just says, you know what, see you later, I don't fancy taking the fight. At the moment, it's just a massive scrap jersey down at bottom middle. Spacestation lose 3, but at least they got the ball out of the hands for OpTic temporarily.
Trippy got ball over towards green. Drops it off to Lucid. Plasma pistol will not connect. Trippy's got sniper rifle as well, and we know how dangerous he can be. Absolutely lethal as he fires one over towards Stellar, but Stellar dips, dives, ducks, gets himself over towards C and Tower. Penguin, bottom middle, looking to connect with Trippy, but he's defending green all by himself, all by his lonesome here, but cannot connect with those body shots. Misses once more, goes down. All 4 down for the green wall.
So it was one last desperate push from SSG, and it's worked out for them. 7 points remaining for OpTic to take the first round. But SSG are going to get a true opportunity here at House. Now, what can they learn from OpTic Gaming? They really allowed the overshield area to be empty, but APG's managed to crawl in behind and catch them unaware and can probably pick up some good time here.
How has APG managed to tiptoe his way in there to pick up the ball, secure the final points? OpTic Gaming secure round 1.
Where on earth did APG come from? That's what SSG will be asking themselves. Clearly, there was one entrance that was not being watched, and APG sniffed it out and took full advantage. So OpTic, they gained the lead. And I think what we learned from that first game is that if you are going to see OpTic Gaming gather that ball over towards House and they get an all 4 dead, they're going to get a big, big chunk of time.
Numbers advantage was favouring Space Station, but that's no longer. APG trying to drive his team to victory here, along with Lucid, who's currently sitting at 17 kills, 11 deaths, 6 assists.
And he has been the standout player. Lucid has been dominant throughout this entire tournament, even in the series where they struggled. Lucid has still been the forefront of OpTic Gaming when it comes to their slays, when it comes to his KD and the amount of damage he's putting out. Season MVP, of course, and just one of the best players in Halo Infinite. A lot would say he is the best player. And maybe he's going to prove just exactly why here in this series, as he seems to be continuing his fine form.
He has the accolades to prove he's the MVP for Season 1. Can he continue that here? Who can deny him? The form he's been in all tournament long. 2 down for SSG. 2 down for OpTic. Ball, though, importantly in possession of OpTic. APG tries to find a couple of body shots, can't connect. Battle Rifle won't be able to do enough damage to get the kill either. And just like that, 3 go down for the green wall, and SSG starting to find a bit of momentum.
Well, 3 go down, but OpTic do have a significant lead here. It seems like a good time to jump into the comms. Let's see what the listening's like for OpTic Gaming.
Above you, Joey. Drop the ball. Drop the ball.
Absolute down. Absolute.
Like 2 on Joey.
Bound. Absolute key door. Absolute key door.
No one on ball. No one there. No one there.
Right. Oh, West 10 guys.
Yo, on OV, free kill, OV. Tap shield on it. Nade him out. I needed that.
Window.
Looking window.
Don't move. Key door. Just live.
Hit two. One shot. Two key door. Trying to get the SOS.
One shot on it. On me. Cuts. Last guy. Cuts him maybe. Did we kill window?
We have
No, last two there.
We have a lot of help. Just trying to take
both one shot. Both here. Both one shot.
Go quick here. We try to go quick.
Cuts kill me. Absolute. Nice.
Key door was absolute. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get this.
I mean, key door. Nice try. I have drink gun, guys. Yeah.
Cuts to the left, I believe.
Is 100%?
Take your time.
I'll green. Pillars weak.
Come back, Joey.
Yo,
I spawn behind him. Yo, shoot pillar. Shoot big door.
One shot green. Absolute penguin.
I'm behind them. I'm literally behind them. Behind these guys.
Last two back green. Both back green.
Dude, he's hiding. Two there.
One
more. Back green.
One shot on Brad.
Have shields.
Nice try.
I'm getting much. Communication composed. A couple of kills went their way as well, but SSG finding their footing in this game. 22 seconds of climbing, eating away at that deficit. All that hard work OpTic Gaming had put together in the early round. Formal, eyes trained over top middle. He is also having a game to remember. 19 kills, 10 assists, 14 deaths.
18 of them with a heat wave as well. Yeah. That's just a joke, by the way. It's not actually true. He's got plenty with the battle rifle, but it does seem like he always had it in his hands. That listening, by the way, I love the genuine excitement when they get a spawn that's just a little bit off, saying, oh, spawn behind them, we've got a chance. You really have to make the most when they do happen. I think the most important thing was, though, getting the green gun onto the overshield, just to deplete that and make sure that there wasn't too many points scored by Spacestation. They still find themselves a significant amount behind, but it can very quickly change if they get a setup.
They spoke about on the desk how good SSG are when it comes to time game modes, but it's OpTic Gaming. And we're having the better of it here. Up by a round, and up by almost double the time.
Well, I think it's the fact that OpTic are starting to really lead the charge with Slays now. 81 kills for them. It's only 69 on the other side for Spacestation. And because of that, they've really struggled off spawn every single time. And now Trippy's able to get the overshield and has the sniper rifle in hand, and they've got the ball. They're just piling on the misery here for SSG, who are slowly but surely letting this one slip through their fingers.
SSG just weltering under the pressure here. It's been relentless from OpTic Gaming. Repulsor will send Lucid back, but we'll keep him alive for now. He opts to turn his attentions towards the ball carrier instead. Stellar down to no shields. Trippy on hand to get the kill. Top middle. Point of contention once more. Lucid should not be getting that kill, but he is, goddammit.
Again, incredible confidence from Lucid, not only to take that initial fight when he pushed round with the pistol, but knowing full well they had to win that engagement just to stop this ball time, and because of it, OpTic are rewarded with yet more time of their own. SSG probably thought they were in the clear, were able to get away, as Lucid also uses every tool he can just to make sure he wins these engagements. He's all about utility, he's all about using that sandbox. And he is one of the best players that you'll see play this game.
This is when OpTic Gaming are at their most frightening. Are they starting to find their final form here on Saturday? APG with ball in hand, top tower, only requiring 5 more seconds. Has a rotation on point if he needs it. Milking the ball for all it's worth, and OpTic Gaming will go up 1 in the series. Absolutely flawless at times.
Well, just like they did when they played against each other last online, it is OpTic who win oddball live fire. It transitions nicely. It looked far smoother here, though, on LAN. They didn't really need the structured setups. They actually matched quite well with what you called SSG's organized chaos at times. As soon as they felt SSG were flying at them, they said, you know what, we can forget the ball for a second. Let's just take these fights. We're winning our individual battles. And they outslayed them by 20 kills in the end. And naturally, the ball time usually should follow. I know we occasionally see objective teams win games despite being outslayed, but that was not going to be the case, especially when OpTic had that much control.
I still have one question that's remained unanswered.
What's that?
Where did APG come from?
I have no idea where he came from, honestly. He just appeared out of nowhere. A trapdoor, perhaps, that APG knows about that we do not. 26 kills, by the way, for Lucid in the end. 25 for APG, 25 for Formal. So they all were up there, absolutely smashing through SSG at times. And of course, Trippy, as I said, has been one of the best objective players in the tournament so far, specifically on the OpTic side. As for SSG, I think they'll look at that one as just chalk it off, forget about it. We can forget about it and not maybe focus on what went wrong, because I don't think SSG ever got going. A slow start, and this is something you were alluding to before the series started, because they haven't really faced anyone that's properly tested them yet. Were they going to be a bit slow? And maybe that's some evidence there.
The issue they had is OpTic Gaming taking inspiration from Miley Cyrus. They came in like a wrecking ball. Came in swinging, taking the paint right off the SSG armor. They find themselves down with 1-0. Up next, Slayer Aquarius.
And Slayer Aquarius has been good for OpTic so far this tournament. They've had 2 times playing it, and they've won it both times as well. And I think when you look at OpTic's record and the fact they've lost 5 maps, as long as they can find a map whether they haven't lost one already, they're going to be fairly confident. You can see the KD for both players, Formal and Bound, and they were both big influences in that game, but also have been incredible this tournament. And you talk about the pressure that Balance had to face, by the way, ever since joining this roster. When Renegade initially left, there was big shoes to fill. I don't know what size shoes Renegade is, but I'm going to guess about a 9 or 10, which isn't that big, but...
that's a pretty average size, then.
For Bound, are you...
For size 15.
All right, relax. But Bound certainly did have big shoes to fill, and he has done so well indeed. He has really come into his own. I mean, maybe there was a couple of shaky performances during online tournaments, and even LAN, there's been here or there where perhaps he hasn't been at his full potential, but suddenly he's really showing us what he is made of and why he deserves a place on this team.
And you speak about players making a massive difference since their introduction to a team. Who more so than OpTic, bringing in that championship winning mentality, just shifting it. You can see the troubles that they had early on, particularly in Kansas City. And he was able to talk them around and say, listen, we are going to win a tournament. He was adamant he would win another tournament for OpTic Gaming and indeed for Hex, but he done far more than that, as he's knocking on the door for a 4P here and already claiming world championship status.
Aquarius Slayer, we're going to see 2 entirely different ways of playing this map as well. OpTic, they really do like to gain a lead, set up and frustrate their opponents, whereas SSG like to press on their advantages. You'll often see members roaming around bottom middle. Stellar in particular loves to play that bottom middle role where he's just listening to call-outs, trying to finish off those one-shots and being a nuisance to the opposition team.
On board then with Formal. Tensions immediately go over towards bottom car. Bottom middle now. Transitioning, 2 members down for SSG. Looking to bait and switch with his teammate APG here, and if the gangster can live, that'll be all the well, but he couldn't. Oh! We'll try to play that one patient, but Eco gives him the wiggles. And the sure you can. And all but after that, it's a 2-kill lead for OG.
It's one of the frustrating things when the ammo does get depleted like that. You second guess yourself a little bit. Am I close enough for the lunge? Am I not? Are they going to be pushing towards for the lunge as well to get the trade? It's mind games at times here in Halo Infinite. 5-6, make it 6-all. So even though there was a hot start for OpTic Gaming, Spacestation have done very well to keep this close as Trippy's camouflage eventually goes away.
You know, we've watched Formal on screen die 3 times, right? 3 times he died was because he didn't have enough ammo in his gun. Put some bullets in the damn weapon.
It also shows that sometimes the only way to beat Formal is to take
all the bullets out.
Take all the bullets out of the gun, and maybe that's the key to success here for Spacestation, is make sure he has no ammo. Make sure he's shooting across the map and depletes it himself. Lucid trying to stay alive, has the pistol in hand, does not do so. And Spacestation now find themselves ahead. And now the scary thing for OpTic Gaming is Spacestation are a team who likes to collapse on bases, just as they are now. They sense there's 2 players, they are without their teammates, they have spawned separately, and they say, we need to hunt them down, we need to get this advantage. Now they kill 2, and suddenly they search for the remaining players.
They're going coast to coast. Bound, though, has been picked off. Penguins got Heatwave now. Just waiting patiently, recognizing that numbers are not in their favor anymore, and they cannot carry on with the relentless pressure they were trying to put on. They cannot collapse in the base. They have to hold the 50-yard line. Here goes the push, but Trippy somehow, some way finds a way to survive.
How on earth did those Heatwave bullets miss? How on earth did he win that fight? Find out next time. But at 13-14, it's really just a game of nerves at the moment. Both teams are hesitant to be too aggressive because you don't want to give too much of an advantage. But look at all the SSG players just collapsed in one building. Or one area of this building, should I say. And OpTic not really able to take advantage of it either, because the firepower we're seeing from SSG, they are targeting every single individual correctly. They are making sure they're on the same focus right now. The team shot's incredible.
All members of SSG seem to be pointing at the same targets. Stellar has to reload, and that's going to be another death in his column. Trippy's got Heat Wave, 2 bullets to play with. As he now pushes Yellow Engine, gets shot in the back down to half shields. That information will be passed over to his teammates. He's playing Yellow base, looks forward towards Blue. 2 Heat Wave shots get fired off. One of them connects with his own legs. And that makes it a far easier kill for Eco than it perhaps would have been had those shots not been fired backwards. Sometimes that Heat Wave can act like a boomerang.
And these games must be so hard to judge for those players who are making the calls, the likes of Eco, when you have a 3-kill lead and you're just wondering what have OpTic got up their sleeve, what is next for OpTic Gaming? How many times have we seen OpTic 4 or 5 kills behind and then suddenly flip the map and get 4 or 5 kills in a row and then have the advantage, have the structure, have the setup? But speaking of Eco, he's just picked up a big double, which now SSG can press their advantage once more.
Eco and Stellar driving forward here, 7 and 9 kills respectively here. A 5-kill advantage. Trippy, front base, trying to get his hands on the thruster pack. He did, but it cost him his life. As Stellar tries to build on his momentum, but just like that, shut down. Camouflage, about to pop up out of the oven. Tasty treat for anybody that can get their hands on it, but perhaps be used as bait for the moment. Bound with the use of the sidekick. Will eliminate APG. OpTic in big trouble here, getting collapsed on once more. Thruster pack will not be enough to get Trippy out of dodge. Camouflage will pop up, and it looks as though SSG in the right place to scoop it up.
Oh, you speak of tasty treats. Do you know what's a tasty treat for everyone here?
Tell me.
A listening with Spacestation.
I can't do anything. I can't do anything about that.
Spawn pizza. Or spawn blue.
It's sticky. Fire 3.
Don't get
fire
left
3.
though, dude. Don't get left though.
Yep. You know where I am.
No. How do you lose cards?
You guys are double first. That's fine. You guys need to both hide low key. It's P2 it came out. Blue side. My closet as well, I think. That's it.
Watch it.
No. I'm good.
Shot
P2 on the nades.
Low. P1 more shots. P1 weak. Go from blue. Trying to kill.
Triangle. Triangle, watch out on me. We got triangle to bait.
Guys going cards incredibly. Blue thrust is up in 3 seconds.
They have it. They just picked it up. Once card 2 P2. We should go P2. It should be. He's 2 shots on. Brandon. To your right. Shot P1.
Everyone.
R2 as well.
Above you. And from blue.
Okay, he jumps. P jump. Blue P jump. P2. 2 P2. Blue says P2.
Watch out P2.
One shot blue first.
Watch out blue.
Yeah, I see that.
Do blue first. Both quick.
Lucio was one, guys.
Blue first.
I died for yellow P1.
Both weak.
Okay.
Get in the closet.
Spawn car with you.
Getting at him. Car 1, dude. I'm going yellow for closet.
Yeah.
Comms. They were collected and they were calm. We expect nothing less. The issue is they now find themselves all tied up. That lead they built, that 6-kill advantage, has completely evaporated. What is Trippy doing? That man's on a madness.
I mean, it's great that SSG don't worry when they've just given up 5 to 6 kills in a row, as we heard in the comms. It is calm, but at the same time, you want a little bit of urgency at the same time. Otherwise, OpTic will really just run a train through you. Next camo's up. Trippy had eyes on it, but wants to try and focus over towards the Dynamos first, as APG and Stella had a little bit of a battle.
Trippy absolutely loves Slayer Aquarius. We've seen him dismantle FaZe at Charlotte. Has intentions of doing the same thing here. Break SSG hearts. And Eco could be his latest victim. Wisely backs away. Waits for his teammates, recognizing that he did not hold the advantage.
I mean, at the moment, OpTic quite spread across Aquarius, and they're not really playing with the same structure that we've seen before, and perhaps playing SSG's game a little bit better than SSG at times. And I think when OpTic look at their opposition and they look at how they try and strategize, sometimes they find the best way is by employing a strategy that works very similarly, as now Trippy has that heat wave, gets the double. 38 to 38, though. Nothing to split the two. As I say that, SSG put 2 quick kills, find themselves ahead once more. Every time you think one of these squads is going to take an advantage, start to roll with it, the other team comes swooping on back in with big kills.
What can Stellar do? Picks up 1. That's good enough for now. As they hold a slender lead once more. Bound elsewhere has gotten a kill onto Lucid. Numbers advantage. They flood into the base. Trippy tries to get out of there and fails. Killing spree for SS Jesus.
16 kills for Stellar, and he is...
Did I get you there, Dan?
You did. That tickled me. He's doing what he always does here on Aquarius, just marauding around the map, searching for his next enemy. ear to the floor and listening to those call-outs, waiting for just a couple of bullets to be put into one of the OpTic members, and then he pounces. But at the moment, he's just very aware that that camouflage is coming up, and he realizes that he could be the one who has to go for it. So he's just keeping within touching distance. 46, make it 47 now, and suddenly it's only 3 kills. Make it 2 for Spacestation.
SSG absolutely rolling, moving up through the gears. There was a very subtle OpTic gaming, let's go OpTic chant that started to murmur around here, but it's very quickly being quietened down as the SSG boys find some form. Bound, camouflage, cloaked. He's the one to make the play, to do the initial damage here. Stellar falls, that could be an opportunity as Lucid backs away. Couple of steps into his own. Back base, back whack comes through. Bound looking for one more, can't connect. But they do finally find it. We're all tied up here, 1-1.
And SSG just showed that they will not allow OpTic to bully them at any point during the map. As soon as OpTic had a lead, SSG just wrestled it back from them. They were quick off the spawn. They were constantly pressuring OpTic in those areas, whether it be bottom mid or whether it be a fight over towards P. SSG always had an answer, and I think it was a bit frustrating for OpTic Gaming. It wasn't the usual strategy we've seen from OpTic. They were going for something a little bit different here or there, trying to match SSG blow for blow, but it didn't quite work out.
The frustrating thing for OpTic there is every time they got themselves back into the game, they got leveled, they were maybe ahead by 1 or 2 kills. They couldn't sustain it, they couldn't push past it, and they allowed SSG back in the game.
Well, they weren't playing their game, I felt, OpTic. Sometimes we've seen them go 2 or 3 kills up, and then suddenly they hold the line. They will hold the map, and they will say, you will not pass, you will not get out of a base, and they will just wait for teams to come to them at times. They instead were trying to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive with how they wanted to approach the game, and SSG just lapped that up. They said, well, this is how we play the game. We know exactly how to counter this because teams have done it to us before, and SSG did have that answer. Extremely impressive, and it means we have got a hell of a series on our hands.
I have a question.
Do you have a question?
Are you saying that OpTic Gaming strategy to Slayers, particularly, is that of Gandalf's, is you will not pass?
Sometimes it is, and I think that OpTic have often been criticised for their Slayers as well. It has happened where at certain tournaments, had they have maybe got that extra kill or 2, they might have been able to progress easier as they've gone through the tournament. Because objectives, they were flawless at times throughout the historic HCS of Halo Infinite. But their Slayers, you know, it's been hit or miss at times, and I think that SSG maybe take a little bit of advantage of that.
As you can see in your screens, highest damage is going to be Lucid for the green wall and Eco for SSG. Both players having phenomenal tournaments. They lock horns here. And game number 3 is going to be Strongholds Recharge.
And I love what I saw from Eco as well. I mean, I said that I wanted to go into listening, I wanted to hear what he kind of had to say, whether he was calling the shots for the team, but often he was at the forefront of everything. He was the one doing the damage. He was the one going into the base first and making sure that he was initiating the damage so the rest of the team could collapse. But how many times did we see OpTic Gaming as a 2 spawning separately and then just being collapsed on? That's what SSG do so well there on Aquarius.
Is that something we're starting to see from Eco now? You spoke about after Worlds, he said that one was on me. He's always known as being the IGL, but he's trying to modify his role a little bit more to be, instead of sitting at the back, we always talk about him having a top-down view of what's going on. He's like a UAV, similar to Formal actually, but he's now trying to play at the front, and that way he gets more information.
Well, I think that maybe he's not putting as much brain power towards what are my teammates doing, or they should be doing this. He's not worrying about his team, he's trusting his team a little bit more and instead focusing on what he should be doing as an individual to help his team achieve what he has set as a strategy. Because strategy should be, of course, talked about before the game, and of course it can be adapted to on the fly, but these guys know what they're doing. These guys have played this 100 times, 200 times, thousands of times at this point. It's just a matter of these kind of situations where you find yourselves in, where you're like, okay, well, we've never been in a 48, 46 versus OpTic Gaming before. What's Formal going to do? What do I know of Formal? What has my research told me of where he's going to be? How can we counter that? Are we going to be able to catch Lucid maybe going for that heat wave? These are all the different thought processes that are going through Eco's mind. He just needs to be able to put that in the back of his head a little bit and also focus on his own gameplay.
And it was something we've seen actually. I remember Halo Esports released a video on YouTube actually that had team comms. And SSG, the start of the it was Cloud9 at the time, started the game where let's keep tabs on Lucid to call out exactly where he is at every given time, because they recognize just how much ability he has, and he can be the X factor for them.
Well, also, if you keep tabs on Lucid, you're probably going to find power weapons as well. You're going to find the weapons that are going to be very important for your success. So if you kill Lucid, you probably find a Heatwave, you might find some Dynamos. Just take him out of the game. And that's not to say that you can't see the same thing from APG, from Formal, from Trippy. But Lucid, one of his priorities is trying to ensure that he is on top of that sandbox. And if you can take him out of the game, suddenly things get a little bit more difficult. And it was something that the desk were talking about. With the recent changes, with the sandbox maybe being restricted a little bit and more focus on the battle rifle, on the sniper rifle, rather so than some of the other weapons that were making an impact prior, maybe that reduces what Lucid could do a little bit in terms of the sandbox, but you have to say he's adapted so well. He's been a player who says, well, it doesn't matter what weapon you put in my hands, whether it's a commander, whether it's a battle rifle, whether it's a sniper rifle, I'm going to make it count.
Well, with the most recent changes and some things taking a little bit of a nerf, it only enhances what the power weapons were always supposed to be. The Rockets have even more say in what way a game is going to swing, even more say in what way a power-up is going to be, is how the influence it's going to have on a game. And in fact, that's what players and teams have always prioritized, but now more than ever, even more so.
Well, Game 3 is going to be Stronghold's Recharge. So in terms of power-ups, power weapons, we're going to be looking at the shock rifle coming into the fray, and of course, the camouflage is going to be there and available at the same time. Camo control was a bit iffy on Aquarius for me. Both teams were never really able to lock down multiple in a row. It was kind of back and forth. It was very bitty, but again, it just demonstrates how close these two teams are and why we're having such a good series on our hands. So far this tournament, OpTic haven't won Stronghold's Recharge. However, on the flip side, SSG have found success. So if you're an SSG fan, I guess that's something to go off.
SSG, do they have what it takes to take the lead in this series? And what a statement that might be. And maybe some of those seeds of doubt might get a little bit of a water from OpTic Gaming, and it's like, oh no, we're in trouble once again.
And usually I'd be talking about mentality, and I'd be talking about, SSG maybe believe that because OpTic have already shown weakness this event, that they're not going to be scared to go up against them. But at the same time, I know that SSG don't fear anyone. They never have. And I think that's what's really incredible about the mentality of some of the teams that we have at the top end of Halo Infinite, is they will always go into every tournament thinking they are the best and they can win this tournament. And it's why we see so much disappointment at times when they fall second, when they finish third, or even top 6. But they won't make team changes because they know they still, next tournament, could have that right tournament where they suddenly find themselves back on the top of the pyramid.
That's something that we've seen as well, right? Because them and OpTic were the only two teams after the World Championship Finals that didn't make that change. They believed that the initial one that they were forced into in Bound was the player that they needed. And as tournaments have progressed, he has gotten better and better and better. And you can see they're starting to flourish now. And they're starting to look like a real tough and top contender for OpTic Gaming and FaZe, as we do now load into Stronghold's Aquarius. Or Stronghold's Recharge.
I mean, Stronghold's Aquarius would be a very interesting map, and maybe it's...
Can't imagine it'd be good.
No, it will have to be something we'll talk about. But yeah, Stronghold's Recharge, SSG on top at the moment when it comes to momentum, but will OpTic be able to show us what they're made of when they do get that structure on the go? It was Quadrant who were able to show OpTic how to play this game type earlier on in this tournament, and SSG traditionally have been very good at also making sure they rotate accordingly. When they're holding those setups, they're going to make this very difficult for OG.
Have SSG done their homework and seen what Quadrant did to exploit some of the weaknesses in the game plan here? 3 dead. Go the green wall. The perfect start for SSG.
Well, Lucid, the last remaining player, has to at least do some damage. He's done more than that. He's been able to take Eco down to no shields, and off the spawn, Formal helps out. And even though Spacestation is scoring, OpTic at least were able to push one back. So now they have the player advantage and they can start to think about how they want to take this one. But Bound says, screw your player advantage. I've got the shock rifle and the camouflage.
He's starting to boogie here. He got the sizzle rifle in his hand. Shocking Trippy to his core. Just fried dust and a pair of boots left from where he once stood. Bound fires with another shot across map. Nothing but a warning this time. Stellar plasma pistol holding down pipes, recognizing that Bound can have a massive influence on what way this game swings and if they hold the setup. But as we say that, Stellar has gone down. Bound will connect to the no shields APG. Can he find the phase? Yes, he can. Absolutely cooking.
And this is the problem on live fire, is Bound was never able to really get his hands on that sniper rifle, but now here with the shock, he's showing why he's such an important fact to this team. Formal, the next one in his crosshair, isn't going to be testing himself. Instead, recognizes that actually the objective very important to play right now, but he is making life a living hell here for OpTic Gaming.
You just know the confidence running through his veins there. He wanted to jump up and challenge that. Opted instead claim the points, and rightfully so. But OpTic in the meantime control A and C. So perhaps Bound has to move, push out for his team. The SSG are about to get some pretty unusual spawns over towards Pipes. Have to push out. Bound does step out. Eco goes down. All of a sudden, OpTic starting to swing it their way with the triple cap.
Great positioning as well from Trippy there, just knowing that he was going to get sent on, so he tries to go for a pretty obnoxious angle to hide behind, and he manages to catch him off guard. And now OpTic did have total control temporarily, maybe something they learned from their loss previously in pool play. And when you do get that opportunity to take all 3 strongholds, you have to grab it, because it can be so significant with the amount of time you can gather. OpTic right back into this one despite the early dominance from SSG, and Spacestation just have to try and stop this bleeding a little bit. As Trippy takes the fight, and again it's another big 1v1.
OpTic really starting to step up the pace, push the envelope now, applying pressure where previously they were a little bit more passive. A and C now in control. Do they want B as well? The 1v1, and Eco's going to lose that one. The Trippy killing spree, double kill. Anything Bound can do, Trippy can get frisky as well.
Trippy just not missing in the moment. As Bound was the one who was stepping up for his SSG, it seems like Trippy was the one who wanted to light a fire. A, B, and C in control. Knows exactly where SSG are going to be spawning, so his job now is just to hold on to A, double check there's not going to be a push from control, and try and force almost SSG to go around towards Longhole and in towards Lucid sight lines, as there's going to be Lucid answering back to Bound saying, anything you can do, I can do better.
Members of SSG getting funneled towards Lucid. Penguin goes down. He's out of his comfort zone up against the shock rifle and the battle rifle. Now he wishes he was back in the Antarctic. Eco, big trouble. Eliminated, Bound, bottom elevator, frantically pushing the button, trying to get out of there. But the elevator's out of service. Stellar, though, on hand. And SSG survive and will start to control A.
A great period, though, from OpTic Gaming with the amount of points they were able to score, and now they're flipping things over towards C. Stellar recognises it, so knows he has to at least contest B over here. You are very vulnerable if anyone does push Pipes, but Stella's there, ready and waiting. I don't know what Weddy means, but it's like Weddy Breck, I guess.
I think that's when you're waiting for the rabbit to come out. Bugs Bunny is around here somewhere. We're waiting for the wabbit. 114 to 84 though. SSG eating away at that lead. Formal goes down. Plasma pistol and camouflage combination. APG hooked away in the corner. Spotted out by the camouflage player. Can Penguin survive? The answer's no this time, but the damage has been done as SSG close in on OpTic Gaming.
It's of course a very different setup over here towards B and C. Just going to make sure, yeah, good from Eco to make sure no one's pushing bottom middle and sneaking behind. Maybe he's learned already once this series that APG can appear out of nowhere. Out of thin air, it seemed. And now SSG take the lead again. So even though there was such a dominant period from OpTic Gaming, the response from SSG has been phenomenal.
Neither of these teams willing to give up an inch. Fighting tooth and nail for every spot on the map. Stellar gets one. Formal answers back. Numbers advantage now favor SSG for the moment. It's time to go for Eco as he pushes towards B, faced with contention by Trippy, who wins the fight once more. Big game players, Trippy. But SSG continue to score for now. OpTic looking to change that by transferring B. Penguin jumps up and tries to spot out APG, but the gangster expertly dips his head away and ensures he will not be receiving any battle rifle fire at all. Now all of a sudden Penguin's in big trouble down to no shields. And Formal applies the finishing touches to the damage done by Lucid.
He was in big trouble, but what he did was he distracted OpTic for quite some time, which allowed SSG to then rotate around, make sure they have A and C, and they still have control of both. 138 to 123, Spacestation still scoring, OpTic have 2 dead. They have spawned over towards A though, and I think SSG knew that was a very big possibility from where they killed them, but Stella waits patiently, waits in the wings, and now they have that player advantage. They can push up, try and take A.
Formal gives Penguin the karate chop. Stellar, top A. Hunting, Trippy. Just about gets away, but Stellar hungry for him, hunting him down, and gets him. APG, though, will get that trade. A in control of SSG. They almost have B and do, thanks to Eco here. But it's 3 dead for SSG. And OpTic Gaming will be pretty happy with that.
Well, it's 3 dead, but what SSG did well was making sure they did solidify B there, because they're still going to be scoring. If they hadn't have got B, it was going to be a back and forth between A and C, and OpTic would have consistently been able to score and just be on top of things watching those spawns. But now it puts the pressure on OpTic, where they have to force themselves to either go for that same A and C setup or put themselves in a vulnerable position where they push over towards B. It's so difficult sometimes when you make that battery push. You could find 3 or 4 players go down. As I say that, OpTic do lose 2. And Spacestation on top once more.
What's the plan here for OpTic Gaming then? APG positioned over towards Glass. Formal bottom tower backing Bound away. Immediately though, Bound looks to turn his attention to Glass and APG, who knows he has to make the cross, and APG needs his teammates on hand to do some damage if he's going to get away with this push, and he doesn't. It's defended expertly. SSG are holding ground here. Lucid manages to get one with the commando. And now here's the 1v1. It's a pivotal fight. But Bound run into 2. He's got 1. Stellar with the shock rifle. Formal gets connection, controls A, and immediately gets himself out of trouble.
Yeah, that was a great push from OpTic, and they managed to just sneak up behind them, and A as Penguin goes down as well. 50 kills in the moment for OpTic Gaming, only 45 for Spacestation. So OpTic are outslaying them, but they need to start putting some points on the board. This could come down to one big setup. If either team is able to get total control here, A, B, and C, it would really put a nail in the coffin for me, especially if it was SSG. But Camo's coming up, and you can see Trippy there waiting, prioritizing, and will get to pop it as a reward. No one from SSG was in an area to watch over that one, and they clearly felt like they wanted to focus on the strongholds instead.
Trippy gets 1. Has to ensure he stays alive here. Cannot do so. How big will that pick be? 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Penguin's going to step inside B.
Here we go.
There's going to be one last twist. You can feel it, you can sense it with the way this tournament has gone. Penguin clears out pipes, drops back down towards B now, and they could possibly lock in a triple cap if they can get A as well.
And notice how Penguin really prioritised on finding that final player from OpTic Gaming. Said, we don't need the stronghold just yet. We need you to clear this player out. We don't want any dodgy spawns. If we kill him, we guarantee the spawns over towards A, and then we can watch the angles. 3 are dead again for OpTic Gaming. And SSG put themselves in a position where OpTic, they have one last push here.
SSG require 15 more points. It's last chance for Saloon for OpTic Gaming to claim this game. It's a triple cap locked in, and it's locked in tight. Will OpTic Gaming be about to tap out, or can they get their foot inside B or A here? 3 go down, but we see Lucid standing in the hill. Can he be making the play in the clutch factor? He gets cleared out, and SSG will take the series lead.
And I said they were being outslayed when we were focusing on it about a few minutes ago, and then suddenly they just absolutely flipped the game on its head. 60 kills in the end for SSG, only 54 for OpTic Gaming. And even when they were down, they were just playing the stronghold so much better, controlling A and B when they had to. And for me, the biggest twist in the game was when they had A and C, and OpTic were just keeping them, were forcing them out of B, and SSG said, look, you know what, let's just bombard ourselves over towards that B stronghold, let's prioritize it, because even if we die, as long as we capture it, what do OpTic do then? They have to go to either A or C, and as soon as they do, we spawn trap them, we keep them there, and we have the angles. And that was a big call from SSG.
Controlling that game, kept switching back and forth. But you felt as though when SSG did get that final hold, that was going to be the one that was going to do the most damage, and it was.
Well, often at times, the first team to really have the chance at setting up and winning in those final moments does usually follow through because of the pressure that's put on the opposition side, where you don't really have the time to think about how you're going to break that setup. It's a very quick, on-the-fly decision of, okay, let's go A, let's go C, and because of that, you usually fail. The angles are usually watched. And SSG have done it perfectly, and as you said, they take the lead in this series, and they're now one map away from being in that winner's bracket final against FaZe Clan.
People enjoying the games. See one kid with a military helmet, he's ready for some action. We might have to sub him in at any point if some of these players need to drop out for a bathroom break. He's willing to fill in, no doubt. You can see him flexing, he's ready to go. Up next, King of the Hill Streets. Dan, tell me something.
This is an interesting one, mainly because we've not seen either team play it yet on LAN, but both of them have been very good at it when it comes to previous competition. I think I've credited SSG with the way they play this game so many times in commentary, because they are flawless when it comes to breaking setups. They make things so awkward for opposition teams, and here are the stats. Overall, both of them have played King of the Hill, just not on this map. 3-0 for OpTic, 2-0 for SSG. They both look confident when it comes to King of the Hill, and I think that that's evident really for their playstyles. Even though OpTic, you know, they like the structure, King of the Hill offers that. SSG, they like the organized chaos, King of the Hill offers that. It's kind of like play it whichever way you fancy. But then they butt heads a little bit. When you get this clash of playstyles, it really means that it could be a game where one team just completely dominates. We could even see a 4-0, a 4-1. And that's what I'm a little bit scared about, because the amount of times we've seen SSG 4-0 teams on this map in mode, OpTic need to be careful here.
Appears playstyles can clash, and there's more than one way to skin a hill, but someone's always got to go here. Both teams unbeaten in King of the Hill, so it doesn't really indicate exactly which way this one's going to go. But it's interesting that you say if SSG are allowed to just maraud and patrol like they have been doing for large portions of this series, then OpTic Game are going to be in big trouble.
I think what SSG have done well previously in King of the Hill Streets is how quickly they can break setups, how fast they can adapt to what teams are doing when it comes to their structure. And if OpTic don't have an answer for that, if they can't stop, you know, an eco push that happens round on the pink side, and they don't get enough time in that hill, I think the SSG will be punishing them, because I do feel like SSG as a team do adapt a little bit quicker on the fly. However, if OpTic can control that game, if they can force those spawns and make sure they keep tabs on every member of SSG, we could equally see a dominating performance from OpTic.
SSG have one foot in the door of the winners finals. OpTic Gaming, one of the most resilient teams that we have in the league. We have seen them down 2-0 before. We have seen them down 2-1, and they've always managed to find a response up until yesterday. Is this to be SSG's moment? Will they face off against FaZe? Or can the old enemy in OpTic Gaming book their ticket once more? SSG 1 away.
Well, one thing that OpTic have done that no one else has done so far in this tournament is take a map away from SSG. And they need to find that same success that they had in Aquarius Slayer as we go into King of the Hill Streets shortly. One of the problems I have with King of the Hill Streets, when you are trying to set up too structured, when you are very, okay, you need to be here, you need to be watching this angle. Formal, you have to play over here. I mean, it's not going to happen in OpTic Gaming, but I've seen it at a more amateur level. You can then be a little bit vulnerable to being predictable with how you're setting up. And I think that SSG, if they do notice that from OpTic, if they know that, you know, Formal's going to be in X, Y, or Z position, they will take advantage of that. Eco, his brain, one of the things he does is he can sense that weakness. He can sense what's going wrong for a team or where there might be a gap that he can suddenly exploit. OpTic just need to make sure that they have plenty of strategies that they can employ to make sure that you keep Eco and the rest of the SSG roster on their toes.
Something we haven't talked about is the importance of the coaches, and Lunchbox on the side of OpTic Gaming and Elamite, how those two have had rivalries down the years, and they've had some back and forths, and the significance that they could have on the end result of this series.
I mean, such a rich history between the two of them throughout Halo. I mean, they really are two of the greats that I was watching when I was just a child, and I think that's important to have players like that behind you, or ex-players like that behind you, because then you never really have to worry about that mentality problem that sometimes we do speak of, because these guys have been through it all 100,000 times. Not 100,000, 100, comma, 1,000 times. Yeah. And they can just calm some of these guys down a little bit who are maybe a little bit younger, a little bit less experienced. But even saying that, I mean, SSG and OpTic, they have so much experience between the two of them now that they may not even need that. Speaking of experience, I mean, a man who was playing at the same time as the likes of the two gentlemen you previously mentioned, APG. He's been a real X-factor for this team at times. I think you can always rely on every member of OpTic to step up when you need to. And it's very rare you see a player struggle on OpTic Gaming. When you look at stats, when you look at what's happened, and you can't usually blame a loss on anyone in particular. They lose as a team, they win as a team. And I think that's good to have, and it's great that they can just make sure everyone's on the same page.
You speak about APG being the X-factor. There's no doubt about it. He's been pivotal in every championship that they have won. You just rely on him to make the right decisions at the right time. We already seen that in game one when they got the victory. He found a route. And we can already tell this game won't be kicking off anytime soon. We will be getting a little reset here, Dan, which gives us an opportunity to keep on chit-chatting and waffling and flapping our gums.
Well, Bound, we saw that. That's very disrespectful. Respect your elders, is what I'd say. Unnecessary teabagging happening on the main stage.
That's a flag in the field.
It is. That's a red flag as well, by the way. If you're in dating and anyone does that, red flag. For SSG, I think the fact they're now 2-1 up, they'll have that belief that this series is very winnable here in map number 4. especially with it being King of the Hill Streets. If it was maybe a flag game, I would probably be leaning towards OpTic Gaming a little bit more with how OpTic have played so far this tournament. But King of the Hill Streets, I remember it was a distinct moment when we were watching online competition when King of the Hill first started to be added into the HCS. And we saw Cloud9 at the time just completely blow everyone out of the water. They didn't drop a King of the Hill game. They were insane at how they played it. And they've just gone from strength to strength, it seems, with this map and mode. Regardless of any changes that have happened, for example, on Recharge, they still know how to employ their tactics. And I'm excited to see how they'll do here in map number 4.
Still all to play for, and for that trophy. Right there. And the potential 4P. And we can get confirmation elsewhere. Quadrant have beaten Hive 3-0, a clean sweep to match the record set in 2017 of that roster that had Jimbo on it. They have now placed top 6 bare minimum. So a massive congratulations to the European heavyweights.
So they will match that record, they will put themselves in the history books as well. But can they go one better? Can they jump in to top 4? I believe, if I'm doing my bracket in my head correctly, they would face the loser of this series for top 4. And I mean, I'm sure if you had said to Quadrant coming into this tournament, you'll play either OpTic or SSG for top 4, they would have bitten your hand off because they would have already been at top 6. But at the same time, they'll be saying, okay, well, that's 2 very difficult sets of teams. But at the same time, we have seen Quadrant beat OpTic already in pool play. So that's an exciting time for Europe, an exciting time for Quadrant, indeed, as they have lived up to expectations. Yeah. But I think the expectation set by Quadrant is they want to do more. They want to be better. They want top 4. They want top 3. They want to win events. But maybe just need to take one step at a time, right? As at the moment, we're looking at the KD of Bound and how impressive he's been so far this tournament. Would he fancy a matchup against Quadrant in the elimination bracket? Absolutely not. He'd want to be in the winners bracket final, Richie. I saw you glaring at me.
Well, I guess the question for Quadrant is it better the devil you know or the devil you don't? The team that you beat that you know are going to be out for revenge, or the one that you can maybe surprise? And Quadrant and SSG, their playstyles are not too dissimilar. It could be a banger of a series.
I mean, I think regardless of what happens now, every series we have here in HCS Dallas is going to be a banger of a series. Even pool play day, by the way. Historically, sometimes pool play, you know, we'll get 3-0s, but we've had game 5 after game 5. We've had such close series, and it's been one of the most exciting tournaments I remember. We even had a 50-50 tie here today between Na'Vi and Hive. And we'll have to see whether we can maybe get another one here today, or whether it is just going to be the only tie we see throughout the entire tournament. But with OpTic versus SSG, as we're still waiting to get this one started, they're both just expecting to be the team that is in the winners bracket final.
Something that's very telling, you can see the player cams there, Lucid and APG sharing a joke, smiling, laughing, not feeling the pressure at the moment one bit.
Well, sometimes you have to laugh, otherwise you'll cry. That's what I've learned as I've grown up into an adult.
I don't think that's something that you have to learn. That's a personal standpoint.
Maybe just I have issues at this point. But yeah, I don't think that any of these guys feel pressure, and I think that was the point that I was making when, even though they've got such historic players behind them that can bode well and it can just teach them a lesson, they don't need to. They've been here, they've been on main stage. I don't think that they get nervous anymore. And I'm not going to say they're like robots, because actually the personality of a lot of these guys is incredible, and it's so nice to be able to chat to some of these players, and they're all so friendly and welcoming. I mean, if you look at some other esports that I've been involved with, I won't necessarily get the freedom to speak to some of these guys, but everyone is always willing to have that conversation. But whilst we get these 2 teams already on the main stage, we are going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we will have the remainder of this winners bracket semi-final.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, It has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Player with the best haircut, Rhino.
Player with the best haircut, Bound.
Player with the best haircut, APG.
Player with the best haircut, Lucid. I've always loved Formal's haircut. He's never changed it. He's always had the same.
I don't know about the player that has the best haircut, but I think Boo Boo has the best stash.
back to the winners semi-finals of HCS Dallas. I've got a bone to pick with the Americans, Dan. The letter is actually pronounced H. It's H.
This is not a fight you take. Whilst we are amongst Americans, that's a very bad idea to do, Shurs. But yeah, semi-finals in the moment. OpTic Gaming versus Spacestation. SSG currently lead 2-1 going into map number 4, which is going to be King of the Hill Streets. We are told the lobby is just about ready, and we are locked and loaded as we just had a technical difficulty that was fixed by our wonderful admins that are backstage to make sure these players are playing in the most comfortable setting possible for competitive integrity. Of course, Shurs. Which way do you see this one going? Do you think this is SSG 3-1? Do you think the OpTic are going to take us to a Game 5? Because we have seen a lot of Game 5s. As maybe you hold that thought.
I'm going to hold it.
As we're jumping into Game 4.
We have gameplay on our screen, folks. And if you're just joining us, like we say, SSG up 2-1. They win this next game, and they are in the winners' finals, facing off against FaZe Clan. But still have the very tough test of taking down OpTic Gaming here and now. Trippy with rockets, making sure it remains a difficult task. Gets 2 kills, all of the rockets bound, last man standing, but early engagement seemed to be favouring OpTic, but just like that, roles reversed. Nobody really able to claim any significant time off the break.
Keep tabs on that Stalker rifle as well, because it's going to be very important for this game. And so is the Sentinel Beam. It still rips through, but the grenades do the damage to the players that were in the hill. Bound is just on a tear at the moment. He's just running in a straight line at people because he knows he's not going to miss. Lucid trying to take control of the hill. And it's been very scrappy to open things up here because we've not really seen many moments where both 4 players on each team have been alive.
You're familiar with the term walking them down?
Yes.
In a boxing term.
Uh-huh.
Can we start to introduce the term walking them bound? Because he just strolls down bottom middle, almost doing the waltz, just battle rifling anything that moves. Eco gets shut down. Trade on hand though, 1v1, and Lucid does beat out Bound, and that will mean some points for OpTic Gaming.
And even with the changes to the Disruptor, it's not quite enough for Bound to win that engagement against Lucid. Some players still picking the weapon up, some don't like to anymore, but it can still make a big difference in the right hands. And Stella's going to have to back off away from this one. OpTic are a man down, as I say that, it changes very quickly. And Lucid is a one-man army at the moment in Arcade. He's got so many coins, he can stay there all night.
Posts up, gets ready. The next onslaught that SSG are going to throw at him. SSG really struggling to maintain any numbers advantage that they have. They have scooped up rockets, Bounce Fire 2, connected with absolutely nobody. Stellar picks up 1 elsewhere, Penguin 2. It's 2 dead apiece, but most importantly, it's APG in the hill.
Yeah, I think they were just panic rockets, if anything, but it did temporarily distract OpTic Gaming, but they were still able to hold that hill. All the meanwhile, Spacestation off spawn now will gain hill, and for all the credit I was giving them about breaking setups quickly, it has taken them a little longer than usual, but now it's whether they can hold this setup and pin OpTic back. OpTic are in PD, Stella misses the shot, and Lucid should have never got away with winning that one.
How big could that be? Not only does the kill go their way, but
oh
the Bulldog, and it's OpTic Gaming winning every single pivotal. All 4 dead, and OpTic go up 1-0.
And now they should just be able to comfortably transition over towards Station, but there is a sneaky Stella in the vicinity, but he's quickly sniffed out and taken down. And now Space Station are going to have to try and wrestle their way back from spawn to try and take the station off of OpTic Gaming. The fact that we've got the Bulldog with 2 bullets means that Lucid has some freedom to go for a flank here. Doesn't even need the Bulldog.
Bulldog dropped. Didn't get a chance to bark nor bite. Stellar backs away, picks up 2 to fade away. Formal goes down. They have control, and who else would be in the hill if not APG once more? Always making sure he's in the right place at the right time, recognizing, reading the game perfectly, stepping out and inviting the pressure on.
Space Station all push up together on the same side, and OpTic are well aware of it, so they just need to not leave themselves too vulnerable to grenades. Do Space Station need to separate ever so slightly, as Bound's going to be the one who initiates the damage, but he is followed very closely by Eco as Bound gets a little bit too aggressive. And it means that Eco, though, can follow up, and that's exactly what Bound needed. I said too aggressive, I take it back. It was the perfect amount of aggression.
Expertly played then. Rockets up soon. Stellar scoops them up. Tries to get away. 1 rocket left in the chamber. Bound looks to ensure they don't fall into an OpTic Gaming player's hands here. Eco goes down. Oh, excuse me, Eco gets a kill onto Lucid. Rocket still down. Penguin might have just scooped him up there and has used that last final rocket onto Formal. And Eco starting to score for SSG.
Rockets around, but Stalker is up. And if SSG have been keeping tabs on it from death screens, they should know that. So it wouldn't surprise me if they score right now, but it's the challenge from Lucid to take Eco down, not able to get over the final little slither. And it means OpTic Gaming have another chance to steal this one away from SSG, and if they also get that Stalker, it's going to be tough for Spacestation off spawn. Penguin's going to be the first player to push in.
Penguin trying to clear out Tram, making sure he's checking off the game, it's tickets. Eco steps in, trying to prioritize the time. Formal forced to give it up, trying to scamper away, out towards Garbage. Eco is in hot pursuit, got one, but gets traded out. Bulldog from Bound will secure one. Hill's now bottom middle.
He's just wondering where that Stalker is, and he does eventually find it. I think he was a little bit perplexed as to where it had fallen on the map. And now he can put this to use. Plenty of ammo to work with as well, but Lucid was well aware where he was going to be pushing around that corner. It's a good trade, and again, that needs to be called out. Get that Stalker in one of your players' hands. Because now we've got the interesting, fun, bottom middle hill. And of course, with the changes, it's now a little bit easier to hide behind a nook and cranny, so you're not as vulnerable to bullets off of spawners or anyone who wants to hold tower or over towards C. But of course, grenades can still do big things here to this bottom middle hill.
Formal trying to survive on benches. Bound back over towards Generator and Cafe. Lovely shots from Bound again. So fluid in his movements at the moment. Confidence flowing through his veins. Trippy stands him up, faces him up, fancies the fight, does Trippy, and you can see why. But all this time, a tricky Penguin gets taken out of the hill, but not before securing significant progress for his team.
Only 2 kills separating the teams at the moment. That's how close this thing is. It's Spacestation who are a little closer to, of course, securing the next point, as Formal does not miss with his rocket. Very well placed, just right under the boot of his enemy. And now he's just a little bit concerned about where SSG are. It suddenly went a little bit quiet because they know full well there are rockets waiting in the wings, doesn't connect with the second. And SSG are playing this one patient because they have such a significant lead in this one. They want to be able to take down several members of OpTic first before they start thinking about scoring this hill.
As every second dwindles by, if they do secure this hill, it's less time for OpTic to get themselves back into the game. Quite happy to play this one patient. Play Slayer for a moment or two. Stellar gets a pick. Lucid answers back with that stalker rifle. It can be so big in swinging a game for your team, particularly when it's in the hands of that man. A Penguin again ensures he secures the hill for his team, and SSG take the lead.
And quite rightly, you pointed out the clock, because 1:30 means it's going to be time against OpTic Gaming here. With SSG having a 2-1 lead, let's jump into a listening and see what the comms are like.
Right now. Watch your cross. Look at back tower.
There's 2 PD, 2 PD. Wake up. Top down, guys. Top down. Talk down.
2 dead end. 2 dead end.
Talk down.
Watch that tower. Watch that tower.
This
guy in B. And kill hill, I think.
There's talk down.
Agent weak trippy. Agent kind of weak trippy.
You guys cafe. One shot agent.
2 cafe, yep.
We need to stay alive here. Give the help.
Good job.
1 hill, 2 cafe.
Overshield.
Rockets now.
APG's weak in hill. You got out. Play rockets. Ground shotty.
Shotty's also up.
You should cross the cafe. We should cross the cafe.
Shotty weak and B stairs. You want Shotty?
They have rockets.
Watch out, B. Nice, 2 dead. Nice. Rockets in there. Rockets.
Go bottom in. Top tower.
Agent trying to go cap. Get go first.
Bottom in.
Agent one shot.
ATM blinking with the rocket. He has a rocket in ATM. ATM with rocket. Nice. Down, don't dive. Down. Can you live down?
Bricks killed me, guys.
Yeah, we should kill the hill again.
One shot bricks.
Back tower.
Dropping.
Weak bottom tower. Straight in. One shot bottom tower.
B side.
Don't give me a lead. You're gonna get hill. And then weak too.
So SSG prioritised the rockets over the hill, and they've all but given it up here. OpTic Gaming so close to tying it up, but not quite there. 40 seconds on the clock. This is still entirely winnable purely via time here for SSG, and that could definitely be the decision they make.
Lucid trying to hide, stay alive. Unsuccessful. Trippy gets one though. Bulldog looking to clear out the arcade. It's off the leash. APG goes down. And maybe some desperation on the side of OpTic, as you can see, SSG are prioritising just keeping OpTic gaming out of the hill.
Well, OpTic just need to step their foot in it. They are so close, but they need some kills to do it first. They need one last desperate push, as here comes Trippy. He hasn't got the help, though, and Eco takes him down, and suddenly it's only 5 seconds.
One more second, and APG steps in, but it's not going to be enough. And SSG claim victory, claim the scalp of the world champions. And they're going to winners finals.
They gave up on the hill, they went for the rockets, they played the time perfectly. And OpTic could just not crack that final setup. Our winners finals are set. It's FaZe versus SSG. OpTic will go into the elimination bracket for a rematch with Quadrant.
What a series. Quadrant no doubt watching on. The rematch is now locked and set. Up against the green wall, and now find themselves having to gather themselves once more. Come back for more. But for SSG, they're in the winners finals against FaZe.
An incredible game as well, the last final moments from SSG. I mean, that was nail-biting stuff. It's one of those situations that if you slip up even slightly, you're going to find yourself at 2-2 going into OT, and who knows what happens afterwards. I think OpTic will be a bit frustrated it was that close that they didn't secure it. But it all goes back to that listening from SSG, where Eco made the call. Forget the hill for now, let's prioritize rockets. Had they given rockets to OpTic, this could have been a very different game. OpTic probably take that second hill comfortably, and maybe could have gone on to take us to a game 5.
That's the difference between these top teams. They're separated by such fine margins. 1 or 2 decisions go against you, 1 or 2 executions fall or fail, and you're in trouble, and you can lose a series.
So SSG now will look on and say, right, the next in our targets is going to be FaZe, and we've always seen the SSG versus FaZe story go in favour, for the most part, of SSG. I mean, how many times has Eco toppled that team? But what a winners finals that was, and I can't wait as well to see what happens in the elimination bracket.
It's going to be an absolute banger. Cannot wait to see what way it shapes out. What I do know...
What do you know?
I do know something.
Go on then.
Is that Blaze has an interview over there. But who is it with? Let me see. Sure, it's only Elamite.
Thank you so much, boys. Everyone give it up here for SSG as they go to the winners finals. And I got a double interview on stage here, and I'm going over to Stellar real quick. So, Stellar, talk to me about how you guys got this victory locked in. It seemed like it was a close series right there, but what were you focused on here? What was what you wanted to accomplish against OpTic?
Pretty much whenever we play them, we just say to not scam, because they just play for the other team to scam. But I mean, we've kind of just found our groove, I feel like, and that's what we've just gotten in the groove, so yeah.
Yeah, it's all about getting to that groove, and especially it seems like Bound has been gelling so well on this team. You know, even throughout the offseason and coming in now, how is it that you stay as good as you are and even be able to shoot as well as you are with these guys and make it to another winners finals and try to get back to that grand finals for the first time this season?
I mean, I've been playing for so long, I just got to make sure I keep playing, and yeah, I'll stay hitting shots, so...
Stay hitting shots all day, okay. But now I got Coach over here. Now, Elamite, we know you've been with this SSG organization for a long time, but now you guys get over here towards the winners finals. It's going to be a rematch of that FaZe Online qualifier. What is going to be different or the same here as you play them in the winners finals?
I mean, we're not necessarily as worried about who we play as long as we play our game. These guys, with SSG, we're just blessed to have this roster. These are 4 of the best players in the game. They don't get enough respect as it is. And just excited for the rest of this tournament.
What do you want the SSG fans to know about this squad? How is it coaching these guys here and, you know, having the fans out there in yellow?
I mean, it's actually just a blessing. Like, we've got one of the best orgs in the entire esports industry. It was 4 of the best players in Halo. So just looking forward to the rest of the season.
All right, I'm going to let you guys get prepared for the winners finals one more time for SSG. Lottie, what a series.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, what a series. I've got to say, look at that layer. OpTic Gaming starting things off pretty hot, but it was all Spacestation Gaming from there on out. And 3 games saw them the victory. What incredible performance from the Spacestation guys. And I got to say, I want to kind of elaborate on what Stella actually mentioned on that main stage about how OpTic like to play the game against opponents, about how they scam. And I think for a lot of viewers, they might not know that terminology, but about basically waiting for their oppositions to make some serious mistakes mistakes and capitalizing on those, and the fact that they prioritize that clutch. Can you deep dive into that for us a little bit more?
Yeah, it's those overextensions. It's those like plays where teams try to create a pace and actually end up hurting themselves by getting picked off. OpTic are so good at catching those individuals out on a limb there, and then when they have that numbers advantage, they turn it around. It's great to see SSG kind of recognize that that's what OpTic is setting up for, and being able to counter that, because up until this point, we really haven't seen a very strong counter to what OpTic is able to do. So it is a game of chess at all times when these two are playing. Still, I see OpTic having opportunities with the same strategies that they have. That series was pretty damn close outside of like this actual like 3-1 score line. I would say inside the game, I mean, margins of errors. One life, one way could have decided a couple of those games, I feel. But, I mean, SSG very comfortable with how they're playing. You heard it from Stellar, and very excited to see what they bring for the rest of the tournament.
Very, very comfortable with how they're playing. We got stats to show you as well from that last series. And Onset, you know, with that in mind as well, in terms of the two playstyles we mentioned earlier before we got into that series, that the playstyles are very different. They do differ completely from one another. Do you see OpTic Gaming in terms of how that they're playing at the moment, and other teams catching up and kind of queuing into what they want to do, having to now adapt on the fly a little bit more?
Of course they are. I mean, it's difficult to get to the top. When you do, it's even more difficult to stay there. And OpTic have done an amazing job of winning 3 LANs in a row and still been involved in this tournament, of course, in the latter stages. But once you are there, people are looking at your gameplay. They're going, how are these guys winning? How do we beat them? How do we dissect what they are doing so well? And there was a few moments in that series that really stood out for me, and they both came from Eco. In that game number 2 in the Slayer, it was Eco alive on the fridge on his own, and the rest of SSG had spawned across map, and somehow Eco got out of the situation, picked up a kill, didn't trade, and then was able to help the rest of his team shooting across map by getting that 1 kill, and they went on like a 6, 7, 8 kill streak after that. So when Eco should have died, it turns into a +7 for SSG, and then at the final moments of that King of the Hill, Eco somehow comes out of that situation with a double, contributes to almost the 3rd kill to stop OpTic getting that final hill, and I think that Eco made some really important, impressive plays.
I mean, Eco's play at the end of that King of the Hill was absolutely incredible. Perfect shots, stays alive, another big kill, another good amount of damage under a 3rd, like you said, just perfect from Eco. Nothing surprising about that at all. Like Elamite said, 4 best players in the game. But, I mean, taking a look at these stats, guys, I mean, Spacestation gets outslayed and wins the series 3-1, and I can't express how efficient they were with the objective and how dominant they are as far as getting the job done with the kills that they get. As individually skilled as these guys are, they are so efficient at Halo, and it's not often you see a team at this tier of Halo get outslayed and win the series, at least not in like a game 5. I would say like the series would have to go 5 in order for that to happen. 3 objectives being played, assuming you lose a couple of them. But, I mean, that's incredible that they were able to get outslayed the way they were and still find ways to convincingly beat a team like OpTic.
Yeah, I got to say it, and convincing it was. Very, very impressive stuff overall from Spacestation Gaming. And I think it was quite telling, wasn't it? Especially in that FaZe tournament, that last qualifier that we had. Just insane gameplay coming across the board. Gameplay that we'd actually seen on a previous roster with Cloud9. The dominance they showed at the beginning of Halo Infinite and the entry that they had. It was really difficult to even win maps against Cloud9 back in the day. Now they're in Spacestation Gaming. Now they have that new, shoes to fill Renegade player, Bound. Bound is so good. I saw him snapping straight from the get-go in the series. The confidence is absolutely incredible. You mentioned Bound before the series. What did you make of his gameplay?
It was everything he needed to do in the series, and I think that Stella's interview at the end there was a real good tell into what I was seeing and with Bound on this roster, right? If you're playing against OpTic, you can't afford, like Wes is saying, to overextend once and get caught out, because that has the domino effect, the butterfly, right? It's 2 kills that then go to OpTic. Then all of a sudden, numbers disadvantage, you lose objective time, all this starts to roll in. And I really feel like Bound has done such a good job of understanding when to go and just when to play in the shape of his team and make OpTic make a play off the back of it. So really impressed with Bound's maturity, I think, in being able to adapt and realize that sometimes the best thing to do isn't try and kill everyone as quickly as possible. You have to let the mistake come to you.
Yeah, you certainly do, indeed. I got to say, Shapeshifter Bound, he is working his magic on that main stage with the rest of his team. GG's to Spacestation Gaming. But, folks, if you're a Green Wall fan, if you're an OpTic Gaming fan, don't worry, because, there is that elimination bracket underneath. You can see the journey unfortunately, all of our teams have been going on in this winners bracket. Spacestation Gaming will 3-1 OpTic, and they fall into the elimination bracket, meeting Quadrant on the way.
A little rematch.
It is the
Love
rematch
that.
we've been waiting for, and I'm very excited to also announce that it is coming up next on the main stage. So we will be seeing another rematch tonight, folks, and I'm so excited about this one. It's going to be lit up as green as you can get it here in this arena. So amazing stuff. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we are going to have that matchup ready to go for you. We'll see you guys right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS DreamHack Dallas Global Invitational. Joining me on the desk, I have Clutch and Gaskin. Gaskin, mate, what a banger of a series that you got to cast then.
Every time. I mean, SSG, they don't disappoint. OpTic, I think, are going to be a bit frustrated with the loss, but at the same time, now they'll drop into the elimination bracket with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. And, well, who do they face? They get to face Quadrant. It's a rematch that I think everyone's going to be very excited to see.
Very excited to see, and I honestly think that OpTic will be excited for this rematch. I think it's, you know, they had a rough day one, they had a rough start, and we've all been caught out on a bad day, right? And OpTic managed to bounce back day number 2, a 3-0 to start their day. And this honestly is a little bit of a different team to what we saw yesterday. I feel like there were a couple of rusty parts that needed to be ironed out by these guys, and I think they have done just that. So I think this time around, things could get a little different. Clutch, how are you feeling about OpTic Gaming this time in this rematch?
Right, I don't think they were playing bad yesterday, in all honesty. I think Quadrant were playing really good. Unfortunately, I think OpTic's playing a little bit better this time around. So far throughout the day, and I don't think Quadrant's quite playing at the level that they were peaking at the end of yesterday, so this could go either way, but I mean, I'm just happy that for OpTic's sake, this is not back in the day MLG rules, because we would have had to have been down 0-3 playing a best of 7 or a best of 11, and that would not be a fun opportunity for them having that series count. So it's a clean slate for these guys. They have to mentally go into it with a clean slate, but there should be a chip on their shoulder. There's no way OpTic take this team lightly twice, especially after being swept by them. And if you're Quadrant, you're pretty confident, honestly. Like, you're able to say, hey, we convincingly beat them yesterday. Let's do it again.
Yeah, they certainly will have a chip on their shoulder, OpTic, I think, especially after that last series. It was a difficult one, and in their heads, they're probably thinking, okay, what is the fastest route we can take back up into that grand final position? As you know, the elimination bracket is a fast track as well to rebound back, so they have to beat Quadrant to keep going through. Otherwise, they were out of the tournament here. I've got to say, though, another thing that might aid OpTic Gaming is, of course, the momentum that's on their side. They have just come off a grueling series. They are ready to go. They're fired up. They're warm. Quadrant had to be warming up in the back, getting ready for this, probably also keeping an eye on the scoreline of that previous series. So there is that to also factor in. However, we have already met OpTic. We haven't seen Quadrant on the main stage for a while. So let's take a closer look. This is the European Dream Team, the team that everyone in Europe has been waiting for, hoping for, wanting, and they have finally arrived. They are doing their part here globally in this invitational. So proud of these guys and what they have managed to achieve. But it's not over yet, Gaskin. They have another chance here to keep going forward through the elimination bracket, but they have to take down a Titan. They've taken down before, but the second time round is not as easy as everyone may think.
It is not, and I think that does worry me a little bit about Quadrant. We can talk about, you know, how are OpTic going to deal with the fact that they've been beaten by them already, and the fact they've dropped the elimination bracket. This is uncharted territory for Quadrant. They've already beaten a team 3-0 that is within the top 3, top 4. When you look at the opening teams and the opening seeds of this tournament, can they do it again? Will they be overconfident, or can they reset their mentals? And you may have heard me say it during the cast when we were kind of filling between the games. This is the joint best international placement for a European team. Quadrant have matched it, that of the 2017 Infused roster, but now they want to go one better. It's all well and good equaling history, but you want to make your own history.
Yeah, what this actually is this is a threat to the four-peat for OpTic, right? You drop down to the elimination bracket. That's no sweat. You're still in the tournament, no problem. What Quadrant have to do in this series, they have an opportunity not only to make European history, but to remove OpTic's opportunity at history here this weekend.
Wow, to be honest, that's absolutely the storyline of this matchup. Huge. Well done, Clutch. Love to see it.
I got some good food in me and brain's starting to work again.
That's why you're up here. I'll tell you what, though, talking about opportunity, you know, Quadrant had an opportunity to take down OpTic before. They certainly did that. Let's take a look at the stats from this rematch, because this was very difficult for OpTic Gaming. This was a 3-0 sweep. Yes, they did keep it close, but Quadrant were the better team on the day, and the day being yesterday. However, OpTic Gaming have come into day number 2 very differently. They are not playing around. They're not playing with their food. They're going straight for this clutch. Talk to me about what you saw yesterday and the changes that OpTic Gaming have made that Quadrant need to watch out for.
Yeah, I think APG is probably kicking himself for a pretty poor performance yesterday, at least statistically. I mean, I know APG never has played for stats, but even just looking at the damage, that's not standard APG damage in a series. Usually, even if he doesn't have the most kills or or whatnot, like his damage is on par with some of the best in the world, or sets the bar for it. So I'm expecting APG, from what I've seen of APG today, he's playing at a very high level. I expect that damage to go up, and with that damage just comes space, comes pressure, comes kills, comes success, objective play. They're going to be a lot more difficult this time around.
A lot on the line here, folks, a lot. History is on the line here for both of these teams today. A four-peat still on the cards. The journey is still being pushed forward by OpTic. They need to win this series. And Quadrant, Europeans' hopes and dreams on their shoulders. Can they do it? We're going to head on over to our casters to find out. We have Walshy and Sheriff T.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamHack Dallas. I'm Tony. This is Walshy. And did you predict that OpTic would be playing against Quadrant once again for the right to make it into Championship Sunday here in the lower bracket? You had to predict that, right?
Absolutely. As clear as day, we all knew this would happen. Oh my God, what kind of bracket and tournament do we have thus far, let alone having this Quadrant roster somehow taking down OpTic in pool play yesterday. Taking a look at the series lineup, though, we got Strongholds Livefire, Street Slayer, King of the Hill on Recharge, CTF on Argyle, one of the first times we'll see it up here, and then Slayer on Aquarius.
Yeah, I love the fact that this is starting off on Strongholds, at least if you're a fan of Quadrant, because we saw Quadrant open up in that Game 1 back in pool play on Strongholds. It's their bread and butter, and it's here on Livefire. OpTic going up against Quadrant, the rematch. It was a 3-0 for Quadrant earlier. Maybe OpTic can get revenge here.
We will have to see, because when I hear Livefire, I think of OpTic. This is one of the maps that we started to see ridiculous plays from Lucid. We started to see them really explore and utilize the sandbox. Can they keep control of that playground? We'll find out right now. We're kicking off with Chick from Quadrant.
I promise you, at the end of this series, we will be painting the banners green, but will it be Quadrant? Will it be OpTic? But what a flank coming in from Chick. Sniper. First kill, and it looks like an immediate 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Love that play by Chick.
Yeah, I like this play, but are they going to position well enough here in a second for this OS? It looks like Chick's teammates pushing on over, got the Shroud, and that's going to be OS going for SLG. Shroud doesn't matter, though, as he hits that 6 snipe onto Trippy, and that's going to be the kills that they need to move on. That's going to be 3 down. Lucid, last member alive.
Overshield and Sniper in the hands of Quadrant here, and they're able to play up right through because of it. They already have Charlie. Now you see him start to work for Alpha, and you know SLG with the extra shields. He already has most damage for this team. He wanted to take the challenge, ends up going down, but Quadrant quickly there for the cleanups.
Yeah, Quadrant in the cleanups, and they know these players are here back tower. They just don't know how many. Look at this fort hold right there back at Mud near Plasma Pistol. That's going to be 2 more cleared out. So Trippy and APG, the last 2 alive, they're going to try to stop the bleeding, and they have split spawn. So this could be good or bad for OpTic. Looking like it's bad because Trippy's getting isolated in 2v1.
OpTic ended up trading out that Overshield and that Sniper for ultimately for first points on the board, but now Quadrant opened up with the trip cap, and they still have the resources in hand. Chick looking for the spawn trap over toward the green side. OpTic do steal 1, but it takes 2 to tango.
Yeah, OpTic know that sandbags area is going to be a threat. What a nice heads-up play there by Chick, trying to help across the map. Does get the ping onto Trippy and the finish from SLG, and now just going to take a one-on-one against Formal. Who's going to come out ahead here? Repulse versus Repulse, BR versus BR. Chick on a killing spree.
This is what Quadrant missed over at Charlotte. Like, Chick is such a playmaker, he's such a difference maker, and you're seeing it right here. 5-0, 4 assists to go along with it. The man is absolutely going off right now. Repulses him back, almost making the play. Sika with the double kill off screen. Quadrant keep the lead.
Repulses back and forth, unbelievable here. And Quadrant off to the start that they're hoping for. I mean, if you asked me about this matchup prior to the tournament, if you asked me about this any other time besides before Quadrant beat OpTic yesterday, I would say yes, clearly it's an OpTic victory. They're going to win 3-0 or 3-1. But all of a sudden, everything's been flipped on its head. This series could go either way with these two squads. Quadrant are literally making European Halo history today right in front of our eyes.
Quadrant not only outslaying OpTic, but outplaying them at every single objective. I said it before, this is their bread and butter. Quadrant are a strongholds team, and this is a great way for them to build momentum. Play them on your best game type and dominate them like you're seeing right now. 122-32 lead. Quadrant not slowing down for anything.
And look at this trip cap. Just putting this constant pressure on. As soon as these members stand in the stronghold, they're flying forward and putting on this pressure, somehow taking out the MVP, Lucid Legend, making a case for himself and going up in window, staying alive.
Sniper still in the hands of Legend. You're seeing OpTic try to rotate over toward the Charlie side, but the moment that they do that, Quadrant, they take the road less traveled, they break it right over towards Alpha, still holding on to AMB. Then when it comes to the fisticuffs, they're willing to fight as well. The no-scope to the body, finishing him off with the BR. Legend still lives, Quadrant still thrive.
Just look at how slippery these players are consistently from the Quadrant side. As soon as they take some damage, they're not afraid to back down, not afraid to no-scope. Legend not a killing spree, but every single time these players are taking damage, they aren't worried about how they're going to jump out and challenge and win that fight. Instead, they're looking for their escapes. They're looking how they can buy a couple more seconds of time so they can get help from the quick Quadrant members.
The wise words of Barney Stinson. This man is Legend. Wait for it. Barry! Double kill comes in. Still holding on to that S7 for dear life. OpTic have to get the sniper out of his hands if they want to make anything happen, because they're still down by over 100 points. Quadrant are punishing OpTic.
And just like that, they're keeping trip cap after trip cap, point after point. I want to go to a listen with the French squad and Quadrant and hear how they're communicating as they're taking down OpTic.
Répulseur pilier, c'est Lucide.
Nice! Big down, big down, big down. J'avance pas wall, j'avance à wall. Plat, oui, trippé sur moi.
Je t'aide.
Mort d'en B. Un mec wall sur moi. One shot plat.
One shot pilier lucide. Il avait qu'un equip. Il va mode entre pilier et mode. Et one shot derrière pilier.
Nice, deux morts, toujours deux morts. 50 secondes. J'ai screen mode. Big door, formal qui va deep maintenant, un peu weak.
Gardez la pression, je vais pas me.
Attention, ta gauche.
T'as 28,
J'avance pas vite, je vais.
One shot,
Un petit, deux, one shot, qui est mort.
Je te suis, je te suis.
Non, sur moi.
Je push avec toi, ça va vite.
Demi-door, le dernier, demi-door, APG. Il va cut, je crois. Sûrement cut.
Sur un dernier. Je vais B.
Non, one shot cut. One shot,
il y a un mec qui va
t'as 20 one shot.
Nous manque 25 secondes. Training one shot, formal.
Oh!
Nice!
Encore B. Il est low, pas que je suis one shot sur B.
On peut finir sur un deux cap.
Pilier one lucide. Il va sur B, one shot. Nice. Bridge après le dernier, je crois.
Il reste 15 secondes, on peut finir sur un deux cap.
Je blocage.
Il y a des drawbacks qui vont jouer peut-être.
Right there. I couldn't have said it better myself. Legend coming out with that killing frenzy. I heard what he was saying. I'm going off. Give me every power weapon. Let me loose. Legend is absolutely out of control. Working on a running riot. Who can stop this man? Apparently not OpTic.
What a statement there, and some statements transcend language barriers. You heard those screams. You know that's a sick kill or a sick out BR. 250-39 Quadrant taking game number 1 over OpTic.
Well, we know Strongholds is their best game type. Now I want to see if they're able to answer back in game number 2. OpTic have been knocked down a peg, but they're certainly not knocked out of the series. Going into this Slayer, I know they're going to bounce back. I'm taking a look at some of the kills, and man, they heavily favored Quadrant. I mean, obviously, Legend going on a killing frenzy.
Yeah,
the only thing that stopped them
happen.
was the score line. That was the only thing that stopped Legend.
Legend going on an 11 kill spree to end that game. Next game is going to be Slayer on the Streets. This is also a map that when I watched Quadrant, I was super impressed with how fast they are. And if I'm going to be honest, when I looked at stats before, if I recall correctly, Streets, Slayer specifically, was one of the weaker ones here for OpTic. So this really could be looking dire here for OpTic if they do not take this game number 2. They need to bounce back right here and tie up the series.
But there's a reason why you said that. I mean, I'm looking at the series going into pool play. It was a 50-45 win in favor of Quadrant. This is the exact game 2 that we saw in pool play, and history might be doomed to repeat itself. However, I will say it's a new day. a new OpTic, a more determined, a more motivated one, especially losing that game number 1. I can only imagine the green wall, the green monster. What do we call them nowadays? I can only imagine OpTic going to bounce back here in game 2.
Yeah, there is no excuses here from OpTic. They know how strong the squad is. They're coming in here hot off of an unfortunate loss there against Spacestation and their tournament life at stake. So if you're going to see the best OpTic, it's going to be with their backs against the wall, the green wall.
I'm looking at this picture of SLG with the sunglasses down. Let me tell you, if I'm staring at that man across the screen, I'm walking away. That man looks too confident. He looks too comfortable. But it was Legend, most damage on one side. Meanwhile, Formal with a decent KD going on the opposite side. Not enough, obviously, to slow down Quadrant. If there's an MVP of that match, even without the stats, the eyeball test tells you it was Legend.
And right there, I'm just wondering what's going through the comms right there. Lucid pumping up his team, maybe saying, I'm not mad, but I'm disappointed right there. Let's step it up.
That's the worst.
They need to pick it up right here. And one problem, like I said, this squad is thriving in these fast-paced environments. So Slayer Streets, Quadrant are going to be able to move fast if they'd like. So we're going to see. They clearly are confident. You aren't getting a killing frenzy unless you're playing good and playing confident. Quadrant know they can do this. They did it in pool play. Can lightning strike twice?
I just got goosebumps and flashbacks from my father used to say that. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Oh my God, but you know what? Maybe that's what it takes. Maybe that's what it takes to wake up the troops. They get right back in. And you're in my opinion, the desperation of must-win game 2. You've already been swept by Quadrant. Don't put yourself in an opportunity to get swept again. Match them in game number 2. Bring it to a sweep in game 3. But it starts here on Streets.
I like that start from Legend, just dodging the spots where nades are typically coming from. Poking out right after that, gets a one-on-one against Formal, trades out the 2-shot melee. Rockets going down the center, it's still not in the hands. It looks like it's going to go in the hands of MVP, a.k.a. Lucid.
Lucid making sure the A side is cleared out. Nobody home just yet. I see Chick over toward the subway side. Then I see 3 members of Quadrant pushing the strong side, pushing B and Arcade. That's what they want to control, and it looks like OpTic aware of that, so the defense is up. Next kill going to be so important here.
And just a flock of players heading on over towards Cafe, and that's where the battle's going to be for these Rockets. Rockets on the ground. No one's going to let those just go easily. And the fight has begun and has not stopped. OpTic up 2 kills during that exchange, still keeping their 2-kill lead as kills are traded out back and forth.
Switching gears over towards APG, does have a teammate on the tire side, but Quadrant continue to send 3 members over towards Bravo. We saw the pivot going across the map. This time Quadrant not doing that again. They are headbutting OpTic, and apparently it hurts. 3 kills consecutively in a row for OpTic. And it looks like the 4th one gonna fall as well. OpTic heating up.
And APG blocking the tram spawns. Checking real quick on Cafe, they know the spawns now. The situation's gonna be over at PD, and Formal's in such a strong position. Look at this constriction coming in from both sides. There is no way out except for charging out B side, and it looks like these Quadrant members decide to go towards tires and hightail it.
Looks like one of his teammates goes down. The second one does as well. Quadrant responds back, but APG with the Bulldog. Once again, slowing down Quadrant. Once again, holding on to their lead, 12-7.
5-kill lead, that is nothing to scoff at, especially this early on. New Rockets just popped. Can Chick do anything with these off the rack? Kills APG. Trippy's also down. Now we have Quadrant on the offensive.
There's any chance that Quadrant going to come back in this game? It might be on the backs of the power weapons, especially that Rocket Chick opening up a hole right into the defense of the green wall, pushing right up to the Cafe side. Avoid those nades, avoid that shroud, but Quadrant can't slow down here. Double push out of OpTic, going to chase them away just momentarily. Love that cleanup kill by Chick. Now working on to the second, but once again, you find out how strong that shotgun is in the hands of APG.
Yeah, APG's got that dog in him. He continues to pull out that weapon and make good use of it. He is now going to push on back towards Backtram. We're going to see what happens here with Quadrant. I feel like so many times we've seen Quadrant cluster up in groups of 2 or 3 and then push on out towards the side of the map. Here's one of the first times we're kind of seeing them fan out, hold up from stronger positions, and try to lure some members of OpTic into their traps.
We talked about Wes and the Des talked about how APG was kind of struggling in the KD department, but going this game 7-3 right now. 2 assists to go along with it. That Bulldog, obviously a large part of it. Now Legend with a Bulldog of his own. He gonna let that thing bark and finds 2. He says, let me just back down. Let me slow my roll just a little bit.
Decides to double back, eventually takes out APG and holds on to his life, but throughout these exchanges, OpTic have still been going even or head and trace as they still hold a 6-kill lead. Now, how are Quadrant going to change this out? They have a new set of rockets coming up at the 8-minute mark, which is in 20 seconds. They need to break through this OpTic defense and make use of these rockets.
Quadrant have not deviated from pushing this arcade side, pushing the strong side of the map. We know how strong it can be, and lots of times you're playing against a team like OpTic, you try to adapt and maybe overextend over towards purple. Not Quadrant. They're right in here and fighting for the rockets. Legend biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Trippy with a huge double.
Trippy with grenades galore, saving those for the moment that rockets were coming up. Tossing one over towards Cafe to get a kill. Throwing a spike grenade, also getting a kill at Tires. Just doing a strong job of saving those grenades at the crucial time and extending this OpTic lead to a 10-kill lead.
No more rockets left here. Trippy forced to play his life on the PD side. He does have reinforcements coming in quick. APG, the first kill onto Quadrant, forcing the 4v3. That allows OpTic to start to get aggressive, but what a nade coming out of SLG.
Great nade by SLG, and some might be wondering, why did Trippy challenge that fight there? Trippy knew too much pressure was coming from PD, and that was his best 1v1 that he could isolate. So he tried to take down SLG in a suitable 1v1. Even though he's at a disadvantage, he'd rather force the fight when he has the best odds.
Sometimes you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. If you're going to go down, put down as much damage as possible and make sure you clear that A side. So far, Quadrant's still controlling it. APG finding a huge angle over on the cone side. Can't quite find the kill here, but backs down quick, plays his life. APG buying enough time for teammates to come in, almost gets the backs back. It looks like he's still going to get that kill. That's going to be huge for APG and OpTic as once again B-side being cleared out.
APG being so sneaky and being a thorn in the side of Quadrant. That whole push was incredible. Doing damage, faking like he was over at PD, forcing Sika to search through PD, wasting time, giving his teammates just numbers across the whole map, shooting that grenade on the ground. APG just doing so good for his squad.
The same way you saw Quadrant dominate in that game number 1 is the same way that OpTic respond right back. They refuse to be swept here when it matters most in the elimination bracket. They are coming for blood. They're coming back for the lead in the series.
APG knows there's a lot of pressure coming from B and Tower, eventually taken out, but the lead has been extended to now 12 kills. Looks like OpTic continuing to hold on to this tramp setup and happy to just allow Quadrant to stay over at Tower and PD. During these neutral exchanges, they've been coming out ahead. Lucid just jumping away, trying not to get picked off. Somehow Legend able to hit that with a bandit.
Just 11 more kills needed for OpTic Gaming to close things out. And it's not that Quadrant really are out of reach as far as the score line. It's just that they only need 10 more kills as OpTic so they can afford themselves to trade out lives. Even bad ones, 1v2s, 1v1s, it doesn't matter. Everything inches them closer and closer to that 50 kill mark. We're already at 42.
42 indeed, and a full set of rockets in APG's hands here. He has 12 kills. Let's see if he can extend it to 13 with this last rocket here in just a moment. But he's got control of this Tires area. He has the height advantage and just trying to look to see someone to overextend. Wisely does not shoot the rocket. Get greedy, save that. He knows someone's over at Planner side, so that's why you saw a pre-fire from APG. The only way that OpTic are really going to lose this is if they get staggered spawns, if they give up those power-ups or power weapons. And so in a case like that, rather shoot it to be safe.
Quadrant not going to give up, though, easily. You're seeing, once again, the 3-man push now coming in as they start to rotate over toward that purple side. Really, for the first time, does Quadrant, as they've been favoring the arcade, Formal sitting high with the Stalker. Legend opens things up with a big double kill off screen. Will it be enough? Apparently not. Formal brings us to 47 now. Just 3, make that 2. Make that 1 more kill needed for OpTic to tie up the series.
No excuses, no apologies needed. This is looking like it's going to be an OpTic game number 2.
You hear the chants in the crowd. The OpTic fans started to make some noise here as they're looking for their final one. Apparently, Quadrant not making it easy, though. The backpack comes in, a win for SLG. Finally, it comes in, making it tough. But OpTic take game number 2 we're going to that swing game 3.
That's a big, big win for OpTic. Like you said before, Streets was a game they lost to Quadrant earlier. They made some adjustments. You know that squad checked out some film, learned what their mistakes they did yesterday, and adjusted accordingly. Now they're going into a game number 3, which is going to be King of the Hill on Recharge.
And King of the Hill, new territory for both of these, at least as far as matching up in this tournament. They played so far in that Capture the Flag. They played so far Strongholds. We've never seen both of these teams play King of the Hill, and I would imagine King of the Hill favors OpTic a little bit more. This could be good for the OG fans.
We could see, yeah. I mean, it's really tough to tell during these situations because, yes, this game slowed down a bit, but there's plenty of times where as fast and OpTic were prevailing. I know I've been using kind of that talking point a lot throughout this weekend about the speed of the game, but it really does factor into how teams are playing well. If your team has the advantage and has a numbers advantage, that game pace picking up faster is better for your team. You're trying to scramble and find fights as quick as you can. You're trying to use your numbers advantage as much as you can. And when I look at something like Recharge King of the Hill, there's going to be a lot of slower periods. So we will have to see if that comes into play here. But if not, I mean, both these teams, they know how to play both styles. We're basically as evenly matched you can get when it comes to these two rosters, at least on this day here at DreamHack Dallas.
The Quadrant have been killing it all tournament long, and mind you, they might have slipped a little bit around one. Native Red did get the best of them, but for stylistically, I really don't like Quadrant versus Native Red. I like Quadrant versus OpTic. I think they can throw them a curveball. I also think they're not afraid of OpTic, so I will say I like Quadrant stylistic versus OpTic. Just not a King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's surprising because I would say when I compare these playstyles, I would compare Quadrant and Native Red as very, very similar. Is that very aggressive playstyle, constant pressure, sneaky flank, sneaky plays. And I would, prior to this tournament, say that Native Red executed better. And clearly they did it better against Quadrant earlier today when they played in brackets. So this is confusing. I mean, it's a very similar playstyle, but it seems to be working a little bit stronger against OpTic here in the form of Quadrant.
But it's that defense that the green wall puts up. I'm telling you, it's going to take more than a wrecking ball to break through, and hopefully Quadrant can do so, because when it comes to King of the Hill, it's about getting into your position faster. It's about holding on to your setups, and then ultimately also having the awareness. If you don't have that hill, be willing to rotate, be willing to give up, and move on to the next one. The team that can defend and out-rotate their opponents are going to come out with the win. Who will it be, Quadrant or OpTic Gaming?
What an interesting start there also from those two members of OpTic. They hide their locations by charging across the top there over that elevator ledge. And then they drop down at the same time in case somebody felt that they could go all the way towards long haul or closer to batteries. And then they could double team anyone who was over at glass. So they don't reveal themselves as slowly. Instead, they both poke out the exact same time there.
These opening strategies so important. And Quadrant kind of won it a bit, but we see OpTic start to bounce right back. So we saw that camouflage and the shock find the hands of Quadrant, but we also saw OpTic recover right then and there. SLG willing to challenge the reigning MVP, clearing out the C side. When that hill's over towards mid, you really want the C plat control.
You saw both teams vying for that control, but Quadrant rolls 3 deep in their squad as they're able to clear out those 2 members over at Hydro and are rewarded with control room. This spot is the more important spot for the bottom center hill. Reason being is you can flush out to 2 different angles towards the elevator side or Mangler Pit, and then you can also go towards C-Plat to get those 2 crucial angles on the hill. That's why both those teams are going for control.
Big kill on SLG, and also having the awareness to back down and play his life, but he runs right into the angle from the bottom mid players of OpTic Gaming, already working on that hill progression and already clearing Quadrant out at the same time. OpTic so good at that multitasking. Now they get out, they clear the tower side. OpTic Gaming, they're heating up. So is Formal.
Formal getting a double, almost getting the trip. Chick, the last one alive, and not going to be able to poke out to stop this hill. This is going to be time going in the favor of APG and the OpTic team. He did grab or go near that camo. It's not up just yet. Surprising he took a new angle there. Must have knew where new spawns were coming out.
Chick snap, stripping that shock rifle away from OpTic. putting to use immediately. We see him get the headshot onto one. Can't quite play his life, and Quadrant do end up going forward down. That's going to be devastating because we're seeing a 1-0 lead coming for OpTic Gaming.
Lucid grabbing that camo, gonna go fight over and control, knows that there's at least one member here and has to be aware that others might be shortly after, so trying to hide and buy some time, but that's gonna be first point going for OpTic, and they have control of the second hill.
And not only did OpTic take that first hill, but also knowing that Quads are going to spawn over toward the A side, manipulating those spawns and making them have the longest rotation possible while also getting that progress on the second hill. OpTic playing phenomenal Halo, heads up and always thinking one step ahead. Lucid finds himself the kill onto SLG, finds himself the long-range shots onto Legend, doesn't get the kill, but most importantly, he goes down and OpTic have numbers.
And also with Legend cleaning up that kill, that was Legend's first kill this game, so Legend went from getting a killing frenzy there in game number 1 to effectively being shut down here in game number 3. We're going to have to see how he rallies back throughout the rest of Recharge King of the Hill.
A little bit of team damage here as OpTic prioritizing the C head glitch. We see Quadrant start to make that rotation all the way down to the long haul side. Actually, 3 members, and with the nades coming in, APG gets ripped off of that head glitch. Trippy not able to survive as well. Quadrant might have successfully broken OpTic Gaming setup.
They've broken it, but is it too late? They need to effectively hold this for a long time and get a couple rounds of slays. OpTic are afforded the ability to take a long flank route. They don't need to just go charging across the map. And just like this, OpTic are going to reposition. They're not going to fight the hill until they have a numbers advantage or until they have people in multiple spots. And that's Formal with a steady long-range shot, making SLG back down.
At least SLG is staying alive here, but you don't want to challenge Formal from long range. Close range is where he thrives. Lucid down to one shot, but not quite out. OpTic do find that hill, though. Quadra got to do something to get them out. They might just steal it away. One ends up hitting the black screen. The back smack does end up coming in. OpTic not quite done with hill 2. Quadrant still have a chance.
Quadrant fended off the first offensive there from OpTic. They just have to do it one more time, and this hill is theirs. Is APG going to dip his toes in there and try to secure this last one? No. Going to play it wise. Going to go for a slay and then make the move. Legend, one down. This is a 4v3 for OpTic that they have for the next few seconds, and they're going to push that advantage. APG and Lucid pushing in C-flat. They get the kill. They're grabbing the hill, and they're going to go up 2-0.
They didn't have to dip their toes in to know the water is hot. Patience was key on that one, making sure they secured the damage, then eventually the slays, and just taking their time and not panicking leads to OpTic with the 2-0, and also Formal with that shot. The perfect onto the first, can't quite find the second one, but SLG, looks like, I was going to say I thought the shot was out of ammo, but looks like he ends up finding it.
Gets a couple shots here left, but we're going to see what he can do with this last bullet. Knows where this player must be, trying to nade APG out of that corner, but Elevator's just such a tough step to break because you have to round the corner and then fight in odd numbers. So right there, trying to make a desperate push, but that's going to be a third hill going over for OpTic, just dominating this game number 3.
We're noticing with Quadrant is when these hills are stagnant as opposed to strongholds, we can out-rotate your opponent. When they're in one spot and OpTic know where you're coming from, they're having a tough time breaking completely. OpTic have just been holding on to these setups. They know where Quadrant's coming from. They make sure that awareness, and they're addressing every single lane. Eventually that turns to kills, which turns into points. 3-0. OpTic one hill away from taking this game and the lead in the series.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough here for Quadrant. They somehow have to scrape this one back, go over towards the Needler Hill, and then afterwards take a couple of hills that they lost earlier. It's a tall order and a tall hill to climb, and it's going to be even tougher to climb that hill when Lucid's in it, as he's going for the throat here of Quadrant. They don't want to just run off this clock. They could try just to slay. Instead, they're going for this time, and look at how he just uses that pillar right there to block off the angle from top glass.
Quadrant may have gotten first progression on the hill, but OpTic, they take the lead here and take control. Now they're quickly approaching that halfway mark.
Ooh.
Shock is out, but SLG with the triple, that'll slow you down.
SLG also going for it. APG doing the montage respect, saying, all right, I'll at least give the challenge if you can hit it. I respect that as a montage kid myself back in the day. I hated the people that just ran away and didn't give you the chance. But Legend and crew, they had their opening. They had a sick individual play. Are they going to be able to do anything with it? Instead, one player taken out in the hill. Trippy going to try to scrap up a little more time, forcing SLG to try to fight here. But SLG's already weak. Chicks also down bottom center. They're in inferior spots right now. Quadrant members are just collapsing in one by one through bottom center, falling right into OpTic's trap.
Quadrant desperately needed someone to make a play. SLG answered their prayers, but there was no follow-through coming with it. OpTic Gaming just take control once again, and now we're talking about, what, just 1 or 2 seconds away from grabbing that hill. Your hand delivered the shock rifle to Lucid, and now you're going to pay because of it.
Yeah, Lucid heard your prayers, and he said denied. He is just going to go on a tear right here, trying to close out this game number 3. Now that they have 3 down, we have a chance here for Quadrant. There's enough time for them to hold off Formal, unless he gets a nasty stick reversal like that. Trying to hold off Formal as they scrap up some time and try to get one hill on the board.
Hold on here, Quadrant not only able to get away with that camouflage, but also have a decent hill time. They got those toes, and like you mentioned before, but 3 members of OpTic Gaming surround the C-plat here. Legend cross-map shot on the Formal, goes in for the challenge. Struggling in this game so far, but that's a big pivotal battle by him. Can he stop OpTic from stealing it away? Yes, he can. Chases the final player out, steals that hill. Quadrant, they're on the board.
They are on the board, and they have this Turbine/Needler Hill that they can try to acquire, but unfortunately, OpTic Gaming 1 step ahead. You're not going to be able to grab that hill unless you get control of Elevator, and 3 members of Quadrant are nowhere near Elevator right now. Right here, we have Legend trying to break through 1-on-2. Somehow gets the finish over on Trippy. Trying to fight Formal, gets the double kill. Somehow breaking through here despite the numbers disadvantage.
Quadrant may not have had enough elevator presence, but what they did have was a Legend. Takes the 1v2, looks good while doing it. Not only clearing the A side, which is exactly where Quadrant wants to spawn, but now we see Quadrant planting feet within the hill, making a home here. But here comes Formal.
Looking the wrong way as you enter control room. Is going to cost the life there. Formal's going to take over control room and then take over elevator. In a situation like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see OpTic just try to slay it out and deny this time, because this next hill is going to be in bottom center. Lucid trying to buy a few more seconds, almost takes out Legend. Luckily gets the kill there, and this is going to be a strong setup, especially since Quadrant know where OpTic are spawning. Since OpTic are spawning over at C and Hydro, they have to take long routes. They have to go through long haul. They have to push through control. They're not going to be a real present threat towards that hill anytime soon, and that's going to be second point. Not on the board just yet for some reason.
3 down for Quadrant. Lucid gets himself a free camouflage, uncontested. Quadrant so close to taking this hill. We see them step out of it, maybe to try to get some positioning here, but will that bite them in the butt? As Lucid, man in the Whirlpool side, easy assist coming out of him. That's back-to-back 3 downs going in favor of OpTic as he takes down yet another one. Quadrant struggling to stay alive on the map, let alone get some frags.
Most people would be panicking in the situation. Lucid somehow has time for a nose scratch in the midst of all this chaos as you looked at that player cam. 10 seconds left on the board, and they're just denying Quadrant from stepping their toes inside this hill. They're going to let this one run out, and that's going to be game number 3 going for OpTic Gaming, 3-1.
Quadrant was so close to going back-to-back, though, right there. They were so close to making it interesting, but time simply not on their side. OpTic once again taking the lead in this series, and maybe history won't repeat itself. Maybe OpTic are the ones who may advance forward.
OpTic are looking like they have some answers now to these plays and aggression. However, at the same time, you cannot discount some of those sick challenges. Someone from like Legend or SLG getting that triple kill. Legend's long-range ego challenge against Formal, from Mangler all the way from Batteries. Just so many sick individual plays. Now, can they piece it together here on a crucial game 4 of Argyle CTF?
The one thing kind of sticks in my mind is that when we saw some individual plays, we actually saw some life coming out of Quadrant. What was lacking was really the follow-through. Even this triple kill out SLG was insane, but it took only a matter of seconds for OpTic to take control and to clear out that seaside. Eventually, Quadrant take the hill, but we got to see them come in for one, come in from two, and keep it going. Turn those hills ultimately into games, and hopefully they can do that in Game 4.
God, I love seeing all these sick individual plays from these players. This one is going to be an incredible match as we see this one round out here in game number 4 of Argyle CTF. If we are ever so lucky, we may see a game 5 of Aquarius Slayer.
Is that a Spartan just hanging out in the front row? Like, that could have been me out there. Like, he's just chilling right now. You see the crowd is packed.
Crowd is here and excited.
I heard the OpTic chants.
Yes, I also saw Methods trying to start an OpTic chant earlier. We have the crowd out here just pumped for some incredible Halo action. It's also just incredible being here at DreamHack. I love seeing so many different esports under one roof. It's always been my passion. That's kind of how I grew up playing Halo competitive tournaments, was I would see all these different fighting games tournaments like Smash, or I'd see other sports games tournaments, and it was just incredibly on the same roof here at DreamHack Dallas.
It really has been incredible, and an incredible opportunity here for Quadrant to once again take down the world champion OpTic, the ones who are trying to four-peat and back-to-back land champions, which is crazy. Quadrant already 3-0'd them in pool play, but now have found himself in a must-win scenario here in Game 4, and lights are on. Expectations are here. Can Quadrant answer?
They can indeed, and they have one chance right here. You see fist bumps go out. That means game is loading up in just a short period of time. We'll have to see how they decide to kick this one off. I mean, we're going to see a couple snipers here on this map. That could be the moment or opportunity that we need here from the Quadrant side if they want to bring this back, because we saw what happened when SLG got that shock rifle, pulling out a sick triple kill. How can they set up and prime themselves with these power weapons to make some plays?
Back in pool play, we saw OpTic go up 2-0 on Aquarius CTF. But they had it to me about a minute and a half where Quadrant went in and put 3 flag caps in a row. It seemed almost impossible, but they were able to do just that. Now we're going into capture the flag once again, but it's new territory. It's Argyle. Couple of grapples, couple of snipers, and that just means more snipes for OpTic.
Oh my God, Trippy and Lucid both taking the lift, and they end up being some skeet shots there for the members of Quadrant as they just get picked off one by one, flying in the air.
You see the sidekick in the hands of Lucid, man. We saw the damage that he can do over in that lower bracket against Spacestation Gaming. He wants to continue to do it with that sidekick, but it was Chick that ends up with the camouflage. Slow and steady may just win the race. Chick just waiting for the right opportunity. There we go, he finds one. Tags him up, but trades out his life. Not exactly what you want to see out of your camo.
No, you just saw how cautious he was moving across the map, respecting OpTic so much, just realizing that they are set up in some prime spots, and he's going to potentially round a corner and get shot. Legend dealing some sick damage on over to Formal. Is anything going to happen from it? Looks like no. Lucid's going to get a kill of his own, and now OpTic are in a position that they can move across the map. Now that they've dealt with one player, now that they know Camo's no longer on the map, they can move safely across the map. Before that, they were hunkered down, trying to make sure that they capitalize on any mistakes from the Quadrant end.
Dude, love that thought process out of Legend, though, using that grapple to try to get out of dodge, and was almost able to do so. Sadly, OpTic did end up hunting him down. Off screen, I do see Formal was able to take down SLG, so once that 4v3 starts, you give that advantage to OpTic. You don't want to go 2 or 3 down. Quadrant, be careful.
Lucid just collecting toys all across the map. Grab some plasma grenades, grab the repulsor, has the disruptor, gonna do anything and everything. And with that, now gonna push on over towards Vent to prepare for this camo. Instead, drops all the way down to try to get some shots on the flag. As 2 are down, the focus is no longer on that camo. Focus is on the flag of Quadrant. Can they get these kills, and can they move that flag out of the base?
Just 2 shots left in the sniper right now, but that's all Lucid may just need. Repulses right up from the low ground to the high and snatches up that camouflage for himself. This could be huge for OpTic Gaming as we've seen 3 members of Quadrant hurdled up in their base.
Lucid, knowing somebody's still near this elbow, gets the pick onto Legend, and the team's moving in. That's all 4 down. OpTic are in a perfect position. They get to block whoever spawns they want, and look at this awareness. Knowing players are spawning opposite side, going to push on over towards OpTic computers, and they are ready with the shots from the Commando.
Flag seems to still be moving here. No overextenders in sight. Flag getting awfully close. Where is the challenge? It looks like Formal gets it all the way toward the doorway. Finally, we start to see some laser shots, but it's too little, too late. OpTic are going to slam in the first flag, and maybe that's the first of many.
That was a really surprising exchange. Lucid looked for their exact correct spawns, found them, did not see anyone overextending over towards the sniper side, which either way you put it, whether you're going to stop the flag or whether you're trying to grab OpTic sniper, it's a good play to go the other way, so it's kind of confusing not to see any members there from Quadrant. Maybe they just felt like they were going to meet too much resistance on that side and decided to go for a different position.
Well, we do see 3 members in enemy territory. Quadrant have the opportunity to possibly counter off of this, and with Lucid firing warning shots, none of them connecting. I thought Quadrant might have the advantage, but both teams end up going 3 down. Momentary 1v1, but that's just time for OpTic to spawn up and clear this final player out of their base.
Yeah, Sika behind enemy lines. Trippy gonna clear that out and then push out through computers. We're gonna have to see what Trippy decides to do after this. Looks like OpTic plan a lot of times is grab that repulse and then just use it to get back up in towards the top center and be active in the fight. But activity was not what they wanted right during that moment as Trippy falls. APG is weak, and Quadrant are pushing in towards the OpTic base.
And this 8-minute mark going to be so important. This is the time where you see both snipers and camouflage coming up all at the exact same time. If there's any chance to make a run and to play through, it's definitely at this point right here. Quadrant having the opportunity to tie things up, especially with Sika with the camo. But I saw them with camo before. I wasn't quite impressed.
Yeah, last camo play we saw from Chick did not end up transpiring into anything strong. Lucid just knows things are too good to be true. His spidey sense is going off. He's looking around for where this player's coming from. He knows someone behind enemy lines. And that's just going to happen. That's what happens at the highest level of Halo. As soon as you haven't seen a player for a long time, if you killed a couple, even if you have control of your side of the map, you're saying, something's not adding up. We haven't met this much resistance as we're moving across the map. Everyone watch your back, look out for camo. It was grabbed. We need to be careful for a back smack.
You could tell Sika wanted to trade on that kill with the camouflage. Definitely wanted to take down at least 2 with them. Eventually, OpTic get camo off the base. Trippy with the sniper, but the counter snipe comes in. That's going to be SLG. We saw him make plays with the shock over and recharge. Maybe he can do the same with the S7.
Finds in the vent, and Trippy's going to die hard right there as he's trying to push on over. Not going to work out in that case, and not going to like that jump there from SLG as he had the high ground, knew someone was weak, but did not realize he was outnumbered.
Trippy on the pistol side. Doesn't exactly have the help that he wants. Nope, doesn't matter. Takes 1v1. Legend comes in quick for the cleanup. With that, Quadrant finally having an advantage as far as numbers, so you're seeing Legend, he's controlling this perimeter. He's making sure that nobody's spawning on the snipe side. Right as OpTic Gaming Sniper is coming up, this could be a big challenge here, but Formal willing to take that one.
Formal win the fight. SLG getting a back smack onto Lucid with this new camo. So we've been seeing at least 3 camos here in the hands of Quadrant. Can they convert this into a capture? They have the slays. They got 2 members down. They have OpTic hunkered in their base. What's the next step? And it's a camo trying to be sniped by Formal, so they need to deal with that sniper before they have any chance of moving that flag across the map.
SLG camoed out, goes in for the challenge. Once again, we see the camouflage hit the black screen, but we also see APG taking height. Quadrant still have the opportunity to push up. All they need is 1 or 2 slays. APG's aware of that, so he's making sure the snipe side is cleared out. Legend being chased while one shot. It looks like Quadrant has slowed down just a little bit here on Argyle.
Yeah, and Legend, I believe, also had Formal sniper. So even though it wasn't a flag pull or a complete conversion there from Quadrant, they at least took away some small victories there by getting that weapon. Now we're going to have to see what they can do with this sniper in the hands of Trippy, though, because as soon as you get that sniper out of Formal's hands, you got to deal with Trippy's. There's no good player here from the OpTic side, if you're a Quadrant fan, to see this sniper in the hands of.
And look at all the time drained off the clock. Just 4.5 minutes here and still only a one-cap game. OpTic seem to be on full defensive mode. Lucid with the double on one side, Trippy with the snipe on the other. 3 down, go Quadrant. OpTic advance forward.
Even though OpTic has a lead right now, I don't think they're just going to rest on their laurels with this one cap lead. If they have the advantage and they have the opportunity, they're going to push in for a second cap to extend that lead. Now with APG falling, they might back up. They might just play it a little safer, but as they get those advantages, they're going to evaluate each opportunity to decide which ones they should take advantage of. That's Zika somehow taking out Trippy despite him having that height advantage.
He went airborne right there. But what is this the fifth camouflage we're seeing in the hands of Quadrant? A new strategy for OpTic Gaming. Allow your opponents to get camouflage and trick them into thinking they have the advantage.
Yeah, just get montage clips against them as you 4-shot or snipe them out. But let's see what SLG can do. There's 2 snipes. There's one taking out Lucid. Spots 2 other members. That's half the team of OpTic. They know where every member of OpTic is, and they have the flag pulled at the exact same time. This is such a good situation for Quadrant. I do not know how OpTic stopped this unless somebody goes clutch, and that flag is moving too far and too fast. We got ourselves a tie game shortly, Tony.
With OpTic Gaming going 3 down, nobody even gets a shot onto Quadrant as they punch that one in. Finally, we're seeing some life here in a desperation game 4. Tied up at 1 apiece, plenty of time for anything can happen, and we can talk about how important that camouflage is, and Quadrant finally make use of one.
Chick, knowing that somebody has to be on the side. Teams aren't just stacking one side of the map unless they are spawn forced to and they're in a dire situation. So every single time these players are doing a shot across the map, they quick go check their own back. They say, all right, there's got to be someone on my lane, on my side. So they do this delicate dance of cross-mapping, worrying about their lane. Cross-mapping, worrying about the lane. They kind of help each other ladder across the map as they move along Argyle.
SLG putting his 18th kill on the board. Legend with the double. Once again, Quadrant open things up. They outslay OpTic when it matters most. They're already in the base. Now we see a killing spree out of Legend. The low ground player in Lucid can't get his flank off. We do see some overextenders coming in. It's both Formal and APG. Quadrant will be contested as they move this flag in, and we see a standoff.
We see a standoff, but in the favor here of Quadrant, OpTic have not moved this flag far enough across the map to make it much of a threat. Right now, Quadrant can all push back to their own base. That's going to be all 4 dead. Flag going to be returned soon here. Sika's going to go do it himself and set up his teammate for a flag cap. But somehow Lucid, cross map, gets the finish here. And these members of Quadrant are a bit discombobulated. They're not sure how many they should allocate towards getting the flag recovery, how many towards the flag run. And just like that, OpTic are extend this a little further, and that's going to be a Quadrant lead here within the final minute and 30 seconds of Argyle CTF.
Despite the fact that Sika ends up going down right as he goes for the return, Quadrant do not panic. They wait for their teammates to come up. They play both the touch and the return at the same time, and now it's Quadrant once again in the driver's seat. 2-1, 1 minute and 12 seconds. OpTic are the ones who have to make a move.
No fear as they get these challenges across. Lucid, the last one alive over near the flag, and Quadrant are just trying to play defense best they can. Lucid doing everything, staying alive under the base, clearing out shots, eventually gets taken out by Legend, but the damage has been done. Lucid extended his team's life a little bit longer so they might have a chance of pulling another flag. But Argyle's a big map. You have to cover a lot of ground in order to get over there, and we saw how this is stalemated out so many times before.
And for what seems like the first time this game, Formal and OpTic have camo. And now, with just 30 seconds on the clock, this might be their last chance to try to get a cap off Quadrant. Thought they were watching almost every angle. So far, Formal down to 1 shot. He's not able to stay alive. Chick takes him down. Legend follows through with a kill. OpTic go 3 down. That's a desperation pull coming in. It's not going anywhere. Quadrant may have just done it.
Such a smart play by Chick there at the end. getting the info from his teammates, even looking over at the screen to see where Trippy was. He knew Trippy had to desperately grab that flag, the only member of OpTic that was in position to. He ran away and forced Trippy to grab that into a less ideal situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a Game 5. OpTic, they may have taken control in that Game 3, but Quadrant, they got that momentum. And mind you, it kind of reminds me back in pool play. We saw OpTic go 2-0 and capture the flag on Aquarius. We saw Quadrant have to make a late Game 1. We talked about a minute and 30 seconds, back-to-back-to-back caps in order to steal that one away. What do we see right there? Same thing, minute and 10 seconds. They make the move, they take the lead, they don't look back.
Great plays on Quadrant there. Quadrant actually outslaying OpTic during that game number 4. The kills were 63 kills for Quadrant, 59 kills for OpTic Gaming. So these players, they can slay with the best of them. Doesn't get any better than Lucid, Trippy, APG, and Formal. And we got one game deciding who is going to go on further in this tournament. Is it going to be the favorites, OpTic Gaming, who have won the last 3 LAN events? Or is it going to be a new king in town? Is it going to be Sika and the Quadrant squad, making it the furthest any European team has ever made it in a Halo tournament in the last 20 years? We will find out here in 50 kills on Aquarius.
Oh, there's one thing I can promise you. I know Game 5s on Slayer tend to slow down, but they usually speed up once a team gets 2 or 3 down. Ain't gonna be as boring as Argyle. That was a little bit of a story. Hey, and let's be honest, Argyle is a slow map. It takes a while. I promise you, Aquarius, we will see some standoffs, but eventually it'll speed up. It will get exciting, and we will be painting the banners green once this game is over. I just don't know if it's gonna be the OpTic green or the Quadrant one. I don't know.
Looking at the storyline thus far, the game started out lopsided. Quadrant coming out strong, winning live fire strongholds 250-39. OpTic answering their own. Game number 2, 50-39 on Street Slayer. We thought it could have been a quick reverse sweep, getting 3 games in a row with OpTic after they won game number 3, but Quadrant came out strong, kept their tournament life at stake, like you said, within those last couple minutes. They were able to get that capture, hold off the OpTic charges, and bring it to a crucial game number 5.
And going into this Game 5 Slayer, you know, when going into that Game 2, I was confident that Quadrant could win it because not only did they beat OpTic on Slayer, but they also beat them on that same exact map. OpTic go and take that Game 2. So we've split the difference here when it comes to Slayers in this layout. When it comes to Aquarius and camouflage in mid, couple of thrusters on the side, a little bit of heat wave action. Sorry, Needler ain't that good. It is good, it ain't that good. I'm not sure how much Needler we're going to see. Who do you think has the advantage here? Who are you leaning on with this OpTic, or is it Quadrant?
This one's so tough to call. I mean, as you looked at before, OpTic won Slayer on game number 2. However, we did see Quadrant clutch up an Aquarius flag in pool play against OpTic. With all that said, when I see a lot of clumping here from the Quadrant squad, that works from time to time, but I feel like Aquarius is a map you need to be a bit more spread out. Yes, you can bring in a couple people into the back of a flag as you clear out players or over towards utility in order to get the kills. But I don't feel like you are going to be successful having any more than 2 players in the exact same location. And one thing I've seen is Quadrant, when they take over an area, they bring in that 3rd member. When they're clearing out Hydra on recharge, when they're pushing on streets towards B-side or towards Cafe, they consistently were doing it 3 players. We're going to keep an eye out for that here in game number 5. If Quadrant are bringing out 3 players in a game to a certain location, are they thriving and getting successful kills there, or are they all getting pinned down in one location by OpTic?
I will say, though, one thing that gives me confidence within Quadrant going into Aquarius is when I looked at that Argyle game, what do we count? 5, 6 camouflages going in the hands of Quadrant? If you're playing Aquarius and you're giving away that many camouflages, I don't care who you are, OpTic or me out there, you know, I'm the best. No, you're not going to win on Aquarius Slayer. So I will say, if Quadrant keep that same energy, controlling top mid when it matters most, right when those camouflages are coming up, maybe they do the impossible. Maybe they do what they did in pool play. Once again, take down OpTic.
Hey, I mean, Quadrant clearly know how to run this map. CTF and TS are two different game types, but end of the day, you need to know how to control spawns, get kills, and maneuver on this map. Crowd, let me hear you. We got a game 5 of OpTic taking on Quadrant. Tournament life at stake, backs against the wall, 50 kills, separating one team from going on further in this tournament and one team going home.
It doesn't matter what happened in pool play. It doesn't matter what happened in scrims, what happened in online tournaments. What happens right here is what matters. Game 5, on land, do or die. OpTic going up against Quadrant. In the wise words of Shurs, what did you say? Shields up, weapons hot.
Formal, making the push right away towards thrust and grenades all across the map from both these sides. Just pelting players left and right. Heat wave in the hands of SLG, gonna be negated. So in a situation like that, Formal isn't looking to hunt down that player, instead looking to do damage across the map. Heat wave in his sights, not able to get the kill. It is a 2v2 right now. 2 kills apiece. Legend trying to stay alive desperately over at the back of Yellow Base.
Although Formal able to do damage onto multiple players, he wasn't able to stay alive on the P side. Quadrant clear it out, but Trippy gets away with camouflage and just kind of picking and waiting. Look for the backspec, goes for the 2-shot melee instead. Eventually finds the kill, but down to 1 shot. No follow through, no cleanup. Trippy stays alive with the most important equipment in the game.
Yeah, has that camo. It's going to be around soon, so Trippy's going to make his last potential push with this, get as much information and try to do some damage. Knows where some players at, going to clear that player up, trade out a melee, and I would say that's an effective camo. However, the kill lead, not in OpTic's favor. It's just a tie game despite having that power up.
Quadrant wanted to keep things close for as long as possible. You know, they stay patient and keep it close, then they make their move. Quadrant might be just as good as OpTic at picking and choosing their battles. As on board now with Sika, we see SLG forward player onto the fridge side. Sika wants to get up there with them. If they can get a double push, they can make something happen, but SLG goes down. Sika gets left alone. He finds the exit route. Quadrant gonna reset.
I like this rotation from Sika. Tries to get all the way opposite side of the map. Somehow APG able to find him behind enemy lines in that situation. And just like that, all the superior position from OpTic, they're able to pick off a few members down low and set up for this next camo, which is coming up in 2 seconds. Trippy got the first one. Can he get camo number 2?
2 in a row for OpTic. This is a much different pace than we saw in Argyle, and now we're starting to see a little bit of a scoreline differential. 13-9 lead, OpTic take control, and now they're taking a hold of the resources as well. Trippy making that sidekick look like a main character. Utility side is cleared out. Car side control clear in the hands of OpTic.
OpTic there trying to set up these pushes with his camo. So I want to go to an OpTic listen-in to hear how they're going to push with Trippy and this camo against this Quadrant roster.
Yo, Jen. Jen. Hear you? Yo, still yo, Jen, Joey. Still yo, Jen. I'm pushing it. I'm looking at yo, Jen. Yo, Jen. One try to watching. He's still stuck there. He's still stuck there. 2 here. One's one. I'm coming. I'm coming. 2-1 on yo, Jen. 1-1 on the head. 2-1. Push Joey. They push Joey. I got one. Pink door. One in you guys. Here, Joey. Fight, Joey. Fight. I couldn't. There's 2 here. There's 2 here. Two. Back off that, guys. Yo, just wait for a second. Just wait for a second. Yeah, just hide, Brad. Brad's hiding P1. Clear blue here? Yeah, spawn here. L3 jumped up. Oh, listen, we already have pink control a little bit. L3. Joey.
L1 weak.
I'm gonna look car. Pink one me. They don't hear. I'm looking bad. Shot. I'm pink whip. I'm looking car, Joey. I'm here, Tommy. I'm pink one. Alright, I'm not looking. Blue P jump, Joey. 1 shot. And blue car jump kill. Got him. Another blue car, L1, Tommy. L1. He might go. He's hitting L1. 2 L2. 1 L2. One's going. They're sitting L1, dude. They're sitting L1. Yo, can we push L1? I can't. Okay, that's fine. Play pink. Front yellow also. Front yellow 1 shot. One's L3. Got him in, bottom mid. 1 shot, bottom mid. Looking front yellow. I got one. Yellow shoots the thrust. Yep. Go back to blue. Listen, we should wrap back the car after this. Yeah, one's L3.
And listen to those direct call-outs there coming out from OpTic Gaming. You hear Lucid consistently saying, one above you, Trippy. Watch your back, Joey. They are very specific because these players are coordinating on the exact same spot. They're not just calling out where players are at without a purpose. And because of that, you see OpTic right now setting up for the 3rd camo. Formal has to back down, cannot jump up and give up his life for that.
And you know for a fact he did not want to get that height advantage, but if he didn't, he would have ended up going down. So better to stay alive and not get camouflaged than to die and not get camouflaged. Trippy comes up with another one. Not only have OpTic gotten 3 in a row, Trippy himself has gotten 3 in a row, and you can tell when the score line 10-5. Picking and choosing the battles, a 25-19 lead, and we're fastly approaching that 30-kill mark.
Trippy gonna decide to get some thruster, likely gonna use that later to trade out a melee when needed, because he's gonna be up close and personal with these players. Decides to even thrust away after getting that first melee. Somehow barely escapes, but Sika's missed grenade stick was able to pick him off. So I would say that was fairly fortunate there for Quadrant to go 1-for-1 there against the camo Trippy.
But it's still a 5-kill game. Let's make it 6 now. And Lucid controlling the high ground. Sika, he wants the P side, but he's not going to give it up easily. Lucid, like a gentleman, introduced him to the kill feed. Clears out the P side, goes in for the double. Didn't even get his shields back, but OpTic is starting to field himself a little bit. Top mid control. Quadrant, they got to make something happen off of spawn. It's getting tough.
They have to do it soon, too. One thing I'm seeing is a lot of these members of Quadrant are just down low, kind of scurrying in inferior locations. They need to keep some of this high ground, make sure that they have those backup spots so that when they do get the damage, they can push on through.
Down to 1 shot. Lucid goes here. Only member on the P side. We're seeing OpTic sending 3 members on the strong side of the map. Formal, the first one to take down Chick. Once it comes to 4v3, OpTic want to get aggressive with it. They take advantage of those numbers. Height advantage. Lucid takes down another one. 35-23, Quadrant running out of time.
Those Quadrant members are looking for 1v1s, but when OpTic are on fire, they're looking scary. Lucid is going to grab that camo, eventually taken out, and says, I know who this belongs to. Probably Trippy.
We said it before, you know, Quadrant showed great camouflage control on Argyle.
They do save it for him.
The same way you said that OpTic can't sacrifice every single camouflage and expect to win is a double-edged sword. Quadrant haven't gotten a single camouflage this game. You're currently down by double digits, quickly approaching the end game. Something has to change, and it has to change now.
Formal picking up a double kill. This is such a tough position for Quadrant because not only do they need to match some of these kills, they need to turn this into a spawn slay. You see 3 members of Quadrant there stuck over the utility. They need to fan out and get a couple locations, whether that's car and the base. But look at this. They already have someone like Trippy and Lucid waiting for anyone to round this corner into a sick double team.
OpTic are just baiting Quadrant to push up. They've showed so much presence on the car side. They're daring Quadrant to push onto that car too and maybe make something happen. Meanwhile, Formal, he's covering everyone's back from long range, and if anything gets close, he has the heat wave ready.
He also knows car is safe from his teammates watching it earlier. Secondly, you saw Formal not afraid to trade that long-range damage against players at Pink. When you are the anchor of your team, you want to trade that damage out. Formal getting up close and personal with SLG, getting that heat wave damage and then scurrying away.
Just 5 more kills needed. Another battle goes OpTic way as Trippy earns himself a killing spree. I see off the screen, we see the paint start to come in. They're commanding the troops to say, we have to clear this car side out. That's exactly what they do. Now OpTic just 1 kill away from advancing forward and getting their revenge, chasing Chick down, and there it is. OpTic Gaming advance forward. Quadrant going home.
No stumbles there from Trippy as he drops 21 kills in this crucial game number 5 to keep his tournament life at stake. What a performance from Trippy and OpTic to clutch out that series.
The run from Quadrant ends here. From being able to upset the world champions 3-0 in pool play, from being able to take Native Red all the way down to a game 5 and just barely missing out, Quadrant get dropped down to elimination bracket. They go through the gauntlet, but eventually run to the green wall once again, and it stands tall.
Their tournament run might be over, but they are on everyone's map, everyone's radar. Quadrant, they played their hearts out. Give them a round of applause for showing up so well for European Halo here today and this weekend. Not the result they wanted. You know they had their sights set higher, but they are clearly this next generation of Halo, and I expect so much more for them in the future.
And meanwhile, on the opposite side, you have OpTic Gaming. Still 4P chances. The Dreams are still alive. I don't know many teams that have gone 4 in a row. World champions are back-to-back again. Maybe OpTic can come back and get their revenge, but It started here with Quadrant.
It's not an easy feat. I've only done it a few times, winning 4 tournaments in a row. So, like I said, do not take it lightly.
So I'm taking a look at some of the replays here, right here. So you're seeing how it's tough. OpTic controlled the pace in every single corner of the map, whether it was the P side, whether the car side. At all times, you saw OpTic controlling the mid-map. You saw OpTic fighting for every single camouflage, and Quadrant, they had a tough time.
They did. But rather than hear it from ourselves, you've heard us jabbering this whole time. I want to hear from a player down on the stage. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Walshy. Man, give it up one more time for OpTic Gaming as they come out on top and they survive yet another elimination matchup. Just in this moment, how do you feel being able to get over that hump there on Quadrant and getting through the series?
Yeah, it feels nice to get revenge against them from pool play, and job's not finished, that's for sure. We got a lot more to go.
Definitely a lot more to go, but now talk to me about the last time you played these guys. It was a 3-0 from them, straight sweep. What was the adjustments that you made in here to get a different outcome now?
I mean, I think bracket play is just a different beast. We came out a little flat in that pool play match and redeemed ourselves in that one. So
there you go. Now, that last series, that last map, it wasn't maybe as close as the 2 before, but a big reason of that is because of Trippy's performance right there. Talk to me about him and even his performance just throughout the whole weekend, because he has been proven out here that, you know, he is one of the best players on this team.
yeah, Joey just got pretty much every single camo that game 5, which was absolutely huge for us. So yeah, we were looking nice at Aquarius CS and looking to carry forward that momentum.
All right, man, I ain't gonna take no more of your time. You got one more match here on the main stage. I'm gonna let you go back and get ready. That's gonna do it for me and Lunchbox on the stage. One more time for OpTic Gaming. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and to Coach Lunchbox as well. I've got to say, it really is a bittersweet series, that one. It was going to end in a bittersweet way, regardless of the result. But OpTic Gaming, they come through again. The resilience of this team is unmatched. They bounce back any way, shape, or form that is necessary. And my goodness me, what an incredible way to finish things off. That Slayer, a very convincing result across the board for that final game 5 there. I've got to say, though, history is still on the cards for our OpTic Gaming roster, but broken hearts, I think, for Quadrant here. Gaskin, talk to me a little bit about this Quadrant roster, and honestly, how proud should they be of themselves right now?
Oh, they should be so proud. They should still have every right to be celebrating here Saturday night for performance, for equaling the best international performance from a European team. I don't think that they lost out on top 4 in that series. I think realistically they lost out on top 4 when they lost to Native Red earlier on in the tournament. I think Clutch put it perfectly when we were chatting earlier. You can't expect to finish top 4 and having to beat OpTic Gaming twice. Right?
Yeah, if you're playing OpTic Gaming twice, like, you should be in the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just something that I think Quadrant have to accept. They came very close, and it's very exciting to see what will happen next for them.
It certainly is indeed. I've got to say a massive shout out to some of the individual skill that was on the show there from Quadrant. I mean, the double snipe from Legend, that was insane. I mean, SLG popping off at times. Every single Quadrant member showing that they can play with the best of the best and deal the damage that they need to against the top teams, against world champions like OpTic Gaming. Incredible stuff. But I've got to say a massive GG's to OpTic Gaming. They were incredible yet again. Clutch, talk to me about this roster and the resilience that we have seen from them all weekend. We've seen every single shape and form of OpTic Gaming.
It's funny because I think it was Thursday, maybe it was yesterday, I was talking to Trippy and I go, every single time you guys go to game 5, you're popping off. I go, you remind me of a young me. And obviously that's a joke and I actually don't mean that literally. But Trippy actually shows up in every big game and it's actually incredible. I'm deeming Trippy's new nickname Big Game Trippy. Because every single time they're in a game 5, this guy's dropping enormous stats. He's making big plays. He's hitting shots. And I love the fact that he's the one that's doing it because we always talk about the Lucids, the Formals. Even APG gets a little bit of shine, but Trippy feels like he goes unnoticed a lot. And he's been doing his thing in these game 5s with this OpTic Gaming team along their 3-peat, all along the road. You go back and you look at some of those stats, I would love to get a KD ratio on Trippy throughout those game 5s because I guarantee it's close to a 2.0.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about it before the series, but when I saw that series layout, Aquarius TS as game 5, if it got there, more than likely OpTic Gaming were going to take it. They are so confident when it comes to their Slayer on Aquarius, and you saw how much they dominated the control of the camouflage. We didn't see Quadrant touch it once, and they have to change that. They have to reflect on this tournament and say, where can we improve? And there's just a few game types, mapping modes here and there that Quadrant can get a bit better at, because you can't rely on the right game types popping up. I mean, they love Strongholds on Live Fire. They were incredible when we saw them on that, but they just need to improve on a few others.
If they could play that 5 games in a row, they'd win this tournament.
Yeah, I've got to say, that was the most lights-out gameplay I've ever seen on that map and mode combination. That was ridiculous. Like, you couldn't breathe. It was over within, like, a minute. Incredible stuff from Quadrant, but commiserations to them. Their tournament has ended, but OpTic Gaming, they will still go forward in the elimination bracket. Let's take a look right now and see where we are at in this journey. The Cinderella story runs still happening for Native Red and OpTic Gaming, who will be matching up next on the main stage. So, yes, you will see OpTic Gaming a third time, folks. It's going to happen. Incredible to be able to see this elimination match occur, but obviously Native Red, just to remind everyone, did actually manage to take down Quadrant, who managed to take down OpTic earlier on, and then OpTic managed to have and win the rematch. I mean, it's just been a huge rotation of just revenge,
I mean,
really.
this tournament, you know, it's had everything. It's been such a pleasure to watch, and the action's not over yet. I'm sure there's going to be more twists and turns.
I do want to give a quick shout out to Shopify Rebellion. We didn't get an opportunity to really showcase what they were bringing to the table this weekend. A team that was probably not favored to get inside the top 8, maybe even the top 6. Where they ended up placing this weekend. So big shout out to those guys. They came to play this weekend, and the fact that they got top 6, very impressive performance from them. Just want to get that out there because they deserve it.
They absolutely do. Shout out to Shopify Rebellion, of course. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have our elimination bracket semi-final. It will be OpTic up there once again, going up against Native Red. Stick with us, and we'll see you after this.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS. We're live from DreamHack Dallas here for the Global Invitational. Joining me, I have Clutch, and I got Sheriff T. Howdy, partner. How are you?
I'm doing great. What an amazing matchup we just saw, and something tells me it's not going to stop.
It certainly isn't going to stop. The madness continues, Tony, without a question of a doubt. I've got to say, though, we have had so many people filling in all of the chairs. We've had incredible crowds coming around to watch everything. You guys at home tuning in, of course, and a massive shout out as well to our co-streamers. We actually do have Scump Methods and Maniac in the building, I believe, who are co-streaming to my left. Hello, lads. So thank you so much to them for bringing their communities to us and to Halo. Incredible stuff. And we've had back-to-back OpTic series for them to watch. And I'm sure that one was a tough one on the brow for those guys, having to watch some of their best friends go through grueling battles. But I tell you what, it's a pretty good team to be by.
I think it's good for the show as long as they win, right? So get more Game 5s for OpTic is what the doctor ordered. We just want to make sure that the OpTic comes out on top.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, right, Green Wall fans? We need OpTic to come out on top no matter what happens in this series. But Tony, obviously, OpTic Gaming now, having to go back to back to back to back on the main stage. It's a very long day. That is a lot of series to have to play. How do you think the guys are feeling?
I think they're feeling good. I mean, this is a team that's willing to go to Gauntlet, and I feel like they're just staying warm. You know, I think one of the worst things for me personally is to cool down, especially on land.
As a player?
As a player.
Okay.
Hey, 1v1, you'll find out. But I'm saying, like, especially on land, because I feel like there's no way to replicate that, you know, in game. Like,
for sure.
At least online, you can play a little bit of rank, maybe play a scrim in between games, but on land, you're kind of just sitting there getting ice cold.
That is very true. You are sitting there getting ice cold, but hopefully Native Red have warmed things up, at least their sticks backstage, to make sure that things are going to go well on that main stage. But folks, if you do want a chance to support your favorite teams, you can do so right now in game. We actually have a special discount for you guys in the main shop, and as you can see, if you do want to support Europe's finest, Quadrant skins are available. We have 3. We've also got Sentinels and FaZe. They're 20% off right now. We're rotating them all today. We had 3 different ones yesterday, and you guessed it, tomorrow we got another 3 different team skins available for you guys. So make sure you pick all of those up. They are absolutely stunning. They're the brand new team skins, so make sure you pick those up to use in game as well. As well as the team skins and the discount, we do have the bonus XP that you guys can pick up this weekend only. Now, if you need to finish your battle pass, if you need to get things ready before season 4 drops, then make sure you're playing. Keep the tabs open though. Keep us, you know, in your sights, because we have a bunch of action to get through. And tomorrow we're going to be crowning a champion, so make sure you are tuning in as well. But let's get to the main stage. We do have Native Red, who, you know, right now I know what OpTic are doing, okay? They're winning. They've been winning, right? So it's been pretty good so far. So Native Red, having watched what just happened to Quadrant, how do you think those guys are feeling?
Not good. They definitely didn't expect to see OpTic for top 3. This is a team that's obviously won the last 3 lands, and if you're Native Red, you're coming in with the sub. Hey, Bohm, you must be doing something right over there, because you've gotten your team back into the top 4. What an opportunity it is for Native Red to continue to compete with the sub. I mean, unfortunate circumstances, obviously, Druk not being here, and these guys have to be resilient in order to get to this position themselves. A lot of skill on that side, so you can't count them out, but there's surely an underdog in this series.
For sure, and I got to say, Tony, for these guys, it's been absolutely incredible so far, especially considering, you know, what they've had to deal with. The pickup, it's not an easy task to go into a global invitational, having to travel so far, and to be able to perform and to find themselves right now for top 4. This is huge, but going against OpTic, it's a tall order.
Yeah, I mean, like, on the surface, you look at it, like, during one of the 4Ks, I believe the first 4K, Native Red were able to knock OpTic out of the tournament in an elimination bracket, similar to where we're at right now, handing them a top 6 finish. But like Wes kind of alluded, or kind of said, you don't have Druk. And I feel like that's a player that's so close to irreplaceable. You're talking about his movement, his master.
Yeah, nobody plays like Druk.
He has such an amazing shot. You can't replicate. I don't know, get bound or somebody. Like, how do you replicate that?
You can't.
I will say, great job for Bohm to come in and say, look, I'm not going to try to be Druk. I'm going to go out there and be me. And let me tell you, the games he's been popping off on, he's been doing a great job. So, you know, great for Native Red to get up until this point, but the job is not done.
Yeah.
You still got to go up against OpTic Gaming.
I love that you said that, Tony, because at the end of the day, you don't want to be anyone else as a skillful player. Bohm needs to be himself, and right now, it's been exactly what Native Red need. Excuse me. I'll tell you what, that's enough from me. Let's actually meet the team, Native Red. Look, I'm going to go with that alter ego. My mistake that was made. I'm going to go with it. I'm going to say Rative Ned. Maybe it's the alter ego that Native Red need right now because they need something a little special under their belt to take down this World Championship team, and especially a World Championship team that has something to play for. And it's not just the trophy, folks. It is history, and you've heard us say it so many times before, Clutch. The fact that the 4P is on the cards, that's extra motivation for OpTic Gaming, and at this point in time, they're just thinking, look, let's get this over with. Let's play some incredible Halo and see ourselves into tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That Lunchbox interview that we just saw from the previous series, he was pretty pissed off. Like, that was the meanest I've seen Lunchbox be in an interview. Maybe the most straightforward and as short. They're ticked off to be in the position that they're in. They know what's at stake. I feel like these guys have the moment at hand, and they have a very good understanding of what it's going to take to get past each step of the way that is towards their goal. I'd be shocked to see anything other than a fired-up OpTic after going to Game 5 just now. And for Native Red's sake, you need to figure out a way to counterbalance some of the power that OpTic's bringing you.
Indeed, you do need to counterbalance, and let's see where they can maybe capitalize on some of the weaknesses. Checking out our series layout here. Tony, having a read across here, is there anything that gives you the idea that Native Red can start to really push the boundaries of OpTic Gaming?
Yeah, you know, I will say that in past times, one of Native Red's weaknesses was oddball.
Right.
And I feel like that's one game type that we've really kind of harped on him for. But this new Native Red squad, especially, I would say starting back at Worlds, has found a way to slow the game down when necessary, when pick up the pace, get their slays. So I will say, you're going up against OpTic. They're obviously 2-0 in oddball. It's going to be tough, but I also think Native Red can win this, and I think that would be a great momentum shift for them and a great start to the series versus OpTic Gaming.
Indeed, it will be a great start. And you can see on the stats there, something I do take away from that, not just only with OpTic's clean record on Oddball, is the fact that Native Red have had one more game of Oddball than OpTic have. So they have a couple more reps there as well. Pretty good stats when you consider their situation. So hopefully they're geared up and ready to go for map 1 in terms of how much they've had to play Oddball. So that's fantastic stuff. I'm very excited. I want to see the end result of this series. It's been quite a long day, folks, but stick with us. OpTic Gaming versus Native Red elimination semi-final, and we're heading on over to the duo, I believe. It's Bravo and Onset.
Thank you very much, Lottie, and it's the final game of the day, Dallas and OpTic Gaming. I've got to do some hard work here. Native Red is stood in front of them, sat across from them, I should say, on our main stage. And I mean, the team who has become synonymous with upsets have a chance to stop OpTic Gaming not only achieving the 4P, which they came into the tournament to try and pull off, but not even making it to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's wild to think about how we got here, right? It's been a crazy bracket, and guess what? Crazy brackets lead to crazy Saturday nights like this. The fact that you have Native Red, the most consistent top 4 team that we have in terms of placing forth event after event, whether it's online or LAN, and OpTic Gaming, of course, going up now, to have their run end here would be the least predicted way that run could have ended, without a doubt. Neither of these teams, of course, having placed outside the top 4 in quite some time, but most importantly, OpTic Gaming, one final opponent this evening if they want to get to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, one final opponent, and I think we need to just kind of highlight OpTic Gaming and adversity. They've gone in a little bit hand in hand throughout the success that has come with OpTic Gaming. Everyone was saying, this team isn't good enough to get it done. They don't have the ice to win a championship. They go on and win a championship. Worlds comes around. Everyone's like, that was a fluke. Orlando was a fluke. We don't believe that you can do it again. They go and win a world championship. FaZe, they put the new roster together. OpTic can't keep up with this new FaZe roster. They pull off the 3P. Now in front of us in Dallas, probably the biggest challenge of all time for this roster. Can they make it through this elimination bracket? Can they force their way back into a grand finals? And can they give themselves the chance at creating history?
That's right. That's a big question. Let's not forget, on the other side of the stage, it's Native Red with nothing to lose. This team as a consistent top 4 squad now going up against the world champions. They will be flying, they'll be aggressive, and they'll be playing this game as fast as possible to catch a Saturday evening OpTic Gaming off guard. Here we are into game number 1.
It's always good to have a bit of fun on a Saturday evening, and hopefully we can have that in this series as well. What a run this has been, by the way, from Native Red so far this tournament. Coming in with a substitute, Bomex, who has done immaculately everything you could ask for from a sub, and they've got themselves into the position they find themselves in, and top 4 has been synonymous. Like you say, top 4 is what Native Red have done. If they can do it again here with a sub, that's something special.
It really is. Let's see what Soulstar can do to start the series off. Almost does it to Lucid as well. Eventually he's taken down, but that was the camo and the shock initially in the hands of Native Red. Now, however, in the very capable hands of Formal.
Formal hits a nice little perfect himself. Bomex is going to be weak inside on that B stronghold, and Pellets are going to keep him alive for just a few seconds. The oddball not being picked up quite yet, but there's a grapple, but there's a little bit of a miscalculation coming in from Formal. Second time around, going to be able to grab that one and run it back to Longhall, and support coming in from Lucid. He'll grab that oddball, and we were talking about the series itself. Obviously, you can see we've got a little bit of recharge oddball to start our series off with here, Andy, but OpTic Gaming certainly the favorites in this game, but Native Red in these first 3 games have to take one away if they want to send this series deep.
They really do. Our eyes are specifically going to be on those games 2 and 3, and we'll have a chance to look at those when we look at the series layout after this one, but certainly an interesting selection of game types between these 2 squads as we're going to see some time on the board here for Native Red for a moment.
Really strong start this from Native Red. They do have a slender lead, and they certainly have a slaying advantage as well. But OpTic looking to break this setup and will do so efficiently as well. Native Red find themselves all watching Trippy jump up onto the goal ledge with the death screen's only point of view that they can choose to use. And from here, OpTic Gaming, they grab that ball, they take it towards blue, and now it's up to Native Red to try and navigate this setup.
And specifically, look at the timing on the 4 dead, right? They got their kills all around Sneaky right at the exact same time, which led to now a nice hold here as they put 23 points on the board, really down to the fact that they were able to get that cluster of kills all together. However, they now find themselves 3 dead, and it's the second camo in a row for Native Red.
Really impressive timing on those kills. Yes, it's made a little bit easier because the oddball becomes the objective. You have to push across the map, but winning that team fight at the same time as the camo coming up, so vital to do. Big win coming in on the tower from Formal. He turns 2, so not only the camo taken out of commission here, but also an opening in the setup. Native Red are not going to chomp down on that lead.
And if you're on the side of Native Red, those are the plays you cannot allow to happen in those 1v1s against Formal, where he then stays alive and gets a second one as well. Those are the kind of moments that will really rip your team apart. Here we are 26-7 early on.
Trippy still with a shock rifle. Game 5 Trippy. Big game Trippy. What a story that is in itself, right? I mean, a lot of the time we were saying Trippy was almost a victim of game 5s where they were so close, but he was always on the losing side. Well, now he has missed the game 5, putting OpTic in this position to even take on Native Red with that enormous performance in that final Slayer we just saw.
Truly, what a game. I think it was right around 21-9 were his final numbers or thereabouts to close that game out. And now looking similarly pretty good so far. However, 3 dead yet again for OpTic Gaming. They have a heavy lead here, 42-9. However, game is far from over.
Now, Torlik with the shock rifle in his hands. Needs to hit a couple of shots here just to give Native Red a little bit of breathing room. Being able to kind of chomp down, like I mentioned, on that oddball time that's already been racked up here by OpTic Gaming. 22 points on the board. Bomex is going to get that first kill. APG is the victim. Formal trying to sneak into the bottom elevator.
Wow.
Torlik with some great shots himself, and this is what you needed to see from Native Red. A little bit of life, and in the team fight with the oddball in your hands, that's when you're going to win that fight, so you can get that lead a little bit closer.
Oh! Boy, Tolik hits another one. That's back-to-back-to-back opening kills. That's why this game is now tied here, and actually Native Red will go into the lead.
Oh, but Formal turns that one on his head, even though it looked every day of the week like he'd be the one to fall. With no shields, he hits 4 perfect shots and somehow comes out of it alive, and more importantly, creates the opening for Trippy to move in and grab what seems to be his favorite power.
It certainly is. Oh, almost a dangerous scenario there for Manny. Manny makes sure to get off the map and play the ball. Trippy will get the back whack. 2 dead for Native Red here. We'll see if they get the ball off spawn right away or maybe slay a bit more.
58 points the lead, though, for Native Red. So a really good job with that hold to turn the tables in their favor. OpTic got a little bit of work to do here. Lucid already in the death screen, which is why you see Trippy have to play this a little bit slower. He won't get one. He does get one to trade things out. But again, that's the camo being taken down without really any impact on the map.
That's right. 3 dead here for Native Red. Bohm gets the last one. Now in a 1v1 momentarily against Trippy for just a second. He'll instead stay alive and now challenge here on the ramp, and he hits a nice 4-shot as well. What else can you ask for a last-minute substitute coming in here to get his team this far in the bracket? Also winning some pivotal 1v1s to set his team up for success off the spawn.
I mean, don't get it twisted. Bowman X is an incredible player himself. We've seen him in numerous tournaments over the years, and at the moment, he's kind of leading the way for Native Red here. 11-7. His hit stat line is We move into the latter parts of this round number 1. 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock here of this first round. It's a slender lead still for Native Red, with a couple of numbers falling in the favor of OpTic Gaming. There might be an opportunity for them to get that a little bit tighter.
Also couldn't be closer in the kills department. Right now, OpTic is outslaying 36-35, essentially all tied up in terms of slays as well, and this game is now within just about 9 points.
APG needs to keep his head on a swivel here. You can see that OpTic a little bit trapped to pipes here. And a couple of good grenades that come in from Native Red really could create an opening. Manny and Bomex are going to combine. Formal now has to drop that oddball, as does the rest of OpTic. He's going to go for this flank. Torlek is going to be here for the 1v1. Formal needs to win this one. He's going to pick up one. He doesn't quite get the second. Soul Snipe answers back. OpTic, 3 dead, and the oddball in the hands of Native Red.
Ooh, my question was, where's APG? APG's all the way at tower here. We'll keep an eye on Camo as well, but with 1:22 left on the clock and the man advantage, this will mean more time on the board for Native Red. Let's watch this next push.
Yeah, really, really smart this from Native Red as well. Yes, they have the oddball, but they're trying to challenge on that C plat for the Camo to make it as difficult as possible for OpTic Gaming to get this break, to pick up this Camo. However, Trippy has done it again, but Soul Snipe answers back with a shock. Lucid will trade out the kill. The oddball is left on its own. Lucid comes in, OpTic get the break, and it's all down to Lucid.
Wow, what a series of events there. Lucid gets this. Lucid can get away as well. Somehow he gets the batteries, just doing absolute Lucid things. Finally is taken down here. 1 dead for each side.
OpTic need to hold on to this ball, though. 20 points or so the difference. Manny comes in again, just to poke a hole, to punch a hole in the OpTic Gaming setup, and that hole, I mean, everyone from Native Red has taken the opportunity to fly through. 3 dead for OpTic, make it 4 as Native Red keep the pressure on.
Wow, absolutely massive. Here's the spawners here at bottom A. They get the info right away. That's a great angle from Manny to know exactly where the spawners are coming from, and guess what? OpTic Gaming is only now finally off the spawn. Here they come.
They have to force their way through tower, though. This is perfect for Native Red. It's a bottleneck that they can hold down. Trippy gets one, but he's the only one to pick up a kill, and with that, Native Red will win the first round here in map number 1.
Wow, what a statement. And it looked like it was going to be all OpTic Gaming all the way, as they led essentially for over 75% of that game in terms of duration. And in the end, Native Red with a fantastic piece of play to run away with that, and some late camo and power-up control as well. They will take the first round on the board.
Max gets a little pick off the opening as well. 2v2 on the map. The camo did just get burnt, I think, down bottom middle, so that's not going to be too much of a factor in this opening rush. Manny versus Trippy in a 1v1 scenario. Not something we see too often on Halo Infinite, but Manny is going to have control of the gold side of the map, and Trippy's going to have control of the tower.
Solid push there. You can see just off screen coming in through long haul. It's at least a 2-man push. Lucid and Formal pushing in long haul together. They're generally going to come out with the kill, and they do this time as well. No time on the board just yet, as both teams look to settle, but it's a nice move here from Trippy.
Trippy with a little flank on elevator. Oddball still down on the batteries. Nobody able to get a hold of it, but OpTic Gaming, unfortunately, going to have to rely on Trippy to stop this ball moving away. Manny's going to try and throw this one up, and Manny will do so, but Trippy takes it down. Maybe that's a chance for OpTic to get off the respawn here, rejoin the action, and then pick up 2 kills in the meantime.
Where's the rotate coming in? Looks like the pressure's really good from OpTic, so no rotate comes in from Native Red. However, the kills come in yet again. Lucid was your last player alive for just a second. Ball is still here, Charlie, on grapple. Pretty hard to get. There's 3 dead, but they haven't gotten the ball just yet, and OpTic Gaming has done really well to keep this messy.
Look at Trippy, though. He's baiting him out. Trippy wins the 1v1 against Torlek, who had every advantage you would want in that fight, but Trippy with a little shoulder shuffle, give him a little shimmy, and baited out that beatdown, and then took advantage himself. Trippy grabs the oddball now with the grapple and brings it back to friends.
It's worrying for me. That was a 1 player alive in Whirlpool. That was Trippy getting the kill on the ball. They tossed the ball into pipes, and the only player was Formal coming in through Whirlpool. The ball did not rotate. They kind of went for this awkward, premature play ball onto the grapple. That ball needed to get to gold, it needed to get to glass, and they would have been home free with a lot of points on the board. However, they did not convert because OpTic Gaming kept up the pipes pressure. They did very well to maintain the lead here.
Bomex taken down by Trippy as well, and he really is coming to life in this game now. 18 and 15. As the camo also comes up bottom middle. Now, control of this has predominantly been in the hands of OpTic, but they weren't really able to make much use of it in that round number 1. Soul's not going to pick up a kill on APG as well. Torlek gets away with it this time for Native Red, and I love this. Even if you've got the camo, sometimes you've got to be the guy who does the dirty work. Throw it off to a teammate, get the ball safe, and then you can go and have some fun.
A lot of responsibility, as you say here. Torlek, a man down, knows the push is coming, needs to make sure he gets the right damage. Not just the opening damage, but that they convert on the kills as well.
APG is going to get an opening, though, and a little bit of a spooky moment here. 2-1, make it 2. Torlek plays the camo perfectly, and he's back for his oddball.
Wow, look at that. Just the perfect timing, the perfect patience, and the diligence, the trigger discipline from Tolic to know exactly when he needed to engage and gets essentially the double back whack. He gets some help as well.
Score's turned on its head again. Very similar story from what we saw in the first round. OpTic out to a decent enough start. Tolic says, catch that one, Formal. And he's on a killing spree, but it's Native Red again who are coming to life. And it's all through the BR and the barrel rifle, the stickies, the repulsor, it doesn't matter. Tolic is making it work.
Oh, good damage coming in here. Tolic might be able to stay alive as long as he can. Tries to buy as much time now. But off of the respawn, that's going to be 3 dead here as Bomex was your last player alive in the long haul. We'll see what he can do as he comes all the way to gold. He gets the kill, and that's a perfect time. Let's get into a listening off of the next push with Native Red.
We're trying to rotate. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. One minute, guys. Top tower, push.
120, Mikey.
Elevator. Watch out, guys.
In tower still?
Top tower with ball. I hit that. He shot the I think.
Camo 15.
He threw it out. Nice, good job, George. Elevator APG. Wait, George.
Guys, bottom me, APG. He's on the stick,
Get the grapple.
Camo 5 seconds.
He's right side ball.
He's still.
Camo Hunter?
Can we watch the thing red?
2 seconds.
Red, I just want.
Yeah, no, watch my red. Guys, we need 3 third right. Going pipes. Careful.
Watch out,
One dead.
Camo's still up.
Yo, grapple, Mikey. He went back to turbo.
Two.
He's like grapple.
Camo. Third guy.
Wait, push.
Camo spawn. Let's go. I don't know if was it burn?
No, it's not.
There's one again, guys.
Good shit.
Anyway, we can get ball. Mikey. Yeah, I can try to grapple this. Mikey, see by right now. Put Matt.
Well, as we come back into the game, Formal has got no idea that Soul Snipe is behind him. It's another camo going into the hands of Native Red. And one thing you took from that listening is these boys are getting hyped when they pick up some kills.
Yeah, you better believe it here. It might be Saturday evening, however, their energy has never been higher. Soul Snipe does not hit the grapple, though, and actually has to go all the way to bottom middle. So far, it hasn't cost them just yet. They're going to be thanking their lucky stars for that one, but I love the plays from Soul Snipe, the aggression to force the camo not to be burned by Lucid. He grabs it right away. They leverage it here, and now they have themselves a 13-point lead.
Here comes Formal. He's going to try and get that play ball, but by doing so, give Soul Snipe the opportunity for a teammate to come in and help. And from that play from Formal, you can see the idea.
Yeah.
Wanting to force the ball off the map, but the 2 BRs of Native Red shut him down so quickly that they're now able to scrape up some extra seconds.
And guess what? When you all in, like you said, when you all in that play ball, you make sure you get no damage at all. He went 100%, all of his eggs in the play ball basket. Did not get it. Eventually, the ball will be played voluntarily by Native Red. They thought, Tolic able to stay alive. Spider-Man hands coming in handy. Gonna try to maybe go for this melee as well. He will trade with Formal there. 1 dead aside. Native Red here leading 64-41 with 1:23 left in the game.
Attempted rotate here coming from OpTic Gaming. Lucid cuts down Bohm. As just for a second there, you can see from his POV, he's like, I'm behind enemy lines here. I might be able to pick up a double kill and completely open the map up for my team. But instead, Lucid very aware of the situation. Great positioning from him, but Soul Snipe, he's got a shock, and he might be looking to take some souls himself.
Checking his corners one by one, making sure nobody's behind him. Trippy gets tagged just a tiny bit here. APG playing the ramp, and here now comes the pressure through the repulse.
Well, the play ball might come in here. Decisions to make. There's 1 kill. Trippy gets taken down as well. Beautifully done by Soul Snipe, but the play ball does come in. In the meantime as well, a slender, small lead for OpTic Gaming. Lucid last alive, but at least takes 1 to the grave.
Yeah, essentially 3 dead for both sides there. It's a kind of, oh man, can't even finish the sentence. It's a double kill for the killing spree as well.
What a play from Soul Snipe. Really starting to step up a little bit here for Native Red. From the back of that play, Manny can move in and at least burn the camo. But more importantly, even with the big plays coming in from Soul Snipe, even with the camo being burnt, it's still OpTic Gaming with a slender lead in this round number 2.
And now is when we start to look at the game clock. Take a look, only 46 seconds left here, 73-64. As you say, OpTic with a slender lead, some good shots from Bohm, but Lucid ends up winning that battle. That will maintain the man advantage as well, as they are now only 19 points away from closing it out.
45 seconds. Native Red need to wait just a few moments to make sure every player is alive on the map before they make their decision on where they want to push. They maybe went a little bit early, and that just is meat and drink for Formal. He picks up 2. Native Red lose 3. Trippy with the odd ball in his hands. It's a 1v1 to win this round. It will be won by Trippy, and OpTic Gaming will cross 100 points and tie up game number 1.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with that performance. We will go to a 3rd sudden death round to determine the winner of game number 1. And you have to think, OpTic's probably thinking this game should be over, right? That's how the first round should have ended. They let Native Red sneak away with that first round win, and as a result, we will now go to our 3rd and final round of Oddball.
One thing I wonder that might come in as a factor here is Trippy not only Stops the camo being picked up by Manny, but somehow gets away with it as well. Is to go back to my point, the stamina. You know, OpTic Gaming not used to playing this many games on a Saturday.
Right.
The longer that this goes, is tiredness going to start being a factor? Native already used these elimination brackets runs. They're probably more practiced than anyone.
Mark, that's a great point. I talked to Towie earlier. Guess what he said? It's 3 p.m. on a Saturday, and FaZe is done for the day. They've been at the hotel. They've had a great dinner. They're probably in bed already, getting ready for tomorrow, but not OpTic. OpTic has had to do this the hard way, late on a Saturday evening. As you said, uncharacteristic for them, but now the first team on the board in round number 3 as well.
Solstheim trying to push through the pipes. Trippy more than aware of his positioning, manages to take it down pretty comfortably. Towler going to have a little poke and a prod as well, but up into the heavens is going to be Trippy with that shock rifle. And for now, it's a pretty solid elevator hold coming in from OpTic. Good points on the board, 16-0 they lead.
Gotta wonder where the help's coming in. Finally, Solstheim comes in, and it ends up being a well-timed push there. It got a little bit dicey. It's gonna be 2 dead here, though, for Native Red. They're just gonna try to play this ball if they can.
Oh, but Lucid's gonna be on the flank. Lucid picks up 2, throws it back to his teammates and say, hey, I've got an idea, let's stay here. It's pretty comfortable for a few more moments. We've been picking up points, and Native Red have been struggling to break this setup. Looking across the stats, though, the man on your screen, he's having a heck of a game at the moment. 31 kills for Formal.
Yeah, let's see if this ball gets played at the Mangler pit based on the numbers, or at least rotated into tower. Look at Formal takes the same route that Lucid just did as well. Eventually, he might be taken down, and finally they will eliminate him. But I love the play from Lucid earlier to wrap mid-bridge to make sure that ball can't be played. And like you said, off of that great control, finally it's 4 dead for OpTic Gaming, but not before they get 34 points on the board.
Now, where's the spawn coming in for OpTic? That's the important thing to work out here, and Tarlik's going to get all the information you could have wanted, but look at that sidekick again. The pistol just shredding away and turns the weapons over now into the hands of OpTic and Formal, who's already been doing work without the shock. Now he's got that to play with as well, but it's out of ammo.
Yeah, momentary 3 dead is out of ammo. The good news for Native Red there is they won't have to deal with that for a little while. They'll have at least a momentary break, but guess what? Now Formal's got a commando. You might think that that's going to be just as deadly here, and he's going to be able to almost convert on the kill. However, he will fall, giving a minor advantage to the side of Native Red. Those kills will be traded out. Now camo in the hands of Trippy yet again.
Trippy adds another to his tally. Native Red starting to look a little bit ragged in this round. OpTic is starting to take control, and when you do have that lead, you dictate the pace of the game. We've talked about this before. Native Red are forced to make plays. They're forced to play through bottlenecks, and that's why they're finding themselves 3 dead at the moment. Bomex has only just come off spawn as well, and this is more guaranteed time for OpTic Gaming.
Guaranteed time. Formal's also the gatekeeper here, and he's really not the easiest to pass. And look at this, he's going to hit the stick as well. Now there's only 2 players alive for Native Red. They're both coming through tower. That's a trade. Talik is your last player alive. More time for Trippy. It's already 54-0.
Formal's so good at that.
So
Every
good.
single time that he's in those close range situations, goes for that stick, more than often gets away with it as well. Sometimes gets away with his life when it looks like he should be taken down, and just keeps OpTic in control of the map now. Beautiful rotation now coming in from OpTic as well. Moving from blue, having picked up the kills across map. Now they can flush out those pipes, and they can move that ball with it as well.
Oh boy, and now 73-0 here already with 3 minutes left, and this looks like OpTic Gaming is starting to hit fire and really form as well in our 3rd round. 0 points on the board for Native Red.
Still some time to play with though. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, however, Solstheim maybe over-challenging a little bit there as last alive, as Trippy accepts that challenge and says, hey, have a little think about trying that one next time, fella. Didn't go too well for you this time. 83 points are rising, and this is looking like an OpTic win at the moment. Native Red are stuck in the elevator, trying to force tower, but Boom gets that first kill. Manny gets another, and from what looked like a horrible position, APG's now on an island.
APG tries to get the ball off of C-Plat. He's not able to get it off of C-Plat. In the end, though, the team will stop at 93. What a run there for OpTic. Native Red needs to have one of the best round 3s of oddball that we've ever seen in the Halo Championship Series if they want to take this game.
Yeah, good way to start that, though, is by getting the camouflage, and they've got that in their hands. Manny now, his responsibility is to watch all of the tower pushes. Watch this mid-map as well, but Formal, again, gets that first pick, and by doing so, moving across the map, has now exposed Manny with that camo. OpTic take ground, and Native Red forced to drop that ball.
Ooh, that's a nice job to isolate that kill, but he has way too many players in front of him. It's not going to be too easy. You're probably going to see a ball grab any moment here to sneak this thing away.
Yeah, they do go for it. Formal, he knows that he's got work to do. APG might be taken down, but there should be some OpTic players there to trade out these kills. Ball is still down, though. Native Red have an opportunity, unless Trippy can cut them down in the pass.
Let's see what Trippy does here. He's actually going to get the C-stairs. You really didn't want to let Trippy get to the sneaky here, because here comes the pressure.
Maybe the reset's going to come in on that off-ball as well, and OpTic now find themselves trapped here at long haul. Bomex aggressively challenges, maybe ever so slightly too aggressive. which gives OpTic the opening damage to get that pick. OpTic was still down, still 3 points needed.
OpTic obviously playing this slow. They don't even need to get to this ball necessarily, but Formal will go for the grab here.
He's going to grab it. Manny's going to have to challenge him. 99! No, it's still 99! 1 point to go as Trippy makes sure that things don't get too dicey.
They still have numbers here. Once again, they're going to take their time. That ball's going to sit right in front of the stairs, and they'll grab it. Likely in just a moment. Here goes Trippy.
Trippy says, time to win the game. No! Bomex cuts him down as well. I tell you what, we've seen some pretty crazy things in Halo Infinite, but surely Formal's going to put an end to this?
This would be one of the craziest. No grapples left. Tolic will eventually fall. Really, it should just be a matter of time, but Native Red hanging on for dear life.
And OpTic Gaming are 2 dead, but Trippy finally ends the game, and it will be an OpTic Gaming win in game number 1 of this series. If you're looking at the form book, something you would expect, but game number 2 is where Native Red have a real opportunity to open things up.
They certainly do. They have a real opportunity there. And to be honest, Native Red in that first round, they looked good. Excuse me, in the second round, they looked good. They're able to really put on some good points on the board. However, OpTic Gaming in the end, they close it out with confidence. They actually only outslay Native Red 130 to 126 in the end. Now, some of that difference is because, as you saw at the end of the game, it got a little bit kind of chasey on the oddball. The real advantage there really was around 118 to 109 was the real final score before those chasey slays start to come in. However, it's still a 3-round game. I think Native Red looked impressive at different points in that game, but I think we now shift our attention while we look at these highlights. We shift our attention to the Slayer. OpTic Gaming is only 4-3 in Slayers in Dallas, but most importantly, they have not played either Slayer that's in this series. Game 2 is going to be Slayer Empyrean, and game number 5, if we get there, will be Slayer Recharge. We haven't seen OpTic play either of those in Dallas, so it's a little bit of an interesting question mark across those 2 game types.
Yeah, I mean, more questions to be answered here for OpTic Gaming, but also the same questions are going to be posed to Native Red, right, who have won a good amount of Slayers throughout this tournament so far. Some big game 5 Slayers as well that we saw them win, especially yesterday, and I think today is going to be another opportunity for them to put pressure back onto OpTic here. We know Slayer Empyrean, if you get out to a good start, and I'm talking about OpTic or Native Red here, before you know it, it could be 17-2, 17-3 if you use those power weapons and power-ups effectively. So this is an opportunity for Native Red to put pressure back on, but at the same time, it could be OpTic Gaming taking the series away with a hot start here.
It absolutely could, and then once we get there, of course, Strongholds is going to be pretty interesting as well, just to tee it up. Strongholds right now for OpTic is 1-4 record, so that's going to be an interesting game 3 as well, but before we get there, we have that game 2 to look forward to as we take a look at some stats between Trippy and Tolic.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, that OpTic have had to play Quadrant on Strongholds, and Quadrant are, right, twice, ridiculous at it, straight up. So maybe that's something to keep a note of as we move throughout the season a little bit further, but as you can see on your screen there, a couple of players to certainly focus on. Tolic a little bit quiet in that round number 3. Round number 2 did start to take over, and the shock rifle really was the difference maker in that round 2, I felt. Native Red didn't really have an opportunity to use that weapon too much in round number 3. It was kept out of their hands, and they're going to have to keep the weapons out of OpTic's hands if they want a chance in this next one.
Also worth noting, the last time we saw these 2 teams on land in a Game 2 Slayer was a 50-49 OpTic win on Slayer Aquarius. Now keep in mind a little bit of a team difference there with Druck, of course, being present at Worlds. However, it's setting us up for a fantastic game number 2. Game 1 was a close, well-fought 3-round oddball. And now we head to Slayer on Empyrean for game number 2. Will OpTic Gaming take a 2-0 lead, or will we see Native Red tie the series 1-1?
Well, who's feeling hot for that sniper rifle at the moment? Some headshots certainly in our future. We'll have to see what player's name is going to be next to it in that kill feed. But I always find the opening strategy on Empyrean so interesting, where the resources are dedicated to picking up what weapons. Because we know that there's so much to pick up on this map, right? You've got rockets, you've got overshield, you've got snipes, you've got drop wall, I mean, the list goes on, repulse, whatever you want to pick up. There's so many things to try and control. It's so fascinating to see what teams prioritize what. It looks like Former's job is to go for those rockets.
Yeah, right away the first pick does come in as well, and no damage really taken. He's going to fly straight through.
Tolic's going to get the overshield, which means a little bit of an exchange of resources, but Formal's going to be sneaking around under the bridge. Picks up 1. Is he going to get 2? Yes, he is, as Manny falls. Tolic's going to be weak in the courtyard as well, manages to just escape for a few seconds. And Formal just saw the trade and got the comms from Trippy that he traded with the Native Red sniper. So he's going to turn his attention towards that, switches the rockets out and says, you know what, you don't get to play with this.
That's right, already played right away without a doubt. Even if he wins this battle, he'll be very happy that that sniper's off the map and will not be a factor. Early lead here for OpTic Gaming, 6-2, and they're going to be feeling good about how they started this one out.
6-2. Interested to see if OpTic do have control of their own sniper rifle, and it's going to be Lucid who gives us our answer. So 1 sniper rifle on the map here on Empyrean, and Lucid is going to have so much fun knowing and so much confidence knowing that Native Red do not have a sniper rifle of their own to fire back.
Yeah, here as things slow down for just a second, Lucid kind of captaining the team here with a sniper rifle in the back. It's a 2-kill game. Let's get to a listen in now with OpTic Gaming.
See that. One more. Our long still, guys. Our long. Right here.
One shot.
One shot that long. I need a nice shot. One shot.
Two dead. Nice shit.
I'm leaving you, Brad. I'm gonna go yellow. I'm gonna go top yellow.
We're at spawn, absolute, free kill, absolute for 800 bridge on me.
Add us here in a second. They're trading as well.
200 bridge, guys.
They're gonna play for bad, maybe.
Under bridge.
One shot that bridge. I got one. All of it. Just one shot. Oh, custom. One shot. Custom.
That shit's on me. They're top third somewhere.
I'm out of snipe, guys. I'm trying to look at you, man.
Nice, man. 3 dead. That was 3.
I'm gonna go okay? Yeah, I'm going there. Yeah, they're training ramp one shot.
They're green weak, Manny.
Nice, shoot that guy.
Look at Joey. Yeah, top tower.
We have help. 3, last guy.
First guy,
Stay alive here, guys. Stay alive.
Long, guys.
Fuck these guys up. One shot first. Yo.
I'm gonna go in long.
More on breath.
As we jump out of the comms, it's very interesting to kind of note what's going on in the OpTic headsets, right? We've had the opportunity to listen to some of the comms from both the teams in the green room backstage, and it's been fascinating to see what an influence Lunchbox is, Andy.
Yeah, it really has been amazing. We got to watch that entire last series that OpTic played from backstage with, and exclusively listening to OpTic comms. And one thing that you'll hear during those listens is the way that Lunchbox tracks the players that they're actively aware of on the map, and amazing things, especially in a map like Imperial Slayer, as we have a little bit of deja vu. Formal does it again to pick up another double kill with the Rockets as they hit 27-11, by the way, an absolute blowout so far. It's amazing to hear, especially on a map like Imperial Slayer, when players can kind of sneak through, they can beat through long, they can go through runway, you can lose track of them. The way that Lunchbox and the entire OpTic team track where those players might be, which players they're not aware of, is incredible to listen to, and that's the reason they're up here 27-13.
Well, Native Red have got control of some power-ups and power weapons. It's their only way back into the game, and at least they've managed to find a sniper rifle to play with. They've played the majority of this game without one themselves, and Soul Snipe now has an opportunity maybe to put some pressure back onto OpTic Game with a few headshots here. Put them on the respawn and do to OpTic what Native Red have just felt from the green wall themselves. At the moment, he's just holding down Sword. Maybe a little bit cold, hasn't had to play with this weapon. 3 shots not going to be able to connect. Manny's going to be trying to push up, but I mean, it's a horrible thing to watch if you're a Native Red fan, especially from the point of view of Soul Snipe.
Wow, it's like watching All Quiet on the Western Front there. Boom, just a bullet comes out of absolutely nowhere, takes out a teammate in the Sword, and that's going to just continue on the score line for the OpTic Gaming side. 30-13 now. This is quite a statement, folks, and that first game was undoubtedly close and a well-contested battle. This one is a bit different here. Double the score of their opponent and counting.
Lucid's 10-1. Probably a little bit frustrated there's a 1 next to that because we know how he is. He wants to be perfect. He wants to play perfect Halo, and that means 0 deaths for him across a Slayer. But 10-1, you'll take that every single day of the week. Formal also having a fantastic game. He's 11-3 at the moment. And Native Red, they had 1 sniper. Well, now they've got none.
Oh, jeez.
Tell you what, Formal and Lucid ain't missing.
My goodness, now Lucid on 10-1 still. Formal will go 13-3 off of that spree. And how about Lucid just jumping out towards the green, hits the body shot because Formal's pre-nading. As you said, incredible teamwork from him. Formal's not going to lose that one from the pit either. And now this scoreline, if we're completely honest, has gotten out of hand.
Yes, time to start thinking about the next game because Formal is taking OpTic there with a 2-0 lead. It's 40-16. And this is what can happen on Empyrean, and Formal is probably thinking this is a good opportunity to pad the tournament KD.
It's a scoreline you almost hesitate when you say it because you wonder, could it actually be 43-17? Do not adjust your television sets. That is the score on your screen here. 5 kills to go for OpTic Gaming, and this is a very, very quick one.
Yeah, shout out to everybody watching the Halo Championship Series on the television, by the way. Very, very 1990s of you, but Trippy looking to close this game out. A couple of players in front of him. Good damage with this overshield. Should be 1 comfortable for him. Lucid picks up another. It's 1 to go here for OpTic. And I tell you what, heat up the grill, everybody. It's time for some steak.
Oh, my goodness here. And the crowd in Dallas likes what they see, but to be honest, it wasn't that long of a main course in the terms of the total game time that we just saw. 50-18 is your final score in that game. Your power weapon kill difference, unsurprisingly, 7-1 in that game. Lucid actually ended the game 1 kill away from a running riot.
Very serious question for you. What sauce do you have with your steak?
Sauce?
Yeah.
I'm not allowed. Come on, we're having a great time here. Let's not get to anything where you could judge me very easily or everyone listening here could judge. No, I'm not.
Come on, you know I don't judge you. It's just an interesting conversation.
Yeah, but everyone in this room would judge me if I start talking about the wrong.
Imagine it's just us. It's just me
not
and you.
just us. It's
everybody else just ignore us for a few.
Nah,
What sauce have you to say?
Like a lot of different sauces with my steak. Can we focus on? I'm not.
You said ketchup. I would judge.
Yeah, as you should judge me. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game. And to be honest, in the beginning, it was close, but only because you started 0-0.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you make there. Apologies for distracting the attention away. But to be honest, there's not really too much to talk about in this game. It was just complete dominance from start to finish coming in from OpTic Gaming. And I think a lot of it came down just to that opening break, right? Formal picks up the rockets, picks up 2, plays the sniper rifle of Native Red. And having lost all of the power-ups, all the power weapons, I mean, OpTic just put them to use. And Native Red, there's not really much you can do when you've got some of the best in the world with all the weapons to play with.
Yeah, and you think OpTic coming into that Slayer only 4-3, and having not played this game type yet, Native Red probably thought, hey, let's take a look at the numbers here. This one might go our way, and my goodness, could it have not gone their way at all there with that win. 50-18, once again, quite a scoreline. It's quite a statement. But as you alluded to, if you're on the side of Native Red, as soon as you see something like that coming in, they're already thinking about that game number 3. And let's not forget, Stronghold is an opportunity for them.
It certainly is. And this is a game type that certainly favors them a little bit more, right? They love to play a little bit quicker. They love to play rotational, where they're kind of moving as a squad around the map and don't have to be so setup orientated. I think Empyrean for Native Red is probably a map that they're not too fond of, because it does lend itself to kind of baiting and switching a little bit more, playing some angles, which, of course, is what OpTic do best. So for them, Stronghold Streets is a really good opportunity. And I mean, the OpTic game type, which we have seen them kind of slip up on a few times.
And absolutely, let's not forget also that Native Red is 1-1 on this exact map and game type, 3-2 in the mode overall, as you see on your screen here. So we'll see what they might be able to do. Talib with the most damage, unsurprisingly, and Lucid with that KD. But we have to note the one thing, top right of your screen, OpTic Gaming 1-4 in Strongholds. This truly is Native Red's chance to break this series back open.
It certainly is indeed. And I tell you what, OpTic Gaming probably taught a few lessons by Quadrant. I mentioned how some of those games went, and as I say, Quadrant are just, for some reason, ridiculous at Strongholds, whether it be Recharge or Live Fire. They really are exceptional. Of course, we're going to be playing on Streets here, but for OpTic, they certainly would have experienced what it's like to play against a team who really does have their stuff together when it comes to this game time.
Yeah, that's what they'll have to look for. And as we said, the comms in that game, you got to hear them a little bit during that listening. They have really never sounded better. We got a chance to hear so much of each and every detail of the way that this team is communicating, the way they're slowing things down. It has been impressive, and even though things got close in game number 1, they managed to close that one out and ride that momentum into one hell of a game number 2. They're going to look to also close out here and make sure that they get a nice dinner tonight, get in bed early for a big championship Sunday. That's what's on their mind, but they got one more game if they want to do it.
And this is a game, of course, it goes without saying that Native Red need to win in order to keep this series going, right? Otherwise, it's going to be an OpTic 3-0. They're going to be here on Championship Sunday, and they're going to be looking to keep that title in their hands and pick up yet another trophy, create some history, although it is, of course, a long road for them to do so. But for Native Red, we mentioned how one of the first few game types maybe not favoring them, but now that we get into game number 3, this is where things start to swing. Game 4, game 5, certainly a little bit more favorable to Native Red, and if they can take this one away, then trust me, if you're still watching on your television, wherever you might be watching, make sure that you're awake for a little bit longer, because it could be a series again that goes to a game 5.
It really could, and if we've learned anything in DreamHack Dallas, it's that anything is possible, even when you're seeing the best team in the world. Let's not forget, OpTic Gaming was on the receiving end of a 3-0 earlier in this tournament. They have, of course, since bounced back and also gotten revenge against that Quadrant squad. But Native Red is ready to play this evening, and you got to think this team has been at the top 4 spot for so long, right? They have been placing 4th after 4th after 4th. They broke through big ceilings last year. Now this is a new ceiling for them, and it's quite a test here. Late on a Saturday evening at DreamHack to try to take down the world champions, but they're ready to go the distance in only a few games. Keep in mind, we've seen them take games off of OpTic Gaming in scrims. They have to remember, they're only 3 games away from doing that.
No, I just realised, I was like taking the mick out a little bit for you saying television.
Yeah.
I watched loads of events on my television. I just realised, like, sit on the sofa.
You do. I've sat with you. We've watched.
When you said, yeah, I know. We literally did it last week.
Yeah, we've watched.
When you say television, I imagine, like, the old, like, box thing.
That's because I use the word adjust your television dials.
Okay,
yeah. I put it.
I feel a little bit more validated.
You should.
Thanks for looking out for me, man. Appreciate it.
Always, anytime. And speaking of, players here getting audio adjusted and set for this next match. Bomex on your screen. The man has been performing here and done everything you could ask for, and it's been a pleasure to watch him and the entire Native Red squad make their run yet again. Let's not forget, this was a team that made a heroic run, just in case you didn't catch it, a heroic run at the World Championship, somehow stealing a top 3 spot out of nowhere. Since then, have not found the top 3 yet again. That's what they're searching for.
Interesting as well, right? We talk about substitutes. We talk about how they have come in this season and, to be honest, done incredibly well. You look at Quadrant last event, right? Maybe not the placing that they would have wanted, but you know, the first event of the year in Charlotte pushed OpTic to a Game 5, had some really close series. 2 Foxy did a great job coming in at the last second, and then his stock has risen, of course. You know, over in Europe, everyone's looking at him and going, hey, this is a player that we want to have on our squad again. Yeah. Same could be said about Bomex after this event, right? We don't know what the situation is going to be with Drock. Is Drock going to be back on the lineup? And Bomex has stepped up and said, hey, I'm a player maybe that can fill this role. I'm a player that everyone is going to be looking at in the shop window now and saying, hey, he can add a lot of value to what we want to bring to a tournament.
Yeah, and a lot of times when we've looked at his numbers, right, they're not just impressive, but he's leading the team. There's been many, many times where we've seen really great numbers from him and team and game leading numbers coming out of Bomex. Can he do it when they need it most? This will be game number 3, and this is do or die for Native Red, their tournament lives on the line.
For OpTic Gaming, though, it's a chance to step back onto the stage on a championship Sunday with a 3-0 win to close out this Saturday. Lucy going to be the POV we're watching. And it's going to be a little bit of strongholds here on Streets to close it out.
And OpTic Gaming has looked back on form since we saw them fall to Quadrant. A surprise result, to say the very least. I think it surprised us here as competitive Halo fans, and it certainly surprised the OpTic Gaming players themselves. However, they did the work, they've bounced back, and they have found their form yet again.
They certainly have, and Trippy's going to find rockets to play with, and if it's not a camouflage, it seems to be some sort of power weapon that Joey's finding in and around the map every single time that he's got his eyes on the prize. And for now, he's picked up 1 kill. You can see the early control and scoring is going to go to OpTic. The second one doesn't connect, but what it does do is give information, forces players back here from Native Red, and allows a rotate towards C here for OpTic.
Very nice rotate. Look at this. Trippy's going to do this with minimal damage once again. He's actually going to fly out here as him and Formal make the perfect push over to C.
Yeah, really, really smart prioritization there from OpTic, knowing that they picked up a couple of kills, right? They saw Tolik and knew that respawns are going to be coming in, so why try and fight that? Back up, control B, which you've already managed to get in your hands, then work on C and fight back towards B with weapons and positioning on your side. And that's exactly what Trippy's doing right now. He's going to have a lot of Native Red players to deal with, but the help and the support is here from his teammates.
Man, one thing I love about Trippy's POV, whether it's the Rockets or the Bulldog or the C push, he's been screen watching the entire time. He's knowing exactly where he needs to go. He's getting every angle that he needs to, and he's pumping and dumping with the Bulldog as well. They now lead 33-5.
Unfortunately for him, his teammates who were trying to support him, they kept him alive, but they died in the process. But they haven't dealt with Trippy yet! And you gotta take him down, because otherwise he's gonna hurt you.
What a beautiful run. I cannot wait to go and watch that back. The man just supporting everywhere he needs to and getting the support in return as well. Formal is here to clean up the scraps, and guess what? El Bandito is here in front C, almost picks up another one as well.
Looking pretty good in the hands of Formal as well. The Bandit doing a lot of damage. Trippy picking up yet another kill. What a start it's been for him, by the way. 7-1 is how he started this game off, and he's going to get more rockets. Trippy is Mr. Power Weapons in this series.
My God, if you missed it last series, he almost got 5 camos in a row on Slayer Aquarius. To be honest, that is unheard of, as they now lead 52-10. Nice little rocket into music. Should be an easy cleanup. He picks up that one as well. He's 8-1.
Native Red watching Trippy do this as well. Allowing him to do this. It's been a little bit too simple of a start here. Native Red really struggling, and maybe this is where playing with a sub-starter affects your team a little bit. We know how difficult Strongholds is at the best of times with the best teams in the world, but if you're having to bring someone in, learn the strategy, and then be tested against a team like OpTic, it certainly can hurt.
Look at that play from Trippy as well. He fires a blind rocket on B stairs because the comms are so clear and that the player is exactly on B stairs without a doubt that he has the confidence to fire that blind rocket. It feels like we've watched his POV the entire game, and for good reason, as his 9-2 run is finally slowed down, but not before OpTic has a 78-point lead.
Yeah, stop Trippy and you stop the scoring. It seems to be the way to kind of summarize the start of this game. 88-18 before Native Red finally got control of B again. APG's making a play up on C here. A couple of players dead per side. Red Gun going to be taken down. Really important prioritization, but here comes Manny for the trades. Now Formal with a Bandit again. Can he connect with the headshot? Manny will do so with the battle rifle. And finally, now we're seeing a little bit of life from Native Red. They're starting to find their rhythm here.
Yeah, what can they find here? Can they dig deep? They're down not by too much here. They managed to stop the bleeding. pretty easily now, just down by under 50, and they can maybe try to get back in this, but just as quickly as we say that, Manny, it's your last player alive, and he's getting hounded by the Bulldog of Formal.
Formal picks up one, should be able to pick up another as well. Torlik has no idea he's got that Bulldog in his hands, and it's looking like this could be a momentary triple cap going over to OpTic Gaming. A-spawns given away by Soul Snipe as well. The cafe is going to be busy with respawners, and now with OpTic pushing, Formal's on the flank here, and he's got a lot of targets in front of him.
A lot of info, a lot of targets.
Almost gets two as well. Manny will be taken down, but it's Lucid who comes out with the spoils. 4 dead here for Native Red.
Yeah, Formal might not have been the one to get them all, but look at the timing, look at the push. Formal comes up, all the support in the world from OpTic Gaming, and it leads to the perfect rocket grab.
And Formal sitting around going, what do I do? No one's alive on the map. Where do I go? Well, the Rockets are going to be good enough to pick up one for sure. One will fall, though. Trippy will pick it up. Of course he will. And he put it to use. Torlik falls into the death screen once more. Bomex last alive, but the triple cap is stifling and suffocating Native Red right now.
Here comes Lucid 1v1 with Bomex here in bottom C. Trying to stay alive. Lucid wins the battle there, and that will easily get the reset as well. They will continue scoring. B will flip, but guess what? OpTic Gaming now with a 130-point lead off the back of the 3 dead and the rocket grab as well.
Torlik has picked up a couple. I'm pretty sure Torlik might have just picked up an overkill, by the way, off the screen. I just saw his name pop up time after time after time, and you need your big players sometimes to do something special, and that might have just been it. But A and B turned over finally. Native Red scoring once again, but they haven't been able to really recover from that last kind of 60 seconds or so where that triple cap was just devastating for them.
First pick, though. They get the first pick here, and maybe signs of life. Once again, coming in from Native Red. Can they get the second one as well? This would be big. Trippy, of course, there to force the trade, and then more come in as well. And once again, we start to get excited that maybe Native Red might have something cooking. Instead, they find themselves 3 dead. It was Torlik that got a triple kill earlier, as I mentioned, but it's answered back right away.
Trippy now pushing for the triple cap once more. Formal's going to be there alongside him. Good damage onto Manny. APG will get that trade. You can see the Native Red are trying to flip C. And in the meantime, Bomex is trying to stay alive, but Trippy picks up yet another victim. Soul Snipe finally takes him down with the Bulldog himself, but OpTic continue to score. They're past that 200-point mark and a little bit closer to a Championship Sunday appearance once more. Soul Snipe trying to step in. Native Red need to go, and they need to go now. They need to find something to elongate this series.
What can they do here? They need to really step up the way they're playing this game. They not need to just be on the receiving end, but really dictating the pace of play. That's going to be 2 dead, and maybe an opportunity with a well-timed rocket grab.
Finally get the Rockets. APG, though, with some good angles, and Lucid with a double kill. Again, just as it looks like Native Red might have something to smile about, something to cheer about, it's shut down by a big double kill coming in from Lucid. He's so good at getting those numbers even on the map.
Yeah, that green wall's strong. Torlik does very well to take down a full shielded APG because he got away from the splash damage of the rocket by dropping down off of the commando. So now 2 dead for Native Red. Trippy's your only player down on OpTic Gaming. Lucid wins another one for a double kill here, and they will continue to flip A now here on the side of Native Red. B flips at the same time, however.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Lucid is so good at, by the way, is just converting 1 kill extremely quickly and then turning it into a double kill, immediately swapping his attention away. And with that, you can see the double kill coming in from Formal doing his best Lucid impression. It's going to be Native Red who find themselves 3 dead again, and Trippy 16 and 8 in this game. The man is double positive again.
Trippy not worried about the drop shields. He said, you can drop the shield if you want. I'm going to shoot through it a little bit, and I'm going to kill you anyway. Takes down Soul Snipe, who was the last player alive. As you said, unbelievable numbers here from Trippy. 10 points to go for OpTic Gaming.
Well, OpTic Gaming have been questioned today. They've had pressure on their shoulders. And knowing what they had to do, beating Quadrant, getting a little bit of a revenge on them, well, they got that job done as well. 247. That's the score at the moment. They need 250 to close this one out, but Native Red, they're going to make them work for it.
They're going to make them work for it indeed. It's been a hell of a series. However, OpTic Gaming now only 3 points away. Just like earlier games, they're going to take their time. They're going to get their picks. Already 2 dead, and they're going to look to secure the game here.
Look at Trippy. He's got a 1v1 here against Bomex. Lucid is going to arrive just in time to clean this one up. Or Bomex maybe is going to make him work a little bit harder for it. Lucid might not be able to turn this one over. Bomex is going to slide in the last second. And will do so, but in the meantime, OpTic Gaming, they took C. B, still being converted. That play from Bohm has kept this game alive.
A little bit of a base trade there. Bohm somehow, the Gardener, stays alive on the planners, does not get taken down. Now a big battle in music here.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit messy. It's getting a little bit scrappy, and somehow as last player alive here, Lucy just goes, do you know what? There's 3 rockets. I'm going to go and pick these up. And with the rockets in his hands, might be able to change the numbers heavily in the favor of OpTic Gaming. It is a triple cap here for Native Red. They are showing life, but there's no more mistakes to be made.
I don't know if Lucid knows that someone's in caution here. He hasn't pre-fired. He knows someone's on plants, maybe right above him. And no, Solstar maybe goes a bit early there in the end, so kills will be traded out. Here starts the A flip.
Torlik still alive inside of PD. He'll pick up a kill as well, but 2 players have fallen now from Native Red. This is the opportunity to step forward for OpTic Gaming, to try and push on to B, to flip it back in their favor. And with Native Red finding themselves 3 dead, make it 4 dead. Surely at this point, OpTic Gaming will be able to close this out.
Torlik gonna flip A as well, though, at the same exact time. He should finish that at the same time, so Native Red will now have the ends on A and C.
Yeah, you can see they're just flying down Pink Street as well, trying to meet OpTic Gaming in and around C, but the Shroud screen denies the line of sight for Native Red. They will have no chance of flying in with clean first shots onto OpTic Gaming. Lucid's job here, play B, stall on B, let my teammates convert the stronghold they're fighting for, but look at the kill feed. Native Red somehow are doing this.
What's happened in the back of Tram? Soulsnipe gets across, even with the Shroud screen. Somehow Soulsnipe and company, they get into the back of Tram and they stop, and somehow now they're within 50 points.
Finally, Soulsnipe gets taken down, and even though they're having to be made to work extremely hard for this, OpTic Gaming get control of C. Bomek steps inside of B as well. 2:48 is the point. Trippy surely gets this kill, and OpTic will finally end the series. Another question answered. OpTic Gaming, as resilient as ever, will win the series here, and we'll see them to defend their title, defend their throne on Championship Sunday.
And even though they had to work for it in the end, the final series score will always show 3-0. We had some dicey moments. We had some things down to the wire there at the end of the game in terms of just closing out. And a big rally there from Native Red. However, the damage was already done with 247 on the board. OpTic Gaming was always going to close that game out. It was just a matter of time. They will exchange handshakes across their side of the stage, and as you said, earn their place in Championship Sunday.
OpTic Gaming say to the rest of the competition, we're not quite done yet. I got to give a big shout out though to Native Red on the other side of the stage. Coming into this tournament, last second change, you know, substitute coming in, still get a pretty damn good placement alongside it. But OpTic looked a little bit of a different class in that series. And maybe the longer day, the more Halo has rekindled the form here for OpTic.
You got to say, I think OpTic has a lot to be proud of with the way that they played and how much Halo they played today as well. And oftentimes, when you have long Saturdays like this, the reps, they help. When you come into Championship Sunday, you're going to be hot. You're already going to be warm. You've already played so many games compared to the likes of FaZe and SSG.
Yeah, it certainly is the case where OpTic looked better and better as the day did go on. Like I mentioned, they did get revenge against Quadrant. Boy, did they have to work hard for it, but now that they've found their way through this elimination bracket, now that they've found their way into Championship Sunday, they become a favorite once again, Andy. Championship Sunday is where the best teams play their best Halo, and that's exactly what OpTic are going to look to do tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, as you said, there's a lot of questions being asked this weekend of the top teams as OpTic, once again, let's not forget, right, fell to Quadrant 3-0. However, clean slate, Championship Sunday, the big three are all there as we'd expect, and now will be a battle between them to decide who takes Dallas.
It's going to be a very, very fun day here in Dallas tomorrow for sure, and I'm going to come back to you tomorrow and find out what sauce you have on your steak, because this is an unresolved issue, and it's going to keep me up at night if I don't find out. But for OpTic, I think I'm looking at Trippy and his performance today. I think in those clutch moments, the Game 5 Trippy where he put up 20+ kills against Quadrant, that's what you want to see from him. That's where he comes to life, and I've got to say, in those final games as well, Trippy was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, we talked about how Trippy has matured into a player that is so dependable, so consistent. It used to be that we asked questions of him in Game 5. Now we look to him in Game 5. 21-9, crazy numbers from him time and time again. He has stepped up, all of OpTic has stepped up, and they're going to be ready for Championship Sunday.
What a Sunday it's going to be. I mean, FaZe looking extremely good as well. Like you mentioned, Spacestation looking absolutely superb as well. And I think it's kind of all boiled, even though we've had these crazy results, even though we've had these back and forth Game 5s, it is still the big three who are going to be here on Championship Sundays. The stories we were telling right at the start of this tournament, Andy, well, they're still all alive.
Yeah, it feels like all roads were going to lead here, right? We had some bumps along the road. We had some drama. We had some interest. We had some trash talk. We had some wild scenes and some wild results. But it was always going to be the big three on Championship Sunday.
That's very, very true. Who's your favorite?
Stop.
Come on, he won't give me anything. I'm trying my best to get something out of him here. But he's not giving it to me. Well, I'm pretty sure we might have an interview.
Yeah, we do.
If I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be it all from us. It's been a pleasure to cast with you today. I'm going to get something out of you tomorrow. Don't worry about it. But for now, we're going to find out what OpTic Gaming have to say. They're going to be here on Championship Sunday. Let's go down to everyone's favorite genie. It's Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. And I've already talked to Trippy. He says get the hollandaise sauce on your steak. That's what he might get tonight, all right? But give it up for OpTic Gaming. They make it to Championship Sunday to defend their title and get another chip. Trippy, it's been a long day for you. How happy are you to make it to Sunday right now?
Super happy. We bounced back after the SSG match. Super close games with them. And yeah, we bounced back after that hard loss, game 1 versus Quadrant, and kind of just kept the momentum going and just got the teamwork back in order and, came out with the dub.
Yeah, I really saw that there in that last series, that 3-0. What was the hardest part about that series for you and the boys there? Was it that it was so late into the night that you guys just wanted to get to Sunday? It was a 3-0 right there, but what was difficult for you, if anything?
Honestly, like, a couple of kills just went in their way, and a couple of their pushes went in their way, and they were really close to going down to the wire throughout the whole pretty much game the whole time. So if we come out on top and a couple of those pushes, the game could have gone in our favor. It just didn't. It's unfortunate it happens, but
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Well, I must say you've been playing fantastic all day long. You've been absolutely phenomenal watching the plays. What would you give yourself out of 1 to 10 based off how you've been playing? Okay, what will be your own little personal score?
I don't know, maybe like an 8 maybe?
An 8? We'll say an 8. It's still a little 7.5. I say a 6 if anything, okay? Any last shout-outs to you so I can let you go?
Now, shout out to you guys. We can hear you. I love you guys. Thank you. And shout out to my girlfriend. Shout out to my family. And yeah, thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for us here on the stage. Lottie, let's close us out.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Humble as ever, and I think it's good to stay humble because the competition is super fierce, but I got to say, OpTic Gaming looking pretty damn good right now. That was a clean 3-0 sweep. I actually said at the beginning of the series, OpTic in 3. I kind of had a feeling that this would happen, and it's nothing about Native Red. It was purely about how OpTic really just found their rhythm once again, and maybe you could call it the fact that we had such a long break in between lands, and it's just something that OpTic, needed to kind of just find and chime in with their rhythm that they used to know and love, and they come back to land, and suddenly it's all clicking once again. And my goodness me, what an exceptional journey that has been. That Slayer, I'm sure that Trippy is going to have a steak tonight because that Slayer was a steak dinner. So they definitely deserve that one. Clutch, what did you make of the Green Wall in that series?
Yeah, business as usual. I think they have their minds set on a 4th opportunity to defend their title, and I think that they're on the right path there, right? They're going to have to play that loser of the winners bracket finals, and whoever that might be is going to have their hands full because OpTic is nipping at the bits to get an opportunity to find themselves in the grand finals. They've done everything right. They beat a Quadrant team that was no joke, that gave them everything they could handle. So at OpTic, I think Andy and Mark touched on it throughout the cast, but it was a story of OpTic is now tried and true through this event. The reps that they got are invaluable, and I think that they could pay off tomorrow.
They certainly could indeed. I think if they play that exact same way and they are, calculated, the strategy is there that we know and love from OpTic, I don't see why not. That 4P is still on the cards, folks. You can see the stats coming across the board. Yeah, I don't see why not. I do see why not. He's right here. Tony, looking at the stats here that I've come across, OpTic Gaming just absolutely slaying the way. Lucid obviously having a fantastic game, but I've got to actually also talk about Formal, because not only did the stats look great for Formal, it's not even about the stats. It's the plays that he makes, the plays that change the entirety of the game and series. What did you make of him?
Well, it's crazy to me when I think about OpTic Gaming. It's always like that next man up type of mentality. It's the teamwork that drives this team, and whether it's Formal's 45 bomb in that game number 1, whether it's Trippy going 23, 10 and 13 in that game 3, and obviously with the 50 to 18, everybody kind of shined, especially Lucid in that game 2. But everybody has the opportunity to shine on this team because it's that teamwork, it's that damage, that communication and coordination that this time it was Formal leading at KD, but who knows? Next series, it could literally be anyone on the team.
This was actually a big series for me to see Formal step up and play as well as he did. He did not play well against Quadrant, and I don't think he played well against SSG either. And when I'm saying Formal playing well, I'm used to Formal dominating. So that's the Formal I know and love. It's great to see him kind of finish his Saturday off that way because I'm looking forward to more of it tomorrow.
Yeah, I am too. I got to say, we've got Titans left in the race right now, and it was kind of a predictable one in terms of the top 3 and who we were going to kind of end up with on Championship Sunday, but my goodness me, did the rest not put up a fight. It was very difficult to get there, and I think a lot of our teams were challenged majorly along the way, but I also do think it's a good thing, because I think they're going to go back, watch the VOD, and they know what to clean up on. They know the mistakes that they were making, so when they do face each other once again, it's going to be grueling. It's going to be one hell of a battle. You can see our winners bracket right here. Spacestation Gaming versus FaZe Clan in the winners finals. The last time these two met on LAN, FaZe Clan had the better of Spacestation Gaming, but I've got to say, this time around, it's a different SSG roster entirely. And I'm not talking about the actual individual members. I'm talking about the cohesion, the way that their synergy is acting, and the way that we're seeing them play right now is just unbelievable. So FaZe need to bring their A game. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket and see who has fallen short and where we stand next. We've got OpTic Gaming. There we go. Their journey. They didn't actually fall short too far. You know, it was a little bit of a rough start for them, and not quite the LAN tournament they probably wanted at the beginning, but they did persevere. They pushed through. They managed to take down Quadrant in a rematch, and they went and 3-0'd Native Red here tonight. So elimination finals on the cards for them tomorrow, and they will have to find out who they're going to face after that winners finals. Tony, what a day 2 we have had, mate. It has been crazy. I literally said it would be spicy, but I didn't expect this type of heat.
I didn't either, and it's so fun to me that, like, as important as we talk about pool play being, and you know, all the craziness and the upsets in the game 5, somehow when it comes to the top 4 winners bracket or total, it's the usual suspects. It's still the OpTics, it's still the SSG, it's still the FaZes, and even Native Red with the sub. And no matter how you spin it, somehow the best teams in the world, they get it done on those Saturdays, and best teams in the world also get it done on Championship Sunday.
They certainly do indeed. Clutch, any final words about day 2 and obviously heading into Championship Sunday, day 3?
No, massive respect to everybody that's been part of the competition. I mean, we had so much talent throughout this weekend, so many game 5s. I mean, I think every team outside of SSG has had to put their backs against the wall and really take a deep breath going into a game 5. FaZe Clan woke up today with a game 5 themselves. OpTic's been there a couple times, I know, so teams are really starting to push everyone to their limits, and with that, we've just seen some great Halo along the way. Big shout out to Quadrant, Shopify Rebellion. Both of those top 6s probably weren't expected by a majority of the talent or the experts out there, I would say, and it's a big pickup from them and their respective regions, their respective trajectories for the rest of the season. This is something to feed off of. Big shout out to Native Red. What they did this weekend with the sub, unbelievable, and I can't wait to see these 3 go at it tomorrow, because this is what I've been waiting for about 6 months now.
Us too, Clutch, us too. Well, I tell you what, one exceptional day it has been. Day number 2 here, and the championship bracket, guys, it has not disappointed yet. We've had upsets after upsets and grueling battles for tournament live. So much has been going on, and tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and we will crown a champion. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more HCS Global Invitational.
so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.